Chapter 1. Before the descent of the primordial chaos, the Eastern Imperial Bell still existed. I merely brought my friend home for some fun. Why the disdain? Let me tell you, Liu Chen, my parents have tirelessly cared for 3 generations of the Liu family. This is what your family owes me. As the shrill insults echoed in his ears, Liu Chen groggily opened his eyes. Where on earth am I? Is this still my homeland? He surveyed his surroundings. In the opulent living room of a villa, discarded bottles littered the floor. A tall, strikingly beautiful girl with heavy makeup sat on the sofa, her expression one of palpable annoyance as she glared at him. Liu Ruyan, how has she become so youthful? Wait a moment. Was I not undergoing the tribulation of the great Luo Golden Immortal just moments ago? Liu Ruyan and that scoundrel Xuanhuang were plotting to seize the spiritual treasure from me while I faced my tribulation. Where am I? This living room? The style of the sofa and coffee table strikes me as oddly familiar. A flash of insight illuminated Liu Chen's mind, and suddenly clarity returned to his gaze. Holy cow! This is my former home. I have been reborn. This is the day before the primordial chaos descends. It seems that old Hong Jun has vision. Wait, being reborn means the innate treasure, the Eastern Imperial Bell, still exists. Liu Chen was suddenly engulfed in elation. Do you understand? Right now. Quickly. Have someone clean this place up. My other friends are coming over to drink soon. Liu Ruyan maintained her frosty demeanor as she sat on the sofa. Observing the girl's haughty attitude, Liu Chen's thoughts drifted. This was before the reality of the primordial chaos descended. Liu Ruyan, once the daughter of the family steward, had been taken in by Liu Chen's family out of compassion after her parents, who served the Liu family, passed away due to illness, leaving her an orphan. Liu Chen's mother, feeling pity for Liu Ruyan, had taken her in as a goddaughter. However, after Liu Chen's parents tragically died in a car accident, the once obedient girl revealed her true nature. She quickly became involved with the school as troublemaker, Xuanhuang, indulging in smoking, drinking, and skipping classes to engage in brawls and visit bars. Liu Chen endeavored to rescue his sister, taking her to high-class banquets to meet influential political and business figures, only to be met with her impatience. This is so boring. It's not as fun as the bar Xuanhuang takes me to. He brought her to upscale restaurants for exquisite meals. Yet she remarked, "There's no taste of home here. You just don't understand me. Even the plain porridge Xuanhuang makes is better." Liu Ruyan squandered Liu Chen's family's money while berating him. In his previous life, due to his parents' dying wishes, he had to endure all of this, hoping to win back the heart of his sister with no blood ties. Even amidst the looming crisis of the primordial chaos, he poured countless efforts into guiding her toward the right path. To Liu Chen's astonishment, his patience and care had not garnered any gratitude from Liu Ruyan. Instead, he was met with the ruthless betrayal of this ingrate. "My parents perished because of your Liu family. Today, you shall repay me with both principal and interest." The words Liu Ruyan uttered as she plunged a sword into her own chest still echoed in his ears. The old adage proved true: a wolf raised on kindness will never be tamed. In my previous life, I was indeed too naive. Now that I have been granted a second chance, I shall ensure that Liu Ruyan and her insufferable companion meet their irrevocable doom after the cataclysm descends upon the world. Liu Chen lifted his gaze towards Liu Ruyan, his eyes icy as he asked, "What do I owe you, Liu family?" Liu Ruyan sneered in response. "My parents fell ill and died in the hospital due to the burden of caring for 3 generations of your Liu family. It is because of you that I became an orphan. The debt your family owes me can never be repaid." In his past life, Liu Chen might have yielded to his parents' admonitions and granted this wretched woman some semblance of respect, but not now. He chuckled coldly. "The annual salary we paid your parents was 500,000 each, far exceeding the market rate for ordinary caretakers, and we ensured timely payments every month. Moreover, I have reviewed your parents' medical records. They both suffered from leukemia caused by excessive formaldehyde exposure in your family's home, not from overwork. Despite this, my family provided a substantial condolence payment upon your parents' passing. The Liu family has shown you and your family utmost benevolence. Do you understand, you ingrate?" Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Liu Chen, typically taciturn in her presence, had suddenly become so eloquent. At a loss for words, she resorted to her usual tactic. Her once haughty demeanor evaporating as tears welled in her eyes, she pitifully implored, "Are you threatening me? Have you forgotten what your parents said before they died? They wanted you to treat me like a sister. What is this attitude?" With that, she forced a few tears to spill from her eyes, fully aware that this dutiful son cherished familial bonds above all. Whenever their conflicts arose, invoking his deceased parents would inevitably sway his heart. Unexpectedly, this time, Liu Ruyan did not panic or apologize. Instead, he calmly stepped closer. Slap! A resounding strike landed on Liu Ruyan's face. "This is my attitude. I have been reborn. Why should I indulge your faults?" "You!" Liu Ruyan gasped, clutching her swollen cheek in shock. "Liu Ruyan, how dare you strike me? You dare to hit me. Believe it or not, I will never return. Let your uncle and aunt rest in peace. That would be a most welcome outcome. You should leave my home at once." Liu Ruyan remained impassive. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Liu Ruyan's reaction, her fury escalating. "Very well. This is your declaration. From this moment forth, I, Liu Ruyan, shall sever all ties with your Liu family, leaving us with no debts to each other. Do not harbor regrets." With that, she seized her expensive LV handbag, her temper flaring as she stormed towards the door. "Wait," Liu Ruyan called out to Liu Ruyan. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. Indeed, mentioning his parents struck a chord. She glared at Liu Ruyan with malice. "Huh, are you beginning to regret? I have no intention of forgiving you. However, in consideration of your uncle and aunt, I will reluctantly remain within the Liu household. But this time, you must gift that Lamborghini in the garage to Xuanhuang. Regret? You want me to give my car to that yellow-haired fool? I would sooner gift your mother a curse. Sending you a letter of grievances would be more fitting. Since we have severed our ties, before you leave, return the items I purchased for you." As he spoke, Liu Ruyan gestured towards the luxurious bags and jewelry adorning Liu Ruyan, each worth 5 to 6 figures. In his previous life, he had been generous to this ungrateful wretch. In this life, he was determined to ensure her discomfort, seeking to torment this pair of treacherous lovers. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in fury, rendered speechless. "What? Aren't we severing ties? Are you reluctant? Or do you believe that no debts mean no need for repayment?" Trembling with rage, Liu Ruyan exclaimed, "Very well. What Xuanhuang said is indeed true. Every member of your Liu family is cold-hearted. You have never regarded me as family. Let me tell you, even if you kneel and beg for my forgiveness in the future, I shall never forgive you. I will make it known to all that you, Liu Ruyan, are heartless and unfilial." With that, Liu Ruyan threw down her handbag and jewelry, storming out the door. Liu Ruyan discarded her belongings into the trash. He was utterly unconcerned by Liu Ruyan's threats. Everyone in his previous life was well aware of this ungrateful person's true nature. It was only he who had remained obstinate, realizing the truth only moments before his demise. Now, he had a far more pressing matter to attend to: seizing the Eastern Emperor's Bell before the impending danger of the primal chaos descended. Chapter 2. The Advent of the Primordial Era and the Seizure of the Eastern Emperor Bell, with merely 12 hours remaining until the arrival of the Primordial Realm. There is still time to procure the Eastern Emperor Bell. Liu Ruyan retrieved his mobile phone and dialed number. "Mr. Liu, what are your plans?" A female voice emanated from the receiver. She was Liu Ruyan's personal assistant, responsible for managing his daily affairs. "Please arrange for a flight to the airport near Wangwu Mountain." Wangwu Mountain? Which Wangwu Mountain? "The one from the tale of the foolish old man who removed the mountains. Make the arrangements immediately. The sooner, the better." "Right now?" The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily. "Mr. Liu, an important client is visiting the company tomorrow. You've been overseeing that project for a year, and it pertains to the future development of the company. If you leave now..." The voice trailed off, but Liu Ruyan interrupted. "No worries. Proceed as I instructed. Tomorrow marks the final day before the primordial realm descends. He must seize the opportunity swiftly. As for monetary concerns, they would hold little significance once the primordial realm becomes reality. However, those age-old relics possess immense value. Upon the emergence of the primordial world, influenced by the laws of heaven and earth, certain ancient artifacts would acquire spiritual essence or merit, transforming into treasures or even spiritual artifacts. Even in museums, many national treasures could evolve into formidable innate spiritual treasures. In his past life, numerous individuals stumbled upon fortuitous opportunities, or museum staff members, positioned advantageously, serendipitously obtained these treasures, gaining a head start. In the tumultuous and perilous primordial world, they thrived effortlessly. Not only did they intervene in the tribulations of the demons and witches, but some also ascended to become disciples of the three teachings, or joined the Western sects, soaring to great heights. In his previous existence, Liu Ruyan relied on the antiques bequeathed by his parents, including a jade brush capable of nurturing spiritual energy, combined with his considerable innate talent, to attain the status of a Tai golden immortal within the primordial realm, establishing a small domain for himself. Regrettably, he lacked foresight, falling prey to the treachery of Liu Ruyan, which ultimately led to his demise. Among the scattered treasures, one could be regarded as one of the most extraordinary opportunities: the Eastern Imperial Bell, one of the three innate treasures of the primordial world. In his past life, after the arrival of the primordial realm, a video surged to the forefront of the internet. A group of tourists visiting Xuanhuang Mountain on the day of the descent suddenly heard a magnificent chime resonating through the heavens and earth. They hastily captured the moment on their phones, witnessing a large bell rising dramatically from a small temple atop Xuanhuang Mountain, emanating an aura of profundity. The bell, adorned with mysterious engravings of flora, fauna, and the landscapes of the nation, soared into the sky, tearing a rift in the firmament before vanishing in an instant. According to numerous analyses conducted post-event, that grand bell is indeed the primordial treasure of the celestial court of the demon race, belonging to one of its prominent figures, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. The voice on the other end of the phone sighed. In her recollection, General Liu's approach to company matters had always been swift and decisive. He rarely exhibited such capriciousness. Alas, it must be the mischief of General Liu's younger sister again. I hope he comes to his senses soon. The assistant ended the call, only to ring back shortly. General Liu, the private jet to the airport near Xuanhuang Mountain has been arranged. At the foot of Xuanhuang Mountain, a black jeep wound its way along the rugged path before halting in front of a small temple. This was indeed the Xuanhuang ancient temple. Liu Ruyan alighted from the vehicle and glanced up at the plaque above the temple's entrance. In his previous life, he had encountered various explanatory videos online regarding the Eastern Bell, which detailed the name and location of the temple where it had emerged, exactly where Liu Ruyan stood now. Fortunately, this temple was not situated in some remote wilderness. He had quickly found it after disembarking from the plane, guided by his memory. Esteemed benefactor, please halt. May I inquire what brings you here from afar? A middle-aged monk, clad in robes and of ample stature, emerged with a slight frown, clearly unwelcoming of Liu Ruyan's sudden visit. However, Liu Ruyan remained unfazed. In his previous life, many bloggers had verified this temple, specifically noting a peculiar trait of this monk. Master, I am merely a humble visitor, Liu Ruyan said, joining his hands in reverence. I have heard that your temple's deity is quite efficacious, and I wish to enter to make a wish. The monk furrowed his brow slightly, showing no intention of granting passage. You're not destined to connect with the Buddha. Best be on your way. Liu Ruyan turned away, not returning to the vehicle, but instead retrieving a stack of vibrant red banknotes from inside. He pressed them into the monk's pocket. Master, I genuinely wish to pay my respects. This is my sincerity. The monk's eyelids twitched, and he immediately stepped aside with a beaming smile, inviting, forgive my poor discernment. Your spiritual affinity is indeed profound. Please do come in. Indeed, the monk's notable characteristic was his avarice. Liu Ruyan nodded knowingly and entered the temple, feigning reverence before the gilded statue in the main hall, while the flower monk remained outside to film content, not following him. Stealthily, Liu Ruyan made his way to the temple's rear courtyard. Within a dilapidated pavilion, Liu Ruyan beheld his objective. This must be the dormant Eastern Bell. Suspended in the small pavilion was a bell as thick as a vat, its surface an inky black, riddled with rust. The intricate patterns and inscriptions were obscured by corrosion, rendering it utterly ordinary, devoid of the ancient and innate majesty one might expect from the fabled Eastern Bell. Even the individual overseeing this ancient temple had failed to recognize its extraordinary nature, allowing it to languish in neglect. Yet Liu Chen was certain this was indeed the Eastern Bell from the videos of his past life. The moment of the primordial descent marked the awakening of an ancient power, and it was then that I recognized the opportune moment to seize it. Liu Chen cast a glance at the time on his phone, feeling his heart race as the moment of the primordial world's arrival drew ever nearer. Moments later, a resplendent aurora erupted in the sky, tearing the heavens asunder. The fissure grew wider, ultimately consuming the entire firmament. Beyond the rift lay the familiar realm of the primordial world, filled with extraordinary treasures and exotic species, towering ancient trees, and a vibrant aura of spiritual energy. In the sky, 10 blazing suns fled in haste. The catalyst for the great battle between the witch and the demon was unfolding before me. The cunning of the Taoist led to the demise of the great witch Quafu at the hands of the demon tribe's 10 golden crows, igniting the saga of vengeance pursued by the formidable archer, a towering figure of immense strength, his body rippling with powerful energy and adorned with divine runes, drew back a divine bow crafted from the sacred wood of Fusang, aiming at the 10 radiant suns above, preparing to unleash his arrow. Suddenly, the dark bronze bell before Liu Chen resonated with a thunderous sound. At last it had arrived. Let the refinement commence. Chapter 3. Elective of the Demon Clan. Evolution of the three-legged golden crow. As the resounding chimes of a grand bell echoed, the obsidian ancient bell before Liu Chen erupted with a mysterious yellow glow. The dark rust upon its surface began to shed in layers, revealing the ancient, majestic body of the bell, which bore fine cracks. The bell vibrated incessantly, as if it were on the verge of soaring into the heavens. At the conclusion of the war of the sorcerers and demons, the Eastern Emperor Tai perished in a self-destructive explosion. Subsequently, the Eastern Emperor Bell, capable of suppressing time and space, vanished from the primordial world. Many in the past speculated through videos that the Eastern Emperor Bell traversed the river of time, escaping into the modern world. The primordial realm descended into reality, and due to the war's aftermath, the bell lay incomplete, awakened by the breath of the laws of heaven and earth, prompting its escape anew. In the fleeting moments following its awakening, while the spirit of the bell was yet to fully revive, Liu Chen, in his mortal form, seized the singular chance to rob it amidst the chaos. He immediately placed his hand to his mouth, bit his fingertip, and pressed his palm against the quivering yellow bell, initiating the process of acquisition. Vivid crimson droplets fell upon the bell's surface, spreading along its inscriptions and patterns, swiftly enveloping the trembling Eastern Emperor Bell. The recently revived Eastern Emperor Bell seemed to sense Liu Chen's intentions, its tremors intensifying as it began to resist. Liu Chen felt as though he were locked in a contest of strength with a colossal elephant, his body and mind weary. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself, I must not succumb. I must seize this innate treasure. Only then can I hope to obtain the blood essence of the golden crow, evolve into the three-legged golden crow, and accumulate strength in advance. It is only through this that I can successfully confront the impending crises of the primordial cataclysms. At last, perhaps due to Liu Chen's indomitable spirit from 2 lifetimes or the Eastern Emperor Bell's nascent state, the thunderous vibrations ceased abruptly, and the overwhelming force vanished. A hum resonated as a beam of mysterious yellow light surged into Liu Chen's palm, and the Eastern Emperor Bell within the pavilion had already disappeared. Success! Liu Chen felt the Eastern Emperor Bell, now the size of a bell, pulsating with excitement within his dantian. This was one of the 3 great innate treasures. The Eastern Emperor Bell, Chaos Bell, a top-tier artifact of the primordial world. During the final phase of the war of the sorcerers and demons, the Eastern Emperor Tai wielded this treasure to contend with half of the ancestral sorcerers, subtly gaining the upper hand. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao's scheming through the saints, the outcome of the war might have been rewritten. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in his possession, he could soon acquire the blood essence of the golden crow, evolve into the extraordinary three-legged golden crow, and proceed with the subsequent plans seamlessly. Liu Chen's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Yet before he could further explore the bell's functions within him, the rift in the sky suddenly expanded. In a flash, he opened his eyes to find himself in the primordial world, surrounded by modern humans exchanging bewildered glances. In the sky, the saga of days shooting the sun had reached a fever pitch. One by one, the blazing suns were struck by divine arrows, crashing down as the corporeal forms of the three-legged golden crows, above the heads of all modern humans. A celestial light curtain shielded them from the overwhelming aftermath of this monumental battle between gods and demons. The resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in everyone's ears. The arrival of the primordial world has officially commenced. Modern humanity may enter the 6 paths of reincarnation to choose their race anew. After 12 time periods, those who do not make a selection will default to the human race. Note, once a race is chosen, it cannot be altered. Due to the differing temporal progression between the two realms, the operational speed of the primordial world will accelerate. Goodness, the primordial world has descended. A race selection? What is this madness? And who is that formidable figure in the sky, shooting arrows at the sun? Is that the great archer Ho-E? Is this the legendary event of E shooting down the suns? Where is this place? I want to go home. Oh no, I just added a clock. After indulging in the extravagant 998 set meal, let me return. The crowd around erupted in exclamations, gazing at the fierce battle unfolding in the celestial canopy. Liu Chen's thoughts drifted into a daze. He was all too familiar with this scene. This was the heavenly Tao's way of providing modern humanity a chance to better engage in the great tribulations of the primordial world by allowing everyone to change their race anew. The arrival of the primordial world unfolds in 2 stages. The first stage, which is the current phase, allows all humans to reselect their race. Every 12 hours, individuals will be transmitted from the modern world into the primordial world, akin to playing a hyper-realistic VR game themed around the primordial era. Though this game indeed carries the risk of death, modern humans can cultivate and develop in this accelerated temporal environment, where 1 Earth day is approximately equivalent to 10 days in the primordial world. Subsequently, humans will return to the modern world. This phase of mutual transmission between the 2 realms will last for 6 months. The second stage will commence after these 6 months, culminating in the complete fusion of the human and primordial worlds, at which point all modern humans will no longer return to their previous existence, fully integrating into the primordial world as its inhabitants. The moment Liu Chan met his demise in a previous life marked the onset of this second stage. Long after the complete descent had occurred, reborn, he felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the opportunity to reselect his race. Gazing at the 6 paths of reincarnation before him, Liu Chan whispered to himself, "Now, there are 4 major races available for selection: the human race, the witch race, the Azura race, and the demon race, akin to a profession selection in a game. Each race possesses distinct advantages and disadvantages. The human race was created by the Empress Nuwa in accordance with the Tao body, endowed with innate intelligence and considerable comprehension, yet their physical strength is frail, resembling a mage class in online games. The witch race specializes in physical prowess while neglecting spiritual cultivation, boasting formidable strength but lacking in comprehension, almost the antithesis of humans. Akin to a tank or meat shield, the Azura race possesses explosive power superior to other races, characterized by their bloodthirsty ferocity, yet their physicality and comprehension are average. The demon race is a fusion of the 4 major races, exhibiting both intelligence and physical strength, with commendable combat abilities, though unfortunately lacking specialization, being neither superior nor inferior. The primordial world? The 6 paths of reincarnation? A chance to choose anew? Does this mean I can cultivate? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. But after the exposition of the celestial laws, their eager gazes turned towards the swirling vortex of the 6 paths of reincarnation before them. Many harbored a profound yearning for the enigmatic and unfathomable primordial world. The 6 paths of reincarnation comprised 6 immense vortices radiating with the power of virtue. The 3 noble paths, heavenly path, human path, and Azura path, and the 3 malevolent paths, beast path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. Once a race was chosen, it could not be altered. Was this not of utmost significance? Some among the crowd inquired how one should make such a choice. Instantly, individuals with knowledge of the primordial world began to expound on their insights, sharing with those nearby. Given that the myth of the East shooting the suns was currently unfolding, it indicated that the great war between the shaman and the lich had commenced. Subsequently, both factions would suffer greatly, leading to the inevitable rise of the human race, the validation of the three sovereigns, and the division of the three pure ones. Following this, the era of the investiture of the gods would arrive. Everyone was aware of the investiture of the gods, where the two sects, Chen and Jie, would clash. The Jie sect, predominantly comprised of the demon race, would ultimately face defeat. Thus, choosing the human race presented the greatest advantage, while the demon race would be at the most significant disadvantage. Some knowledgeable individuals in the vicinity nodded in agreement, affirming that the brothers' assertions were indeed accurate. Although the demon and shaman races currently wielded considerable power, it was but a fleeting moment. The preference was undoubtedly for the human race, known for their high comprehension. For those seeking security, the shaman race, with their robust physiques, offered a safer option in the primordial world. If one truly desired to engage in combat within this realm, the Azura race also boasted formidable prowess. As for the demon race, while versatile, they excelled at nothing in particular. Hence, caution in their selection was advisable. As they spoke, the initial commentators promptly advanced towards the human path's vortex within the 6 paths of reincarnation. With their lead, numerous others followed suit, driven by the human tendency to conform, believing that aligning with the majority would yield no missteps. Yet, many remained hesitant, acutely aware that once chosen, a race could not be changed, necessitating careful consideration. At that moment, Liu Ruyan stepped forth from the throng and boldly approached the beast path vortex. The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. What was his brother thinking? The beast path? Choosing the demon race? Surely, the demon race would soon meet their demise. Was he courting disaster? You don't understand. The youth relishes in standing apart from the crowd. Liu Ruyan disregarded the chatter surrounding him and resolutely entered the beast path. He was acutely aware of what choice suited him best, for he had his own strategy. The discussions of those prior were indeed accurate. The human race possessed high comprehension. The shaman race exhibited formidable strength, and the Azura race had exceptional combat capabilities, while the demon race faced the most significant disadvantages. However, they overlooked one crucial point. Regardless of the choice made, upon entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, no one could ascend to greatness in an instant. Humans were but ordinary beings, and demons were merely lesser creatures. It was impossible to transform into dragons or phoenixes from the outset. To attain strength, one ultimately relies on diligent effort, gradually expanding and fortifying oneself, or perhaps by seizing fortuitous opportunities to acquire extraordinary legacies. In a previous life, Liu Ruyan chose to become a serpent demon among the, and through perseverance and hard work, coupled with the aid of a jade brush artifact, he obtained the dragon transformation elixir, evolving into that governed a vast expanse of waters. This was indeed a remarkable feat among beings, or rather, among demons. However, in this life, he harbors no desire to become a serpent demon, nor does he wish to be an ordinary dragon merely regarded as a source of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Instead, he aspires to seize the exceptional opportunity presented by the sun-shooting prowess of De, embarking on a path of greater strength to evolve into the extraordinary being of the primordial era, the 3-legged golden crow. Chapter 4. The Rewards of the Heavenly Path. An unexpected delight indeed. In comparison to humans, witches, and the Azura clan, the demon race may seem rather unremarkable. However, Liu Ruyan was acutely aware of a distinct advantage possessed by the demon race, the existence of an evolution curve. By acquiring the primal blood or heritage belonging to their specific evolution curve, they could transform from mere demons into far more formidable primal beings. Presently, a ready source of such extraordinary blood lay before all demons, the blood of the 3-legged golden crow. You have entered the beast realm. Do you wish to abandon your current race and transform into a demon? Confirm choice of demon race. Please select your subclass: plant type demon, avian demon, scaled demon, avian demon. Please choose your specific race: sparrow demon, eagle demon, Crow demon. The demon race is broadly categorized into three major classes: plant type, scaled, and avian. Within these classes are further subdivisions comprising hundreds of specific races, each with its unique heritage. For instance, the mouse demon inherently possesses the ability to burrow. The ox demon boasts immense strength and resilience. And the fish demon can navigate aquatic depths without the aid of water pearls. Among the avian demons, flight is attainable without the need to reach the earth immortal stage. I choose the demon race, crow. Theoretically, any avian demon could evolve into a three-legged golden crow, but for the sake of prudence, Liu Ruyan opted for the crow lineage. Suddenly, the swirling vortex of the six paths of reincarnation generated a powerful suction, drawing Liu Ruyan within. He felt his body undergoing transformation by the laws of the heavenly path. Fine black feathers sprouted from his limbs and bones, while two fleshy spheres bulged from his back. With a resounding thud, a pair of enormous wings unfurled, flapping twice. The visage Liu Ruyan now bore resembled that of the golden-winged rock from the Journey to the West television series. Bird's head with a human form, retaining the general shape of human limbs, adorned with wings and covered in black feathers. Somewhat unappealing, Liu Ruyan glanced at his limbs and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, he felt no alarm. Once the demon race evolved to the Earth immortal stage, a complete transformation would occur, rendering their appearance indistinguishable from that of humans. At that time, he would once again become the handsome and dashing individual he once was. Name: Liu Ruyan. Race: Crow demon. Realm: not yet cultivated. Level 0, racial heritage: ordinary crow demon heritage, white. Acquired artifacts: Eastern Imperial Bell, Ling Long jade brush. Racial talents: flight, claw strike, heavenly path rewards and punishments. None. Evolution curve: ordinary crow, ice crow, Xuanhuang, Liu crow, each innate human, upon selecting their race, receives a heavenly path panel that records their fundamental information. Liu Ruyan's gaze fixed upon the evolution curve on the panel. Indeed, it was as he suspected. A faint smile graced his lips as he noted the presence of the three-legged golden crow. As the first innate human to choose the demon race, you are awarded by the heavenly path the favor of the demon race. Is there truly a heavenly path reward for being the first to choose the demon race? Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing why numerous modern humans in his previous life had risen rapidly after the arrival of the Primordial era. It was because these individuals had received rewards from the heavenly Tao. The entire world was influenced by the laws of the heavenly Tao, and these rewards were akin to a buff enhancement. When one accomplished an act recognized by the heavenly Tao, they would be bestowed with a reward. For instance, Niwa received a significant reward for creating humanity, earning immense merit. Conversely, if one committed an act disapproved by the heavenly Tao, they would face its retribution as punishment. Heavenly Tao reward: favor of the demon clan. The awakened intelligence of the demon race increases your favorability. Upon reading the details of the heavenly Tao reward, Liu Ruyan nodded slightly as the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears once more. You have chosen a race. Please select your birthplace in the Primordial World. A vast and ancient map unfurled before Liu Ruyan, depicting the entire layout of the Primordial World, with notable locations marked such as the Central Pillar, the Unruly Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain where the three purities resided, as well as other areas like the Eastern Sea and the Abyssal Blood Sea. Finally, the moment had arrived. Liu Ruyan exhaled deeply and gently tapped the map, choosing to be born by the shores of the Eastern Sea. The 10 golden crows, led astray by the machinations of the Western teachings saint of propositions, had left Tang Valley in their reckless pursuit of amusement, resulting in a scorched earth. The great shaman Quafu was lured to his demise, and in vengeance, the mighty shaman infiltrated the demon clan's heavenly court, stealing a branch of the sacred Fusang tree, one of the 10 spiritual roots, to forge the divine bow, the sun-shooting bow. He drew the bow and shot at the sun, leading to the fall of the 10 golden crows into the Eastern Sea, thus igniting the epic battle between shamans and demons. The precious blood of the golden crows that Liu Ruyan sought was located in the Eastern Sea. A brilliant flash enveloped him, and as the world turned upside down, he opened his eyes to a breathtaking sight. Intense heat surged from the ocean as scorching suns plummeted from the sky into the waters, causing the entire eastern sea to boil under the relentless blaze of the true fire of the sun. Indigenous beings of the primordial realm fled in terror towards the inland, as the three-legged golden crows, being a rare breed of the primordial era, held formidable power and possessed the intense true fire of the sun. Even when shot down by the residual power was beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. However, Liu Ruyan pressed forward rather than retreating. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared toward the spot where the three-legged golden crows fell, emanating a barely perceptible yellowish aura that shielded his body. It was the Eastern Imperial Bell, serving its purpose. As one of the premier treasures of the Primordial World, the Eastern Imperial Bell possessed the ability to suppress space and time. Though Liu Ruyan, with his current strength, could not fully refine its restrictions. Using it as a defensive tool to withstand the searing flames of the sun was more than adequate. Naturally, he was cautious not to flaunt the Eastern Imperial Bell indiscriminately, understanding the adage that possessing a treasure can invite trouble. Due to the merging of the modern world, this primordial realm had two Eastern Imperial Bells. One was held by the demon clan's leader, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the other was in his possession. If it were to be guided by Xuanhuang, these two most audacious Western saints would surely seize it, claiming that this object is fated to be with our Western teachings, leaving one with no place to lament. My dear brother, this object is destined for me. Suddenly, a voice arose after Liu Chen's departure. Chapter 5. Did the little golden crow reanimate? The favor of the demon clan takes effect not long after Liu Chen soared above the ocean's surface. A shout echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he was astonished to see dozens, if not hundreds, of avian demons emerging from the coastline, all flying towards the distant spot where the golden crow had fallen. In the depths of the sea, numerous fish demons also swam towards the location where the golden crow had descended. Evidently, these were modern humans who had chosen the path of demons, driven by the same ambition as Liu Chen, seeking to seize the precious blood of the golden crow. It was no wonder that in his previous life, many individuals swiftly rose to power during the brief period of the primordial calamity. There are always those with a keen vision who can quickly adapt to their surroundings and seize any opportunity to grow stronger. Liu Chen chuckled softly. However, you shall have no chance now. All fortunes shall belong to me. The notion of acquiring the golden crow's legacy was not originally Liu Chen's idea. It was a speculation that had surfaced online sometime after the arrival of the primordial calamity in his previous life. At that time, no one had succeeded in realizing it. The conditions to claim the golden crow's legacy were threefold. One must be of the demon clan, possess an evolutionary lineage that included the golden crow, and have a treasure capable of withstanding the true fire of the sun. These were the criteria listed online for obtaining the golden crow's inheritance. Regrettably, while these conditions seemed straightforward, they were nearly impossible to fulfill. Everyone had just recently chosen their races and were at low levels of cultivation, unable to withstand the true fire of the sun, and none possessed a treasure that could endure such heat. Indeed, as they approached the vicinity of the golden crow's remains, the potency of the true fire of the sun intensified. Several avian demons, unable to withstand the searing temperatures, turned back in retreat. A number of individuals began calling out to Liu Chen, who was flying at the forefront. Brother, you also seem to be a modern person. You came here for the golden crow's blood, right? I advise you to give up. The true fire of the sun is too formidable. There's no chance of survival. You might end up losing your life for nothing. Yes, brother, the true fire of the sun is indeed overwhelming. You are just an ordinary crow demon. It's best you return. The golden crow's legacy is alluring, but one must have their life to obtain it. Continuing forward would be a futile sacrifice. Liu Chen, holding the advantage of being at the forefront, continued to soar ahead, while the hundreds of avian demons behind him, sharing the same ambition, grew anxious, fearing that the immense opportunity might slip through their fingers. They urged him to reconsider, yet their bodies were honest, flapping their wings against the scorching heat. Struggling to fly onward, they were torn between concern for their brother and the fear of him claiming the prize. Thank you for your concern. Liu Chen turned back slightly and smiled at those behind him. I belong to the fire element, and I have been heat-resistant since childhood. Keep pushing forward, everyone. The opportunity to evolve into a primordial aberration is right before us. What is this? Are you flying so slowly because you wish to bestow the Golden Crow's legacy upon me? If that is the case, I graciously accept your goodwill. Those behind him watched Liu Chen's smug demeanor, cursing silently, yet feeling utterly powerless against him. Brother, truly, do not advance any further. The true fire of the sun is one of the most formidable flames in existence, akin to courting death. Indeed, the demons behind continued to persuade, while the fish demons swimming below chimed in. However, as we approached the location of the three-legged golden crow, the temperature escalated significantly. Several eagle demons could no longer endure, bursting into flames from their wings and plummeting towards the sea. The waters below had already been scalded to a boil by the true fire of the sun, rising in steamy waves. To incinerate heaven and boil the seas is nothing less than this. Given our current realm, without any magical treasures at our disposal, it is utterly impossible to withstand the true fire of the sun. The avian demons finally halted, and the fish demons ceased their advance, begrudgingly gazing at the distant silhouette of the three-legged golden crow with sighs of despair. There was simply no way to forge ahead. Damn, how is that crow still flying? It seems the true fire of the sun has no effect on it. Could it be that the physique of the crow is superior to that of other demon races? This defies logic. Or does it possess some treasure capable of resisting fire? Yet, this is the true fire of the sun. Only innate spiritual treasures could withstand such a force. Could it be that it truly possesses one? Those seeking to seize the legacy of the Golden Crow in the Eastern Sea were undoubtedly well-versed in the myths of the primordial era and recognized the classifications of magical treasures. They could only watch as Liu Chen's figure grew increasingly distant, helplessly sighing and cursing in frustration. Alas, truly worthy of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, Liu Chen exhaled deeply, enveloped in protective light of profound yellow, safely entering the blinding true fire of the sun. Within this dazzling radiance, a golden crow hung majestically in mid-air, its form resembling a small mountain, embodying the regal demeanor of avian kings. Its three claws appeared robust and powerful, while its feathers shimmered in an enigmatic platinum hue, adorned with flowing red flame patterns. Yet, it was pierced through by a fiery red arrow, lifeless beyond measure. Nevertheless, even in death, this three-legged golden crow continued to emanate the blazing true fire of the sun, distorting the air around it. Thus, this was the true form of the three-legged golden crow. Liu Chen marveled, as it was his first encounter with the essence of such a primordial anomaly. In his past life, after transforming into a dragon, Liu Chen sought greater cultivation resources and had joined the demon court to combat the witch clan. He had once caught a distant glimpse of the imposing figures of the demon emperors, but had never witnessed their true forms. Who dares, a mere demon, to desecrate this Lord's divine body? Seeking death, a voice, authoritative yet tinged with youthful indignation, suddenly echoed. By the heavens, it has come back to life. Liu Chen was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a youthful phantom clad in golden armor with a handsome visage manifesting above the corpse of the three-legged golden crow. He quickly realized that this was the soul of the golden crow, not yet fully dissipated after its recent demise. However, even when confronted by this ephemeral soul, with Liu Chen's unrefined form as a minor demon, provoking the prince of the demon race could still lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the vicinity might be under the watchful eyes of numerous formidable beings. As a reincarnated member of the innate human race, untouched by fate, these powerful entities were unable to scrutinize his origins directly. Nonetheless, should he dare to present the Eastern Emperor's Bell above his head, the situation would drastically change. Would that not be akin to courting death at an accelerated pace? The online strategies from his previous life had failed to mention such a tribulation. Just as Liu Chen's thoughts spiraled, contemplating strategies to placate this prince of the demon race, suddenly, the deceased prince spoke again. Why do I sense no malice from you? Who are you? State your name. A surge of joy filled Liu Chen's heart. He recognized this as the reward from the heavenly Tao, the favor of the demon race. Your Highness, I am but an obscure little demon, harboring no ill will, Liu Chen replied, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. Upon witnessing your Highness being ensnared by that detestable witch clan and meeting your demise here, I brave the searing flames of your solar, true fire, even at the cost of my own life, to catch a final glimpse of your Highness. Now this quest is fulfilled. You little demon, though your appearance may be unseemly, you have shown loyalty to our demon heavenly court, the young golden crow remarked appreciatively, influenced by the favor of the demon race. He nodded in approval, his tone softening considerably, and the surrounding solar, true fire began to dissipate. Yet now, my 9 brothers have already perished. Chapter 6. Activation. The inheritance of the demon emperor within the Eastern Imperial Bell. Alas, the 9 of us brothers have perished. The prince of a demon clan wears a visage of profound sorrow. Had circumstances been different, encountering a loyal little demon such as yourself would have undoubtedly led me to guide you along the path to greatness. Guide me to ascend the celestial pathway? Your words stir a desire within me to resurrect you. Liu Chen mused with a tinge of regret. What is it that you desire? The demon prince inquired earnestly. Before my soul dissipates, I shall do my utmost to fulfill the wishes of this loyal little demon. May I have your blood of the golden crow? Liu Chen contemplated this thought deeply, recognizing the perilous nature of such a request. To utter this desire was akin to demanding your life. Despite the prince's favorable disposition towards him under the influence of the favor of the demon clan, and the fact that he was on the brink of death, it was prudent not to provoke him unnecessarily, lest it invite unforeseen complications. Perhaps this was a test of his character. No, Liu Chen resolutely shook his head, his gaze unwavering as if pledging allegiance. Your Highness, I desire nothing for myself. I have come solely to escort you on your final journey, with no other aspirations. Thus, Liu Chen opted to further cultivate goodwill, although he recognized its limited utility. Nevertheless, it would not be long before this demon prince would meet his end, and the blood of the golden crow would inevitably become his own. The demon prince nodded in appreciation. Excellent. I see I have not misjudged you. With a person of your noble character among our ranks, the demon clan need not fear decline. In light of this, I bestow upon you the only valuable possession I possess, my golden crow blood. I implore you, do not refuse it. Inherit my legacy and aid the demon clan in achieving eternal prosperity. As he spoke, the prince's soul radiated with resplendent golden light, akin to a revival of vitality. His true form, the golden crow, began to be engulfed by the radiant flames of the platinum sun. A droplet of blood, the size of a water bead and adorned with mystical fire patterns, emerged from within him, emanating an unmatched formidable power. Moments later, the essence of the 3-legged golden crow was consumed entirely by the flames, reduced to ash. The spirit of the golden-armored youth wore a contented smile, swiftly dimming until it vanished from sight. This cannot be. Thank you, Your Highness. Liu Chen grasped the golden crow blood tightly and immediately began the process of refining it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden crow blood nestled within Liu Chen's palm, its overwhelming solar flames searing through his feathers, transforming into pure energy that gradually flowed into his being. An exceedingly domineering heat surged from Liu Chen's palm, coursing through his wrist, veins, and bones, rapidly penetrating every limb and sinew of his raven demon form. He felt an immense energy surging within him, rapidly reshaping his muscles, bones, and even his chi, enhancing them in girth, length, and vitality, transforming decay into the extraordinary, purifying essence and marrow. His black feathers ignited, engulfed in flames of platinum hue. After a brief moment, the blazing flames gradually extinguished, the energy of the golden crow blood wholly absorbed. In the heart of the cosmos, a magnificent 3-legged golden crow slowly opened its eyes, emitting an extraordinarily resounding cry. I have ascended. I have evolved into a 3-legged golden crow. Is this the physique of a primordial aberration? Liu Chen transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, marveling at his limbs and bones. At this moment, The once ebony feathers adorning his body had transmuted into a resplendent platinum hue, adorned with subtle, flickering flame patterns. His powerful wings, robust and sinewy, made him acutely aware that his current form was worlds apart from that of an ordinary crow. It surpassed even the dragon physique he possessed after consuming the dragon transformation pill in his past life by several hundredfold, with every limb infused with formidable strength. A barely perceptible bloodlight danced around Liu Ruyan. Wait, the Eastern Emperor Bell seems to be undergoing a transformation. As Liu Ruyan examined his own metamorphosis, he was suddenly struck with terror upon noticing that the once serene Eastern Emperor Bell within his dantian was rapidly absorbing his golden crow essence, beginning to tremble slightly. What on earth is happening? Did the Eastern Emperor Tai leave behind some contingency plan before his demise? Dong! A faint chime resonated as the bell finished absorbing the golden crow essence, and suddenly, a golden scripture materialized on its surface. An overwhelming surge of ancestral memories flooded into Liu Chen's mind. Upon opening his interface, he was astonished to discover that both his lineage and racial attributes had undergone transformations. Name, Liu Chen; race, three-legged golden crow; realm, yet to cultivate; racial inheritance, Demon Emperor's legacy, colorful; acquired treasures, Eastern Emperor Bell, fragmented; Linglong Jade Pen; racial talents, Devourer of the Demon Emperor, true sunfire; golden crow transformation, sunray; feather, Demon Emperor's legacy. Could it be that the scripture which appeared on the Eastern Emperor Bell was a safeguard left by Eastern Emperor Tai after his death, and that my golden crow essence inadvertently activated it? Liu Chen rejoiced. Wait, this is a colorful inheritance. Inheritance represents racial skills, and, as one ascends in realm, corresponding talents will be unlocked. In this primordial world, inheritances range from weak to strong, classified into 6 colors: white, green, blue, red, gold, and colorful. Originally, his crow inheritance was merely ordinary white, and after his dragon transformation in his past life, it only elevated to blue, while the golden crow essence was known to be a golden inheritance. Now, he has leapt to the pinnacle of colorful inheritance. His racial talents have also expanded to 4: true sunfire, golden crow transformation, and sunray feather, all offensive techniques of the three-legged golden crow. However, what is this devourer of the Demon Emperor? A flash of insight illuminated Liu Chen's mind. By consuming the target's body, one can inherit the target's abilities. Consumption is not bound by the evolution curve. By the heavens, what a windfall! This is the legendary devourer of the Demon Emperor. Liu Chen was ecstatic. Does this not mean that I have become a master of the primordial realm? In the future, will I be able to absorb the abilities of others simply by consuming them? If I devour the ancestral shaman, will I acquire his physique? If I consume the Xuanhuang, will I gain his swiftness? If I feast upon Hongjun, what might I obtain? Liu Chen felt as if an immensely grand path of evolution unfurled before him. Starting with a mere bird, my capabilities will rely entirely on consumption. Can I also perceive the function of the Eastern Emperor Bell? As Liu Chen focused his thoughts, the information about the Eastern Emperor Bell instantly materialized in his mind. Treasure, Eastern Emperor Bell, grade, innate supreme treasure, condition, damaged, repair progress. 5. Feeding spiritual materials can facilitate repair. Function, defense, as an innate supreme treasure. It remains a top-tier protective artifact, even when damaged. Function, spiritual chi paradise. It creates a self-contained paradise rich in spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation and capable of storing items, including living beings. No wonder the Eastern Emperor Bell had been silent earlier. Liu Chen understood now. It had been damaged in the Great Battle of Yur, and was only partially restored by the essence of the Golden Crow. Feeding its spiritual materials unlocks additional abilities with every 5 of repair completed, but what grade of spiritual materials is required for restoration? I shall test it. Liu Chen retrieved his ancestral jade brush, a delicate artifact designed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the speed of cultivation, albeit of modest quality. In his previous life, it served him well. However, with the emergence of the Eastern Emperor Bell's spiritual paradise, it had become redundant. With a mere thought, he offered it to the Eastern Emperor Bell in his dantian. Repair progress, 5. 0.05. Goodness, a single treasure only adds 0.05 to the repair. It appears that to restore this innate supreme treasure, I will need to seize heavenly materials and earthly treasures from now on. Liu Chen mused with a sense of resignation. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an intriguing object. Aha, let me try this. Chapter 7. Was one of the golden crows missing? Liu Chen flapped his wings, retrieving a fiery red arrow that floated not far away. The sun arrow, crafted by the great shaman Hou-yi, was forged from a branch of the sacred Fusang tree, one of the 10 primordial roots, blended with celestial gold, undeniably a type of spiritual artifact. Furthermore, its quality was exceptional. When paired with the sun bow wielded by Hou-yi, it became a formidable divine weapon capable of striking down even a prince of the golden crows at the Deluo golden immortal level with ease. Ordinary Deluo golden immortals would find it equally effortless to slay. Regrettably, given Liu Chen's current prowess, acquiring the sun bow was entirely out of reach, forcing him to offer it to the more powerful Eastern Imperial Bell instead. With a mere thought, the arrow vanished from his grasp. Repair progress 7.00 satisfactory. Liu Chen nodded in approval. A single sun arrow had contributed nearly 2% to the repair progress. If he could find 1 or 2 more innate spiritual treasures, he would unlock another extraordinary ability of the Eastern Imperial Bell. During the impending battle between the witches and the demons, he could stealthily procure a few more branches of the Fusang tree from the Sun Star. Just as he prepared to depart this land of turmoil in pursuit of those 2 primordial roots to forge a supreme 5-elements body, he suddenly sensed a trace of bloodlight entwined around him. This was a heavenly Tao retribution? When had he committed any heinous acts? Was deceiving the young golden crow into offering his blood considered a transgression? Heavenly Tao retribution. You have accepted the blood essence of the demon prince. You must fulfill his commission. Before ascending to the Tai golden immortal level, you must acquire a drop of blood essence from a shaman above the level of a great shaman to advance. Blood essence from a great shaman? Merely blood from a great shaman. Liu Chen quickly regained his composure. What a fright. I thought it was ancestral shaman blood. In this primordial world, the realms are primarily categorized as earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, Xuanhuang golden immortal, half sage, and Xuanhuang Deluo golden immortal, sage. Although during this era, golden immortals were as common as dogs, and Deluo golden immortals were abundant, the majority of the 12 ancestral shamans were at the quasi-saint stage. Renowned great shamans like Qi Yu, Hou-yi, and Xing Tian generally possess strengths ranging from Deluo golden immortal to quasi-saint. However, ordinary great shamans were typically at the Tai golden immortal level. For Liu Chen in his past life, killing a Tai golden immortal might have posed a challenge, but in this life, with the physique of a 3-legged golden crow, the Eastern Imperial Bell, the legacy of the demon emperor, and the subsequent fortuitous opportunities he would seize, it was quite manageable. Having received your golden crow blood essence to aid in your revenge can be seen as a tit for tat, though he originally sought the golden crow blood for his own purposes. Liu Chen still felt a sense of gratitude. In his previous life, he had survived the calamity of the witches and demons through that magical artifact, the Jade Brush, barely achieving the status of a Tai golden immortal during the function period. As the storms grew fiercer, the fish became more precious. The calamity of the Lich and the catastrophe of the gods, though both termed as tribulations, are nonetheless brimming with boundless opportunities. Armed with the memories of his past life and an array of strategies shared online by numerous formidable figures, Liu Chen harbors unwavering confidence in avenging the little golden crow and attaining enlightenment in the primordial realm, soaring to great heights. With his thoughts gathered, Liu Chen gazes towards the horizon, recognizing that the scheming Kunyi is likely on his way to scavenge the remains. It is unwise to linger here. He must swiftly align himself with the demon court and seize the 2 primordial innate spiritual roots. Having clarified his thoughts, Liu Chen employs his innate talent. Transformation of the golden crow into a rainbow, transforming into a crimson arc and hastening towards the shores of the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Sea's edge, a cacophony of disbelief erupts. How is it possible that that crow has truly entered? That is the true fire of the sun, one of the most formidable flames in the primordial realm. The princes of the demon race are all at least of the Tai golden immortal level, even in death. Their residual power is beyond our reach. Could it be that the three-legged golden crow is innately aligned with the crow kin? A multitude of reincarnated demon clans, gathered at the Eastern Sea, engage in fervent discussions. But this is peculiar. These brothers chose crow demons as well, yet they cannot enter. Could it be that the individual possesses an innate spiritual treasure? Just as the demon clan remains baffled, a sudden flare of brilliance erupts from one of the sites where the golden crow fell, only to swiftly dim thereafter. Look, something is amiss. The power of the true fire of the sun has weakened. Speculations arise amongst the demon clan. Could it be that the essence of the three-legged golden crow has truly been acquired by that individual? This is more painful than death. Amidst the wailing and envy of the reincarnated demon clans waiting by the Eastern Sea, an unnoticed crimson light darts towards the shore, departing the Eastern Sea and vanishing into the depths of the primordial continent. Just as Liu Ruyan leaves the Eastern Sea, a radiant, ethereal figure sweeps in from the west, clad in a half-monk, half-robed attire, standing high in the celestial realm, chuckling softly. The fall of the golden crow into the Eastern Sea is indeed fated to be linked with my Western teachings. I shall graciously accept these 9 little golden crow bodies. However, something feels off. Wait, why are there only 9? The figure suddenly pauses, seemingly squinting to search meticulously. What? One body is missing? How dare someone intercept my opportunity? What audacity! Originally, the plan entailed 10 little golden crows, 9 dead and 1 grievously wounded. Now, inexplicably, 1 body is absent. Had Liu Ruyan remained at the Eastern Sea's edge, he would undoubtedly recognize this ethereal figure as none other than the esteemed Kuni, one of the 2 saints of the Western face. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xuanhuang attempted to deduce the unfolding situation, but found himself at an impasse. There must be a sage's machination at play, yet its identity eluded him. The modern human race, under the protection of the heavenly Tao, was a variable beyond the purview of the primordial causal deductions, rendering Xuanhuang's efforts futile. Just as he was poised to intervene and retrieve the remaining corpses of the golden crows from the sea, his expression suddenly shifted. A sage was approaching. He could not allow the existence of his Western teachings to be revealed as instigators of this great conflict. Xuanhuang transformed into a radiant light and vanished in an instant. A splendid phantom, imbued with the power of virtue, rushed forth with great speed. The ethereal figure possessed a serpent's body and a human head, adorned with a long, fair neck and cascading hair like a waterfall. Draped in azure silk, her beauty was transcendent, and behind her floated a red embroidered ball brimming with virtuous energy, the Saint Enwa, who had attained sanctity through the creation of humanity. With a graceful wave of her hand, Enwa collected the 8 golden crow corpses from the Eastern Sea, along with the last surviving chick. She cast a glance in the direction of the retreating radiance, snorting disdainfully, "Alas, I have arrived just a moment too late, allowing that shameless thief to carry away a golden crow's body. I shall remember this scheme." At the foot of Mount Buzhou, at the recruitment office of the Demon Court, the laws of the Heavenly Tao were established at significant landmarks throughout the primordial realm. Places like Mount Buzhou and Kunlun Mountain were equipped with teleportation arrays for the use of modern individuals. Emerging from one such array, Liu Ruyan manifested in a half-demon form, resembling a crow-headed human, as he made his way to the recruitment office. In the primordial world, time was measured by the cycle of the Yuan, where a single retreat for enlightenment could span hundreds or even thousands of years. Therefore, to prevent newly traversed individuals, vulnerable and low in strength, from becoming mere wraiths within the banners of the human emperor amidst the perils of the primordial realm, the heavenly Tao provided them a glimmer of hope. It established 2 methods for modern individuals to swiftly enhance their capabilities. The first method involved earnest cultivation, seeking out a rich spiritual environment or finding a benevolent master among the great powers of the primordial realm. Naturally, with modern individuals having awakened their intellect, their cultivation speed generally surpassed that of the native inhabitants, barring those of exceedingly dull nature. They need not endure the tedious millennium-long transformations or awakenings. In his previous life, Liu Chun had traversed this path. The second method entailed slaying the native beings to seize their cultivation. In essence, it was akin to defeating monsters to gain experience and level up. Killing beasts, demons, witches, asuras would lead to strength. Although the Eastern Imperial Bell, once activated, possessed the ability to create a spiritual paradise, Liu Chun, in this life, predominantly chose to pursue the latter path while retreating to the spiritual realms during idle moments. He recalled a shortcut to joining the demon court from his previous life and wondered if it still held relevance now. With these thoughts, Liu Chun arrived at the recruitment office's entrance. Chapter 8. The quest to forge the slaughtering witch sword and create the supreme five-element spirit body, the recruitment office of the demon clan. A structure of ordinary ancient governmental style stands at the foot of the towering Mount Buzhou. This mountain, also known as the Heavenly Pillar, serves as the nexus of the demon court in the primordial realm. Gazing upward, one can behold pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings. Ascending along the slopes of Mount Buzhou, eventually leading to the resplendent palaces above the clouds, shimmering in gold and jade, exuding an ethereal aura. At this moment, the Heavenly Court is not the one familiar to many from the tales of Journey to the West. Its sovereign is not the Jade Emperor, who lounges at his desk, imploring the arrival of the Tath Gata Buddha. Instead, it is the Demon Emperor Dijun, along with the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, two brothers born from the celestial sun, the Golden Crows. It is almost inconceivable that such a magnificent mountain, reaching into the heavens, could be forcefully fractured by the ancestral shaman Gong Gong, murmurs Liu Chun. Is this truly the legendary demon court? How awe-inspiring. Around him, a scattering of modern reincarnated beings from the demon clan, seemingly unaccustomed to the grandeur, express their admiration incessantly. Liu Chun discerns their identities primarily through their clever demeanor, clearly indicating their awakened intelligence. Native demons require at least the earth immortal realm to attain such awareness. The reincarnated demons gather together, engaging in animated discussions. The demon court. I long to ascend and witness it firsthand. I wonder if I might encounter Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, or perhaps the Demon Emperor Dijun. I could inform these two leaders about the outcome of the Witch-Demon War and reveal that the Demon Master Kunpeng, that traitorous sixth, fled at a crucial moment. Who knows, they might even honor me as a distinguished guest of the Demon Clan. Why don't you go in first? No, let you enter first, and we shall follow behind you. Most of these individuals harbor dreams of ascending Mount Buzhou, seeking to forge connections with the renowned figures from the ancient myths they are familiar with, hoping to soar to great heights. However, Liu Chun understands that such aspirations are nearly futile. In his previous life, he approached with a similar mindset, attempting to venture into Kunlun Mountain, yet he could not even breach its borders. At that time, the three pure ones had not yet separated, residing amicably within Kunlun, each vying to secure a connection with these revered figures to become disciples of the. Regrettably, few have ever succeeded in such endeavors. To be favored by the esteemed ones, it is paramount to enhance one's own strength and foundation, allowing them to perceive one's innate talent. Moreover, imparting the subsequent developments of the primordial myths proves fruitless. Whether the great ones believe or not is inconsequential, as the laws of the heavenly Tao would not permit it. Striking down before one could utter a word. This is what is meant by the notion that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. During this period, the demon clan should commence the forging of the slaughtering witch sword. As Liu Chun walks, he reflects upon the memories of his past life. In a bygone era, the demon court required the collection of vengeful spirits to forge the slaughtering witch sword. Fearing the repercussions of karmic retribution, they sought the assistance of formidable modern demon clans to aid in this endeavor, offering exceedingly generous rewards, two of which were the rarest materials from the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, the Li Fire Fusang wood and the Jia wood Huangjong Li. These very items were precisely what I sought to concoct a supreme, five-element spirit body. Liu Chen's mind was vividly etched with the strategies employed by the deities in his past life to accomplish the slaughtering which sword quest. During the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons, he was but a mere substitute demon king, a pawn in the grand celestial array. In this life, it would be preferable to become a principal figure within that formation. Ideally, serving as a substitute for one of the 10 demon saints would be even more desirable. When the heavens and earth collapse, treasures and spiritual artifacts will rain down like droplets. Sun and moon essence, the river diagram, and Luo book. The essence of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, all falling freely, ripe for the taking. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within Liu Chen as he approached the conscription office. At that moment, most modern demons around him wore expressions of anxious anticipation, yearning to enter the demon clan's office, yet hesitant to draw too close to these unfamiliar official establishments, wary of potential dangers. They clung to the notion of merely lingering nearby without venturing inside. Their unease transformed into astonishment when they beheld a platinum crow demon, adorned with mystical patterns upon its wings, stride confidently past them towards the conscription office. Lo and behold, someone has entered. Is this truly the heavenly court of the demons? How audaciously they walk in. The crowd of lesser demons whispered amongst themselves, hoping this bold figure would serve as their guide. With bated breath, they scrutinized Liu Chen's every move, simultaneously anxious for his safety and secretly reveling in the prospect of his potential missteps. They watched, wide-eyed, as Liu Chen approached the entrance, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the 2 demon soldiers stationed at the gate before simply walking inside. The collective gasps of the lesser demons echoed their disbelief. Was it truly that effortless? How could he enter so smoothly? Did he not face any obstacles? Where was the gatekeeper to scold him or demand gifts for passage? A wave of urgency surged through the small demons as they clamored to follow Liu Chen into the conscription office, unwilling to allow that white crow to seize the opportunity meant for them. Observing this commotion, the 2 tiger demons of the earth immortal realm exchanged wary glances. Fearing a rebellion was afoot, they swiftly raised their weapons, barking commands, "Halt! Who dares to encircle the conscription office of our demon court? Seek death!" A group of diminutive demons immediately ceased their chatter, hastily offering explanations. "My lord, temper your anger. We harbor no intention of attacking. Akin to the individual we just encountered, we aspire to join the demon court and contribute to the grand endeavor of unifying our demon race across the vast wilderness. Indeed, we too wish to be part of the demon court." The 2 tiger demons stationed at the entrance cast a sidelong glance at the throng of demons, sneering disdainfully. "Ah, so you desire to join our esteemed court? Very well. However, your previous audacity in trespassing upon our domain necessitates a token of sincerity before you may enter." "A token?" The assemblage of smaller demons exchanged perplexed glances. "What token?" The 2 tiger demons exchanged knowing smiles, their fingers still bearing remnants of fur, gesturing dismissively. The reincarnated demon lineage was left dumbfounded, realizing that this was essentially a toll for passage. "My lord, why must we pay a toll to enter? That individual the demon before us entered without such a fee." The tiger demons rolled their eyes. "Can you compare yourselves to that fellow? Not only does he possess striking good looks and a melodious voice, but he also exudes an ineffable charm, unmistakably a rare gem among our demon kin. My lord, I wish to join the demon court." Liu Chen stated to the official seated behind the desk, diligently inscribing upon a scroll. "Ah, so you wish to become a demon soldier," the official muttered, barely lifting his gaze as he nonchalantly pushed a leather-bound ledger forward. "Please register here." His demeanor clearly indicated that he was a goat demon, with an elongated visage and a prominent tuft of white beard adorning his chin and 2 horns jutting from his head. "My lord, I do not wish to be a mere soldier." Liu Chen shook his head. "I aspire to be a vanguard. The vanguard requires a minimum cultivation of the earth immortal realm, unless—" The official's impatience prompted him to finally raise his head, frowning as he regarded Liu Chen. Then, he became utterly speechless. Chapter 9. The Astonishment of the Demons Saint Bays, The sun's true fire annihilates, I understand. Unless there's a formidable heritage, right? Liu Chen remarked. The goat-bearded official remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on the pair of wings behind Liu Chen, his pupils dilating and his beard quivering slightly. The wings were robust and sinewy, adorned with feathers of white tinged with gold, and faint crimson runes shimmered upon them. The official's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Come, young sir, please have a seat and let us converse. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. This is certainly not one of those rootless little demons from the primal wilderness. The goat-bearded official was utterly convinced. Just by observing the swirling patterns on this young demon, he could discern that its lineage was far from ordinary. It emanated a sense of power that felt both formidable and eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Yet, at this moment, this low-ranking official of the demon court could not recall where. The goat-bearded official lightly shook his head, forcibly suppressing the thrill within him. Regardless of this young one's ancestry, it mattered little. Such a being from the primal wilderness would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable greatness in the future. To think I have crossed paths with him today. I have been relegated to this recruitment office for so many years alongside my fellow comrades. If I could forge a connection with this extraordinary being, should he ascend to greatness? Liu Chen noted the official's unwavering attention on the wings behind him, and felt no trepidation that he might recognize him as the true form of the three-legged golden crow, the same lineage as the current demon emperor. After all, those who had glimpsed the true form of the demon emperor in this primal world were renowned figures. Young brother, are you a being from the primal wilderness? The goat-bearded official snapped back to reality, rising with a beaming smile. Just a fortunate evolution, nothing more. Indeed, young brother, you possess profound opportunities and are remarkably humble and courteous. By the way, are you not seeking to become a vanguard of the demon court? Gulme, come here to register, and I shall enlighten you regarding the duties of a vanguard officer. Forgive me for my ramblings, he continued. As per regulations, you are required to eliminate a group of rebellious demons, and this is their location. Upon completion of the task, bring back the token. Afterwards, you may receive your salary, along with corresponding magical artifacts and techniques. And, of course, if you find this task daunting, that is no issue, I can. It was not until Liu Chen had completed his registration and departed from the recruitment office that the goat-bearded official remained in a state of overwhelming delight, his warm smile lingering long after. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe descended gracefully, hands clasped behind his back in the courtyard. Upon recognizing the visitor, the official suddenly came to his senses. Lord Bays, he exclaimed, rising in alarm to bow, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Bays, the military strategist of the demon court, one of the 10 esteemed demon saints. Individuals of the demon saint caliber were nearly the apex of authority within the entire demon celestial court. How could one suddenly seek an audience with a mere recruitment officer? The goat-bearded official found himself puzzled. Baizé, clad in a flowing white robe, his silver hair elegantly secured with a hairpin, exuded neither age nor frailty. Rather, he embodied an air of authority intertwined with a touch of scholarly grace, his ethereal presence accentuated by those profound, insightful eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the world's myriad illusions. Recently, numerous have descended upon the primordial continent, drawn forth by the machinations of celestial forces. Are you aware of this? Bai Shi inquired. The goat-bearded official, bowing respectfully, replied, Indeed, esteemed Baizé, I am well aware. At the foot of Mount Buzhou today, several have gathered. Although these beings appear to be mere ordinary creatures, I find myself unable to perceive the karmic ties they possess. They must indeed be the you speak of. Baizé nodded, his voice rich and resonant. Presently, several princes of our demon clan have been slain by the witch clan. Soon, our formidable beings shall personally lead a campaign against them. The demon emperor, through the analysis of the river diagram and the low shu, has discerned that these are untainted by karma, merely manifestations of the primordial chaos. They will have an immeasurable impact on this impending war between the witches and demons. Should any desire to join our ranks and lend their strength to our clan, you must do your utmost to accommodate them. The goat-bearded official nodded respectfully, I shall adhere strictly to your orders. Furthermore, Baizé added, should you encounter any exceptionally gifted, you must keep a watchful eye on them. In truth, Baizé had descended with a hidden agenda, to seek assistance in forging the slaughtering witch sword. The denizens of the witch clan cultivate their physical prowess exclusively, neglecting their spiritual essence, rendering them extraordinarily robust. Conventional spiritual treasures are ineffective against them. The higher echelons of the demon clan aspire to forge the slaughtering witch sword to counter the witch clan's might. The crafting of this sword necessitates the accumulation of resentment through the slaying of numerous beings. However, the inhabitants of the primordial realm are most averse to becoming entangled in karmic debts. The prominent figures among the demon clan are wary of attracting karmic repercussions, and those who are free from such ties are the most suitable executors. An outstanding? The goat-bearded official murmured, his eyes lighting up as he recalled the recently departed Liu Ruyan. Could it be? A candidate had begun to take shape in his mind. Baizé's deep-set eyes instantly perceived the official's thoughts, aware of Baizé's uncanny ability to read minds. The official understood that no being could conceal their innermost thoughts from him, unless they were a being of great enlightenment. Thus, he elaborately narrated the circumstances surrounding Liu Ruyan. An evolved? Baizé mused, a hint of skepticism crossing his brow. That seems improbable. This group has only recently manifested. How could they acquire the extraordinary legacy of a great demon in such a brief span? Surely, it must merely be an ordinary lineage. Baizé scrutinized the goat-bearded official closely, utilizing his piercing gaze to ascertain that the official was not fabricating his words merely to curry favor. Every word I speak is the truth, the official promptly affirmed. Currently, that is undertaking the task of advancing to the position of vanguard officer. Should you harbor any doubts, esteemed sir, you may go and observe for yourself. Baizé shook his head, saying, there is no need for haste. I shall remain here for the time being. Should you encounter any exceptional otherworldly creatures, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall personally come to investigate. With his piercing gaze bestowed by the Eye of Illusions, Baizé could discern the truth behind the clerk's words. However, he suspected that the remarkable creature mentioned was merely a fortunate little demon who had obtained an ordinary inheritance. Even if it possessed genuine talent and a powerful legacy, how formidable could it truly be? It hardly warranted the attention of Baizé, one of the 10 great demon saints, to rush forth for a mere inspection. In the Yellow Wind Ridge, the rebellious rat demons needed to be eradicated. Returning with the Rat King's fangs would suffice to complete the preliminary mission. The Yellow Wind Ridge was engulfed in swirling sands. Liu Ruyan retracted his golden crow transformation, reverting to his half-demon form as he stood upon a colossal sand dune. Below, the dune stretched for miles, riddled with holes, each a rat's burrow. The shrill squeaks of the rodents echoed from below as phantasms flitted in and out of the rat holes. The great races of the primordial wilderness were somewhat akin to the major nations of Earth, with the witch and demon clans being the 2 most powerful nations, often embroiled in conflicts. Furthermore, not all demon clans fell under the jurisdiction of the demon court. The group of rat demons below were considered external personnel, or rather, bandits of the underworld. According to information from the demon court, this band of rat demons had recently rebelled under the Rat King's leadership, frequently raiding nearby demon tribes. Suddenly, a group of unawakened rat demons detected Liu Ruyan and launched an assault. With their sharp beaks and blood-red eyes, each rat demon was as large as a calf, their fur resembling steel needles glistening with a cold sheen. Their 4 claws, akin to blades, surged through the swirling sands towards Liu Ruyan. Locking onto one rat demon, Liu Ruyan swiftly unleashed a torrent of blazing platinum flames from his palm. In an instant, the demon was consumed by the true fire of the sun, reduced to ashes, and the ground scorched to a fiery red. Truly, the power of the sun's true fire was formidable. Liu Ruyan could not help but marvel inwardly at its overwhelming might, achieving a swift extermination. A glimmer of spiritual essence soared from the ashes of the rat demon and entered Liu Ruyan's body. Cultivation 1, Current Realm. Level 0, 1. Between the realms of Earth Immortal and Celestial Immortal, Each level is subdivided into 9 tiers. Modern practitioners must reach full cultivation in the 9th tier to ascend. Furthermore, to advance thereafter, they must not only attain full cultivation, but also survive the heavenly tribulation. To his astonishment, he had gained a full one in cultivation. The speed of advancement through the top-tier inheritance of the primordial wilderness was indeed remarkable. In his past life, Liu Ruyan had endured countless days of hidden cultivation, only beginning to level up by slaying monsters after reaching the celestial immortal realm. It was not until the calamity of the Fengshen that he barely achieved the status of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet now, with a mere casual strike, he had effortlessly annihilated a rat demon. Chapter 10. A rocket-like surge in speed. Ascending to earthly immortal status within a single day, as Liu Ruyan made his move, the other rat demons swiftly took notice of this uninvited guest. Rushing forth from their lair, dozens of rat demons, their eyes fierce and menacing, brandished their sharp claws, intent on tearing Liu Ruyan to shreds. Some of the more powerful ones had even evolved to possess human-like hands, wielding weapons such as swords and spears. "Come at me," Liu Ruyan chuckled softly. "It saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one." With a flick of his hand, 5 rays of solar true fire shot forth. Screech, screech! 5 rat demons let out a wail, turning to ashes in an instant, departing this world in serene silence, devoid of any suffering. Cultivation 1, Cultivation 1, Cultivation 2, Cultivation 3. With each gesture Liu Ruyan made, dozens of spiritual lights erupted from the bodies of the fallen rat demons, merging into him. He felt his cultivation soaring rapidly, a sensation he had never experienced before. The ascent in power was astonishingly effortless. Moreover, upon being reduced to ashes, the locations where some rat demons had perished left behind several green, egg-sized crystals. These were spirit stones. Capable of generating spiritual energy for beings to cultivate, they could also be inscribed with array patterns, set up as formations, or serve as a universal currency for trade. While unleashing the solar true fire and reaping the lives of the rat demons, Liu Ruyan diligently collected the fallen spirit stones, depositing them into the spatial realm of the Eastern Imperial Bell. The spiritual energy cave within the bell not only provided a space for cultivation, but also allowed for the storage of items. Although its current area was modest, it would expand rapidly as it was repaired, resembling a primordial forest filled with ethereal energy, comparable to the sacred grounds of the most esteemed beings. In his previous life, even the sanctum established by the Tai Golden Immortal paled in comparison to the space within the Eastern Imperial Bell. The spiritual energy cave could even sustain living beings. Perhaps in the future, he might cultivate spiritual roots or raise celestial birds, fox spirits, or catgirls. Let us not digress. As a golden light descended, Liu Ruyan's thoughts were drawn back. Rank 1, current realm, first level, 0, with the elevation of his rank. Liu Ruyan sensed a marked increase in both his physical strength and speed, as well as a significant enhancement in the flow of spiritual energy within him. His control over the solar true fire had also improved. In just half a day, he had ascended a rank. Such rapid progress was astonishing. Liu Ruyan felt a surge of joy. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, the first modern individual to attain the earthly immortal realm was a former Azura who had transitioned. Yet, that individual was truly favored by fate, possessing an innate spiritual treasure from the very dawn of the world, and holding the position of a key figure within a powerful family behind the scenes of the great Xia Empire. Empowered by the innate strength of his celestial treasure, he swiftly gathered numerous modern individuals to assist him in vanquishing monsters, employing a method that allowed him to deliver the final blow and accumulate cultivation at an accelerated pace. This endeavor consumed a full 10 days of earthly time for that individual. Now, I alone can ascend to the earth immortal realm in nearly a day's time. Liu Ruyan once again marveled inwardly. The transformation of the exotic species truly is formidable. Cultivation 1, Cultivation 2, Cultivation 2, Rank 1, Cultivation. As Liu Ruyan continuously engaged in combat, an abundance of spiritual energy flowed into his being. Within the Eastern Imperial Bell, the spiritual energy had amassed over 100 spirit stones. At last, Rank 1, current realm, 7th rank, 21, with the descent of the 7th beam of golden light. Liu Chen's rank finally reached the 7th tier, although the cultivation required for advancement would increasingly escalate with each rank, given his current pace. A breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm was merely a step away, since the first individual to specialize in the demon race received a heavenly reward. It was certain that the first to ascend to the Earth Immortal realm would also garner a heavenly reward, and one that would undoubtedly be more substantial. Liu Chen was resolute in his ambition to achieve this elevation within the day. With a rustling sound, the ground churned as a mouse demon burst forth from the earth. With a mere gesture, Liu Chen summoned the true fire of the sun, which transformed into the ethereal form of the golden crow, emitting a clear and crisp cry as it soared forward. The mouse demon let out a wail before turning to ash. Sun True Fire Proficiency. Novice. The current Sun True Fire had transcended its initial stage of mere fireballs and could now manifest the ethereal image of the golden crow, greatly enhancing its power and range of attack. As Liu Chen surveyed his surroundings, he found no remaining mouse demons and thus approached the largest sand dune nearby, where the mouse demon king likely resided. According to the information provided by the demon court, he was expected to be at the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm. With the demon emperor's legacy and the unparalleled defense of the Eastern Imperial Bell, confronting an Earth Immortal would be more than sufficient. With that thought, Liu Chen entered the cave. The darkness enveloped him, limiting visibility to a small area ahead. Snap! Liu Chen clapped his hands, and a platinum flame coalesced into the ethereal form of the golden crow, illuminating the entire cavern. As he stepped forward, he frequently trod upon the bones of demon creatures, which cracked underfoot. Suddenly, a foul wind surged from the depths of the cave. Thousands of crimson eyes, accompanied by the tremors of the ground and the sound of squeaking, rapidly approached Liu Chen. Thanks to the light, he discerned that it was a swarm of countless small mouse demons, each the size of a puppy, rushing towards him like a tidal wave. So this is where the feast lies, Liu Chen mused. Were it anyone else, the first sight of such a terrifying scene would have sent them fleeing, even if they were at the Earth Immortal realm. The cave, after all, was too confined to escape, and the hordes of mouse demons surged like a relentless tide, numbering in the tens of thousands, unyielding and ever-advancing. Yet, Liu Chen remained unfazed. He possessed a trump card perfectly suited for such a predicament. Innate ability, Sunlight Arrow Feathers, in contrast to the singular high-damage capability of the true Sunfire. The Sunlight Arrow Feathers, as a group attack technique, combined both substantial damage and area effect, rendering it most fitting for this scenario. With a mere thought, a resounding cry of a golden crow echoed behind him, as a majestic golden crow apparition unfurled its wings, scattering shimmering golden feathers. Swish, 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 countless platinum feathers, akin to sharp arrows, sliced through the air with searing heat, penetrating the depths of the cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The lamentations of the mouse demons erupted instantaneously, transforming into ethereal light that surged toward Liu Chen's form. Cultivation 1, Cultivation 2, Cultivation 3. Rank 1, Rank 1. Liu Chen, in an unparalleled state, harvested his cultivation while cautiously traversing deeper into the cave. Eventually, after a considerable duration, he arrived at a spacious area the size of a basketball court. In the distance, upon a stone chair, sat a stout middle-aged man, as corpulent as a small mountain, with two protruding front teeth and whiskers reminiscent of a rat. His pupils glowed crimson, and a lewd gaze scrutinized Liu Chen from head to toe. Behind him loomed a small mountain of spirit stones and various vibrant spiritual objects pulsating with life. "You should not have come," he exclaimed in a shrill voice. "Do you know for whom I am working?" Liu Chen chuckled. "Oh, you, a figure of nefarious influence, dare to compare background with me? Behind me stands a central authority." Chapter 11. Exceptional Rewards. Activation of the heavenly ranking enough of the trivialities. "I have come today solely to take your life." Liu Chen did not waste words, demanding, "Who stands behind you? What does that concern me? Could it be the Demon Emperor, Ji Jun? Or perhaps the Demon Master Coimping? I merely need to collect your life and return to fulfill my duty." With a swift motion, he unleashed a blast of solar flame. Arrogant, the Rat King was enraged, astonished that Liu Ruyan, a mere minor demon not yet at the Earth Immortal stage, would be so presumptuous. He activated his innate divine ability, Earth Escape, vanishing from sight. The solar flame struck the ground, scorching it to a fiery red. Evaded? Indeed, he possesses some merit as an Earth Immortal. Liu Ruyan cautiously scanned the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, the sound of disturbed earth echoed, and Liu Ruyan cast another solar flame into the fray. Boom! Nothing but empty space. A diversion. A chilling wind surged from behind, and a pair of sharp claws lunged towards Liu Ruyan's neck. However, the anticipated strike from the Rat King did not materialize. In a flash of rainbow light, Liu Ruyan's figure vanished. The Golden Crow transformation, a remarkable talent of the Golden Crow clan, enabling one to transform into a streak of light, achieving unparalleled speed. Such swiftness. The Rat King was taken aback. I did not realize this young man was so gifted. From which clan does he hail? Reveal your lineage, and I shall be astonished. Liu Ruyan paid him no heed, responding only with a fierce and dominating solar flame. Boom, direct hit. The Rat King shrieked in agony as the solar flame struck him, bursting forth from the earth. He scrambled towards a pile of spirit stones and treasures, seizing a fragrant spirit fruit and consuming it voraciously. The arm injured by the solar flame glowed a vibrant green, beginning to heal. The pain on his face lessened slightly. Do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, all these spirit stones and treasures are yours. The Rat King, recognizing the gravity of his situation, pleaded desperately. Foolish. Liu Ruyan scoffed. By killing you, these treasures will still belong to me. The Rat King was taken aback. He seems rather astute. Despair seeped into his heart. We are all demons. Why must we cause each other distress? Who said we were kin? Liu Ruyan shook his head. You betrayed the demon court and harmed your own kind. Today, I am entrusted by the demon court to take your life. As he spoke, flames of solar fire ignited at his fingertips. You are sent by the demon court? The Rat King seemed to latch onto a crucial point, hastily saying, Spare my life, and I will reveal who incited me to harm my fellow demons. But you must promise not to kill me first. What do I care who incited you? I only need your incisors to report back. Liu Ruyan was somewhat exasperated, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow. The Rat King urgently continued. I know who that person is. Oh, not that demon king, but he is currently refining a spirit treasure. Moreover, is a mid-grade acquired spirit treasure. Upon hearing the words Ling Bao, Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened with interest. Ling Bao, particularly a mid-grade postnatal treasure, is indeed a remarkable item. The Eastern Imperial Bell requires approximately 3% more restoration to unlock a new skill, and I am in need of high-quality spiritual materials for its repair. Please, share your tale. Liu Ruyan extinguished the solar true fire at his fingertips. Seeing this, the Mouse Demon King sighed in relief and began to recount. 500 miles from here lies the Black Cloud Mountain, where the Serpent King, Yunlin, reigns. It was she who coerced me and the neighboring demon kings to betray the demon court, pillaging nearby demon tribes to collect the souls of their kin for her, to forge spiritual treasures. Moreover, I have learned that this particular treasure is nearing completion. Black Cloud Mountain and the Yunlin Serpent King? The name suggests a formidable opponent. Liu Ruyan nodded thoughtfully, inquiring further, what is the cultivation level of the Yunlin Serpent King? She is at the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm and is adept at artifact crafting, the Mouse Demon King replied, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes as he unconsciously licked his lips. She also possesses a dual cultivation method known as Yin-Yang Harmony, often enlisting the aid of nearby demon kings for practice. You cannot imagine. Her figure is truly exceptional, with legs as white as jade and a waist as slender as a bamboo stalk. Especially her. Oh, alas. Stop. Stop. Enough of that. Liu Ruyan interrupted impatiently. I wasn't asking for such details. What is the strength of the Yunlin Serpent King's subordinates? The Mouse Demon King quickly responded. She commands 3 demon kings at the Earth Immortal level, whose power is not much different from mine, all aligned with her. Listening to the Mouse Demon King's incessant prattle, Liu Ruyan seized several crucial pieces of information. Black Cloud Mountain hosts a mid-stage, celestial immortal, and 3 Earth immortal level demon kings, along with approximately 1,000 lesser demons below Earth immortal strength. Furthermore, that Yunlin Serpent King. Indeed, she is extraordinary. I have said all that I needed to. The Mouse Demon King cautiously queried, "You must uphold your promise and release me." "Yes? What did you say?" Liu Chen asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Release me. Not that. What was the previous statement?" "You must uphold your promise." "What promise? When did I ever make a promise to you?" With that, Liu Chen reignited the solar true fire at his fingertips. "You." The Mouse Demon King stared at Liu Chen, fury bubbling to the surface as he spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in anguish. "You are shameless. You are untrustworthy." With those words, a thunderous roar echoed as the solar true fire extinguished the last remnants of his life. "What untrustworthiness?" Liu Chen sighed helplessly. "I made no promises to you." Cultivation 50, Rank 1, Breakthrough to Earth Immortal. At last, Liu Chen rejoiced, having slain an Earth Immortal Demon King, which catapulted him to the Earth Immortal realm. Simultaneously, a resounding clap of golden thunder struck beside him. Golden lightning serpents danced around Liu Chen, and under the divine cleansing of the heavenly thunder, his body began to undergo rapid transformation. The once grotesque head of the crow twisted and contorted, giving rise to facial features such as a mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, imbued with a hint of aloofness, a touch of malevolence, and a predominant air of indifference. The platinum feathers adorning the surface of his skin swiftly shed away, unveiling his fair complexion and robust musculature. The wings that once extended behind him rapidly retracted into his body, while the unique crimson-gold divine patterns of this primordial being receded beneath his skin, converging into a luminous mark at his brow, akin to the size of a juju pit, which shone brilliantly, imbuing him with an involuntary aura of supremacy characteristic of ancient creatures. He could not help but emit a chilling, mocking chuckle. The resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears. "Congratulations on entering the Earth Immortal Realm. As the first modern race to attain this realm, you have been bestowed with a reward from the heavenly Tao, a thread of destiny. Heavenly Tao destiny. This will enhance your fortune, opportunities, talents, and luck." To have received the favor of the heavenly Tao, Liu Chen was overjoyed. He comprehended all too well the rarity and value of such a boon. In this primordial world, mere strength was insufficient. One would merely be regarded as inconsequential. Figures like Ancestor Han Yun or the Eastern King had suffered betrayal due to their lack of fortune. In this realm, power, background, and the elusive nature of destiny were of paramount importance. As for power, Liu Chen was on the verge of acquiring it. His lineage as a 3-legged golden crow, combined with the legacy of the Demon Emperor, provided him with a formidable foundation. Now, he had also secured his fortune. Essentially, this meant he would enjoy greater luck, have the opportunity to become a child of destiny, attract the gaze of formidable beings, and even find fortune in the simplest of endeavors, like acquiring an extra fork when eating instant noodles. As Liu Chen absorbed that ethereal thread of golden destiny, he felt invigorated and revitalized. The voice of the heavenly Tao interrupted his thoughts once more. "Due to your ascension to the Earth Immortal Realm, the degree of integration with the Primordial World has increased. The Heavenly Tao leaderboard has been activated." Chapter 12. The Awakening of the Demon Emperor's Devourer, an unexpected joy simultaneously. The announcement of the activation of the celestial ranking resonated in the ears of all modern individuals. Those exploring the vast wilderness of the ancient world instinctively halted their activities, intrigued by the new panel that appeared beside their information display. To his surprise, Liu Chen discovered that the celestial ranking was activated upon someone's ascension to the Earth Immortal Realm, occurring much earlier than he had anticipated, nearly 10 days ahead of his previous life. The celestial ranking, as its name implies, serves as a leaderboard established by the celestial laws, ranking the realms of all modern individuals who have traversed into the ancient world, visible solely to them. To foster competition, the celestial laws refresh this ranking in real time, with those ranked higher receiving substantial rewards from the celestial realm, calculated monthly. You currently occupy the first position in the celestial ranking. You have the option to choose whether your information is public or hidden without hesitation. Liu Ruyan selected the option to conceal his information. Your information has been hidden. Hiding his information would not affect the distribution of celestial rewards. His decision to remain discreet was primarily influenced by two factors. Firstly, the timing was not yet ripe. The complete integration of the ancient world was still some time away. Upon his return to reality, he would still be an ordinary person. Should he reveal his identity now, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, jeopardizing his safety. In the real world, even possessing vast wealth pales in comparison to the influence of those in power. Only after the full arrival of the ancient world would he possess the confidence to safeguard himself. Secondly, his aim was to maximize his benefits. Revealing his identity at this juncture would only serve to elevate his fame. He intended to leverage the information disparity afforded by the celestial ranking for a strategic endeavor. This concerned the task of refining the slaughtering witch sword and acquiring the spiritual materials necessary for the restoration of the Eastern Imperial Bell in the real world. Once the time was right, he could reveal himself without regret. Liu Ruyan opened the celestial ranking and briefly scanned its contents. Celestial ranking: leader, name, hidden race, demon, realm, earth immortal, second place, name, Xuanhuang, race, Azura, realm, third stage, 51, third place, name, Liu race witch, realm, third stage, 21, fourth place, name, hidden race, Azura, realm, second stage, 78, fifth place, name, Yunxiao race, Azura, realm, second stage, 21, sixth place, name, Chidai Zhao race, Azura, realm, second stage, 11, seventh place, name, Wang Tong. The names occupying the upper echelons of the leaderboard were indeed familiar to Liu Ruyan. In a previous life, these individuals were nearly household names. Before Liu Ruyan's rebirth, each of them had achieved at least the status of a great Luo golden immortal, endowed with profound fortunes and formidable opportunities. They significantly influenced the subsequent developments within the world of Xuanhuang. For instance, the second-ranked Xiaotian was the first modern individual to break through to the Earth immortal realm, consistently occupying the top position on the heavenly Tao rankings for a considerable period thereafter. Furthermore, he became a favored disciple of the ancestor of the underworld river, akin to a prince within the blood sea of the netherworld. There were others, such as the prodigy Liu from the Wu clan, who obtained the blood essence of the ancestral witch and was designated as the successor of the Panga Temple. Additionally, there was the nationally revered goddess, Yunxiao, among many others. In the previous life, these figures were those whom Liu Ruyan looked up to. Regrettably, in this lifetime, the dynamics had shifted. The gap with the second-ranked individual was merely 7 tiers. It seemed I still had much to strive for. Liu Ruyan withdrew his gaze, turning to the corpse of the mouse demon king on the ground. The devouring of the demon emperor activated silently, unleashing an intensely concentrated black malevolence that surged skyward from Liu Ruyan's back, coalescing in mid-air into a shadow with blood-red eyes. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the mouse demon king's corpse. In an instant, the mouse demon king's mountain-like body withered away, leaving behind only an intact skin and 2 fist-sized incisors. The fiery red pattern on Liu Ruyan's brow now bore a hint of golden hue. Devoured the corpse of the white jade, treasure-seeking mouse. Acquired innate divine abilities. Earth escape technique. Acquired innate divine abilities. Treasure-seeking technique. This mouse demon was actually a variant of the Xuanhuang species. Liu Ruyan felt a surge of delight, initially believing he could only gain the Earth escape technique, but unexpectedly, he acquired an additional treasure-seeking skill. He opened his personal panel. Name, Liu Ruyan race, 3-legged golden crow. Realm, Earth immortal, 0th tier. Racial inheritance, demon emperor inheritance, colorful. Treasure, Eastern Imperial Bell fragment. Racial talents, devouring of the demon emperor. True sun fire, golden crow transformation, solar arrow feathers, 9 Crowsleywell armor, Earth escape, treasure seeking, heavenly Tao rewards and penalties, favor of the demon race, revenge of the demon prince. A thread of heavenly Tao fortune. The innate divine ability granted by the Demon Emperor inheritance, called the 9 Crozlihua armor, prompted Liu Ruyan to ponder. With a single thought, information regarding the 3 new skills manifested in his mind. 9 Crozlihua. Defensive divine ability, where true sun fire coalesces into armor upon the surface of the body, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and special effects against fire-based attacks. This defensive skill appeared to be quite powerful. However, it somewhat overlapped with the defense offered by the Eastern Imperial Bell. Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of regret, yet he quickly realized, no, it is indeed quite useful. The defensive skill of the Eastern Imperial Bell can only be utilized when no one is around, or when one has the confidence to eliminate the opponent discreetly, whereas the 9 Crozlihua armor can be activated at any time. The ability granted by the White Jade Treasure Mouse is quite remarkable. Liu Ruyan felt a surge of excitement. The art of Earth Escape not only facilitates stealthy movement, but also allows for unexpected retreats underground when faced with insurmountable odds. Among the 5 elemental escape techniques, Earth Escape stands out as the most practical in the early stages. The other techniques, wood, fire, water, and metal, require stringent conditions for their execution, whereas Earth Escape simply necessitates the presence of soil. After all, soil is ubiquitous. As for the treasure-seeking ability, it serves an even greater purpose. Presently, the Eastern Imperial Bell requires substantial spiritual materials for its restoration, and treasure hunting is the perfect solution to Liu Ruyan's pressing dilemma. The innate divine ability of treasure-seeking, combined with a thread of fate that enhances opportunities, is nearly an ideal match. A smile gradually spread across Liu Ruyan's face, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Regaining his composure, Liu Ruyan picked up the 2 prominent incisors of the Mouse King from the ground and directed his gaze toward the pile of spiritual materials behind the stone chair. The heap of spiritual stones radiated with vibrant life, accompanied by spiritual fruits and various unnamed spiritual ores and herbs. Among them lay a beautifully crafted robe, barely qualifying as a magical artifact, along with a pair of boots. The wealth accumulated by a treasure-seeking demon king was indeed impressive, prompting Liu Ruyan to marvel. He gathered all the spiritual stones into the Eastern Imperial Bell, leaving behind a few spiritually restorative fruits and the robe and boots. The rest were entirely devoted to the restoration of the Eastern Imperial Bell. Repair progress 002, repair progress 001, repair progress 003, repair progress. Repair progress of Eastern Imperial Bell 826. Regrettably, despite being a demon king of the earth immortal realm, the collection of spiritual items, while abundant, was largely of low grade. The cumulative effect did not even match that of a single sun arrow in terms of restoration. Liu Ruyan felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed a visit to the Black Cloud Mountain was inevitable. He was curious about the flavor of the Cloud Scale Serpent King, as Liu Ruyan donned a fitting robe and boots from the Mouse Demoness collection. He was just about to activate the treasure-seeking ability to gather nearby treasures when a voice echoed in his ear. Return countdown initiated 10, 9. Chapter 13. The leader of the rankings must have a system. As the grand countdown of the heavenly Tao concluded, Liu Ruyan's vision blurred, and his body was transported back to the modern world. Observing the surroundings of the Xianlei ancient temple, he found himself once more in the moment before the cataclysmic arrival of the Primordial Era. With satisfaction, Liu Ruyan nodded, reflecting on how he had nearly accomplished all the schemes he had envisioned for the first arrival of the Primordial Era. It was time to transition to the next phase. First, he needed to prepare for the acquisition of spiritual artifacts for the Eastern Imperial Bell in the real world. Liu Ruyan approached the front yard of the Xianlei ancient temple, where the previous monk, still standing in the courtyard, appeared dazed, seemingly yet to recover from the shock of the Primordial Era's first incursion. Ignoring him, Liu Ruyan exited and drove straight to the airport. In the spacious living room of his villa, Liu Ruyan sat on the sofa, tablet in hand, browsing through information online. The table before him was adorned with fine red wine and exquisite dishes. With the troublesome presence of Liu Ruyan absent, the atmosphere in the villa felt considerably more inviting. Outside, a minor chaos unfolded, punctuated by the distant wails of ambulances. Liu Ruyan was well aware of the situation at hand. Following the arrival of the Primordial Era, many had perished in their explorations of that world, which in turn affected the physical conditions of those left in the modern realm. This death mechanism, in his past life, took 3 days for people to decipher. In the Primordial World, upon death, souls were granted 3 opportunities to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yet all their cultivation and artifacts would be reset to 0. After 3 deaths, the soul would be extinguished, leading to complete demise, along with the physical body in the real world. Currently, many had already perished over 9 times in the Primordial World, leaving their bodies in the modern realm utterly devoid of life. Liu Chen opened the most popular online platform, Douyin, where discussions had erupted like wildfire, with nearly all content linked to the arrival of the Primordial World. Oh dear, family who understands. I chose the flower demon in the 6 paths of reincarnation, thinking I could gracefully cultivate into a flower fairy. However, I've heard that the demon clan has no future. Can I make a new choice? Please help. Attached is a picture of my lovely legs. JPG. Upon clicking into the comments section, a plethora of devoted admirers fervently replied to comfort her. Many claimed to have connections with one of the 3 pure ones, Yuan Tianzun, offering to assist her in dual cultivation without charge. Others boasted of having contacted Jiangxia, promising to bestow upon her the title of 100 Flower Fairy during the Investiture of the Gods, pleading for the author to share more alluring images. Dear ladies, I wish to establish a league composed solely of witches. Interested parties, please message me privately. Fathers, urgent. I seek clarification on the worldview of the primordial realm. I am utterly clueless about these matters. Brothers, likewise, I am also infatuated with the primordial world. I know nothing of the 3 pure ones or the demon emperors, only the investiture of the gods, which great deity comprehends the mechanisms of the primordial realm. Am I still in time to catch up? Brothers, I am currently at Kunlun Mountain, but I cannot gain entry. Does anyone know how to get in? A considerable portion of the posts are merely ostentatious. Shocking. I have unexpectedly garnered the admiration of a celestial being. Heavens! The antique ring in my possession contains a grandfather. Who comprehends this? I have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, encountering a powerful figure who claims to be one of the 3 purities, the celestial master. He has requested 300 spirit stones from me, promising I shall become his personal disciple once he regains his strength. However, I currently lack such an abundance of spirit stones. Who would be willing to partner with me? If you contribute 100 spirit stones, I would gladly bestow upon you the position of his personal disciple. These posts are primarily devoid of substance. Yet the most fervent discussions revolve around the recently unveiled Heavenly Tao rankings. How did those on the Heavenly Tao rankings cultivate? How have they ascended so swiftly? Astounding. The 6th-ranked Murong Jinjia is actually our well-known national goddess, and she is reportedly a member of the prestigious Murong family of the Great Xia. I knew choosing the Azura clan was a wise decision. Over half of the rankings are filled with Azura. Damn, who is the top-ranked entity among the demon clan? How did they achieve the celestial realm on the very first day? Are they cheating? In response, it is likely not. This person must have awakened a system. How infuriating. The world has undergone a monumental shift, yet I have suffered such a complete defeat. Liu Chen casually perused a few posts, finding little of value. And sighed in relief. He employed dark web techniques to register a new, untraceable account under the ID of Xuanhuang Cauldron. On his tablet, he crafted his inaugural post. Greetings, everyone. I am Xuanhuang Cauldron. I possess profound insights into the mythos of Xuanhuang. In the days to come, I shall regularly update this account with first-hand information regarding the Xuanhuang world, including its operational mechanisms, death mechanisms, and methods of acquiring fortuitous opportunities, ensuring the accuracy of the information. Those in need may follow my account. Liu Chen began to compose his post, incorporating foundational elements of the Xuanhuang worldview. The distinctions among major races and factions, as well as various death mechanisms and ancient artifact evolution methods that would soon be uncovered in his previous life. To enhance credibility, he also included some low-tier artifacts and methods of acquiring trivial opportunities that had circulated online in his past life. These details, in Liu Chen's view, held almost no value. They would soon be discovered in his former existence. Yet, in the present context, they were undoubtedly more shocking than a nuclear explosion. Indeed, as Liu Ruyan pressed the send button, his post rapidly ascended to trending status. The reply thread instantly reached thousands of comments, and the pace continued to surge. Wow, is what the author claims truly authentic? It sounds plausible. It appears somewhat implausible, doesn't it? How can the author substantiate the veracity of these claims? Could it be a mere deception to garner attention? Must all marketing accounts perish? In the realm of the primordial, does one truly face complete demise after 3 deaths? I can attest to the authenticity of this mechanism. A friend of mine incurred the wrath of a formidable demon. After being slain once and resurrected, he believed himself unscathed, only to discover the grim reality after his 3rd demise. Goodness, to perish thrice leads to utter extinction. How terrifying. By the way, does the author indeed assert that the flame seal resides within the Juli tribe? I was born in this very place. I shall venture there tomorrow to ascertain the truth. Is it genuinely possible to join the demon court and receive a demon clan technique? I remain skeptical. I have followed this marketing account. Do remind me of the results tomorrow. The author possesses a certain intrigue, and thus I have chosen to follow. The responses are numerous, yet the majority remain skeptical, failing to grasp the immense value of the information disclosed by Liu Ruyan. He refrains from offering any defense, for he understands that once the primordial descends again tomorrow and his revelations are validated, the account Primordial Encyclopedia will ascend to become the foremost authority on the subject. Once credibility is established in the hearts of the people, this account will not only facilitate the completion of the task involving the Slaughter Witch sword, but also enable the acquisition of a plethora of magical artifacts, the restoration of the Eastern Imperial Bell, and even the realization of his grand vision from his previous life to establish the first great alliance of the Primordial World. It will be utterly exhilarating. Ding dong, his phone chimed. A message had arrived from Liu Ruyan. Chapter 14. Liu Ruyan's regret. She dialed Liu Chen's number, only to find a solitary location from a rundown rental in the urban village. There was no additional information, maintaining her usual air of arrogance. Liu Ruyan's message was unmistakably clear. She expected Liu Ruyan to come and fetch her. What a lunatic, Liu Chen muttered, promptly blocking her contact alongside that of her entourage. Time was of the essence in these early days of impending chaos. He had no leisure to entertain her whims. There would be ample opportunities in the future to deal with this troublesome pair. Feeling uneasy, Liu Ruyan reached out to his private lawyer, intending to reclaim every penny he had expended over the years from that insufferable couple. He also contacted the property management of his villa community, instructing the security team to expel Liu Ruyan and her friends on site, ensuring they would no longer be granted entry. The security personnel in his residential area were not feeble old men, but rather formidable individuals trained for such encounters, leaving Liu Ruyan assured in their capability to handle any situation. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated rental's balcony, Liu Ruyan clutched her phone, staring at Liu Chen's unresponsive chat window. As time passed without a reply, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Liu Ruyan, I've already given you a way out. Don't push your luck, she muttered under her breath. Ordinarily, by this time, Liu Chen's Maybach would have been parked downstairs the moment her location was sent. Though she sometimes relished the idea of making him wait when she was upset, he had never failed to eagerly plead for her return. How infuriating! Today, however, he chose to ignore her completely. Perhaps he simply hadn't seen her message? I'll wait a little longer before sending another, she reassured herself. Why are you still out there on the balcony? A gruff voice called from within, demanding, I'm hungry. Hurry and make me something to eat. Coming. Liu Ruyan replied with a forced smile, tucking her phone away. She cast one last glance downstairs, but the sight she yearned for was nowhere to be found. Disheartened, she swiftly retreated inside. The instant noodle she had prepared lay carelessly discarded on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of takeaway trash bags. The table was marred with congealed grease and beverage stains, while an old laptop's fan incessantly blew hot air. Annoying flies buzzed chaotically around the room, where a short young man sat on a chair wearing capri pants and slip-on shoes, his emaciated frame topped with tousled blonde hair, marked with a hint of defiance and irritability. He was none other than Liu Ruyan's boyfriend, Song Yang, whom she adored deeply. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brow slightly, recalling her time at the Liu family villa, where she was attended to by maids and butlers, and meals were delivered punctually by personal chefs, leaving her untroubled by daily concerns. A pang of regret surged within her, lamenting her impulsive departure from the Liu family. However, upon remembering the porridge Xuanhuang once cooked for her and his heartfelt promises, she overcame her materialistic thoughts and smiled, asking, "Darling, what would you like to eat today? I'll prepare it for you." "Anything," Xuanhuang replied impatiently, his gaze fixed on the computer screen as he diligently perused the news of the impending chaos. Liu Ruyan reluctantly entered the modest kitchen equipped with only an electric pot and began to prepare instant noodles. Moments later, the meal was ready. "Darling, I made you a steaming pot of noodles," Liu Ruyan announced as she brought it out. "I've added some vegetables, too." Upon seeing the noodles, Song Yang's expression softened, and he retrieved a bowl, dividing a portion of the noodles for Liu Ruyan, adding a couple of vegetable pieces to her bowl as well. "You must be starving, too. Eat up." Looking at the vegetables in her bowl, Liu Ruyan beamed with happiness. "Darling, you truly love me, unlike that heartless scoundrel Liu Chen. He had the audacity to hit me over trivial matters. One day, I shall make the Liu family repay me with interest." "What?" Song Yang erupted in anger. "That Liu Chen dared to strike you. Where did he hit you? Did it hurt?" He leaned in, ready to blow on her wounds. Liu Ruyan shook her head, feeling both happy and wronged. "As long as I am with you, it's all worth it. Rest assured, my dear," Song Yang declared with a sweeping gesture. "No one shall ever harm you again. Once this matter in the chaotic realm is settled, I will gather my brothers and visit the Liu family to avenge you, ensuring that the Liu scion will regret his actions." Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over her. Such a domineering and admirable man. He is indeed the hero of my heart, and Song Yang truly loves me. "By the way, darling," Song Yang said with excitement, "yesterday while exploring the chaotic world, I encountered a powerful demon from my wolf clan. He claimed to be a disciple of the Jiao sect, undergoing tribulations, and felt an instant connection with me. Recognizing my extraordinary talents and unique lineage, he wishes to take me as his apprentice and initiate me into the Jiao. In the chaotic realm, Song Yang had chosen to affiliate with the demon clan, specifically the wolf demons, perceiving himself as a solitary wolf wandering through the mire of the mortal world. Liu Ruyan, like many other girls, had chosen to be a flower demon, destined to become a celestial being of 100 flowers. "How wonderful!" Liu Ruyan exclaimed, delighted for him. "The man I, Liu Ruyan, have chosen is indeed the best in the world." She felt that at this moment, she resembled the women behind the successful men in television dramas, possessing a unique insight, identifying her own Prince Charming among the multitude, silently supporting him as he rose from nothing to greatness. There's a saying that goes, "The general's wife has stood by her husband since his days as a mere soldier." Liu Ruyan believed she was that discerning general's wife, accompanying Song Yang as he battled on the battlefield. Sooner or later, he would bring her to the pinnacle of power, avenging that heartless scoundrel, Liu Chen. Despite the imposing figures on the heavenly Tao leaderboard, Song Yang nodded gravely, especially at the first-ranked demon, who arrogantly concealed his information. "One day, I shall join thee and ascend to the peak, bringing you along to witness the splendor of the world." At this moment, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of happiness that nearly overwhelmed her. "Darling, is there any more noodles?" "I'm still hungry," she said. Song Yang replied, "Everything I have is yours, sweetheart." Slurping. Unfortunately, after taking a bite of noodles, Song Yang sighed. The wolf demon I encountered mentioned that due to the harm caused by dark forces, his cultivation was severely impaired, and he urgently requires a spiritual treasure to aid in his recovery to pass on to me the supreme inheritance. Spiritual treasures in the primordial world are extraordinarily precious and are currently transformed from ancient relics, making them difficult to find. For now, I can only remain hidden and hope to astonish the world in the future. "You need antiques?" Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened. "Doesn't Liu Chen's family have many?" "Indeed," Song Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "When I visited your home last time, I saw a collection of antique paintings and calligraphy. I initially thought them useless, but it seems they might hold treasures perhaps even innate spiritual treasures. Now, you should ask him for some. After all, you are the goddaughter of those short-lived souls from the Liu family, and you have a rightful claim to a portion of the inheritance. You are merely reclaiming what belongs to you. Quickly call him and request a few spiritual treasures to be sent over. Liu Ruyan nodded, immediately pulling out her phone. She recalled sending her location to Liu Chen previously, but he had yet to respond, likely still harboring resentment. However, upon meeting Song Yang's hopeful gaze, she felt unable to refuse and reluctantly made the call. Chapter 15. Song Yang faces humiliation and seeks justice from the Liu family. The mobile phone emitted a prolonged beep, followed by the voice of a young woman. Hello. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Liu Ruyan. Song Yang. Liu Ruyan had meticulously prepared her tone, only to be met with the disheartening reality that her call had not connected. No. This was not merely a failure to connect. It was glaringly evident that she had been blocked by Liu Chen. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks burning with indignation. How dare he? How could Liu Chen disregard her messages? The audacity to block her. His late parents had insisted that she be treated as a cherished daughter of the Liu family. Yet not only had she been struck by him previously, but now she was outright blocked. Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, coupled with an immense grievance. Do not fret, my dear. Song Yang's expression also darkened as he retrieved his own phone. How dare he ignore your call? Allow me to give it a try. I refuse to believe that he would dare not answer my call. Beep. Once again, a series of prolonged tones followed, only to be met with the same mechanical female voice. Cursed be it. He has blocked me as well. Song Yang's face turned an ominous shade, resembling that of a liver. He felt utterly miserable. A man of his ilk, having navigated the streets since childhood, bore a certain swagger, often portraying himself as a streetwise leader. He valued his pride immensely, and Liu Ruyan seldom dared to defy him. Now, being blocked in front of his girlfriend was a deep affront to his honor. He must be scheming to seize your inheritance. Song Yang seethed with fury. Let's go. I shall summon a few brothers to demand an explanation from the Liu family. Beside him, Liu Ruyan felt a surge of emotion. I am Liu Chen's sister. On what grounds do you deny me entry? I am the owner here. What kind of property management is this? Aminos. At the entrance of the Dewan Villa district, Liu Ruyan was incensed. She had never anticipated that upon returning to the Liu residence, she would be halted by a group of security personnel. These individuals, who usually greeted her with deference and flattery, now barred her from entry and spoke to her with blatant disrespect. A mere group of security guards dared to disregard her as the rightful owner. It was utterly intolerable. How dare you speak to my dear in such a manner? Song Yang was absolutely livid. First, being blocked by Liu Chen while on the phone in front of his girlfriend was one thing, but now, in the presence of his brothers, a mere gaggle of security guards dared to act so brazenly. It was simply outrageous. Brothers, let us teach them a lesson. With a grand gesture, Song Yang commanded his followers to charge forward. Liu Chen reclined comfortably on his bed, pleasantly anticipating the arrival of the Primordial World. Just the day before, he received a call from the property management, confirming his suspicions that Liu Ruyan and the yellow-haired Song, unable to contain their anger, had brought a group to confront him. However, they were swiftly subdued by the community security and taken to the police station for disturbing the peace. It was likely that for the next few days, Liu Ruyan and her yellow-haired cohort would find themselves confined in a detention center, allowing Liu Chen some peace to strategize for the impending battle of the witches and demons. Once he acquired the necessary opportunities in the early stages of the primordial realm, he could enjoy some leisure time with his companions. As Liu Chen's vision blurred and then refocused, he found himself once again in the cave of the Mouse Demon King, the surroundings unchanged from when he had last departed. It appeared that time remained constant between the two worlds. Curious about any treasures that might remain in the cave, Liu Chen employed the Mouse Demon King's treasure-finding talent to extend his senses and began his exploration for any overlooked riches. To his delight, he discovered a faint glimmer of spiritual essence emanating from a crack behind a stone chair, a treasure he had accurately pinpointed thanks to his talent. Approaching the stone chair, Liu Chen peered into the small, concealed space obscured by the fissure and beheld several vibrant spiritual plants, resembling young saplings, adorned with several plump, red spiritual fruits. The aroma was intoxicating, and their appearance enticing. Such treasures. Liu Chen swallowed hard. These spiritual fruits were likely the same ones he had consumed during his battle with the Mouse Demon King, known for their ability to restore injuries and spiritual energy. Without his treasure-finding talent, he would have nearly overlooked them. Gazing at the spiritual plants for a few moments, Liu Chen contemplated whether to uproot them entirely or allow them to remain and mature for future use. Uprooting them would feel akin to exploiting a resource recklessly, while permitting them to grow could risk them being discovered by other demon kings. Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, a sudden inspiration struck him. The Eastern Imperial Bell contained a spiritual realm perfect for cultivation. Crouching down, Liu Chen decided against uprooting all the plants at once. Instead, he carefully extracted the smallest one. With a flash of light in his hand, the spiritual plant vanished, reappearing in the lush environment of the Eastern Imperial Bell's spiritual realm. The moment it was planted, it began to actively absorb the rich spiritual energy surrounding it, its branches and leaves blossoming rapidly, showing no signs of distress or incompatibility. In such a brief span of time, he had indeed grown several inches. It appeared that within just a few days, a batch of spirit fruits capable of rejuvenation and restoring spiritual energy could be produced. Delighted by this realization, Liu Chen promptly transplanted all the remaining spirit plants bearing abundant fruit into the small orchard. Henceforth, an inexhaustible supply of spirit fruits awaited him. Liu Chen meticulously searched the area, finding no further omissions. Armed with the tooth of the Rat King, he departed the cave abode and ventured to a nearby demon clan. This was a wolf clan, resembling the primitive tribes depicted in television dramas. However, instead of elderly villagers, a few old wolves in semi-transformed states greeted him at the village entrance, while the boisterous children had transformed into playful wolf cubs. The able-bodied members of the clan had all ventured into the mountains to hunt. This type of demon clan, with shallow roots and limited talents, found it exceedingly difficult to fully transform. Achieving the realm of Earth Immortals was a daunting task. There was no immediate urgency to report back to the demon court. Liu Chen's mind was awash with thoughts. In just a few days of the ancient era, the task of wielding the witch-slaying sword required one to be at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm to even have a chance. The most pressing matter was to slay the cloud-scaled Serpent King and obtain the spiritual treasure needed to repair the Eastern Imperial Bell and enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would inevitably become fodder in the upcoming calamity of the witch and demon. The cloud-scaled Serpent King was at least at the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Given his current nascent state as an Earth Immortal, without relying on the Eastern Imperial Bell, he had merely a 90% chance of defeating her, which rounded up to a near-certain death, an unsteady prospect. He needed to elevate his realm to the late stage of Earth Immortal. Thus, Liu Chen resolved to practice for a while. He approached the old wolves at the village entrance to inquire about any rogue demon kings operating outside the jurisdiction of the demon court. Initially, the old wolf demons regarded the unfamiliar being, oh no, the unfamiliar demon, with suspicion, casting wary glances akin to that of a human trafficker, and were rather dismissive. However, when Liu Chen revealed the two formidable incisors of the Rat Demon King, informing them of his mission from the demon court to eradicate rebels, their expressions transformed entirely, and their demeanor shifted 180 degrees. Tears of gratitude streaming down their faces, they clasped Liu Chen's hands, eagerly sharing information regarding several rogue demon kings posing threats to the clan. Even as Liu Chen took his leave, the old wolf demons lingered at the village entrance, bidding him a heartfelt farewell. Chapter 16. The perverse devouring of the demon emperor, the unease of Emperor Di Jun at the Stone Forest Mountain. The Purple Fire Tiger King, a mid-stage demon king of the Earth Immortal realm, became the target of Liu Chen's determination. He unleashed the transformation of the Golden Crow and soared towards the Stone Forest Mountain as indicated by the Old Wolf Demon. This region lies on the fringes of the demon court's jurisdiction, often plagued by rogue demon kings who stir up trouble. To Liu Chen, it presented an exceptional opportunity for leveling up. In this primordial world, not all creatures could be slain indiscriminately. For instance, if one belonged to the Demon Court-S faction yet attacked the aforementioned wolf demon tribe, it would undoubtedly incur the court's wrath. Conversely, slaying a rebellious demon king would not only elicit no animosity from the court, but might even garner considerable prestige within it. Experience 1, Experience 2, Experience 5, Experience 4, Experience 1. As a radiant golden light enveloped Liu Ruyan, Rank 1, Current Realm, Earth, Immortal Stage 1. Exhaling a long breath, Liu Ruyan ascended towards the summit of Stone Forest Mountain. After his advancement to the Earth Immortal Realm, the rate of experience gained from slaying lesser demons had slowed significantly. Having transitioned from the 0th stage to the Earth Immortal Realm just yesterday, Liu Ruyan, leveraging his extraordinary lineage, had attained this level in merely a day's time. However, today, he required a substantial portion of half a day to achieve just one rank increase. As his cultivation level rose, so too would the demand for experience. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, the purple fire tiger king, a formidable beast of the primordial variety, was engulfed in black and purple flames that distorted the air around him, leaving the mountaintop barren and scorched. What have I done to offend you? The purple fire tiger king, now taking the form of a formidable giant, glared at Liu Ruyan. You have slaughtered your way up from the foot of the mountain, leaving no survivors. And your brutality is such that you fear the loss of merit and the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Liu Ruyan replied with a light chuckle, Purple Fire Tiger King, you have occupied the area around Stone Forest Mountain for centuries, massacring numerous benevolent demon tribes and slaughtering tens of thousands of young demons to absorb their resentment and alleviate the torment of your purple fire poison. My intention to kill you poses no risk to my merit. Rather, it may enhance it, potentially leading to my own sanctification. Before arriving, Liu Ruyan had verified information from several nearby demon tribes, ensuring that he would not mistakenly slay any innocent demon kings. While indiscriminate slaughter is to be condemned, being pursued by the demon court is no trivial matter. Humph, the purple fire tiger king scoffed. Possessing a noble heart is commendable. However, it remains to be seen if you have the capability to punish the wicked and uphold the righteous. With a fierce roar, the purple fire tiger king lunged at Liu Ruyan. Even mid-leap, he transformed back into his true form, the purple fire poison tiger, with scythe-like claws enveloped in black and purple flames, striking fiercely towards Liu Ruyan's heart. Liu Ruyan remained unfazed. At the moment the tiger claw made contact with his body, 9 ethereal flames, resembling 3-legged golden crows, manifested and danced around him, forming a transparent shield. The 9 crows' flame shield emitted a resounding clang as the tiger claw struck against it, firmly deflecting the attack. It actually held. The expression of the purple fire tiger king shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. The purple fire he had cultivated was renowned among the nearby demon kings for its lethal prowess. If struck, the consequences could be dire: death or a lifetime of torment from the purple fire-s poison, a fate he had always taken pride in. What flame do you cultivate? He boasted shamelessly. My purple fire divine ability is comparable to the true fire of the sun. I never expected to encounter an equally matched opponent today. Go ahead and brag, claiming to rival the true fire of the sun. Liu Ruyan thought, bemused. The true fire of the sun was one of the premier flames in this primordial world, surpassing the well-known 3-flame true fire by several tiers. The purple fire of this Tiger King was leagues away from such a level. Clang, clang, clang. The tiger claw, imbued with purple fire, relentlessly scratched against the 9 crows' flame shield, yet could not breach its defenses. 9 crows' flame shield, beginner level. Hearing the long-awaited notification, Liu Ruyan finally exhaled in relief. He had endured the assault merely to enhance the proficiency of the 9 crows' flame shield. Raising his hand, he unleashed a strand of true sun fire, sending the mid-stage purple fire tiger king into the cycle of reincarnation. Cultivation 30. The devourer of demon kings activated, and the body of the purple fire tiger king rapidly withered. Devouring the purple fire tiger king grants the innate ability of 1,000 poisons purple fire. True sun fire assimilates 1,000 poisons purple fire. True sun fire acquires poison fire attributes. What sort of flame is the thousand poisons purple fire that it is fortunate enough to be absorbed by the true sun fire? Liu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. No, it should not be that the thousand poisons purple fire is strong, but rather that the devourer of demon kings is formidable. Its function is to absorb everything. The weak are merged, while the strong are replaced. Liu Ruyan summoned a strand of true sun fire, condensing it at his fingertips. The originally platinum-hued silhouette of the three-legged golden crow now bore a faint, insignificant hue of purple, while its power did not increase. The opponent would suffer from poison after being burned. Withdrawing the true sun fire, Liu Ruyan employed his treasure-seeking skill to search the vicinity. Unfortunately, the purple fire tiger king was impoverished, yielding only a few spirit stones and no other rewards. This was reasonable, as not all demon kings possessed treasure-seeking skills like the white jade treasure-hunting mouse. Life was inevitably a bit strained. Setting forth, he sought the next demon king. Liu Ruyan transformed into a streak of light. In the demon court, within the demon emperor's palace, the strikingly handsome and dignified demon emperor Dijun, adorned in a golden imperial robe and crowned with a diadem, sat solemnly at a table, diligently reviewing the battle reports from the front lines of the witch demon war. As the reports progressed, Dijun's brows furrowed ever deeper. Unexpectedly, the demon emperor Dijun sighed deeply. This group of witch clans, who solely focus on physical cultivation and neglect the refinement of their spiritual essence, have demonstrated an astonishing resilience. The witch-slaying sword, designed specifically to counter the formidable physiques of the ancestral witches, has only just been forged, leaving us with a mere blade devoid of the vengeful spirit required for imbuement. Its completion seems to be a distant prospect. Dijun pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head, summoned by Zhe. Yes, replied the golden-armored guard outside with a resonant voice. Before long, a messenger's voice echoed from outside the chamber. Your Majesty, Lord Bai Zhe has arrived. As the demon emperor Dijun was about to call for Bai Zhe to enter the hall, a thought struck him. He hastily rose and stealthily made his way behind the jade screen, ensuring he would not be scrutinized by Bai Zhe's divine abilities. Only then did he declare, "Let Bai Zhe enter." Dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance, Bai Zhe, a middle-aged man of striking appearance, stepped into the hall. Upon noticing that the demon emperor was not seated behind the table, he appeared momentarily taken aback. "I am here," came Dijun's rich voice from behind the screen. Bai Zhe turned his gaze towards the shadow behind the screen and was instantly filled with a sense of despair. He felt that his existence as a demon was rendered meaningless. What had happened to the trust that was supposed to exist among demons? Your Majesty, I had long promised not to use my innate divine powers to eavesdrop on your thoughts. Why do you? Baisha, how goes your search for the anomalous demons? Inquired the demon emperor Dijun from behind the screen. Chapter 17. The pressure of Baze and the true fire of the sun upon returning to his majesty. Baze collected his thoughts and frowned, shaking his head. Recently, numerous foreign demons had sought refuge at the foot of Mount Buzhou, and I have arranged for various recruitment centers to actively accept them. Among these, there are indeed some with profound fates who, in a remarkably short time, have garnered the favor of the primordial aberrations and acquired their legacies. However, the majority of these demon legacies are rather ordinary, lacking in substantial power, all residing below the earth immortal realm. Currently, they lack the strength to wield the slaughtering witch sword and gather resentment. I estimate that only those who are at least at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm or within the celestial immortal realm and possess exceptionally remarkable legacies will be capable of undertaking this task. Upon hearing Baze's words, the demon Emperor Dijun, concealed behind a screen, furrowed his brow even deeper. At present, the principal forces of the demon court, my royal brother, Donghuang Tai, the demon master Xuanhuang, the Xuanhuang Fushi, and several demon saints, are engaged in fierce battles on the front lines of the witch demon battlefield. Yet, the situation on the battlefield shows no signs of improvement. The slaughtering witch sword, capable of breaking the bodies of the witch clan, is the pivotal element in turning the tide of the battle. As the demon emperor stationed at the rear, responsible for the sword's refinement, I find myself making no progress. Dejuan could not help but feel a twinge of shame and self-reproach. Must I truly venture into the blood sea of the underworld to seek that old fellow, Mingi, to borrow his 12th rank karma flame, Red Lotus, which can evade karmic retribution? He immediately dismissed this thought. If that were the case, the outcome would be uncertain, and given Mingi's disposition, the demon clan would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price to secure its use. It would be a case of more harm than good. With a sigh, Dejuan remarked, "My brother Tai recently transmitted news from the front lines of the witch demon battlefield. The situation has grown increasingly dire, and the urgency to refine the slaughtering witch sword is paramount. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly." Baze silently nodded, reflecting on the foreign demons he had observed at the foot of Mount Bujo these past days, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, the time since their arrival had been too brief. Even those with profound fates possessed legacies that were too feeble, their strength too low. Ultimately, he had not encountered a demon that truly satisfied him. Suddenly, Baze recalled a recent encounter at the recruitment center, where a minor goat demon had enthusiastically recommended a crow demon to him. Although the crow demon had yet to step into the realm of cultivation, the aura emanating from its inherited legacy was remarkably powerful. This sparked Baze's curiosity about the crow demon's potential. Wondering what exceptional talent could provoke such a display from a minor official with years of recruitment experience before him. I hope that when I meet this foreign demon, it truly possesses such talent and is not merely superficial in appearance. With this thought, Baze could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Baze, the military strategist of the demon court, renowned for unmatched wisdom, never expected to entertain such impractical fantasies today. He spoke to Emperor Dejuan with a mix of reassurance and conviction. "Your Majesty, rest assured. For this vast primordial realm is bound to give rise to individuals of extraordinary talent who will assist in forging the slaughter witch sword, thereby saving our demon clan from this calamity. I, Baze, shall devote myself wholeheartedly during this time to gather such talents for your Majesty, ensuring that the creation of the slaughter witch sword is not delayed." The demon emperor, Dejuan, nodded silently, and the two exchanged unspoken glances. Baze, burdened by immense pressure, retreated without a word. Only after confirming that Baze had distanced himself did Emperor Dejuan release a sigh of relief and emerge from behind the screen. In Maple Leaf Valley, a cacophony of wails echoed. Liu Ruyan transformed into a merciless fire-spewing machine, unleashing torrents of solar fire upon the surrounding demonic beings, harvesting their cultivation. Cultivation 1, Cultivation 0, 5 Cultivation 2. Solar Fire, Minor Mastery, Day Arrow Feathers, Mastery, 9 Crows Flame Shield, Mastery, Treasure Seeking, Mastery, Earth Escape, Mastery as the blood-winged Blue Wolf King fell before him. A surge of pure cultivation flowed into Liu Chen's body, and golden light signified his ascension. Cultivation 30, Realm, Earth Immortal 8th Stage 11. At last, he had reached the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal Realm. Liu Ruyan exhaled a deep breath, and with a flicker of thought, activated the Emperor's Devour. Devouring the blood-winged Blue Wolf King gained innate divine ability. Blood-winged Sky Treading Technique. Blood-winged Sky Treading Technique fused with Golden Crow Transformation. Was the speed-related talent of Golden Crow Transformation also fused? Liu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. To ensure he could adequately confront the Celestial Realm's Cloud-Scaled Serpent King in Black Cloud Mountain, he had remained in the vicinity, eliminating those nefarious demon tribes and enhancing his cultivation. He also took the opportunity to hone the proficiency of his various divine abilities. Now, he had finally reached the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm, and the proficiency of several innate divine abilities had reached at least mastery level, with his primary offensive skill, Solar Fire, having achieved a minor success stage. Moreover, these innate divine abilities actively fused with the powers acquired from devouring other demon kings, thereby augmenting their might. With a snap of his fingers, Liu Chen's originally platinum Solar Fire, having absorbed and fused with other flame abilities, transformed into a purple-golden hue. The moment the flames erupted, the trees within a 50-meter radius rapidly withered and carbonized, emitting wisps of black smoke. The power was evident. Additionally, the golden crow's phantom that had once been present within the flames had transcended its original form, evolving into an unknown purple-golden divine bird. Other skills that had originally stemmed from the Golden Crow inheritance also underwent significant transformations under the fusion and evolution brought by the Demon Emperor's legacy, subtly departing from the confines of the Golden Crow lineage. Originally, this is the extraordinary aspect of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Liu Chen smiled faintly now. Even if the Demon Emperor Di Jun were to stand before me, he would scarcely recognize my true sunfire. Liu Chen extinguished the flames and activated his treasure-seeking skill, meticulously exploring the entire Maple Leaf Valley. From an inconspicuous hollow in a tree, he collected the last spirit stone, transforming into a golden-purple streak of light, swiftly making his way toward Black Cloud Mountain. This marked the 50th individual to perish upon the king's bed this month. How pitiable. You understand nothing. To die on the king's bed is a privilege for this lad. What was that saying? The peony blooms lavishly, and even in death, one remains charming. Yet, such a demise is exceedingly suffocating. To be chosen by the king as a consort, I would gladly embrace death 10 times over. At the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, 2 freshly transformed pig demons dragged a glistening corpse, whose expression was one of exhilaration before death, and cast it into a nearby pit. Just as the 2 pig demons turned away, they suddenly felt an unbearable heat behind them. Before they could comprehend what was happening, their consciousness was extinguished by the sunfire. Liu Chen concluded his earth escape, leaping from the ground and consuming a spirit fruit to replenish his spiritual energy. Turning to gaze at the deep pit, he observed a multitude of corpses within, humans, demons, and Asuras alike, all stripped bare and bearing expressions of ecstasy at the time of their demise, clearly due to that particular circumstance. The Cloud-Scale Serpent King is truly formidable. Liu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Once his internal spiritual energy was restored, he again utilized Earth Escape, heading toward the summit of Black Cloud Mountain. Chapter 18. The news from the background exploded, with various families vying to recruit. Unlike the rebellious demon kings of Black Cloud Mountain, Liu Chen could not afford to underestimate the situation as before. Therefore, he opted for Earth Escape, stealthily infiltrating and catching them off guard. His initial strategy was to launch a surprise attack to eliminate the formidable Cloud-Scale Serpent King before gradually breaking through from within. As the master of Black Cloud Mountain, the Cloud-Scale Serpent King possessed the strength of a celestial immortal and commanded 3 mid-stage Earth immortal demon kings. Additionally, he wielded a highly esteemed acquired spiritual treasure. Should he become entangled, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Liu Chen recognized that he could not act with the same arrogance as before. Along the way, Liu Chen could sense the formidable power of Black Cloud Mountain. Numerous lesser demons roamed the area, most of which were on the brink of breaking through to the Earth immortal realm. There were even over 10,000 of them, forming a small stronghold that encircled the main peak-like stars surrounding the moon, presenting a perilous situation that sent chills down Liu Chen's spine. Fortunately, he considered himself quite astute and felt relieved that he had not chosen a direct assault. Had he carelessly decided to charge from the foot of the mountain, it would have startled the serpents and, perhaps, led him into an ambush by the mid-stage celestial immortal Cloud-Scale Serpent King, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Before long, Liu Chen infiltrated the cave within the main peak, cautiously exploring the depths. "My lord, may I rest for a moment?" A feeble male voice echoed from above, to which a sharp, angry female voice retorted, "If you can, then do it. If you cannot, what do you mean by resting?" As Liu Chen continued his Earth escape, he suddenly heard a cacophony of heavy breathing accompanied by sounds of impact. "What the hell?" Liu Chen murmured. What are the odds of encountering this in broad daylight? It was fortuitous, for the voice above belonged to the infamous Cloud-Scale Serpent Queen, rumored to be excessively indulgent in her practices of the harmony technique. Liu Chen seized this crucial moment when their attention was diverted to catch them off guard. Just as he prepared to strike, a countdown echoed in his mind. Return time commencing countdown 10. Goodness, how fortuitous! Liu Chen thought helplessly. As his vision blurred and he reopened his eyes, he found himself in his bedroom. The time was still at the moment of his earlier arrival, with faint voices drifting from outside. After washing up and having a light meal, he soon heard the distant sound of an ambulance. However, unlike the chaotic first day, the number of ambulances was noticeably reduced this time. The outside world had also calmed considerably, with life returning to a semblance of order. Perhaps due to the previous day's experiences and Liu Chen's informative post online, people were now approaching their explorations of the Primordial World with greater caution. Following his usual routine, Liu Chen opened the online platform to check for updates. Before my eyes lay a table labeled real-time updates of the celestial rankings. It was evident that someone had gathered information about the celestial rankings during the Primordial era and subsequently updated it onto the current World S network. Liu Chen casually glanced at the list, noting that the top position remained occupied by none other than himself, information cleverly concealed. The previous day's celestial immortal realm had now been updated to the 8th tier. Liu Chen maintained a significant lead. However, as he continued to observe, the results were somewhat unexpected. The individuals trailing behind him had experienced a rapid elevation in their ranks. In the top 10, aside from Liu Chen, all others had ascended 3 tiers in their realms. For instance, Xuanhuang, who had ranked second yesterday at the 3rd tier, had now remarkably reached the 7th tier. Li Jiuyou and the young lady from the Murong family, Yunxiao, had both attained the pinnacle of the 6th tier, while the remaining contenders had also secured a solid footing at the 6th tier. The top 100 on the celestial rankings had reached the 4th tier. It is important to note that the higher the realm, the greater the cultivation required. And the fact that these individuals could maintain a 3-tier increase today indicated a significant acceleration in their cultivation pace. I had not anticipated that my premature activation of the celestial rankings would also ignite the motivation for these individuals to cultivate. Liu Chen distinctly remembered that in his previous life, all 10 of the top rankers on the celestial rankings had only ascended to the celestial immortal realm at least 1 month after the arrival of the Primordial era. It seemed that my emergence in the celestial immortal realm had created a butterfly effect, instilling a sense of urgency in these individuals, prompting them to intensify their efforts in exploring the Primordial World. Liu Chen understood clearly that many things would soon change. Although I had been reborn, I needed to expedite my own cultivation, remaining diligent to grasp the opportunities that would arise, thereby solidifying my advantages and successfully navigating the impending tribulations. After closing the celestial rankings, Liu Chen opened the trending list on the Douyin app. To his surprise, the number 1 trending topic was not the anticipated news from his account, Primordial Sage, but rather information concerning several prominent families. Shocking. The reclusive Daxia's foremost family, the Xiahou family, makes its first appearance in public, offering substantial rewards for those aspiring to join their alliance in the Primordial World. Incredible. The national goddess Murong Yunxiao publicly voices support for the Murong family for the first time, inviting distinguished individuals to unite in the Primordial realm. Stunning. Mr. Mahuatan, the wealthiest man in Daxia, openly declares his willingness to acquire spiritual treasures at prices exceeding market value. The once hidden families of Daxia were stepping into the limelight, openly recruiting to establish their own influence in the Primordial World. Liu Chen was somewhat astonished that the formation of these families' powers had occurred earlier than expected. In his previous life, the major forces of Daxia had only begun to publicly organize around half a month after their arrival. Since that time, the competition for rankings on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard has become exceedingly fierce, transforming into a contest of strength among the prominent families in reality. After all, each time the Heavenly Tao leaderboard is updated, substantial rewards are bestowed, and every family is eager not to miss out on these benefits. It appears that I must hasten my plans. Liu Chen has disabled the trending search list and logged into the Hongwang Baixiaoxing account. Even though he had anticipated this, Liu Chen was still taken aback. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. An incessant barrage of notification sounds erupted, ringing for several minutes, nearly overwhelming his tablet with messages. The backend was instantly flooded with various private messages. You are amazing. The death mechanism you mentioned is indeed real. I have a friend who, undeterred by warnings, provoked a great demon and has died twice. He He is now in the hospital due to organ failure. Please save him, sob sob. Master, I have truly found the magical artifact, the fire seal. Is there any more news on artifacts? I would trade anything for it. Brother, where did you obtain that information? I am willing to pay a fortune of 2 million to secure an exclusive deal. Big brother, I am a student. Could you kindly share a few insider tips for free? Liu Ruyan glanced briefly at the influx of messages and was about to close the backend to prepare for his next revelation when ding dong. Ding dong. Several highlighted VIP messages surged into the backend. Greetings, Mr. Honghuang Xiaoxing. I am Xuanhuang. Chapter 19. The Struggle Among Prominent Families, Xuanhuang. The second-ranking individual on the Dao ranking, the master of that hidden family of the Great Xia. Upon seeing the news, Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could delve into Xuanhuang's message, a barrage of notifications flooded his account. Greetings, Mr. Bai Xiaosheng. I am Yunxiao, and I sincerely invite you to join my Murong family, Mr. Bai Xiaosheng. I am Ma Huatang, the president of the Polar Bear Group. I am very intrigued by your post regarding the Primordial World, and I extend an earnest invitation on behalf of Polaris Group. I am from the Leaf family. Dozens of red VIP messages surged into Liu Ruyan's account. Had he not seen these posts, he might have thought this was a well-orchestrated prank by netizens. Yet, Liu Ruyan was acutely aware that this was no jest. The audacity of the netizens aside, the content from these accounts represented the names of several top-tier power families of the Great Xia, or the accounts of affluent magnates. It would be an affront to impersonate them and spread rumors. Moreover, each of these accounts bore the blue verification badge, and upon visiting the account of the national goddess Murong Yunxiao, one could observe her follower count exceeding 40 million. Liu Ruyan swiftly skimmed through the messages, all characterized by humble language and respectful tones, each extending an olive branch to him, the renowned Bai Xiaosheng of the Primordial World, inviting him to join their ranks. The national goddess, Murong Yunxiao, even appended a delicate video to her message, exuding an unmistakable allure. As for the affluent Mr. Ma Huatang, he went so far as to offer Liu Ruyan an astronomical monthly salary of 10 million, in addition to magical artifacts. Liu Ruyan chuckled softly, surprised by the rapid responses from these prominent families. It was quite astonishing that they all sought to extend invitations to him simultaneously, and the conditions offered were undeniably generous. Xuanhuang even wished to entice him with a postnatal spiritual treasure to become his advisor, a proposition difficult to resist. Were this a past life scenario? Receiving such invitations from these esteemed families would have prompted him to join one without hesitation, for it is indeed advantageous to be sheltered by a mighty tree. In his previous existence, it was these very forces with profound foundations in the real world that occupied the majority of the top 100 positions on the Dao ranking, wielding substantial wealth and resources. For an ordinary person to achieve prominence in the primordial world was exceedingly rare, unless blessed with profound fortune and extraordinary talent, both of which were indispensable. In this lifetime, Liu Ruyan is utterly disinterested in the affairs of these families. Armed solely with the knowledge residing in his mind, he is confident that even alone, he can embark on the path to sanctity in the primordial world. Ignoring the distractions, Liu Ruyan meticulously begins to draft his second expose post. Within the elegantly adorned estate of the Murong family in the grand city of Shanghai, the eldest daughter, Murong Yunxiao, renowned as the national goddess and the leading figure among the 4 rising stars of the entertainment industry, expresses her indignation. Father, this is utterly unacceptable. You expect me to film a video to seduce a mere internet celebrity? Our Murong family is the foremost lineage in the southern region of Xia, and I am Murong Yunxiao. How could you even conceive of such a thing for your daughter? Dressed in her pajamas, she sits cross-legged on the couch, shaking her delicate fist in protest at the middle-aged man beside her, clad in a Zhongshan suit. Murong Bo, the current head of the Murong family. Let us not call it seduction. That term is far too harsh. Murong Bo chuckles, attempting to placate his daughter. This is merely an invitation filled with sincerity. I suspect that other families in Xia have also reached out to the primordial sage. With your beauty and your considerable fanbase from your acting career, it would be a waste not to leverage that. Who knows, perhaps that sage has even seen your performances. Rest assured, I am not selling you off. Once this is accomplished, I will ensure that the islands in Oceania are transferred to your name. Morong Jinja mutters her discontent. Just listen to that name. Primordial Sage. How utterly unappealing. Behind that account must be a rugged man. How can you bear to have your daughter fawn over a foot-scratching internet celebrity? Morong Bo shook his head. You do not comprehend the value of this primordial sage. His influence far exceeds that of a mere internet celebrity. The information he disseminated online has been nearly entirely validated. I have a strong feeling that the primordial world holds immense potential. If our Morong family could align ourselves with him, we would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost family in Xia, perhaps even across the entire blue planet. After pausing, Morong Bo inquires, by the way, has that primordial sage replied? Morong Jinja glances at her tablet, shaking her head, read, but not responded. Still a cold, indifferent man. Frustration wells within her. I even sent a video inviting him directly, and he dares to ignore me. Usually, even the most popular stars would line up for a chance to take a photo with me. Just a word from me could brighten their day. Yet this primordial sage, he completely overlooks me. He must be an unromantic old man. Do not rush, Morong Bo remarked. Send a few more messages and maintain contact, while simultaneously enhancing the offer to ensure he perceives the sincerity of our Morong family. I firmly believe he will be quite interested in joining us. Morong Bo was resolute in his pursuit of Liu Chun, in the city of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, atop the polar bear group's skyscraper. Chairman Ma Huateng sat in his office chair, a Cuban cigar delicately held between his fingers. He turned to his assistant clad in black silk. Have we made contact with Xuanhuang Cauldron yet? Not yet, she replied. Could it be that he feels the monetary compensation is insufficient? That is a possibility, she added, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Then let us continue to send him messages. Increasing the offer, Chairman Ma waved his hand dismissively. Money is merely a series of numbers to me. Let us set a modest target for him. If 1 is insufficient, then 2. If 2 do not suffice, then 10. I am confident that no one can refuse such an offer. Should he still decline, inform him that I am willing to allocate 5% of the polar bear group's shares to him in exchange for all information regarding the Xuanhuang World. I cannot believe he would remain unmoved by such a proposition. The emergence of the Xuanhuang World is of utmost importance, and I must secure this Xuanhuang Cauldron. Chairman Ma issued his final ultimatum to his assistant. The assistant beside him appeared overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he clutched a tablet, eagerly monitoring the Xuanhuang Cauldron account, incessantly editing and inputting messages. Meanwhile, within a tastefully decorated courtyard in the capital of Daxia, the esteemed Xiahou family was represented by the youthful Xiahou Tian. He pushed aside 2 charming companions and frowned at the assistant who had just entered. Has Xuanhuang Cauldron not responded yet? Not yet, the assistant replied. Did you convey that this recruitment represents the Xiahou family? I did. Interesting. Xiahou Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. To think that he could disregard even the invitation from the Xiahou family. I find his temperament quite appealing. Chapter 20. Xiahou Tian. I must have him. I will raise the stakes further and inform him that as long as he joins the Xiahou family, he may freely select from our extensive inventory of postnatal spiritual treasures. The assistant quietly affirmed with a yes, promptly resuming operations on the tablet. Xiahou Tian lifted his glass of red wine, swirling it gently before taking a delicate sip, confidently articulating his analysis. The founder of the Xuanhuang Cauldron, a popular science account, who publicly discloses certain mechanisms of the Xuanhuang world without compensation, must have one of 3 motives, either for fame, power, or wealth, all of which are easily within the grasp of the Xiahou family. His current silence undoubtedly indicates that he is in contact with other prominent families, waiting for the right offer. Rest assured, as long as the stakes are sufficiently high, this Xuanhuang Cauldron will undoubtedly be at my service. At that moment, the assistant, who had been frantically trying to reach Liu Chun, suddenly interjected. There's news. Xiahou Tian displayed a triumphant smile, finishing his glass of red wine. I told you. As I suspected, all the heroes of the world are merely pawns in the Xiahou family's game. Hand me the tablet. I shall communicate with him directly. The assistant, somewhat awkwardly, shook his head no. It's not a response from Xuanhuang Cauldron. He has released another expose post. Xiao. Another post. The following is a portion of the new information I acquired during my exploration in the Xuanhuang World yesterday, along with some methods for obtaining certain magical treasures. Liu Ruyan completed the post and immediately clicked send to avoid any suspicion regarding his identity. He subtly hinted at having informants within the post. Glancing at the screen, Liu Ruyan noted that, as anticipated, the moment the post was released, its view count surged exponentially. The replies began to multiply at an astonishing rate, accumulating at over 10,000 per second. Liu Ruyan scanned the comment section. Shengbao, I've finally awaited your news. I'm so moved, sob. This information is incredibly substantial. The author is generous. I must offer you my admiration. I apologize for my previous unfounded doubts about you. The expert has once again provided invaluable insights. By the way, can this be bought out? Does someone up there wish to monopolize the information? That is quite selfish. Take it away, in just a matter of seconds. This post ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics, effortlessly overshadowing recruitment posts from Xiao and Murong Jinjia as prominent families. The follower count for the Xuanhuang Cauldron account surged at a terrifying pace, gaining 30 million followers in mere minutes, with numbers continuing to rise swiftly. The content of this post is akin to the previous one, yet conceals a crucial element of Liu Ruyan's intricate scheme. This includes, but is not limited to, certain primordial mechanisms that, while deemed of little value by Liu Ruyan, are treasures of immeasurable worth to the populace at this juncture, as well as methods of acquiring minor artifacts that possess mediocre power and are deemed hardly worth the effort to seek, even for the restoration of the Eastern Sovereign Bell. However, the most vital piece of information pertains to the news that the demon court is forging the slaughter which soared. In due course, I fear I shall become the world's foremost internet celebrity, Liu Ruyan mused with a self-deprecating smile. Yet, he harbored no desire to be any sort of celebrity. His intention in disseminating this information was merely to preemptively alert the public. Once he received the task regarding the slaughter which soared from the demon court, it would be the opportune moment to commence reaping the rewards. Upon the publication of this post, the back end of the account Primordial Universal Sage was inundated with private messages, causing it to crash, particularly from the VIP accounts of several prominent families, which stood out conspicuously. Liu Ruyan promptly exited the account, choosing to disregard the chaos. A salary of millions, an innate spiritual treasure, to squander on beggars? I have no need for such trifles. Naturally, Liu Ruyan's refusal stemmed primarily from his acute awareness of the brutal nature of these aristocratic families. Collaborating with them was akin to courting disaster. Despite their outward displays of respect and deference, should their interests clash later on, his life would surely be forfeit. The primordial chaos had yet to fully descend, for now. Survival was of the utmost importance. In his previous life, he had heard numerous rumors regarding the Xiao family, particularly about Xiao, who was reputed to top the heavenly Tao rankings, yet his ascent was far from glamorous. To seize spiritual treasures, he resorted to coercive measures in reality, engaging in forceful acquisitions and resorting to murder if necessary. Even to secure his position on the heavenly Tao rankings, he clandestinely clashed with other prominent families, resulting in numerous deaths. Fortunately, he had preemptively created an account using technological means. Liu Ruyan shut down his computer. The IP had undergone over 1 billion transitions abroad, rendering it virtually untraceable. In the capital, at the Xiao family's courtyard, Xiao scrutinized the newly released post from Primordial Universal Sage on his tablet, his once serene expression gradually contorting into a snarl. With a violent crash, he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Primordial Universal Sage. What audacity! We, the Xiao family, have extended a significant promise to recruit him, and he dares to ignore us. Not only does he disregard us, but he also chooses to publicly disclose information of immense value. He would rather disseminate this information freely to the common rabble than share it with the Xiao family. Is this not a direct slap in the face? Beside him, 2 elegantly poised mistresses and a sharply dressed assistant fell into a hushed silence, too intimidated to respond. Investigate. Find out the IP address of this primordial universal sage. I am eager to see what makes him so arrogant. Within tomorrow, I demand that this individual kneels before me, pleading for my sanctuary. The assistant softly acquiesced, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of leaving this tumultuous realm. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly heard Xuanhuang speak again. By the way, have you uncovered any information regarding the top-ranked demon from the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, as I previously requested? The assistant appeared struck by lightning, pausing momentarily before responding with palpable anxiety. Not yet. The demon of the Earth Immortal Realm has concealed its whereabouts. We have offered a handsome reward online for any information about this individual, but aside from a few fraudsters who contacted us with false leads, there have been no credible updates. Xuanhuang's countenance darkened to an extreme, exclaiming, "Incompetent fools! You have failed to locate Xuanhuang Cauldron, and now you cannot even find this Earth Immortal demon. What use do I have for you?" Suddenly, the assistant recalled something, stammering. However, I did come across a few posts of uncertain authenticity. Some individuals online claim that during the first descent of Xuanhuang at the East Sea's shores, where the golden crow fell into the ocean, a demon acquired the legacy of the three-legged golden crow. This information may pertain to the demon in question. The mention of the golden crow legacy caused Xuanhuang's eyes to gleam with newfound intensity. If this news holds any truth, then everything begins to make sense. To ascend to the Earth Immortal Realm in just one day, the heritage of that demon must be extraordinary. It is highly probable that this Earth Immortal demon is indeed the one who obtained the Golden Crow legacy. The assistant exhaled a sigh of relief, having finally unearthed some valuable information that temporarily quelled the Patriarch's fury. Utilize technical means to track down these individuals. They may possess insight into the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal demon. Ascending to the Earth Immortal Realm in a single day, and nearing the Celestial Immortal Realm within 2 days, this individual is undoubtedly remarkable. I shall not permit a repeat of the circumstances surrounding Xuanhuang Cauldron. Our Xiao family must secure him. The assistant nodded with trepidation, quietly retreating. Chapter 21. The Earth Immortal slays the Celestial Immortal. The art of crafting one's destiny, listening to the violent gasps and crashes above. Liu Ruyan was certain he had returned once more to the cavern of the cloud-scale Serpent King atop Black Cloud Mountain. Patience, he thought. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike would yield an unexpected advantage. Concealed by the Earth Escape technique, he silently contemplated his timing. As the sounds above grew increasingly frantic and shrill, Liu Ruyan's resolve deepened. He retracted his Earth Escape and leapt from the ground. Before him lay a grand bed, adorned with a scene brimming with the vibrance of spring, where the cloud-scale Serpent King was entangled with her male consort, oblivious to the impending danger. With a flick of his hand, Liu Ruyan unleashed a ray of solar fire. A majestic three-legged divine bird of purple gold flames let out a piercing cry as it surged toward the two on the bed, enveloped in searing heat. "Who dares to intrude?" roared the cloud-scale Serpent King, demonstrating her celestial prowess as she narrowly evaded the onslaught in a flash. The solar fire consumed her pale-faced consort and the bed, reducing them to ashes. "How dare an Earth Immortal trespass on my territory?" The Serpent King's fury ignited as she beheld the remains of her lover. Draped in a sheer garment that accentuated her exquisite form and fair skin, her majestic bosom heaved with indignation, her alluring figure tinged with a hint of menace. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but admire her beauty inwardly. He had initially assumed her to be a mere grotesque demon. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan's visage, the cloud-scale Serpent King's expression brightened, a playful smile dancing across her lips. "Ah, a delicate and handsome youth. Why not join me in a delightful encounter? If you can satisfy me, I shall overlook your transgression of slaying my consort. What say you?" "Very well, but I do not enjoy sharing my pursuits with others." Liu Ruyan, unyielding and unsparing, hurled another ray of solar fire toward her. Despite her alluring appearance, she proved to be most ungrateful. The cloud-scale Serpent King deftly dodged the flames with a scoff, declaring, "Once I capture this Earth Immortal, I shall sever your limbs and transform you into a human puppet, granting you pleasures daily. With a swift motion, she unleashed her venomous fangs, which soared through the air, expanding into 2 flying daggers forged of fire and ice, whirling around her with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a lightning strike. The powerful aura emanating from these innate treasures was unmistakable. This must be the spiritual treasure she forged from resentment. It is indeed a weapon of one's destiny. Liu Ruyan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the art of crafting she wielded could produce exceedingly rare, innate weapons. Elated, he recognized the significance of her crafting skills. As a time traveler, he was all too familiar with their formidable potential. Truly, a boy blessed by the heavens would not be devoid of fortune. Since you are so unappreciative, allow me to wield this pair of spiritual blades, forged from fire and water, to sever your limbs. The cloud-scale Serpent King let out a chilling laugh as 2 murderous flying daggers, one crimson and the other azure, soared towards Liu Ruyan with remarkable speed. The blade of flames arrived first, producing a resounding clang as the purple-gold 9-crow fire shield barely deflected the strike, dimming one of the golden crows in an instant. How formidable! One cannot underestimate a postnatal spiritual treasure. Liu Ruyan marveled slightly. The ice blade, formed from condensed frost, followed closely behind. Liu Ruyan executed a technique to burrow into the earth, his body shrinking into the soil, evading the attack while re-emerging from a corner, raising his hand to unleash a ray of true solar fire. Boom! The cloud-scale Serpent King was caught off guard, sustaining a direct hit from the fully matured solar fire on his lotus arm, staggering backward as the white scale shattered, revealing a grotesque wound. Such a ferocious flame. The cloud-scale Serpent King howled in agony, hastily consuming a spiritual fruit to staunch the bleeding from his arm. Damn it! The cloud-scale Serpent King observed the lingering fire poison rapidly draining his vitality. If not dealt with promptly, it would surely lead to his demise. He swiftly raised his hand, conjuring a curtain of water that enveloped the entire cave. Liu Ruyan felt as though he had plunged into a realm of intoxicating allure. Surrounded by countless manifestations of the cloud-scale Serpent King, all seductively disrobing and flaunting their exquisite forms, gazing at him with sultry eyes that ignited his primal desires. Liu Ruyan felt as if his head were spinning, biting his tongue in an effort to remain lucid. Damn, this must be an illusion. I cannot succumb to it. The cloud-scale Serpent King's melodic laughter echoed from all directions. Water extinguishes fire. This is the fundamental principle of the 5 elements. No matter how powerful your flames may be, you cannot break free from my watery illusion. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you may avoid some suffering. Liu Ruyan concentrated his mind and raised his hand to unleash a ray of true solar fire against the reflective surface of the water curtain. With a resounding shatter, the illusion fragmented into chaos. What kind of flame is this? The cloud-scale Serpent King's expression shifted dramatically, astonished that it could defy the elemental cycle and shatter his water illusion with fire. How is this possible? What lineage do you belong to, demon? Liu Ruyan felt no surprise regarding his own flames. Ridiculous. This is the true solar fire, one of the most supreme flames in the Primordial World. At the perfected level capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. In the past, even a few small golden crows of the great Luo golden immortal could instantly evaporate mighty rivers. Is it not reasonable? While dodging the dual blades of water and fire, Liu Ruyan continually unleashed bursts of solar fire. Soon, the cloud-scale Serpent King succumbed to the relentless torment of the fire poison, his vitality extinguished. Experience 50. The corpse of the cloud-scale transformed into a massive white python, adorned with horns and thick as a barrel, occupying a substantial portion of the cave. Without waiting for Liu Ruyan to unleash the devourer of the demon emperor, dozens of small demons, having heard the commotion, rushed in. Among them were 3 Earth Immortal Realm Demon Kings, evidently the 3 Demon Kings under the command of the Rat Demon King and the Cloud-Scaled Serpent King. Liu Ruyan glanced at the innate weapons of the Cloud-Scaled Serpent King and shook his head slightly, saying, "Never mind, let us first deal with your bothersome presence. Or by Zay, are these few not suitable? Their heritage is of low caliber, and their cultivation is too feeble. It is my lack of discernment that has disturbed you. My lord, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Exceptional demons are indeed rare, and those of higher realms are even more elusive. You must continue to observe diligently in the days to come. I must attend to pressing matters now. May Lord Baizé travel safely. At the recruitment office beneath Mount Buzhou, a clerk with a goatee named Yunxiao watched by Zay's departing figure, his expression tinged with regret. Since the last time the extraordinary demons descended upon the primordial wilderness, Lord Baizé had instructed him to keep an eye out for remarkable demons. In his eagerness to earn favor and demonstrate his merit before Baizé, Yunxiao had activated his jade talisman to promptly inform Baizé whenever an extraordinary demon with unique heritage presented itself. As one of the 10 demon saints and the strategist of the demon court, Baizé always responded without fail despite his busy schedule. However, over these many days, the extraordinary demons he encountered had mostly possessed low-quality heritage and insufficient cultivation, ultimately failing to meet Lord Baizé's expectations. This left the clerk Yunxiao feeling quite remorseful. It is only due to Lord Baizé's gentle nature that he tolerates my ineffectiveness in handling matters. Had it been Lord Baifeng, another demon saint known for his fiery temperament, after several such instances, I would have surely been reduced to ashes. With a sigh, Yunxiao resolved in his heart, from this day forth, unless a demon of the great Luo caliber appears, I shall never again disturb Lord Baizé without cause. For reasons unknown, Yunxiao suddenly recalled the day the extraordinary demons first descended, particularly the crow demon adorned with divine runes. He couldn't help but sigh. So many days have passed, and he has yet to return to submit his task as the vanguard officer. I fear he may have perished on some rebellious demon king's peak. Chapter 22. The restoration of the Eastern Emperor's Bell and the acquisition of dual cultivation techniques on Black Cloud Mountain. Flames engulfed both the summit and the base. Cultivation 1. Cultivation 2. Cultivation 1. Current realm. 9th stage of Earth Immortal. 100. Cultivation. Regrettably, ascending to the celestial immortal realm requires the process of spirit cultivation. So much cultivation was wasted. After vanquishing the last beast, Liu Ruyan retracted the solar true fire from his fingertips. Spirit cultivation is akin to evolution. When transitioning from Earth Immortal to Celestial Immortal, one must absorb spiritual objects that resonate with their elemental attributes, forming the foundation for becoming a Celestial Immortal. The quality of the spiritual objects does not impose stringent requirements, as long as they align with one's elemental essence. However, generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spiritual objects, the greater the enhancement of strength upon ascending to Celestial Immortal. Liu Ruyan entered the cavern of the main peak, where the colossal corpse of the cloud-scale Serpent King lay before him. After thoroughly examining the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he silently invoked the devouring of the Demon Emperor. A dark, shadowy figure with crimson eyes emerged behind Liu Ruyan, opening its gaping maw to pounce upon the cloud-scale Serpent King. The serpent's immense body rapidly withered, leaving behind an empty husk and a pair of spirit fangs that exuded the aura of postnatal spiritual treasures, the water and fire twin blades. Devoured the cloud-scale serpent, acquired illusory realm of cloud and water, poisonous biting of the azure scales, water escape, innate weapon refinement technique, yin-yang harmony technique, disguise technique. The illusory realm of cloud and water is a formidable innate divine ability, and Liu Ruyan found himself quite satisfied. When besieged, employing this technique would not only allow him to eliminate foes, but also facilitate his escape. Liu Ruyan continued to scrutinize the subsequent techniques. The poisonous biting of the azure scales belonged to the cloud scale, Serpent King's innate abilities, and, in comparison to the solar true fire, was entirely incomparable. Moreover, it could not be fused, so Liu Ruyan chose to disregard it. The water escape technique proved to be quite practical, enabling him to submerge in water for evasion and reconnaissance. Now equipped with both water escape and earth escape, Liu Ruyan pondered that perhaps he would eventually gather all 5 elemental escape techniques. The disguise technique required no elaboration. It allowed for shape-shifting at will. Though its low grade meant it was only effective against those of lower realms, easily discernible by those of higher status. Ultimately, Liu Chen's gaze settled upon the yin-yang harmony technique. The harmony technique was truly enticing, something he needed to learn. He chuckled to himself. However, upon swiftly discerning its adverse effects, Liu Chen unhesitatingly dismissed it. What a wicked and bizarre practice. The cultivation required daily encounters with the opposite sex for the purpose of absorbing yang energy to replenish yin. It was no wonder that so many corpses lay in the pit below Black Cloud Mountain. They had all perished at the hands of the serpent demon. Furthermore, once one embarked on this cultivation path, one could not pause. Neglecting it for a single day could lead to fiery demise. He would rather not become a humanoid teddy bear. Ultimately, Liu Chen's gaze was fixed upon the divine technique he had long anticipated, the innate weapon refinement technique. It should have been obvious to me that a mere demon king, with only the cultivation of a celestial immortal and lacking in substantial strength, could not possibly forge a postnatal spirit treasure. It turns out that her weapon refinement skills were quite extraordinary. Soon, relevant information regarding the innate weapon refinement technique surfaced in Liu Chen's mind. Innate weapon refinement technique. This technique allows one to refine a part of their body into a weapon. The weapon's power increases in accordance with the cultivator's realm, and it can be nurtured with spiritual materials to enhance its quality. Indeed, this was the very technique capable of crafting an innate weapon. Liu Chen's heart surged with joy. Although this technique appeared unremarkable, it was anything but. The innate weapons it produced possessed a remarkable capacity for growth, with an almost limitless potential. This meant that, as long as one had sufficient spiritual materials, the innate weapon could be refined to wield power comparable to that of a top-tier innate spirit treasure. There exists a classic case in Journey to the West where the scorpion spirit of the Daughter Kingdom, whose strength might not even reach the true immortal level, utilized her innate weapon, the scorpion tail needle, to pierce through the golden body of the Buddha, who was at the quasi-saint level. This is the extraordinary nature of this refinement technique. Now, I shall contemplate the crafting of my innate weapon at a later time. First, I need to restore the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Liu Chen picked up the pair of dual blades, crafted from the venomous fangs of the cloud-scale Serpent King. These postnatal spirit treasures resembled daggers, imbued with blazing fire and forged in chilling ice, adorned with mysterious patterns, exuding tremendous lethality. In a flash, the gleaming blades vanished from Liu Chen's grasp. Eastern Sovereign Bell Restoration Progress. 1156. Acquired Ability. Suppression. The Eastern Sovereign Bell manifests a domain within which, for adversaries below the Golden Immortal Realm, their strength is forcibly suppressed to match that of the host. The suppression range increases with the host's abilities. Remarkable. This ability is akin to a personal combat artifact. No wonder the Eastern Sovereignty could wield the Eastern Sovereign Bell to confront half of the ancestral witches single-handedly. Liu Chen couldn't help but marvel. With a previously formidable defense, combined with the current suppression ability, I need no longer feel anxious in this primordial wilderness. Below the Golden Immortal Realm, I have a chance to confront them, provided I can eliminate them entirely and prevent any news of the Eastern Sovereign Bell from leaking. Liu Chen employed his treasure-seeking skill, meticulously exploring the entirety of Black Cloud Mountain. To his delight, he discovered that the cloud-scale Serpent King's lair was quite bountiful, containing over 1,000 spirit stones in its cavernous storehouse, along with a multitude of spiritual materials. Liu Chen spared not a single item. He took all the spirit stones and several spiritual fruits capable of replenishing spiritual energy, restoring vitality, and enhancing physical constitution. The majority of the remaining spiritual materials were dedicated to restoring the Eastern Sovereign Bell, directly increasing its restoration progress to 1285. Subsequently, Liu Chen was further surprised to find a flourishing spiritual field at the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, teeming with potent herbs and spiritual roots. The millennium-old Huangjing, the 10,000-year-old Heeshou Wu, and the century-old Zhelongshan, among others, have all contributed to the remarkable discovery by Liu Chen, who unearthed a derivative root of Huangzhong Li, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Although its medicinal potency does not rival that of its esteemed ancestor, Huangzhong Li, which could revive the dead and elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal with a single fruit. It still possesses the ability to refine essence and transform one's vitality. Regrettably, this derivative root of Huang Zhongli had not yet reached full maturity. Liu Chen gazed at the top of the tree, where a fragrant plum naturally bore the two characters of Huang Zhong in avian script, and sighed. With a swift motion of his spade, he planted this precious herb from the spiritual field into the Eastern Imperial Bell. Within the ethereal realm of spiritual energy, the herb had flourished to an acre in size, teeming with life and displaying the vibrant spectacle of nature in full bloom. It not only met Liu Chen's regular demands for spiritual power, but also provided surplus herbs and fruits for sale, exchanging them for spiritual stones. Liu Chen retrieved several spiritual stones, seated himself cross-legged, and meticulously inscribed the formation patterns onto the stones in accordance with the requirements of the fated artifact refining technique. He arranged a complex array upon the ground. In an instant, wisps of spiritual energy began to emanate from the stones, coalescing into a small vortex that spiraled gently. The Cloud-Scale Serpent King had provided two venomous fangs for crafting flying knives. Liu Chen pondered which organ would be best suited for his own creation. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited a bold idea in his mind. Chapter 23. The Birth of the Flying Sword and Yunxiao's astonishment. Weapons such as knives, guns, swords, and spears are rather mundane. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Liu Chen decided to forge a flying sword. The organs of the three-legged golden crow are not particularly compatible with such weapons. Instead, I shall utilize the feathers of the three-legged golden crow and integrate the divine ability of the sun arrow feather to create my own flying sword. The vision of countless flying swords soaring through the skies fills me with exhilaration. To forge a personal weapon, one must not only refine the organs of the demon race, but also fuse a divine ability into the weapon itself. For instance, the recently slain Cloud-Scale Serpent King had merged her ability, the toxic biting of the azure scales, into her spirit-toothed dual blades, enhancing the lethality of her weapon. Liu Chen immediately transformed into the true form of the three-legged golden crow. Employing his innate weapon crafting technique, he drew upon a feather adorned with mysterious patterns, positioning it at the center of the formation. Simultaneously, he inscribed the divine patterns of the sun arrow feather onto it with his spiritual energy. The delicate strands of spiritual essence melded with the golden crow feather, and before long, a beautifully archaic flying sword, resembling a willow leaf and embellished with extraordinary purple-golden patterns, began to hum and levitate in the air. Liu Chen produced a piece of low-grade, yet resilient, celestial gold. With a sharp command and a flick of his mind, the golden crow feather flying sword darted forth, tracing a purple-golden arc through the air as it struck the celestial gold. With a resounding explosion, the celestial gold shattered into dust. Excellent. Liu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having melded the sun arrow feather divine ability with my own physique, which is of a primordial and extraordinary lineage, this flying sword, though still classified as an ordinary magical treasure, possesses the might equivalent to a full-powered strike of a superior heavenly treasure. However, it will require continual nurturing with spiritual objects, and the cost of refining is quite considerable. Before Liu Chen lay the dozens of spirit stones that compose the refining formation, now entirely stripped of their spiritual essence, reduced to mere transparent shells. I seem to have raised a spirit-consuming beast. Oh no, a spirit-devouring beast, Liu Chen mused, playing with the flying sword. The forging of this flying sword has consumed over 100 spirit stones, and I will need to frequently use spiritual stones and materials for nurturing. Coupled with the requirements for repairing the Eastern Imperial Bell, my daily expenditure on spiritual materials is quite substantial. It appears that not only must I partake in the great calamity of the witch and demon, but I shall also need to scour the vast wilderness for spiritual materials in the future. Liu Chen retrieved another 100 spirit stones to form the refining array, embarking on the creation of a second personal flying sword. After a brief period, a total of 27 personal flying swords, in accordance with the number 3 times 9, were successfully forged, humming ominously before him. Meanwhile, Liu Chen's painstaking accumulation of over 3,000 spirit stones had dwindled to a mere handful, leaving him with only a dozen for emergencies. It is nearly time to embark on my task. Liu Chen retracted 20 of his life-bound flying swords into his aperture. With my current strength, without resorting to the Eastern Imperial Bell, eliminating those ordinary Xian immortals with low cultivation is entirely within my capabilities. The mission of the slaughter, which sword, should also be accomplished with great certainty. Liu Chen carefully extracted the serpent skin from the cloud-scale Serpent King and stored it in the spiritual energy cave. As it was at least a heavenly immortal realm monster, its remnants could be fashioned into armor worth hundreds of spirit stones. He then transformed into a streak of rainbow and soared towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. In the realm of demons beneath Mount Buzhou. Come take a look. A rare treasure from the shores of the Eastern Sea, the water-repelling mermaid pearl. Only 100 spirit stones. Clearance sale. This ancestral jade seal of mine can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation speed. Its quality rivals that of innate treasures. Only 188 spirit stones. What a bargain. The treasures dropped by great demons. At the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere was bustling with lively exchanges. Mount Buzhou served as a nexus between the human realm and the demon court, akin to the inner ring of the capital, bustling with indigenous demon clans. Moreover, powerful demons maintained order, creating a sanctuary where the demon folk need not fear the predation of malevolent entities. Upon their arrival in this era, modern individuals congregated here, setting up stalls and transforming the area into a commercial hub. Liu Chen employed a disguise technique, morphing his visage to resemble Xuanhuang, sporting a head of golden hair as he casually perused various stalls. He hoped to uncover a few spiritual treasures to nourish the Eastern Imperial Bell. However, after a brief stroll, he shook his head and departed. At this nascent stage of the Primordial era, the market for magical artifacts had yet to establish a standardized supply chain. The prices set by the transmigrators were somewhat inflated and bore the marks of deceit, aimed at duping those Na'vi to the ways of the primordial realm. Any item imbued with a hint of spiritual energy was exaggeratedly claimed to rival innate treasures, or even innate supreme treasures, leaving Liu Chen, who genuinely possessed the supreme treasure Eastern Imperial Bell, feeling impoverished. At that moment, several untransformed, strange demons hurried past, seemingly in search of something. With so many demons around Mount Buzhou, seeking a terrestrial realm crow demon felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially without knowledge of its appearance. Stop with the chatter. We are from the Xiahou family, and the head of the family sustains us. We must heed his commands. Stay vigilant. If we cannot find the top-ranked individual on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, the head will surely flay us alive. This demon must become part of our Xiahou family. Liu Chen turned his gaze towards the retreating figures, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. The head of the Xiahou family is none other than Xiahou Tian, right? Why are they searching for the current top-ranked individual on the Heavenly Tao? What do they want from me? Have they deduced that the 100-knowledge sage of the primordial era is indeed me? Liu Chen immediately shook his head, dismissing the notion. No, I have not revealed myself. In reality, it is impossible for anyone to trace my account as Xuanhuang Cauldron, let alone connected to the top-ranking demon on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard. It must have been the other demon competitors who leaked some information during the contest for the Golden Crow's essence. Yet, I never anticipated that the Xiahou family would extend their reach into reality to such an extent. Truly, they're the foremost family of the Great Xia. However, it is even more surprising that not only is Xiahou Tian searching for me in reality, but he is also seeking me in the Honghuang realm. A faint smile played at the corners of Liu Chen's mouth. Nevertheless, it matters not. After today, I shall present myself before everyone. With his tousled yellow hair, Liu Chen entered the conscription office. To his astonishment, the claims made by Xuanhuang Cauldron were indeed true. By joining the demon clan as a demon soldier, one could genuinely receive a formidable technique, along with the provision of treasure-grade armor and battle blades from the demon court. I have struck gold upon my return. I must offer 10 generous tributes to Xuanhuang Cauldron. The ungrateful pauper does not understand gratitude. I shall bestow 100. However, the temper of the sheep demon at the conscription office was rather haughty. Inside the conscription office, a line of diverse demons had already stretched to the entrance, all eager to join the demon court following Liu Chen's online guide. They were just beginning to realize the immense value of the information provided by Xuanhuang Cauldron the previous day. Liu Chen smirked, directly bypassing the queue and making his way to the hall. After registering, he hastily departed, wishing to avoid lingering. Next, Yunxiao, the official in charge of conscription, was bent over his registration papers, his brow furrowed in impatience as he urged the applicants along. He could not fathom why the number of demons applying to join the demon court had suddenly surged in recent days, leaving him overwhelmed with work. Yet, despite his busy schedule, Yunxiao had not forgotten the task assigned by Lord Bays, hoping to identify an exceptionally skilled demon among the influx to earn merit and promotion. Unfortunately, the situation had not unfolded as he had hoped, causing him considerable stress, which reflected in his slightly irritable demeanor. Lord Yang, I am here to submit my task items, Liu Chen said. Yunxiao, already vexed, looked up with the intention to scold the unfortunate soul who had bumped into him, seeking an outlet for his frustration. However, upon hearing the familiar voice, he paused. He glanced at Liu Chen and thought, I don't recognize him. Noticing the two sizable white jade treasure-seeking mice in Liu Chen's hands, a realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in sudden recognition. You are. Chapter 24. Connections eased away by Zai's admiration upon seeing Liu Chen. Yunxiao immediately set aside his work, rising with palpable excitement. Is it truly you, Brother Liu? I can hardly believe my eyes. You are alive. After such a long absence, I almost thought you had perished at the hands of those demon kings. Your survival fills me with immense joy. I knew I had chosen wisely. As the official Yunxiao approached the table, he scrutinized Liu Chen from head to toe, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I always said, young brother, your talent is remarkable, and the lineage you inherited is commendable. To think you have now ascended to the earth immortal realm in such a brief span of time. Truly a prodigious talent indeed. The queue of various demons behind them gaped in astonishment at the scene. Who is that person? How dare he cut in line? This is outrageous. And why does that pompous official seem so thrilled to see him? Indeed, it's blatant favoritism. Why do they treat us with such impatience? I'm not pleased. May all those with connections take their leave. This is excessive. He just walked off without even registering. Official Yunxiao, brimming with enthusiasm, took the two large rat demons from Liu Chen's hands and beckoned to several junior officials. You all handle the registration of these demons. I will escort this young brother to collect the necessary items. With that, he discreetly pressed a communication jade talisman, leaving the others to exchange bewildered glances as he led Liu Chen into the courtyard. In the Demon Emperor's palace, in a side hall by Zai's residence. Unexpectedly, despite the ancestor womb having transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 12 heavenly gods and fiends array, now comprising only 11 ancestors, with Qiyu stepping in as a mere great shaman, the array still demonstrated formidable power. Yet, the front lines of the war against the witch demons had become increasingly dire. The collection of resentment for the slaughter which Sword S. Blade could no longer be delayed. If suitable demons could not be found soon, I would have no choice but to seek out another formidable demon with significant merit to accomplish this task, hoping to mitigate some of the karmic consequences for our demon race. Zai sat at his desk, a plethora of battle reports from the front lines of the witch-demon conflict strewn before him, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman on the table flickered. Has Yunxiao found another suitable candidate? Zai's brow relaxed slightly, only to be quickly drawn back in a deep worry. In recent days, Yunxiao had consistently sent messages whenever he encountered noteworthy demons, and Zai, each time, had hastily extricated himself from pressing matters to travel to Mount Buzhou for observation. Alas, those chosen by Yunxiao still proved inadequate for such a monumental task. With a sigh of resignation, Zai, lacking much hope, murmured to himself, it is perhaps best to descend the mountain and see what lies ahead. If all else fails, I shall seek alternative methods. Meanwhile, Captain Hu, led by Yunxiao, brought Liu Chen to the armory of the demon court. Yunxiao approached the fox demon in charge of the weaponry distribution, saying, "This young brother, Liu, shares a profound bond with me. Not long ago, he accomplished a task as a vanguard officer. Now, I have brought him to select the standard battle armor and sword for a vanguard officer. I believe there is still a higher defensive centurion armor available, is there not? For my sake, could you kindly facilitate this arrangement for my dear brother?" The fox demon in charge of the armory glanced at Liu Chen and, with a warm smile, brought forth 2 chairs. "Oh, how flattering, Lord Yang. Your brother is indeed my brother as well. This young lad radiates exceptional promise, destined for remarkable achievements. You need not worry about the armor. I shall personally retrieve it for you. Please do wait a moment." Liu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the ease with which matters were handled due to Yang Shan's influence. Throughout this journey, from acquiring techniques and military pay to now obtaining weaponry, he had faced no obstacles. He recalled that in his previous life, online guides about joining the demon court had warned about the troublesome officials who were typically greedy and obstructive. When Liu Chen had joined the demon court before, it had been a tedious process, fraught with delays and requiring a significant expenditure of spirit stones to navigate the bureaucratic maze. How different it was now, with the path illuminated and eager clerks welcoming him at every turn. After securing the techniques and standard provisions, Yunxiao led Liu Chen to the training ground. "Do you trust your elder brother?" Yunxiao inquired, looking at Liu Chen. "Your words carry great weight, Brother Yang," Liu Chen replied respectfully, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I shall remember your assistance throughout this journey. The notion of trust seems unnecessary. Your kindness is evident." Liu Chen's informal address of Yunxiao and his brother subtly bridged the gap between them, and Yunxiao, clearly pleased, got straight to the point. "Here's the matter. A certain esteemed individual above has tasked me with selecting an exceptional demon to undertake a rather delicate mission. I believe you possess remarkable potential, which is why I recommended you to that esteemed individual. Now, you must undergo this individual's test. Are you willing, Brother Liu?" Liu Chen understood that he had likely triggered the quest for the slaughter which soared and nodded discreetly, saying, "I would be grateful for your guidance, Brother Yang." At that moment, a refined and graceful middle-aged man, clad in a white robe and possessing keen, discerning eyes, emerged. This was none other than Baizhe, one of the 10 demon saints, a strategic figure within the demon court. Liu Chen recognized his identity the instant the white-robed figure appeared, confirming that he had indeed triggered the quest for the slaughter witch sword. "This is Lord Baizhe," Yunxiao introduced. Liu Chen greeted with a calm demeanor, respectfully offering his salutations. In his previous life, he had encountered Baizhe and was aware of his innate divine powers, which granted him the ability to perceive the human heart, navigate fortune and misfortune, and evade life and death, an extraordinary gift indeed. Thus, he chose not to feign excessive emotions, avoiding any embellishment. Baizhe nodded slightly, surprised. He had not anticipated that this extraordinary being would remain so composed in my presence. Typically, other anomalous entities, upon hearing my name, either displayed overt emotional turmoil or resorted to insincere flattery to curry favor. This was the first time he encountered such a dignified and self-assured individual. His curiosity about Liu Chen deepened. Although Baizhe's perceptive gaze, which could discern the intricacies of the heart, was less effective against beings adept at evading karmic consequences, he still keenly sensed their psychological shifts. Concerning the task at hand, Baizhe fixed his gaze upon Liu Chen and stated, "Lord Yang has already briefed you. The rewards for this task are substantial. However, I must also make it clear that it is fraught with peril. Should you wish to decline, I shall not impose." Liu Chen met Baizhe's gaze with calm resolve, replying, "I am willing to give it a try." Baizhe felt a flicker of admiration within. Liu Chen's response exhibited neither avarice for the generous reward nor trepidation toward the daunting task, reflecting a rational mindset. He had passed the test. Chapter 25. A single sentence enlightens Baizhe at the demon court. Baizhe gestured towards the training ground, and a robust, simple-minded giant demon clad in battle armor approached. This Commander Xiong was in the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, One must withstand his might for 10 breaths to qualify for my commission. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall and wielding 2 massive axes, he exuded an imposing presence. Withstanding him for 10 breaths? Liu Chen pondered briefly. What? Do you find it too difficult? Bai Zhe retorted. No, Liu Chen replied earnestly, shaking his head. I merely wonder if it might be too simple. After all, with his current strength, he was confident he could slay a mid-stage, profound, immortal demon king with a 99% assurance. Yunxiao inwardly lamented the situation. It was troubling. Bai Zhe despised those who were prideful and complacent. What was this young man doing? Previously humble and courteous, he now spoke so arrogantly at this critical moment. Bai Zhe frowned slightly, his earlier fondness for Liu Chen dissipating. The matter of the Witch Slayer sword would undoubtedly face relentless opposition from the Witch Clan's experts. And with Liu Chen's propensity for seeking glory, success was far from guaranteed. Commander Xiong, however, remained unfazed, chuckling, since this young brother boasts so grandly. I shall not hold back in our ensuing contest. Liu Chen stepped into the center of the training ground and clasped his fists before the burly commander. I apologize for any offense. Commander Xiong bellowed in a deep voice, indeed showing no courtesy towards Liu Chen. The energy around him coalesced, causing his physique to swell dramatically. Enveloped in a rich, earthy-hued glow, he brandished his twin axes, stomping towards Liu Chen with earth-shaking might. Go! Liu Chen commanded, and a flying sword, entwined in golden-violet flames, shot forth from his core, darting towards his opponent like lightning. With a sharp clang, it pierced through one of Commander Xiong's axes, buzzing around him with relentless attacks from all angles. Bai Zhe's pupils narrowed slightly. This flying sword exuded an extraordinary power, and the flames it bore reminded him strikingly of the sun true fire that enveloped his majesty. Yet there was a marked difference. His majesty's sun true fire was platinum, while Liu Chen's flames were golden violet. As a mere earth immortal, Liu Chen displayed such formidable prowess, were he a celestial immortal. Defeating Commander Xiong would undoubtedly be a trivial affair. It turned out that I had misjudged him. It wasn't arrogance that fueled him, but rather a genuine capability to conquer those of the profound immortal realm. Bai Zhe glanced at Yunxiao. Yunxiao, what lineage does Liu Chen possess? Yunxiao pondered for a moment before whispering, I have not delved deeply into his background and origins, but according to his own words, he seems to carry a trace of the Qingfeng bloodline, which is not surprising given the myriad of clans in the Primordial Age, where prodigies frequently emerge. Bai Zhe nodded, refraining from further inquiry into the matter of lineage, as it pertained to personal trump cards, and probing too deeply would be inappropriate. He gazed at the center of the training ground, feeling quite pleased with Liu Chen's performance. The power of Liu Chen's natal flying sword was indeed remarkable. However, regrettably, he possessed only one. If he had a second, defeating Commander Xiong would have been a trivial task. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a sharp whistle resonated as a second golden-purple flying sword surged forth from behind Liu Chen. The two swords danced around the imposing form of Commander Xiong, weaving in and out with agility, relentlessly attacking and swiftly depleting the layer of earthy, yellow aura surrounding him. Being a great demon of the earth attribute, Commander Xiong's defenses were formidable, yet his bulky frame rendered him slow. The rapid assault from the two flying swords left him in a disheveled state. Liu Chen, not wishing to humiliate his opponent, sheathed his swords respectfully and cupped his fists. I concede, Commander. Commander Xiong, possessing a straightforward disposition, did not harbor resentment over his defeat. Gripping his battered war axes, he chuckled. Young brother Liu, your prowess is truly impressive. I am thoroughly convinced. Let us spar again when the opportunity arises. Liu Chen nodded, watching as Commander Xiong departed. I am quite satisfied with your abilities, Bai Zhe remarked, his tone noticeably softer. However, before we proceed, I must show you something, so you can decide whether to accept this task. With that, he directed a glance at Liu Chen, and an image of the conscription site beneath Mount Buzhou materialized before him. Several modern demons had gathered to join the demon court, but at the entrance of the conscription site, a great shaman, disguised as a demon, suddenly appeared, mercilessly slaughtering the modern demons. Cries of anguish echoed as over 100 demons fell swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers of the demon court, who had been patrolling the area, arrived belatedly and eliminated the chaotic shaman clan. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Liu Ruyan spoke calmly. To accept this task means to embrace the fate of the demon court, facing relentless hostility and pursuit from the shaman clan. Bai Zhe nodded silently in affirmation. That esteemed individual underestimates me, Liu Ruyan replied with a tranquil demeanor. In this vast and primal world, what is cultivation if not a pursuit of contention? Competing for the essence of heaven and earth, vying for treasures and fortune, contending against all beings and races. There is no doctrine of merely seeking fortune while avoiding karmic retribution. The ancient Taoist who vanquished Luo Ho and the demon emperor who drove away the Eastern prince all exemplify this truth. To refrain from competition ultimately leads to a lesser path. To defy the heavens is to follow the great way. The moment I stepped into the demon court, I accepted the fate of being targeted by the shaman clan. The pursuit by the shamans will not deter my ascension. As a traveler and a seeker of the primal truths, I am acutely aware of the essence of these great calamities. Whether it was the battle of the demon gods preceding the great calamity of the shamans and demons, or the subsequent calamity of sealing the gods, and even the great calamity of the journey to the west, they are fundamentally orchestrated by the ancient figure Hongjun, who has been shaping the heavenly path, thus inciting these great upheavals and the conflict among the myriad beings of the primordial world. Thus, evasion and seclusion ultimately lead to an inescapable fate of being at the mercy of others. Engaging in the fray, defying the heavens, vying for the grand path, and continually growing stronger is the true course. The essence of contention. Bai Zhe was left astounded by Liu Ruyan's words, pondering the absence of any pursuit of fortune or avoidance of calamity, merely seeking benefits. To refrain from striving inevitably leads to a lesser path. To defy the heavens ultimately leads to the grand path. Liu Ruyan's words lingered in the mind of the demon sage Bai Zhe, and at that moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of enlightenment, as if emerging from a dark thicket into a realm of clarity. As a primordial auspicious beast, he had been endowed from birth with the ability to discern life and death, and to perceive the hearts of others. After millennia of cautious cultivation, though he tread carefully, he had managed to navigate through adversity, ultimately becoming one of the 10 great sages of the demon court, holding the esteemed position of strategist. Yet, to speak candidly, he had never possessed a clear understanding of the purpose of his cultivation, remaining in a state of confusion and ambiguity. Until today, with Liu Ruyan's arrival and his profound words, Bai Zhe felt that he had taken a significant leap closer to the once elusive bottleneck. It was a commendable assertion, and Bai Zhe smiled knowingly at Liu Ruyan, expressing his satisfaction with the response. Yunxiao, observing Bai Zhe's expression, was astonished, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Lord Bai Zhe, though generally amiable and not as capricious as others, had never before displayed such an uncharacteristic approval before a mere earth-level demon. Yunxiao, this matter is settled. Bai Zhe retrieved a commanding token. There remains a vacancy for a commander in the armaments department, and given your diligent service at the conscription office, I hereby appoint you to this position. Proceed to take up your post immediately. A look of relief and joy spread across Yunxiao's face. Indeed, I did not err in my judgment. Brother Liu Ruyan is truly a rare talent, and today, I am indebted to him for finally moving from that cold bench at the conscription office. My initial choice has proven to be exceedingly wise. Lord Bai Zhe, I shall take my leave now, Yunxiao said, contentedly accepting the token. He then clasped his hands in respect towards Liu Ruyan, saying, Brother Liu, we part ways here, but should you require any assistance in the demon court, do not hesitate to seek me at the armaments department. I shall certainly be at your service. Liu Ruyan nodded slightly, watching Yunxiao depart with a lively stride. Come, let us ascend to the demon court, Bai Zhe urged, guiding Liu Ruyan forward. I shall share with you as we walk. Chapter 26. The rabbit-eared little girl and bargaining with Bai Zhe. Liu Ruyan ascended to the clouds of Bai Zhe, following him as they soared to the unyielding mountain, ultimately reaching the 9 heavens pavilion, the dwelling place of the demon court, enveloped by the winds of the ninefold realms. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, their eaves soaring gracefully, shrouded in clouds and mist, the scenery akin to a celestial paradise. No, it was not merely similar. It was a veritable realm of immortals. As Baizé rode the winds, he recounted the origins of the slaughtering witch sword, which was forged in response to the overwhelming strength of the witch clan, rendering the demon clan powerless against them. Thus, they were compelled to create a sword capable of penetrating the very essence of the ancestral witches. However, the final step of forging the sword required the sacrifice of living beings' resentment to complete its creation. Liu Chen was already well versed in these matters. Therefore, he feigned earnestness in listening, all the while genuinely savoring the exquisite vistas of the demon court. Truly, the grandeur of the demon court was unparalleled. It was his inaugural visit, and he was captivated by the sights before him. Even in his previous life, accounts of the demon race were exceedingly rare, and as a seasoned keyboard warrior, he had never encountered any notable figures who had ascended to the demon court. This time, he might indeed be the sole witness. At that moment, Baizé suddenly halted, casting his gaze toward a palace wall nearby, gently flicking his sleeve. In the corner, a ripple of spiritual energy spread forth, revealing a petite figure clad in moon-white gauze, a little girl with rabbit ears. Liu Chen focused intently. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, her form exhibiting the graceful beginnings of womanhood. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, her features delicate and refined, with eyes resembling twinkling stars and cascading white hair. She possessed a pair of dainty, pink rabbit ears, tiptoeing with an expression of sheepishness that exuded both playfulness and charm. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Baizé inquired with a gentle tone. "Your Highness?" Upon hearing this address, Liu Chen's mind raced to deduce the girl's identity. The demon emperor Jun ruled the demon court, with Shi-He as his consort and the moon goddess Shang, Shi, as his wife. Together, they bore 10 little golden crows, while the moon goddess gave birth to 12 little moons. Of the 10 golden crows, 9 had perished, leaving only one, secretly sheltered by the Queen Xuanhuang in the Xuanhuang Palace to evade schemes, later known as the illustrious Taoist Liu Ruyan in the Investiture of the Gods. As for the 12 moons, they were said to be of the jade rabbit lineage. Thus, the rabbit-eared, white-haired little girl before him must indeed be one of them. Uncle Baizé, the rabbit-eared little girl explained, her demeanor a touch apprehensive. "I have no particular business. I merely found the Taoist Moon Palace rather dull, and, with nothing else to do, decided to wander about aimlessly." A glimmer of light flickered in Baizé's eyes as he advised, "Your Highness, the demon and witch clans are currently embroiled in a fierce conflict, and peril lurks throughout the vast wilderness. Given your noble status, it would be prudent to refrain from wandering outside the demon court. Otherwise, the demon emperor may become concerned." "Who said I intended to descend the mountain? I did not." "Uncle Bai, do not slander me," the bunny-eared little girl retorted in a triple protest, then added in a sweet tone, "I am merely taking a casual stroll. Please do not inform my father about my outing." Baizé nodded slightly. "If your Highness returns to the Taoist Star now, I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred." The demon princess hesitated for a moment, glancing at Baizé before suddenly shifting her gaze to Liu Chen, her clever eyes twinkling as if she had conceived an idea. With a cheerful smile, she declared, "Then I shall return now. Uncle Bai, you must tell my father that I never intended to descend the mountain. I was simply wandering about." Liu Chen mused to himself that the demon princess appeared rather lacking in intelligence. Before departing, the bunny-eared little girl scrutinized Liu Chen's face for a moment. Then, in a flash, she vanished at an astonishing speed. Liu Chen followed Baizé as they soared upwards to the 9 heavens, traversing the fierce and domineering winds, arriving at a sunlit star enveloped in vibrant crimson hues. "Is this the legendary Li Hua Fusang tree?" Liu Chen gazed at the magnificent tree before him, its canopy obscuring the sky, devoid of leaves, its entire form entwined in the true flames of the sun, prompting a silent gasp of awe within him. The Fusang tree, also known as the Li Hua Fusang tree, is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the wilderness world. forged from the flesh and blood of ancient demonic gods and the essence of the primordial Lihua. It is a primordial spiritual root of the fire attribute, nurturing both the demon emperor Dijun and the Eastern emperor Tai Yi, suppressing the urge to break off a branch from the tree. Liu Chun followed by Zhe to the base of the Fusang tree, arriving at a colossal sword-casting platform. There lay the unfinished witch-slaying sword, which by Zhe pointed to, where a pitch-black sword hilt floated, its spine forming the blade, exuding a terrifying aura. This witch-slaying sword has been forged to its final moment. It requires the collection of 100,000 vengeful souls to be completed, and this is the task I entrust to you. Bai Zhe gazed at Liu Chun, and to his surprise, he detected no signs of shock or fear in Liu Chen's eyes, only a serene calmness akin to a tranquil pond. This illusion made Bai Zhe momentarily perceive Liu Chun not as a minor demon of the earth immortal realm, but as a sage who had attained enlightenment. Upon hearing about the 100,000 vengeful souls, Liu Chun remained eerily composed. He withdrew his gaze from the witch-slaying sword and calmly inquired, "What is the reward for this task?" Bai Zhe paused momentarily, taken aback by Liu Chen's unexpected inquiry. He spoke slowly, "Provided you accept the task and pledge your oath to the heavenly Tao, our demon court shall bestow upon you a flower of the Fusang tree, born from its spiritual roots. This blossom contains a trace of the true fire of the sun, imbued with boundless utility. Upon the successful completion of the sword-tempering task, the demon court will grant you an additional reward, equally magnificent as the Fusang flower, from which you may select according to your preference. A flower, distilled from the essence of one of the 10 great spiritual roots, the Fusang wood, along with another remarkable reward, mirrors the information revealed by those esteemed figures who previously undertook the task of slaying witches in my past life." Liu Chun could not help but marvel inwardly. Had he not acquired the Eastern Imperial Bell and evolved the three-legged golden crow, thereby obtaining the legacy of the demon emperor, such a task reward would indeed be considered extraordinarily prestigious. The Fusang flower offers the comprehension of the path of fire, granting access to the true fire of the sun. Its acquisition serves as a means to enhance one's strength. Mastering the true fire of the sun nearly guarantees a position within the top 10 of the heavenly Tao rankings. Furthermore, the alternative reward, rivaling the Fusang flower, possesses the potential to elevate an ordinary demon to the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao leaderboard. However, while the rewards are bountiful, the task's difficulty is immensely high, particularly for other demon clans. In Liu Chen's previous life, completing the task of slaying witches was exceedingly arduous, not achieved by a single demon, but rather through a relay among the top 100 demons on the heavenly Tao rankings. As one perished, the demon court retrieved the witch-slaying sword, assigning another to continue the endeavor. Ultimately, the top 100 demons of the national server faced near annihilation before they painstakingly fulfilled the task of collecting 1,000,000 vengeful souls. Yet in this life, Liu Chun had already devised a strategy that rendered such convoluted efforts unnecessary. He was confident that with the planning afforded by the account of Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng, he could complete this task in an exceedingly brief period. Therefore, to maximize his benefits and facilitate the cultivation of spirits in the realm of celestial beings, he resolved to elevate his stakes. "I assure you, within 10 days, I will gather 1,000,000 vengeful spirits for the witch-slaying sword." Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback, not doubting Liu Chen's capabilities, but instead responded with a question. And then, Chapter 27, the Supreme Spirit Cultivator, the 5 Elements Spirit Body. Thus, an increase in compensation is warranted. Seizing the moment while Bai Zhe was momentarily distracted, Liu Chun continued, "What I mean is, if I can assist in collecting the vengeful spirits for the slaughter witch sword within 10 days, I require the demon court to provide me with a Jiamu Huang Zhong Li and a Tai Inyugue flower." Liu Chun articulated his demands without hesitation. The Jiamu Huang Zhong Li, one of the 10 foremost innate with spiritual roots, is said to grant ascension to the Tao of the golden immortal upon consuming a single fruit. Originally held by the ruler of the celestial court, the honest Dong Wang Gong, the Huangzhong Li spiritual root was seized by the 3 pure ones, specifically Yuan Shi Tianzun. after the Celestial Court's downfall in the war against the Demon Court, during which Di Jun had acquired several fruits. However, Liu Chen's intention for the Xuanhuang Li was not for consumption, but rather for future spirit cultivation, aiming to nurture a supreme, five-element spirit body at the heavenly immortal level. Relying on the Xuanhuang Li to ascend to the golden immortal would only yield the weakest of golden immortals, halting one's cultivation for eternity, devoid of any hope for the great Tao. This approach is akin to living off borrowed resources. Any ambitious figure of the primordial era would refrain from consuming the Xuanhuang Li. Xuanhuang Li? Baizé momentarily paused, taken aback by the revelation that the demon court possessed such a fruit. It dawned on him that the little demon before him was far more knowledgeable than he had initially presumed. Furthermore, Liu Chan exhibited a demeanor of confidence and foresight, unlike other demons who navigated life with uncertainty and curiosity. This Liu Chan clearly harbored grand ambitions. Baizé had a premonition that this nameless little demon might one day achieve great renown. Regarding the Xuanhuang Li and the Tai Inu Gue, Baizé nodded. I can represent the demon court and agree to your request, provided you can indeed complete the collection of the vengeful spirits within 10 days. The sooner the slaughter witch sword could be refined, the greater the benefits Baizé could offer. The Xuanhuang Li and the Tai Inu Gue, while significant to the demon court, paled in comparison to the value of the slaughter witch sword. Ultimately, Baizé's acquiescence stemmed from a lack of confidence in Liu Chen's ambitious claim of gathering 1,000,000 vengeful spirits within the stipulated time frame. Should he fail, negotiations regarding the compensation would still be feasible. Very well, I can now swear an oath under the heavenly Tao and accept the task, Liu Chen declared. The heavenly Tao oath, sworn in the presence of the celestial forces, carried the weight of immediate retribution for any breach. Bai Shen nodded. You must swear by the heavenly Tao that during the collection of the vengeful spirits, you will not entertain thoughts of betraying the demon court or handing the slaughter witch sword to other factions. With a single hand pointing skyward, Liu Chan solemnly took the oath. Thunder rumbled through the chaotic realm above the 9 heavens, as a lightning dragon flickered and devoured the vow. The heavenly way bore witness. To defy it meant certain death. Baizé confirmed the vow was indeed valid and gestured towards the ominously powerful slaughter witch sword. Retrieve the slaughter witch sword, he instructed. Its power is overwhelmingly potent, magnifying the desires of its wielder. Be wary. Do not allow it to dominate your mind, lest you become a mere shell of your former self before you have even gathered the vengeful spirits. Is it truly that perverse? Liu Chen ascended the sword-forging platform, resolute, and slowly extended his hand to grasp the hilt. In an instant, a torrent of bloodthirst surged from the blade, flooding into Liu Chen's frail form. Lust, rage, arrogance, hatred, all the emotions he had buried deep within surged to an unimaginable degree, driving him to the brink of madness. Get away from me, Liu Chen barked, his focus sharpening. With the strength of his dual existence and the might of the Golden Crow at his heels, he swiftly reclaimed control of his mind. The overwhelming bloodthirst surged from his body, flowing back into the slaughter witch sword. Your willpower surpasses my expectations, Baizé remarked, nodding in approval. I anticipated that it would take you at least half a day to suppress the slaughter witch sword's will, yet you accomplished it in an instant. You may indeed be capable of gathering the vengeful spirits within 10 days. Baizé then reached into his robe, producing a white mask adorned with mysterious patterns, a fiery red flower, and a jade seal for communication. He presented them to Liu Chen one by one. This celestial fox mask, crafted from the fur of a supreme, 9-tailed celestial fox, allows the wearer to alter their appearance at will, remaining undetected by those below the quasi-saint realm. It also conceals part of the heavenly secrets. For now, I shall lend it to you. Return it along with the slaughter witch sword once your task is complete. Undetectable by those below the quasi-saint realm? What a splendid treasure for committing murder and framing others. I must find a way to keep it. Liu Chen accepted the celestial fox mask, transforming his appearance into that of Song Yang, and slung the slaughter witch sword across his back. This jade seal will allow you to contact me, Baizé continued, handing it over. Should you find yourself in a perilous situation, you may send a message to me, and I will intervene once. However, whether I can save you is another matter. I understand. The primary goal is to retrieve the Slaughter Witch sword. Liu Ruyan took the Jade Seal. In his past life, the demon clan relied on such means, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals before they barely managed to collect the vengeful spirits. This is a Fusang flower, infused with a trace of the essence of true sunfire. You can refine it to enhance your strength before you venture to gather the vengeful spirits. The Fusang flower was palm-sized, radiating heat, enveloped in golden flames, with divine patterns formed from the essence of the Tao shimmering on its petals. Liu Ruyan stored all the items away. Baizé offered a few more words of caution before departing the sunlit star, cloaked in Fusang wood. Could this little crow demon truly accomplish the collection of 1,000,000 vengeful spirits? Behind the trunk of the Fusang tree, there appeared a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, exuding a formidable presence. Your Majesty, Baizé slightly bowed to the demon Emperor Jun and replied with a shake of his head, I am uncertain. You seem to harbor little confidence in him as well. The Slaughter Witch sword is crucial to the outcome of the great battle. I cannot place such a heavy burden upon a mere minor demon. Do you have a contingency plan? Should he fail, we must retrieve the Slaughter Witch sword and continue our search for the next extraordinary demon. Emperor Jun gazed at Liu Ruyan's departing figure and let out a soft sigh. Yet such exceptionally gifted demons are ultimately rare. Liu Ruyan retraced his steps away from the Sunstar, blissfully making his way back towards Mount Buzhou. This ascent had proven remarkably fruitful. Even without the Eastern Emperor's Bell as an enhancement, he likely possessed greater depth than many ordinary great Luo golden immortals. As for the Slaughter Witch sword, though it was yet to be fully refined and remained merely a sword embryo, its destructive potential rivaled that of several mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The Celestial Fox mask not only afforded the ability to alter one's appearance, but also concealed celestial secrets, remaining imperceptible to those below the quasi-saint level. Although it may not be an innate spiritual treasure, its efficacy surpassed that of many inferior innate spiritual treasures. Liu Ruyan was determined to find a way to keep the Celestial Fox mask hidden. The Fusang flower, imbued with a trace of the true fire of the sun, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition if exposed. Indeed, participating in the Great Calamity was the correct approach to the vast wilderness. Liu Ruyan thought cheerfully as he prepared to descend a mountain. Suddenly, a girl's melodious voice called from behind, Please hold on. Chapter 28. Return my temper is quite high right now. This phrase is certainly not to be uttered. Liu Ruyan turned his head and, upon seeing a familiar silhouette, breathed a sigh of relief. The visitor was none other than the seemingly simple-minded princess of the demon clan. Your Highness, Liu Ruyan greeted respectfully. I wonder what brings you to seek me. The princess of the demon clan curiously scrutinized Liu Ruyan from head to toe and stated bluntly, I want you to escort me down Mount Buzhou. Upon the successful completion of this task, all these treasures will be yours. As she spoke, she retrieved several pea-sized, spiritually vibrant items from her bosom. Liu Ruyan focused intently and thought, Good heavens, this is the Tai Moon Laurel. Although it pales in comparison to the Tai Moon Blossom, is still considered a precious spiritual item. Such a rare treasure, and she pulls out a handful as if they were mere sunflower seeds. This demon princess must be of considerable wealth. I must cling tightly to this benefactor. This precious opportunity. However, as Liu Ruyan contemplated, he realized that he might not be worthy of such a reward. Escorting the demon princess into the perilous wilderness? What a joke. Liu Ruyan was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the wilderness, especially at this critical juncture of the war between the witches and the demons. If he were to escort her down the mountain and something were to go awry, he would surely bear the consequences. May I inquire what your highness intends to do upon descending the mountain? Liu Ruyan did not immediately decline, but instead sought to gauge her intentions. The princess's delicate face contorted slightly, revealing a fierce glimmer in her eyes. The detestable witch clan has slain several of my brothers. I must descend the mountain to avenge them. With your petite frame, you intend to seek vengeance? You might end up as a spicy rabbit head. Liu Ruyan firmly rejected her. Currently, The witch and demon clans are embroiled in chaos. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with such a request. How dare you refuse my demand? The tiny moon rabbit's face flushed with indignation. Do you believe I won't kill you? Then go ahead and do so. The not-so-bright tiny moon rabbit did not anticipate that Liu Ruyan was unfazed by threats. Her tones softened abruptly. Very well, I was merely trying to intimidate you. I did not expect you to possess such fortitude. I had no intention of truly harming you. But if that is the case, I shall have to seek assistance elsewhere. The white-haired little girl muttered, turning to leave. Your Highness, please wait, Liu Ruyan suddenly interjected. While I cannot escort you down the mountain, there is one matter I can assist with. The demon princess's rabbit ears perked up with excitement. What is it? I can help you slay the witch clan and avenge your brothers. Historical records indicate that the 12 princesses of the demon clan had never descended from the Taoist star until the clan's demise, remaining naive and unacquainted with worldly affairs. Liu Ruyan gambled on her ignorance of the wilderness's realities. Indeed, the demon princess's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, beaming with delight. Since I cannot descend the mountain, I can have you act on my behalf to slay the witches. I shall offer you a reward. How clever of you to think of this. I had not considered such an approach. Liu Ruyan, I heard my father and others say, the white-haired little girl continued. There exists a vile creature known as the Ancestor witch within the witch clan. If that is the case, could you assist me in slaying one? I could bring you more laurel leaves next time. As she spoke, she revealed the laurel leaves in her palm and extended them towards Liu Ruyan. Hiss! To kill an Ancestor witch. Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of guilt as he accepted the laurel leaves. Very well, Your Highness, I shall undertake this task. Upon my return to the witch clan, I will slay an Ancestor witch and strive to bring back its head for you. He tucked the laurel leaves into his robe, feeling somewhat uneasy as he waved goodbye and swiftly flew down the mountain, leaving the adorably Na'vi princess of the demon clan waving at him, eagerly awaiting his return after the witch's demise. In a nearby corner, a figure clad in the robes of the demon emperor observed the entire scene, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The countdown to return officially begins. 10, 9. Upon Liu Ruyan's return to the unworldly mountain, the voice of the return echoed through the air. This was fortuitous, as it allowed him to finalize his plans for crafting the witch-slaying sword. After a brief pause, his vision blurred, and he found himself back in reality. After a quick wash and breakfast, Liu Ruyan retrieved his notebook once more, preparing to log into the account of the great sage of the primordial chaos. What greeted his eyes was still the ranking situation of the heavenly Tao. This time the recorded range had expanded, now encompassing the top 10,000. Liu Ruyan casually scanned through a few entries. Today, the cultivation speed of the representatives of the prominent families had noticeably slowed compared to yesterday. Among the top 10, aside from Liu Ruyan himself, who firmly held the leading position at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Earth Immortal, the second place, Xuanhuang, had just reached the 9th stage, while the remaining 8 were all struggling at the 8th stage. Moreover, all cultivators within the top 100 had surpassed the 6th stage. The top 10,000 had all reached the 5th stage. Not bad. I still maintain a significant lead. The highest, Xuanhuang, is merely at the initial 9th stage. I am at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Earth Immortal, combined with the physique and legacy of the three-legged golden crow, along with 27 formidable spiritual treasures and the witch-slaying sword. Facing these opponents, as long as I remain steady, I could easily slay 100,000 without resorting to the Eastern Imperial Bell. With that thought, Liu Ruyan closed the page, logged into the account of the great sage of the primordial chaos, and began to edit. In the capital, the Xiahou family. So, has the great sage of the primordial chaos been located? Xuanhuang inquired, pushing aside his 2 new concubines, directing his gaze towards the assistant who entered. Upon returning home, the assistant furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating the account of Honghuang by Xiaosheng was registered merely a day after the arrival of the Honghuang era, and it completely evades the local servers of the Douyang group. The IP address of the account is not domestic, and the number of relays is astonishing. I have consulted our specialized technical department, and to trace it would require at least a year. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. Xuanhuang, in a fit of rage, smashed the notebook before him into fragments, his palm lacerated by sharp debris, crimson blood trickling down his arm to the floor. Several medical personnel approached silently, enduring his furious tirade as they tended to his wound. My Xiao family spends tens of millions each year. What purpose do you serve? If not to be of use, are you merely here to eat? What value do you bring to my Xiao family? I am exceedingly displeased. After venting, Xiao Tian turned his icy gaze towards the assistant. What about the top individual on the Tiandao leaderboard? Have we any news of him? The assistant exhaled deeply and hurriedly presented a tablet. Based on the descriptions from those by the EC, our technicians have rendered an image of that individual, the demon. As the assistant activated the tablet, an image emerged, a figure with black feathers, a raven's head, and a human body, resembling the legendary golden-winged Great Peng. Xiao Tian glanced down at the depiction, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Filled with skepticism about whether such an abstract image could truly lead them to the enigmatic leader of the demon clan. Struggling to contain his anger, he commanded, "Disseminate this image immediately. Alert our brethren among the reformed demon clan to be vigilant. My Xiao family must locate this individual." Rubbing his temples, he added furthermore, "Instruct those who usually hold themselves in such high regard to show some respect. We, the Xiao family, cannot afford to have lost Honghuang by Xiaosheng and then lose him as well." Just as Xiao Tian gestured for the two individuals about to leave to relieve his frustrations, the assistant suddenly exclaimed, "We have news." "What news?" With past experiences in mind, Xiao Tian exhibited a notable restraint this time. All of it. What does all mean?" The assistant presented the tablet before Xiao Tian. "We have information both on Honghuang by Xiaosheng and the leader of the demon clan." Chapter 29. The revelation of the slaying which sword shocks the entire network. Do you remember my previous revelation regarding the demon Cordes' endeavor to forge the slaying witch sword? In the luxurious confines of the Liu family villa, Liu Chen typed these words on his laptop. According to credible sources, the slaying witch sword is now in the final stages of its creation, nearing completion. This final stage involves the sacrificial offering of vengeful spirits to temper the sword. Today, while exploring the primordial wilderness, my informant disclosed that someone was slain in the vicinity of the Buzhou mountain by a modern demon of the earth immortal realm, wielding a sword of immense malevolence that absorbs souls. It is almost certain that this modern demon of the earth immortal realm is the enigmatic leader of the heavenly Dao rankings. The weapon he bears is none other than the slaying witch sword. Moreover, the heritage he acquired from the demon clan is remarkably potent. The quality of the slaying witch sword is at least that of a postnatal supreme treasure, posing extreme danger. Based on my research into the myths of the primordial era, I must caution everyone. The demon clan requires a substantial number of vengeful spirits to forge the slaying witch sword. It is advisable to avoid activities near Buzhou Mountain in the near future to prevent becoming fodder for their sinister intentions. Liu Chen conducted a brief review, ensuring that his identity remained concealed before clicking send. Following his prior revelations, the account Primordial Era Informant had garnered immense popularity, becoming one of the most sought-after accounts among netizens. As anticipated, the moment the post was sent, it soared to the top of the trending topics. Oh my! The mysterious first person on the heavenly Dao rankings has finally emerged. He is killing for the slaying witch sword. I wonder how this individual's cultivation had progressed so rapidly. It turns out he practices unorthodox methods. How terrifying. Huh. The slaying witch sword is in his possession? What did my master sell to me then? A postnatal supreme treasure. With it, one could almost soar to greatness in the primordial world. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Let us form a group to seize the slaying witch sword. Who's in? Count me in. If we succeed, we'll be the talk of the town. If we fail, after I return, I'll head straight to Buzhou Mountain. Count me in for the group. Treasure hunting is too perilous. I think I'll just stay safe in Kunlun Mountain. The ones above are too cautious. After all, we have 3 lives. What is 1 life lost? What if we succeed? Liu Chen casually glanced through the comments, a slight smile gracing his lips. The situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Only a small fraction of individuals heeded his warning, while the majority upon hearing the term postnatal supreme treasure, descended into madness, consumed by thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking. In his previous life, the news of the demon court forging the slaying witch sword had only emerged when the collection of vengeful spirits was nearly complete. Yet it still drew millions to hunt the sword-bearer in hopes of claiming the slaying witch sword. In this life, Liu Chen opted to reveal the information proactively at an earlier stage. This was one of Liu Chen's significant strategies in recent days, leveraging the primordial era informant account to build influence by actively disclosing the news of the slaying witch sword. Utilizing the profound knowledge of the postnatal treasure, a potent catalyst for igniting the greed of modern individuals, is designed to entice them to approach voluntarily, thereby saving their precious time. After all, Liu Chen has already forewarned that the formidable sword is not for the faint-hearted. Those with innocent intentions would not dare to tread this murky path. It is the avaricious souls who dare to covet the sword that constitute Liu Chen's primary targets. The virtuous do not indiscriminately slay. Those who come forth willingly shall certainly not be overlooked, for this is the guiding principle of Liu Chen's actions. Furthermore, Liu Chen aims to impart a lesson to all, illustrating the true brutality of the primordial chaos. A glance at the commentary section of Xuanhuang Cauldron reveals a staggering accumulation of comments, exceeding 1 million, with many boasting their intentions to form teams for treasure hunting, occupying the most favorable positions with their audacious proclamations. A minority expressing cautious sentiments are continuously mocked in the replies below for their timidity. In the city of Guangshan, atop the Arctic Bear Group building, the sword is indeed the sword. This is a postnatal treasure. The president of Arctic Bear Group, Ma Huatan, puffed on a premium cigar while fixating on the information displayed on his tablet, his eyes betraying an undeniable greed. It is utterly unexpected that this legendary artifact is now in the possession of a mere demon clan in the lower realm. Abruptly, Ma Huatan turned to his assistant and commanded, "Immediately send a message to all our operatives. Upon entering the primordial chaos tomorrow, everyone, except those opting for the witch clan, must head towards the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. I must obtain this sword in the magical city at the Murong family residence." The clandestine information regarding the swords forging by the demon court has reached them, signaling that Xuanhuang Cauldron is no ordinary entity. Murong Bo gazed at the information on the tablet screen handed to him by his daughter, Murong Yunxiao, and expressed mild astonishment. I once speculated about the identity of this leader of the Taoist rankings, pondering whether he might be linked to the astute Xuanhuang Cauldron, or perhaps Xuanhuang Cauldron is the foremost among the demon clan. It seems I have overthought it. Dressed casually, Murong Yunxiao cleverly concealed her alluring figure as she lounged on the sofa, casually sucking on a lollipop, and asked nonchalantly, "Why? The family has invested so much effort in you. Can't you apply a bit more intellect to everything?" Murong Bo, slightly exasperated, explained, "The revelation of the sword's existence by Xuanhuang Cauldron, along with the precise indication of its location in the hands of this foremost demon, raises questions about his intentions. What is he trying to achieve?" Murong Yunxiao, still holding the lollipop, fell silent for a moment before hesitantly responding. Could it be that Xuanhuang Cauldron also desires the sword? Murong Bo chuckled and shook his head, saying, "As for whether Xuanhuang Cauldron desires the slaughter witch sword, I cannot say for certain. However, based on his actions in recent days, it appears he has voluntarily shared information about Xuanhuang online without any expectation of reward. He seems indifferent to the recruitment efforts of our families, which leads me to believe that he is neither seeking fame nor profit. His character is commendable, reminiscent of a distinguished scholar, making it unlikely that he wishes to partake in the contest for the slaughter witch sword." He lifted his teacup, cleared his throat, and continued, "From the content he has shared, it is evident that he has disclosed the information regarding the slaughter witch sword to express his disdain for the first among the demon clan's brutal methods of murder and sword forging. By revealing his identity and location, he seems to seek the collective strength of others to bring the perpetrator to justice." Murong Yunxiao pondered this and nodded thoughtfully. "Father, what you say holds some merit. It seems I have misjudged him previously. This Xuanhuang Cauldron is certainly not the rough man I imagined. He must be quite an intriguing individual. So, what should our Murong family do next? Should we engage in the contest for the Slaughter Witch Sword? Murong Bo remained silent for a moment, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and replied, "Let us observe the unfolding situation." Chapter 30. The acknowledgement of Xiahou Tian and the ambition of Song Yang in the capital of the Great Xia, at the Xiahou residence. Xiahou Tian withdrew his gaze from the tablet, slightly astonished. To publicly disclose such vital intelligence regarding the Butcher Witch Sword, this Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng is indeed a remarkable figure. The value of a postnatal treasure is immeasurable, particularly one as renowned as the Butcher Witch Sword in the annals of Honghuang mythology. Merely this revelation, if Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng intended to vend on the black market, would warrant Xiahou Tian's willing expenditure of 100 million. Yet, he chose to disclose it freely on the internet. A smirk crept upon Xiahou Tian's lips. This Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng possesses a profound sense of righteousness. He is a person of positive energy. This is quite commendable, as it suggests that he has neither accepted my recruitment offer nor those from other families. His network of information remains unsold, which is a point of satisfaction for me. Beside him, an assistant, clutching a notebook, cautiously inquired, "Master, should we still have the technical team investigate his identity?" Xiahou Tian waved his hand dismissively. Inform the technical team that there is no need to pursue Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng's IP address for the time being. The assistant felt a silent sigh of relief, knowing that further investigation would yield little. He then heard Xiahou Tian ask, "How many individuals have we recruited for the Xiahou family?" The assistant presented an electronic document. Since the last recruitment announcement, there has been an overwhelming influx of individuals wishing to join our Xiahou family, excluding those with insufficient capabilities attempting to take advantage, along with our original members. We can summon approximately 100,000 individuals. These individuals possess a certain level of strength, all reaching at least the second tier, and are entirely at your disposal, Master. Not long ago, the century-old Xiahou family, shrouded in the shadows of the Great Xia, unveiled extraordinarily generous offerings and salary conditions, publicly recruiting members for family activities for the first time. Upon the release of this news, countless individuals flocked under Xiahou Tian's banner. The majority were drawn by the attractive benefits, while many others sought to forge connections with the Xiahou family, expressing their willingness to join without monetary compensation. Thus, the Xiahou family rapidly amassed a following of over 100,000 members, all possessing at least second-tier capabilities. Consequently, the Xiahou family emerged as the preeminent force established by modern individuals in the realm of Honghuang, elucidating why Xiahou Tian's cultivation continued to ascend at a swift pace following the arrival of Honghuang. Over 100,000 individuals executed a coordinated assault on the indigenous beings of the wilderness, while others were designated to gather spiritual herbs, roots, plants, and fruits to enhance Xiahou Tian's capabilities. This is the profound foundation of a prestigious family. The rate at which Xiahou Tian advanced in his cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary when compared to an ordinary individual. Of course, this statement excluded the foremost member of the demon race. "Excellent, splendid work," Xiahou Tian acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. The assistants, who had been anxiously on edge for days, finally breathed a sigh of relief. With such a vast number of people, taking down a peak Earth immortal-level demon was more than feasible. Xiahou Tian continued, even if these individuals were akin to swine, herding such a multitude could easily overwhelm him, regardless of whether that demon race's top contender is a great Luo golden immortal. This Butcher Witch Sword shall undoubtedly belong to the Xiahou family. Within the confines of a detention center, a weary couple engaged in conversation while glancing at the television news overhead to pass the time. That scoundrel Liu Chen, the girl, striking yet visibly frail, erupted in frustration. Is he truly so formidable, merely because he inherited a fraction of his short-lived parents' wealth? What's so impressive about that? How dare he instruct security to prevent my return home? He has caused me to land in this detention center. One day, I, Liu Ruyan, will ensure he regrets this. The girl was none other than Liu Ruyan, who had sought trouble with a group of ruffians outside the Liu family's villa district. I believe he intends to monopolize those precious spiritual treasures of yours. Chimed in the nearby young man with yellow hair, Xuanhuang, his face flushed with indignation. For days, he and his girlfriend had languished in the detention center, consistently entering the wilderness realm only to return to this grim reality. The days had been nothing short of tragic. What infuriated him further was the realization that his so-called brothers, who appeared to be extraordinarily loyal during their encounters, were nothing but cowards. The moment they entered the detention center, without even a prompt from the authorities, they had spilled all their secrets. Not only that, but they also detailed their petty thefts with alarming clarity. What truly broke Song Yang's spirit, however, was the fact that his name appeared on every single one of the 12 volumes of confessions, leading to a sentence that had escalated from just a few days to several weeks. This experience profoundly enlightened him to the treachery of human nature. Rest assured, my dear, although Song Yang was feeling quite vexed, he still took the time to comfort his girlfriend beside him. I have a premonition that the world of Honghuang must possess boundless possibilities. Liu Chen may currently be wealthy, but his fortune is merely derived from his two ill-fated parents. In terms of capability, he pales in comparison to me. Now that the Honghuang era has arrived, we all have a fresh start, and this presents me with an opportunity to rise. In reality, Liu Chen boasts his power solely due to his status as a rich second-generation heir, flaunting before me. Yet, in the Honghuang world, my abilities will stand equal to his. Once I achieve success in Honghuang, I shall certainly avenge you. Liu Ruyan nodded with a beaming smile. Darling, you truly love me. How I wish the heavens had allowed me to meet you sooner. I believe in you, my love. Liu Chen is nothing but a heartless scoundrel, unworthy even of your little finger. Once you make your mark in the Honghuang world, I shall pledge myself to you, and we shall ensure that Liu Chen pays back for all his misdeeds with interest. Song Yang nodded earnestly, confidence radiating from him as he declared, Let me tell you, my dear, I recently discovered that the Xiahou family is openly recruiting in the world of Honghuang. Do you know the Xiahou family? Liu Ruyan shook her head in confusion. Song Yang began to boast, sharing the scant tidbits of information he had gleaned from popular literature. The Xiahou family is the most illustrious clan behind our great Xia nation, wielding control over a third of its political and commercial enterprises. Compared to them, Liu Chen is but a mere speck. As he spoke, Song Yang's expression was one of immense pride, as if he were the very embodiment of Xiahou Tian himself. Thus, I intend to join the Xiahou family first, leveraging their influence to rise. Liu Ruyan encouraged him. I believe in you, darling. Song Yang continued with fervor. Although my strength has yet to reach the first tier, I have a feeling that once I join the Xiahou family, I shall soar to great heights. There is a saying, a golden-scaled fish is not an ordinary creature. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Soon, I will have my chance to ride the winds and become a dragon. Liu Ruyan nodded emphatically, affirming her unwavering faith in Song Yang's abilities. Suddenly, an important news bulletin interrupted. The television displayed an urgent report, according to the renowned Honghuang influencer, Honghuang by Shaosheng. The forces of the demon court are currently forging the slaughter witch sword, with the foremost figure of the demon clan gathering vengeful spirits for it. Citizens are advised to take precautions. Both Song Yang and Liu Ruyan were captivated by the news on the television. The slaughter witch sword. It was indeed the legendary slaughter witch sword. Upon reading the news, Song Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cradled Liu Ruyan's face, exclaiming, My dear, do you know what the butcher sword is? Liu Ruyan, lacking knowledge of the Primordial World, could only shake her head. It is an immensely powerful artifact within the Primordial realm. I have a strong premonition that the butcher sword will undoubtedly mark the beginning of my rise. I must venture to Mount Buzhou to seize the butcher sword. Chapter 31. Once again seeking the spiritual treasure, Liu Ruyan breaks through the great defense, darling. Are you also intending to journey to Mount Buzhou? Liu Ruyan gazed at the news broadcast on television, her expression tinged with concern. The report mentioned that the foremost member of the demon clan had already reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. However, she hesitated to articulate that her beloved was still merely at the first tier, aware of Song Yang's pride. Although Liu Ruyan was unfamiliar with the legendary slaughtering witch sword and not well versed in the hierarchical divisions of the prehistoric world. After days of accompanying Xuanhuang on what was ostensibly an exploration, but was, in truth, a flight from danger, she grasped the vast disparity in power between the peak of the Earth immortal realm and her cherished boyfriend. What do you understand? Xuanhuang retorted, a hint of displeasure in his voice. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Do you think I lack intelligence? He spoke with an air of confidence. Analyzing the situation, such a formidable artifact as the slaughtering witch sword, now revealed to be in the hands of a mere Earth immortal, will undoubtedly attract many to Mount Buzhou to vie for it. As he uttered those words, he assumed an almost grandiose tone, as if he were a grand Luo golden immortal. At that time, all I need to do is retreat behind the crowd when I sense danger and wait for the opportune moment to strike, seizing the treasure. With my current strength, albeit below the first tier, I still stand a considerable chance of success. Having immersed himself in online novels for years, Xuanhuang fancied himself adept at the age-old trope of murder and treasure acquisition. Liu Ruyan remained skeptical. Although Xuanhuang harbored doubts within, he felt the slaughtering witch sword, renowned in the prehistoric realm, was worth risking his life for, especially since he had two opportunities to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Although the odds of success were slim, what if, perhaps, he were the one to succeed? Liu Ruyan sought to dissuade him further. What if? There are no what-ifs. Xuanhuang shot her a fierce look. Do you look down upon me? Do you think I lack the ability to become a powerful figure in the prehistoric world? Liu Ruyan quickly denied it. No, darling. How could I possibly think that? I'm merely worried about you. With an impatient gesture, Xuanhuang replied, by the way, in order to obtain the slaughtering witch sword, I will need some assistance. Did you not mention that the Liu family, those short-lived souls, collected many antiques during their lifetimes? Surely, among them are numerous magical artifacts and spiritual treasures. Make a call to Liu Chen and ask for a few items. We need not ask for too much. 3 or 4 mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures will suffice. We can consider it a debt to him and repay it in the future. Asking him for help is a sign of respect. At that moment, Xuanhuang felt a certain heroic flair about himself, recalling a figure from his middle school textbooks, a noble who was both humble and ambitious. Although he could not quite remember the specifics, he knew he had not completed his middle school education. Liu Ruyan hesitated, lost in thought. Why are you standing there in a daze? Xuanhuang cast an irritated glare at his girlfriend. Not lending you anything is a sign of disdain towards me. Liu Ruyan hesitated, furrowing her brow as memories of that day flooded back, when Liu Chen had unceremoniously expelled her from his home. In the past, Liu Chen, that scoundrel, had exhibited such erratic behavior on several occasions, suddenly losing his temper and banishing both her and her friends. However, it never lasted more than 5 days. He would inevitably soften, scurrying to Xuanhuang's residence to apologize, begging her to return home. Following such episodes, he would treat her to exquisite cuisine and invite her to salons as a form of atonement. Yet this time, several days had passed, and Liu Chen had not come to reclaim her. In a particularly cruel turn, he had instructed the security personnel of her residence to bar her entry, leaving Liu Ruyan in a state of uncertainty. Out of pride, she was reluctant to reach out to that scoundrel again. But the thought of relinquishing her luxurious lifestyle, the opulent villa and gourmet dining, stirred a sense of unwillingness within her. She was not prepared to forsake such a life so easily. Liu Chen was undoubtedly still angry. She would simply give him away to ease his pride. Once Xuanhuang rose to prominence in the wilderness, she would take her revenge on her parents' behalf. Liu Ruyan reassured herself with these thoughts. She approached the duty officer of the detention center and, under the pretense of ensuring her family's safety, borrowed a mobile phone. In the presence of the officer, she dialed Liu Chen's number. "Hello, who is this?" A familiar male voice emerged from the receiver. Upon hearing Liu Chen's voice, Xuanhuang sneered in disdain. Liu Ruyan, however, felt a jolt of excitement. "Brother, it's me," she exclaimed, instantly adopting a tone of heartfelt contrition, her voice quivering with feigned emotion. "I'm sorry, brother. I realize my mistakes. I promise to heed your words from now on. I'll never drink at home again." After delivering her monologue, she deliberately paused, waiting for a response. Silence lingered on the other end, and her heart leaped with joy. He is silent. He must be moved. There is hope. Don't just stand there in a daze. Xuanhuang urged impatiently from his side. Quickly ask him for a few mid-grade spiritual treasures for the day after tomorrow. If he can't provide those, even low-grade ones will suffice. The wilderness is about to descend. Don't waste my time. Prompted by her boyfriend, Liu Ruyan continued her act. Brother, I've truly missed you during these days away from home. The situation is that I've been in the wilderness following Xuanhuang's instructions. She recounted the request for spiritual treasures in one breath, oblivious to the fact that the phone screen had gone dark. With anticipation, Xuanhuang inquired, what did he say? Darling, did he agree to provide a few? If not, even one or two will do. Liu Ruyan shook her head, holding the phone. He hasn't replied yet. He must still be contemplating. Contemplating? Xuanhuang questioned, perplexed, as he took the phone from her, glancing at the screen. What the hell? He hung up. His face turned an alarming shade of deep crimson. The call log reveals that the duration of the conversation was merely 3 seconds, indicating that Liu Chen hung up immediately after hearing Liu Ruyan's voice, without the slightest hesitation. What insufferable scoundrel Liu Chen is. Xuanhuang was utterly incensed. I sought his aid with the spirit treasure out of respect, and he had the audacity to hang up on me. How dare he disregard my goodwill? Liu Ruyan was equally furious, her expression darkening. How could he do this? How could Liu Chen? I humbly lowered myself to apologize to him, and yet he dares to terminate our call. Who does he think he is? Just a child of affluent parents. I vow he shall come to regret this. The duty officer, Uncle Hat, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden outburst from the two, hastily reclaiming his pineapple phone. Meanwhile, at the Liu family villa, Liu Chen had finished editing his explosive post and was no longer monitoring the repercussions of the sensational news regarding the slaughtering witch sword. Instead, he continued to browse various posts related to the Primordial era shared by netizens. With the strategic insights gleaned from a powerful demon lord in his previous life, combined with his formidable prowess in this one, he was entirely confident in accomplishing the slaughtering witch sword mission. Each time he returned from the Primordial era to reality, he diligently reviewed the information disclosed by netizens, a habit he had cultivated in his past life. In this lifetime, he maintained the same practice, ensuring that he did not miss any critical information pertaining to the Primordial era, while also allowing him to reminisce about the strategies disseminated by prominent figures online in his previous existence. Eureka! This is it. Chapter 32. The evolution of the destiny flying sword and the ambitions of a Liu Ruyan. This is it. Liu Chen's face lit up with delight as he clicked on a post introducing the great immortal Xuanhuang. As a pivotal figure in the 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West, the name Xuanhuang is remarkably familiar to the people of the Great Xia. An important line in the tale highlights his impressive status. His disciple, Qing Feng Mingyue, states, "The 3 pure ones and the 4 sovereigns are friends of my master, while the 9 luminaries are his juniors." In the Primordial World, Xuanhuang holds an equally distinguished position, being hailed as the progenitor of Earth immortals. Most notably, he is renowned for the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Temple, reputed to possess the miraculous ability to revive the dead. What Liu Chen seeks is precisely this ginseng fruit tree, formerly known as the Central Wu Earth Ginseng Tree. It is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial realm, formed from the fusion of the flesh and blood of the great Tao's demonic deity and the first essence of innate Wu Earth at the dawn of chaos. It stands as a premier Earth attribute spiritual entity, one of Liu Chen's ultimate goals for nurturing spiritual bodies. To cultivate a spiritual body, one must gather the 5 elemental spiritual materials. As Liu Chen's thoughts drifted, he realized that since he had been reborn, selecting these materials should be as formidable as possible. He had already identified 3, which he deemed to be within his grasp: the wood spiritual root Huangzhong Li, the fire spiritual root Fusong Mu, and the water spiritual root Taiyin Yuegawei. He still required 1 gold spiritual material and 1 earth spiritual material. For the earth root, the ginseng fruit would suffice, as the strategy shared by that deity online for acquiring it should still be applicable. As for the gold spiritual root, suddenly, A ringtone interrupted Liu Chen's musings. An unfamiliar number? He cautiously glanced at the screen, displaying the incoming call. Who could it be? Liu Ruyan and her band of companions had already been blocked, and they were still confined in the detention center, so it couldn't be them. The employees at the company, due to the emergence of the Primordial World, had all returned to their homes, so it was unlikely to be anyone from there either, especially since they all had his number. Could it be that his account as the Primordial World's all-knowing sage had been traced? Feeling a surge of anxiety, Liu Chen quickly dismissed the notion. After all, he had taken precautions when creating the account to sever any chance of being tracked via IP. He glanced at the screen once more and gently pressed answer. Hello? Who is this? A familiar female voice came through the receiver. It was Liu Ruyan. As soon as the call connected, she began a torrent of apologies, her voice tinged with tears. What a nuisance. Liu Chen abruptly hung up, disregarding her pleas. Were it not for his rebirth. Hearing that ungrateful wretch sobbing and apologizing might have swayed him, compelling him to rush to welcome her home. However, having lived again, Liu Chen had seen through the true colors of this duplicitous pair and chose to ignore them entirely. Oh no, they will respond, and when they seek me out, it will be their demise. The path to the 5 elements spirit body of the peeling and the Wutu ginseng fruit has been established. Liu Chen rubbed his brow now. He only lacked a spirit object of the metal attribute. Regrettably, the most renowned metal spirit root is no longer usable. Liu Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. The most formidable metal spirit object, undoubtedly, is the Western Gung metal Bodhi. However, the Gung metal Bodhi possesses another remarkable identity, that of the Xuanhuang saint. Indeed, the essence of the Xuanhuang saint from the Western teachings is the Gung metal Bodhi, which he later refined into the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Approaching this saint, who possesses such a profound connection to the Tao, for his essence is an act only a madman would contemplate. It seems Liu Chen has conceived a strategy. Should he seek out the Taishang saint for the 5-needle pine as a substitute? To so, he recalled from his past life the strategies for acquiring the 5-needle pine. Upon opening his eyes once more, Liu Chen found himself in the midst of the Yunxiao mountain. Alas, as he gazed at the laurel leaves in his hand, he felt a pang of disappointment. These laurel leaves were not produced from the ancestral root of the Taoist laurel, but rather derived from lesser plants, significantly diminishing their quality. Otherwise, he would have struck it rich. Nonetheless, even in their ordinary form, these laurel leaves remain top-tier spiritual objects in the hands of modern individuals, capable of inciting fierce competition. Now, beneath Yunxiao Mountain, those seeking him must be clamoring in a frenzy. For the time being, he resolved to enhance his flying sword using these laurel leaves. The not-so-intelligent princess of the demon clan had gifted him a total of 18 leaves. If he were to nourish the Xuanhuang Bell with them, it might not achieve the next 5% restoration, yielding little in terms of strength enhancement. It would be far more effective to elevate the lethality of his flying sword. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Chen, bearing the witch-slaying sword transformed by the Tianhu mask, sought out Yunxiao, now the deputy commander of the armory division, and inquired about a quiet room. Yunxiao, freshly promoted, greeted Liu Chen as though he were a long-lost brother. Without hesitation, he insisted on taking Liu Chen to enjoy music at a brothel. Claiming that there was a delightful fox spirit down the mountain, he wished to introduce to Liu Chen. Although Liu Chen was tempted, he politely declined, citing his official duties. Yunxiao, though regretful, graciously leveraged his connections to help Liu Chen find a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy atop Yunxiao Mountain. Upon entering the cave, Liu Chen promptly arranged a formation with spirit stones, placing the 18 laurel leaves, acquired through dubious means, at the center of the formation to begin the refinement of his flying sword. After a short while, the 18 laurel leaves transformed into powder, their inner water spirit energy completely transferred to the flying sword. Whoosh, 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 18 flying swords adorned with azure divine patterns, as if imbued with sentience, danced joyfully around Liu Chen. Off they went. With a slight exclamation, Liu Chen unleashed a flying sword, the Kuei Shui, which shot forth like lightning, striking a massive boulder designated as a target at the edge of the cave. The boulder erupted into fine powder, scattering across the ground. Success. Liu Chun nodded in satisfaction. These 18 Kuei, Shuei, flying swords, after merging with the laurel essence, had nearly reached the threshold of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Their lethality had escalated several notches. Now, it was time to unleash a massacre and gather vengeful spirits. Liu Chun glanced at the ominously chilling, bone-piercing Witch-Slayer sword strapped to his back, exited the cave, and donned the Tianhu mask, transforming into a visage that straddled the appearances of Yin Zhu and Yu Yan as he descended from the Unzao mountain. Brother, do we truly stand a chance at seizing the Witch-Slayer sword? It is a postnatal supreme treasure. After all, with so many competitors, there must be hundreds of thousands. We seem to have little hope. At the periphery of Unzao Mountain, on a vital pathway leading away, a first-tier serpent demon, Liu Ruyan voiced his doubts to his sibling, a fellow serpent demon, Liu Ruyan. The two brothers, having emerged during the dawn of the Primordial era, had relied on their understanding of this chaotic realm, jointly choosing the path of serpents with the prospect of eventually transforming into dragons. They had supported one another, cautiously slaying lower-tier lantern monsters, both ascending to the first tier. Not long ago, Liu Ruyan, the elder brother, had been elated upon discovering an explosive announcement from his beloved influencer, Xuanhuang by Xiao, which revealed the Witch-Slayer sword's emergence in the possession of a modern demon within a celestial realm. In an instant, his earlier caution evaporated, replaced by the exhilaration of seizing an opportunity for dragon transformation. He resolved to bring his brother, Liu Ruyan, into the ranks of those vying for the Witch-Slayer sword. You're lacking insight. Liu Ruyan chastised his Na'vi younger brother with a playful smack. It is precisely because there are numerous contenders that we have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Don't you understand? That is the Witch-Slayer sword, a prenatal supreme treasure, a divine artifact. If we can seize it, our struggles against lantern monsters will be a thing of the past. Whether we offer it to other great beings of the primordial era or keep it for ourselves, we shall reap abundant rewards. After all, we have 3 lives. Gambling one for such a prize leaves us with 2 more. Chapter 33. How formidable could he possibly slay beings of the Xianxian realm? Yet, Liu Ruyan still felt skeptical. Did not your favorite Xuanhuang Cauldron proclaim? This is perilous. We have arduously ascended a level, and should we perish, we would be forced to restart our battle against the lantern monsters. Such discussions transpired incessantly in the expansive forest surrounding the not-so-high mountain. As this area had rapidly become overcrowded, teeming with nearly hundreds of thousands of people. Perhaps we should depart. Liu Ruyan continued to urge, exasperated. After all, he was the sword-bearer. The slaughtering witch sword was in his possession. They must not let him escape. Not far from the two, someone suddenly gasped. Before Liu Ruyan could discern the situation, he beheld a flying sword adorned with azure divine patterns, appearing with lightning speed before him, piercing directly through his brow. His body collapsed helplessly onto the ground, positioned just as he had once seen when he and his brother vanquished the lantern monster. Just before consciousness faded, he glimpsed a handsome young man manipulating dozens of flying swords, mercilessly reaping the lives around him, with the coveted slaughtering witch sword upon his back. At the foot of the ominous mountain, where a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood accumulated, 6 massive vortices of merit spun silently. Liu Ruyan emerged slowly from the beast path of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Surrounding him were countless modern demon clans, similarly newly formed in spirit. Then, he caught sight of a familiar figure and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you have perished as well. Today I, Xiao Tian, shall speak plainly. All of you are prominent figures in the great Xia, and you must be aware of the Xiahou family's heritage. That earth immortal demon must meet his demise. Thus the slaughtering witch sword is reserved for the Xiahou family. You need not squander your time." At the periphery of the not-so-high mountain, a black banner fluttered vigorously, emblazoned with the 4 characters acting on heaven's behalf. Beneath the banner, the representatives of several prominent families from the great Xia, including Xiao Tian, were engaged in discussion. Although Xiao Tian had yet to transform from his grotesque Azura form, his innate arrogance remained unabated. Adorned in resplendent jewels and wearing what appeared to be a remarkable spirit treasure armor, he incited envy among those nearby. The words of the Xiahou family head were indeed misplaced. Upon hearing Xiahou Tian's domineering assertions, many present expressed their discontent. The strength of the Xiahou family is evident to all of us here, yet the slaughtering witch sword is ultimately a postnatal treasure. Now that the news has been revealed by Mr. Honghuang by Xiaoxing, it is only fair that all who witness it have a share. Any attempt to seize it should be based on one's own merit, and it is unreasonable for the Xiahou family to claim it exclusively. Upon this declaration, representatives from several other families echoed in agreement, voicing their grievances. In the corner, a strikingly beautiful female Rakshasa, with an alluring figure, was savoring a fragrant spirit fruit. Utterly oblivious to the ongoing dispute, the ancient ancestor of the Nether River established the Azura clan, wherein males are known as Yunxiaos and females as Rakshasas. The Yunxiaos are grotesque in appearance, while the Rakshasas possess unparalleled beauty. The well-known Red Boy belongs to the Yunxiao lineage, while Princess Iron Fan hails from the Rakshasa lineage. Given this context, Xiahou Tian sneered. Let be known, do not blame me, Xiahou Tian, for failing to provide prior warning. Currently, my Xiahou family has amassed a force of nearly 500,000 in the wilderness. Each of your families should weigh their capabilities and feel free to challenge us. 500,000. The Xiahou family actually boasts such a formidable number. Upon hearing this, the representatives from several prominent families shifted uneasily. The Li family has scarcely gathered 50,000 in the wilderness, while the Xiahou family, renowned as the foremost clan of the Great Xia, managed to rally 500,000 in such a brief period. Indeed, our Liu family has barely reached 30,000. It seems that the sword of slaughtering witches will inevitably fall into Xiahou Tian's hands. However, in his simplistic comparison of numbers, Xiahou Tian might have overlooked a crucial aspect. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Though our families may boast numerous members, they pale in comparison to the common populace. I believe that those commoners vying for the sword of slaughtering witches already number over 1 million. With this variable in play, the fate of the sword remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, the representatives from various families were momentarily enlightened. Indeed, numbers cannot be compared in such a manner. Moreover, millions of commoners are also in contention. Even when combined, the numbers of the prominent families may not surpass this figure. When that celestial realm demon falls, the contest for the sword of slaughtering witches is bound to descend into chaos. The outcome remains anyone's guess. Xiahou Tian's expression darkened as he glared at the individual who had spoken, contemplating how to address the family backing him once he returned to reality. At that moment, several individuals rushed over, their faces etched with urgency, whispering hurriedly to the representatives of their respective families. The expressions of the family representatives changed drastically. What? The wielder of the sword has appeared. The sword of slaughtering witches has surfaced. Is fleeing towards the East Sea not far from here. The witch clan? The Jiuli tribe. Elders, I swear by the name of our father Pangu that every word I speak is the truth. Li Jiu's expression was grave as he solemnly vowed to the elders of the tribes before him. That celestial being of the demon race is currently aiding the demon court in forging a formidable weapon specifically designed to annihilate our witch clan. Should it come to fruition, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us. If the elders could relay this matter to the esteemed ancestral witches, thereby preventing the creation of this weapon, it would not only save our clan from impending doom, but I believe the elders would also earn the favor of the ancestral witches. Li Jiu, a modern individual who had transitioned to the witch clan, had recently endeared himself to several elders of the Jiuli tribe by presenting them with precious witch treasures. Just a day prior, he had observed the revelations made by Honghuang by Xiaoxing online and had no intention of participating in the competition at Uncanny Mountain, as it was the domain of the demon race. However, he immediately conceived the idea of utilizing this information to establish a connection with the 11 ancestral witches of the Pangu Divine Temple. Unfortunately, reality proved to be contrary. He currently lacked even the strength equivalent to a celestial being, rendering him unworthy of addressing the ancestral witches. One of the elders of the witch clan shook his head solemnly, The esteemed ancestral witches are presently engaged in fierce combat with the demon court on the battlefield of the witch-demon war. It would be utterly inappropriate to disturb them with matters that remain uncertain. If everyone were to act as you do, how could the ancestral witches maintain their focus in battle? Liu Ruyan inwardly cursed, feeling exasperated by their skepticism in such dire circumstances. If the slaughtering witch sword were to be completed, the ancestral witches would suffer greatly, yet they still insisted on maintaining formalities. Suddenly, the elder shifted his tone. However, since you are willing to swear in the name of our father Pangu, my fellow elders and I are temporarily inclined to believe you. We shall accompany you to inspect this weapon aimed at our witch clan. Liu Ruyan's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly responded, My companions are closely monitoring the movements of that demon. I shall lead the esteemed elders to the site. He promptly utilized the communication seal to contact his allies. Learning that the foremost demon was being forced to flee towards the East Sea by a multitude of several 100,000. In high spirits, Liu Ruyan promptly led the elders towards the East Sea. Each elder possessed formidable strength, with the weakest among them at the celestial realm, and one even wielding the power of the profound celestial realm. This assembly was more than sufficient to eliminate the pinnacle demon of the celestial realm. No matter how formidable that demon might be, could he truly contend against one of profound celestial prowess? Chapter 34. At the Eastern Sea's Edge. The world turns dark after several leaps through the heavenly transmission array. 3,000 miles remain to the Eastern Sea, with a cacophony of battle cries resonated deafeningly. Brothers, charge forth. The chance to defy fate lies before us. The sword of slaughtering witches is within reach. Glory and wealth await us. No, it is not merely the sword of slaughtering witches. I behold that demon's entire being is a treasure trove. Those 10 or so flying swords are remarkable, handsome, and powerful. With a single strike, he has slain dozens of our brethren. I covet the mask upon his face. It must be a primordial spiritual treasure. He shall fall by my hand. As Liu Chen executed the transformation of the golden crow into a rainbow, fleeing towards the Eastern Sea while summoning his innate flying swords to reap the souls of his pursuers, a multitude of diverse races pursued him, be it demons, witches, or Azuras. 27 of his innate flying swords floated behind him like a peacock displaying its feathers, emanating fierce sword intent and the overwhelming fire of the sun. With each sweep, they reaped souls as effortlessly as cutting grass, returning with hundreds of vengeful spirits. Revenant Spirit 1, Revenant Spirit 2, Revenant Spirit 4. Current slaughtering witch sword Revenant Spirits 10, 452 10, 000, 000. Though Liu Chen appeared to be fleeing in a panic, he remained composed. His true aim was to draw the battlefield to the sea, facilitating a more efficient harvest of souls. This tactic had been discovered by the last demon in his previous life's task concerning the sword of slaughtering witches. By seizing advantageous terrain, he could split the battlefield, avoiding encirclement and gradually reaping souls. Not everyone possessed the ability to fly or the innate talent to evade water. None had yet reached the earth immortal realm. So as Liu Chen soared above the sea, many of his pursuers could do little more than watch helplessly from ashore. After dispatching one group, he would return to the land to confront another. Furthermore, the cloud-water illusion, as a water attribute innate skill, proved even more effective at sea. Revenant Spirit 100, Revenant Spirit 65. Having harvested hundreds of vengeful spirits, Liu Chen retracted his flying swords and soared once more towards the Eastern Sea's edge. The Golden Crow's transformation, as the innate talent of the Golden Crow clan, afforded him remarkable speed, far surpassing that of ordinary primordial beings. Enhanced further by the demonic emperor's devour, his velocity became astonishing. The countless pursuers behind him found themselves unable to keep pace. They were strung along by Liu Chen, and the line of followers grew ever longer. As Liu Chen's position became known, more and more joined the fervent chase. At the tail end of this pursuit, a low-tier wolf demon, yet to reach the first stage, led a white lotus flower demon, puffing and panting to keep up with the main force. How infuriating! The wolf demon Xuanhuang exclaimed, indignant. The leader of the Xiahou family dares to look down upon me. He claims I am unworthy. not even reaching the first stage to join their ranks. One day, I shall rise spectacularly, trampling all who have scorned me beneath my feet. For 30 years, Hunan. For 30 years, Hebei. Beside her, the ethereal by Lianhua, Liu Ruyan, consoled. My dear, do not be disheartened. It is merely the Summerho family that lacks vision. As if anyone would be eager to join their clan. How laughable. In truth, we have no desire to be part of their family. They believe their fortune grants them superiority, just like that scoundrel Liu Chen. The affluent are all like him, with their noses held high. My dear, your abilities are no less than anyone else's. You possess such ambition. I have faith in you. One day, you shall astonish the world. Let those who disregard us realize they cannot aspire to our heights. The two engaged in casual banter, when Liu Ruyan suddenly recalled Liu Chen. Look at Liu Chen. He is not your equal. With his temperament, he is likely hiding in some corner of the wilderness, relying on the treasures bestowed by his short-lived parents to survive. Xuanhuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Liu Chen's cowardly nature, he is surely cowering somewhere, perhaps lacking even the slightest cultivation. When I find him, I will avenge you. All right? Huh? Why has the procession suddenly halted? Xuanhuang glanced ahead, discovering that the sword-bearer had been driven to the Eastern Sea. Now, most were unable to fly and remained along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Only a small fraction of fish demons with water-evading abilities or flying avian demons continued the pursuit, comprising merely a tenth of the main force. Thus commenced a unique one-sided slaughter, unfolding like a live broadcast before all. Gasps of horror echoed along the eastern seashores. How truly ferocious. Has the top of the heavenly Tao ranking reached such immense power? His 27 flying swords are formidable. They must be at least of the medium-grade, postnatal, spiritual treasure quality. Indeed, those who can attain the pinnacle of the Earth immortal realm in such a brief time are exceptional. I am curious to know what this foremost demon of the realm is like in reality. Because of the opportunity for reincarnation and recultivation, these individuals seemed to forget that they were witnessing a perilous chase. They were thoroughly captivated and stunned by Liu Chen's decisive strikes. Many were exceedingly excited, even retrieving treasures capable of recording the event, intending to capture this spectacular battle. They envisioned bringing it to the modern world, certain it would be a visual feast rivaling cinematic masterpieces. Treasures and spiritual items with sentience can traverse between the two realms. Yet, a few individuals quickly regained their senses and quietly retreated. However, the majority remained blinded by greed, entranced by the slaughtering sword and powerful flying swords wielded by Liu Chen, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to profit from the chaos. Xuanhuang gazed at the battle unfolding upon the sea, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This foremost demon of the realm is truly powerful. This is precisely the image I aspire to embody in the future. I truly wish to make the acquaintance of this esteemed individual. Beside me, Liu Ruyan gazed vacantly at the battle unfolding over the sea, a sense of familiarity washing over her regarding that figure. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. They have been vanquished. The individuals upon the sea have all been slain by him. The crowd suddenly erupted in terror. It was then that the two of them realized. The assailants who had pursued them onto the water were in the thousands, yet they had all been mercilessly dispatched by that formidable deity of slaughter wielding 27 flying swords. Should we seek refuge? Liu Ruyan glanced at her boyfriend. There is no need. Xuanhuang confidently waved his hand. With over 100,000 people on the shore, we are situated on the periphery. If he intends to kill, he must start from the center, and it is improbable that he would target us specifically. I have a hunch that he is surely exhausted after the recent battle at sea. My opportunity is approaching. Many onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, had already discreetly departed, while the majority, sharing Xuanhuang's sentiments, continued to await developments with eager anticipation. Vengeful Spirit 4, Vengeful Spirit 6, current Vengeful Spirits in the Slaughtering Witch Sword. 56720 million. Liu Chen washed away the blood from his body with seawater, dried himself under the sun's fiery rays, and glanced at the number of vengeful spirits within the slaughtering witch sword, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. In just a short while, I have collected nearly 5%. This is without the arrival of the main forces from several prominent families. It seems I should complete the collection in less than 10 days. He took out a spiritual fruit and began to nibble on it, turning back to observe the eastern coastline, noticing that the number of onlookers had significantly dwindled. With most of the curious crowd having quietly slipped away, those who remained were simply clinging to their illusions regarding the slaughtering witch sword, utterly obstinate. A chill ran through Liu Chen's heart. Chapter 35. Revenge. Let the scoundrels repay their debts. First, I have already given them a chance. Since they seek their own demise, they need not leave. A chill coursed through Liu Chen's heart as he swallowed the spiritual fruit. The keen senses of the Golden Crow suddenly detected two familiar figures amidst the crowd. Although in this lifetime Liu Chen had yet to encounter the treacherous duo of Liu Ruyan and Xuanhuang in the vast wilderness, he vividly recalled their images from his previous life. After all, it was Liu Chen who had tirelessly protected them in their cultivation, guiding them onto the right path, only to be met with betrayal in return. He would recognize these two even if they turned to ash. Since you have delivered yourselves to me, I shall collect my dues today. Slowly, Liu Chen drew the witch-slaying sword from his back. This sinister blade not only wielded unparalleled power, but could also torment the souls of its opponents, perfect for them to experience something new. He moved like lightning. Baby, why do I feel like he is looking at me? I'm a bit scared. Let us hurry and leave. On the shores of the East Sea, Liu Ruyan tugged at Song Yang's sleeve, glancing nervously at the figure of the killer on the water. Don't be afraid, darling. Song Yang reassured her. There are so many people here. How could he possibly be looking at us? Just wait a moment, and an opportunity will arise. Amidst the chaos, I will slip in, and with his 27 flying swords, I am bound to succeed. Before he could finish, Song Yang suddenly sensed a terrifying movement from the killer on the water, who had drawn the witch-slaying sword, radiating a violet golden aura, and was flying towards him. This was clearly the prelude to unleashing a devastating attack. Oh my God, he is coming for me. Stay calm. This can't be happening. It must be an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. Song Yang incessantly reassured himself. Yet the reality proved him wrong. The sword, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, descended upon him. No, why use the witch-slaying sword on me? Use the flying swords on someone else. In his final moments, Song Yang seethed with indignation. However, to his astonishment, after being struck by the witch-slaying sword, he did not perish. No, not that he survived. His body may have perished, but his soul lingered. A torrent of blood essence erupted from the witch-slaying sword, transforming into a gaping maw that devoured the souls of Liu Ruyan and Song Yang. At the foot of the Yin Mountain, at the exit of the Wheel of Six Paths, two pale figures emerged slowly. They stood vacantly at the threshold, trembling, their eyes devoid of life, lost and disoriented, as if they had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Liu Ruyan gazed blankly at her wolf-demon boyfriend, her vacant pupils trembling uncontrollably. Just a minute ago, at the moment when the slaughtering witch sword struck, she felt as though she had plunged into the legendary 18 layers of hell, enduring torment akin to traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, an agony that could only be described as the extraction of her very soul. It was a suffering that penetrated to the marrow, forever etched in her memory. Beside her, Song Yang fared little better. His complexion was even more pallid, and even now, in this cycle of reincarnation and renewal, his muscles continued to quiver. Greetings, young brother. I am Xiao, proclaimed the figure standing at the forefront, a being adorned with magical artifacts, positioned upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. Behind him stood over 100,000 recruits from the Xiahou clan, addressing the figure upon the surface of the sea, Liu Chen. Nearby were representatives from other prominent families, each backed by their own cadre of enforcers. Young brother, hand over the slaughtering witch sword to my Xiahou clan, and I can ensure your survival. Xiahou Tian presented himself with an earnest demeanor. Moreover, I Xiahou Tian promise, in the presence of all assembled here, that if you surrender the slaughtering witch sword to me, I am willing to grant you half of the Xiahou clan's assets. In this modern world, I can provide you with anything you desire, be it power, prestige, wealth, or even women. Whatever you wish, I shall unconditionally oblige, swearing by the honor of the Xiahou family. The corners of the mouths of several representatives from other families twitched involuntarily. Xiahou Tian was quite audacious, attempting to acquire the slaughtering witch sword without a single conflict, while also hoping to recruit this formidable demon into his ranks. What a trifecta of gains! Such an opportunity was hardly plausible. Many were tempted by Xiahou Tian's grand promises, imagining how splendid it would be if they themselves were the ones to possess the slaughtering witch sword, ensuring a carefree existence for the rest of their lives. However, Liu Chun's response soon had them chuckling. Are you truly willing to give up everything? Liu Chun inquired with a serious countenance. I, Xiahou Tian, am a man of my word, he declared. Then why not give me your life? Liu Chun retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Were it not for his prior reincarnation, he might have been swayed. In his previous life, Xiahou Tian was notorious for his underhanded tactics, infamous for his untrustworthiness and extreme shamelessness, committing heinous acts of murder and theft without a second thought. Very well, you possess courage. Xiahou Tian's lips twitched violently as he grinned with a sinister expression. You squander an opportunity presented to you. You should pray that I cannot find you in the modern world, or else. Without prolonging the exchange, Liu Chun unleashed 27 swords that darted forth like lightning, aimed directly at Xiahou Tian's vital points. Clang, 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 clang. A protective golden light enveloped Xiahou Tian's armor, deflecting the swords. Yet, the golden aura quickly dimmed, clearly unable to withstand many more strikes from the formidable swords. Such powerful blades. Xiahou Tian's expression shifted dramatically, prompting his loyal subordinates to rush forward, shielding him with their bodies. Kill him, Xiahou Tian roared in fury. I want no survivors. Turn him into minced meat. Members of the Xiahou clan, endowed with flight or water-evading abilities, lunged fiercely at Liu Chun. Xiahou Tian mounted a flying sword, leading the charge himself. Seeing the chaos erupt, other prominent families, unable to restrain themselves, surged into the fray. Alongside the ordinary populace, unaffiliated with any clan, nearly 100,000 individuals flooded the surface of the sea. However, to their astonishment, Liu Chun, who had previously shown remarkable valor, abruptly turned and fled deeper into the East Sea. Damn it, wasn't he that brat supposed to be tough? Why is he running now? Cursed the pursuing throngs, their confidence shaken. Liu Chen's physique, akin to that of the Golden Crow, allowed him to move several times faster than the average follower. Furthermore, the depths of the East Sea concealed countless formidable monsters, with the occasional sea overlord springing forth, posing a lethal threat. Yet, that young man remained undeterred, skillfully navigating the waters, darting left and right, occasionally unleashing flying swords to reap his rewards. Vengeful Spirit 1, Vengeful Spirit 4. Chapter 36. Xiahou Tian's pursuit of the one named Liu as a figure who had ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal in a previous life, and being a water attribute snake demon transformed into a dragon. Liu Chun was acutely aware of the dangers lurking above the East Sea, where formidable demons concealed themselves, and the areas one could traverse without trepidation. Here, he felt as though he had returned home, unrestrained and at ease. This was precisely why he had chosen this locale for the final battleground. My choice has indeed proven to be astute, Liu Chun mused, observing the swiftly increasing number of vengeful spirits within the slaughter witch sword, filled with regret. In just this brief moment, I have gathered over 20,000 vengeful spirits. It seems the time required for completion can be halved. What a loss. Had I known, I would have requested more spiritual artifact from Baizé initially. Vengeful Spirit 34. Vengeful Spirit 67. Vengeful Spirit. Current Vengeful Spirits in Slaughter Witch Sword 120. 565. Just as Liu Chun was reveling in his collection of vengeful spirits upon the sea, the resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in everyone's ears. Countdown to return begins. Time. Xiahou Tian, fixated on Liu Chen's face from behind, seemed intent on committing it to memory. I concede, in the world of Hongwang, you are indeed a dragon among men, he scoffed. However, in the Great Xia, you would do well to tread carefully. Should I discover your true identity, You shall face grave consequences. In a blink, Liu Ruyan found himself back on his own bed. Threatening me again? Once the Xuanhuang fully descends, I shall make you understand what true consequences entail, he muttered to himself, rising to wash up casually before enjoying breakfast. As was his custom, Liu Ruyan opened his notebook and perused online information. The celestial rankings were still prominently displayed. Yet this time, the content had undergone significant transformation. The names that had previously occupied the top 100 had drastically changed, although their levels remained relatively stable. Liu Ruyan discerned that those who had fallen from the ranks had met their demise at his hands during the pursuit. Upon logging into his Douyin account, Liu Ruyan noticed a video trending in the hot search. The title was rather melodramatic. On the shores of the East Sea, that voice calls for the sword. The video depicted Liu Ruyan manipulating 27 flying swords, unleashing havoc. The quality was somewhat lacking, evidently recorded with a magical artifact capable of capturing images, then transferred to the internet using modern devices. Curious, Liu Ruyan clicked on the comment section, expecting a flurry of criticism. To his surprise, the tone deviated from his expectations. Wow, the essence of the sword immortal has been vividly brought to life. Since my youth, I have known I would be a master of the sword. It emanates that aura. Is this truly the foremost amongst the demon race? His prowess is astounding. The exhilarating battle, every punch striking true. I declare, this year's 100 Flowers Film Award has already been decided. There were also those who meticulously analyzed Liu Ruyan's techniques and artifacts within the comments. I initially believed that the reliance of the sword-bearer lay in the infamous witch-slaying sword. However, I was taken aback to discover that the lethality of the 27 flying swords was equally formidable as the innate spiritual treasures. The precision and decisiveness of his techniques were not characteristic of an ordinary individual. This must be an acquaintance who frequently takes lives. Judging by his combat style, it is evident that he is a seasoned practitioner. Naturally, the predominant discourse revolved around the morality of Liu Ruyan's actions. How outrageous! This is nothing short of a butcher, taking lives without remorse. He ought to be exposed and subjected to capital punishment. It is laughable. The sage of the wilds had already forewarned. Yet you all still rush to confront him, demanding his demise, and now you object to his retaliation? A killer is invariably pursued by death, regardless of the circumstances. His act of murder cannot be justified. In truth, most individuals are quite protective of their lives. With Liu Ruyan's prior warning, the number of those who ventured to the shores of the Eastern Sea to seize the witch-slaying sword was relatively limited, primarily comprising a handful of avaricious families. Thus, he faced little condemnation. Liu Ruyan shut off the video, logged into the account of the Sage of the Wilds, and continued with the next round of revelations. Although the task concerning the witch-slaying sword would soon reach completion, it was still essential to maintain the credibility of this account, for shortly, a significant treasure would emerge, and this account's reputation could facilitate the extensive collection of spiritual artifacts. In the capital city, at the residence of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Tian was incensed. How outrageous! Is it truly so difficult to locate a single person? He furiously sent cups crashing to the ground. The assistant and mistress beside him trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. The incident at the Eastern Sea had utterly shattered his composure. How dare he? The actions of the sword-bearer were a complete affront to Xiahou Tian's dignity. Consequently, Xiahou Tian resolutely committed the man's face to memory and, utilizing modern technological means alongside the influence of the Xiahou family, endeavored to uncover the identity of this individual based on the footage that had circulated online. However, the results revealed that there was no trace of him whatsoever. Xiahou Tian's anger intensified. That man had humiliated him, yet he remained oblivious to even his name or identity. It dawned on Xiahou Tian that the individual must have employed a disguise to alter his appearance. Could he truly allow himself to be humiliated in vain? Shaking his head, he knew that harboring a grudge without retribution was never his modus operandi. This matter, irrespective of the witch-slaying sword's involvement, was far from over. Of course, the significance of the sword could not be overlooked, as this artifact was imperative for the Xiahou family. If he could not confront him in the realm of the wilds, he would succeed in the real world. After all, That man was the foremost among the demon clan. Ah, perhaps clues could be gleaned from the foremost figure of the demon clan. As long as he had made an appearance, there would surely be remnants of his presence left behind. Xiao Tian suddenly came to his senses and calmly issued commands. Search for information online, focusing particularly on individuals who have recently been active near the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Investigate whether any unusual events have transpired. Since this sword-bearer has been entrusted by the demon court, he must have visited it. A visit there would undoubtedly leave traces behind. The assistant pondered for a moment, nodded, and swiftly departed. We found it. Shortly thereafter, the assistant hurriedly appeared before Xiao Tian, holding a tablet. There was an intriguing story shared online regarding participation in the demon court as conscription. The assistant reported, retrieving a post. The conscription office of the demon court, a transformed demon, uncertain if he belongs to the modern era, was warmly received by the officials there. Xiao Tian's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously scanned each line of text in the post. The official from the conscription office cheerfully referred to the transformed demon as Brother Liu. The surname Liu? A wave of excitement surged through Xiao Tian. His instincts told him that this person with the surname Liu was very likely the one he was seeking. Proceed as I instructed. Chapter 37. Murong Jinxia. I shall marry him. Follow my orders. Immediately contact the individuals who made those posts, whether through coercion or seduction. Spare no means. I demand that you procure the portrait of the foremost figure of the demon clan by tomorrow. Xiao Tian was immensely confident. Judging by the words of those who posted, the individual surnamed Liu joined the demon court not long ago. He surely did not anticipate that we would trace him through this lead. At that time, he must not have been in disguise. The assistant nearby nodded in agreement. No matter how cautious he was, he could not have foreseen being hunted today. Thus, he would not have gone to the lengths of disguising himself unnecessarily, nor would he have engaged in frivolous pretense. As long as we can find someone to depict his appearance, then cross-reference it with our database, we shall undoubtedly locate him swiftly. Huh! Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, his grip tightening around his wine glass, veins bulging on his hand as he gritted his teeth. Even if he commands storms in the wilderness, here in the Great Xia, it is still the Xiao family that holds the reins. This time, I shall see how he escapes my grasp. Those who offend me shall wish for death. The assistant slightly nodded and conveyed the order, then inquired, shall we continue to vie for the slaughter which soared? How many of our forces did the Xiao family lose this time? Xiao Tian retorted. In this maritime battle, several prominent families sustained considerable losses. The assistant pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. The Xiao family has lost approximately 30,000, the majority being demons adept at controlling the wind or evading water. A single individual has slain 30,000, Xiao Tian remarked, slightly taken aback. Despite his enmity with the sword-bearer, he could not deny the formidable prowess of that foremost demon. To amass such profound strength in such a short span since the arrival of the wilderness is indeed a rare talent. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tian expressed a hint of regret. Alas, he could not become a member of the Xiao family. If such a valiant general were to serve under our banner, the Xiao family would surely soar to unprecedented heights in the wilderness. The assistant similarly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the family head's keen insight despite his fiery temper. The moment that demon appeared atop the heavenly Dao leaderboard, the family had astutely recognized his worth, investing considerable resources in the search. Regrettably, before he could be found, he had become the family head's sworn enemy. Since he cannot be my ally, Xiao Tian's tone suddenly turned frigid. Then let him perish. Message the prominent families establishing their influence in the primordial realm, conveying that the sword-bearer possesses formidable strength. If the families act independently, they will be systematically defeated, merely serving as sacrifices to the slaughter which swords vengeful spirits. It is imperative that we unite. Only through collaboration can we hope to seize the slaughter which soared. Once we achieve this, we can distribute the benefits based on our respective contributions, which would be advantageous for all. The assistant paused momentarily, perplexed, and inquired, will the other families agree to this alliance? Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh, asserting whether they consent or not is irrelevant. Any family that refuses will be opposing the Xiao clan. The slaughter witch sword must be mine. In the magical city of Modu, within the Murong family residence, the enchanting Murong Yunxiao reclined on the sofa, her fair and delicate legs resting on the coffee table. With a bucket of popcorn in hand, she incessantly munched while fixated on the battle footage playing on the television, capturing the brutal clash at the Eastern Sea. One man wielding 27 flying swords, single-handedly battling thousands. This man is undeniably handsome. Murong Jinjia's eyes sparkled with admiration for Liu Chen's silhouette, dreamily exclaiming, "He is far more attractive than those pretentious pretty boys who merely pose for me during filming. This is the kind of man I, Murong Jinjia, should marry. Oh, I must have him." With a dazed expression, she mimicked swordplay, swishing her arms gracefully, before turning to her father, Murong Bo, with a pitiful look. "Father, you must leverage your connections to find this long-lost golden son-in-law, or I shall remain a widow for life." Murong Bo's lips twitched slightly, ignoring his daughter's whimsical behavior. Having grown accustomed to her eccentric personality, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Marry him? I fear you may have missed your opportunity. He has publicly humiliated Xiahou Tian in the Eastern Sea, effectively antagonizing the Xiahou family. Anyone with sense would refrain from revealing their identity so brazenly. Finding him in the modern world would be next to impossible." Confronted by her father's harsh reality check, Murong Jinjia's spirits dampened, and she pouted. Xiahou Tian is truly not a man to rally such a multitude against a single individual, and when faced with defeat, to resort to such petty anger. He threatens to expose himself in the modern world. He simply cannot afford such a loss. Murong Bo silently chuckled, choosing not to respond. However, he added nevertheless, "It's quite rare to witness Xiahou Tian humbled. Thankfully, you did not insist on leading a charge for the slaughter witch sword, or our Murong family might have suffered significant losses." Gazing at Liu Chen's figure on the screen, Murong Bo mused, alas, such a remarkable individual, capable of facing thousands, is destined to be but a fleeting moment, unable to endure for long. Murong Jinjia looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Murong Bo chuckled and explained just now, "Xiahou Tian has dispatched invitations to various esteemed families, seeking to unite their strengths. Though termed as invitations, they are more akin to notifications. For several families have been coerced by Xiahou Tian, leaving them no opportunity for refusal. The battle at Donghai yesterday was merely a result of time constraints, with everyone fighting independently, which allowed that demon to breach our defenses. However, once we re-enter the wilderness tomorrow, I believe it will mark his demise." Murong Jinjia pouted, her face filled with regret. "What a pity. I had hoped to pursue him, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away." Murong Bo's lips twitched in exasperation as he couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth are you usually thinking about?" The reason I share this with you is to impart a vital lesson. The tall trees attract the wind. In the wilderness, one must not be too ostentatious. Every action should be well considered. Murong Jinjia covered her ears. I'm not listening. Murong Bo, fuming, puffed his cheeks and glared. In the city of Guangshan, within the Arctic Bear Group building. Chapter 38. Huadeng takes action again. Liu Song breaks through the great defense in the apex of the Arctic Bear Tower, Guangshan City. President Ma Huateng of the Arctic Bear Group gazed intently at the images projected before him. The visuals depicted the widely circulated scene on the internet. A lone swordsman, standing valiantly against a multitude on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Astonishing. What an extraordinary spiritual treasure. How I wish to possess it. Ma Huateng's eyes lingered on the slaughtering which soared upon Liu Chen's back and the 27 formidable flying swords under his command, his pupils betraying an insatiable greed. As an astute businessman, Ma Huateng possessed an exceptionally keen commercial acumen. He was acutely aware that the world of the primordial era held great potential for prosperity. Thus, he spared no expense in his relentless pursuit to establish his own influence within this realm, seeking to forge a new enterprise in this foreign land. Alas, despite being the chairman of the Arctic Bear Group, his wealth paled in comparison to that of other well-established and affluent families. Therefore, Ma Huateng felt an urgent need for a collection of powerful spiritual treasures to enhance his strength and bolster his foundation. Thus, he deemed the slaughtering witch sword an essential acquisition. As the presentation concluded, Ma Huateng reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the projection and turned to his awaiting black-clad female assistant. "How many personnel did we lose in yesterday's battle?" he inquired. The assistant furrowed her brow and replied, "Our Arctic Bear Group had recruited a total of 30,000 personnel. In yesterday's conflict, we suffered nearly one-third of our forces, resulting in grievous losses, most of whom were experts above the second tier." Ma Huateng waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. We shall continue recruiting. If no one comes, we shall raise their compensation. As far as matters that money can resolve, they are of no concern to me." After a moment of contemplation, the assistant suggested, "Chairman, perhaps we ought to consider a different approach to participate in the contest." Ma Huateng's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the adept he had nurtured for many years. "Please, share your thoughts." The assistant carefully organized her words before speaking. "That creature, ranked first on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, possesses immense strength and unparalleled cunning, not to mention an array of formidable primordial treasures. Even with an increased recruitment effort, we would be at a disadvantage against him. Why not consider an alternative strategy?" Ma Huateng pondered silently, nodding in agreement, encouraging her to elaborate. Rather than directly confronting him, "We could offer spiritual treasures to the indigenous people of the primordial era in exchange for their assistance in seizing the slaughtering witch sword. Although earning the trust of the renowned primordial powerhouses is exceedingly challenging, recruiting the earthly and celestial natives is a far simpler endeavor." Ma Huateng's eyes suddenly brightened, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Brilliant!" The enchanting secretary clad in black silk smiled faintly, releasing a sigh of relief. "Let us proceed as you suggested," commanded Ma Huateng, his excitement palpable. "We shall offer some treasures to earn the trust of the primordial natives. Since that swordsman possesses the strength of a terrestrial immortal, we shall invest significantly in recruiting some celestial or even profound celestial beings from among the primordial inhabitants. I refuse to believe that he can be invincible. No matter how formidable he is, can he truly vanquish a profound celestial?" Within the confines of the detention center, the television overhead incessantly replayed the fervent scenes of the battle at East Sea. Yet Liu Ruyan felt no thrill. Instead, it was a haunting nightmare. Even after the passage of time, she had yet to recover from the sensation of being pierced by a myriad of arrows beneath the blade of the witch slayer. Her soul still trembling, she could not fathom why that foremost figure of the demon clan would unleash such a malevolent and terrifying strike against her and her beloved boyfriend. After all, she had always been so kind, so innocuous. Beside her, Song Yang's eyes were vacant, his mind trapped in an endless loop of the witch slayer's imagery. After a while, he spoke with a face full of frustration. "How infuriating! It was so close. That sword was merely a hair's breadth away from me. I almost seized the witch slayer." His expression then shifted to one of rage as he turned to Liu Ruyan. "My dear, do you understand? If I had possessed a defensive spirit treasure at that moment, I could have certainly withstood that strike. If I had defended against that blow, I would have slain that vile swordsman, claimed the powerful witch slayer, and then we could have fled amidst the chaos, soaring to freedom. We could have hidden in some secluded corner of the primordial realm, waiting for the opportune moment to ascend. Why was there no defensive spirit treasure on me then?" Song Yang bellowed in desperation, suddenly recalling yesterday's phone call. It was all Liu Chen's fault. This entire predicament is due to Liu Chen. Had he lent me a spirit treasure yesterday, my fate could have been rewritten. Liu Ruyan's eyes began to glimmer with realization. Reflecting on her recent misfortunes, being cast out by Liu Chen and forced to reside in Song Yang's dilapidated rental, she recalled how she had offered him an olive branch, even apologizing. Yet Liu Chen, that heartless and ungrateful individual, had been relentless, refusing her return home and instructing the security to bar her entry. Not long ago, she and her beloved boyfriend had aspired to seize the witch slayer. Had Song Yang possessed just one defensive spirit treasure, their destinies could have been irrevocably altered. But that selfish Liu Chen had denied her request, even abruptly ending the call. leading to the inhuman torment they had suffered at the hands of the witch slayer in the primordial realm. How unjust! The more she pondered, the greater her fury grew. Yes, it is all Liu Chen's doing. He is a heartless, selfish wretch. The Liu family is filled with such self-serving individuals. Initially, my parents devoted themselves to the care of the Liu family across 3 generations. Through their diligent and earnest efforts, they have contributed to the wealth that the Liu group enjoys today. Without my parents' meticulous attention to their family, the Liu family would undoubtedly not be as affluent as it is now. Everything I possess is a gift from Liu Chun. Liu Ruyan does not harbor resentment towards the swordsman who took her life. Rather, she resents Liu Chun for not coming to her aid. Reflecting on her experiences over the years within the Liu household, she realizes that Liu Chun has shown little regard for her feelings. He coerced her into breaking up with her beloved Xuanhuang, forbade her from visiting bars, and compelled her to attend tedious adult gatherings. He insisted she consume food that lacked the warmth of home, among countless other grievances. Throughout these years, he has treated her with such callousness. All she sought was a spiritual treasure, yet he refused even that. Xuanhuang, cupping Liu Ruyan's face, whispered solemnly, "My dear, we shall rise to prominence in the wilderness. One day, we will make Liu Chun regret his actions." Chapter 39. The Witch Clan strikes on an unnamed island in the East Sea. Liu Chun had just dealt with a wave of modern demon clans attempting to seize treasures. He glanced at the Slaughter Witch sword. The collection of vengeful spirits for the Slaughter Witch sword had reached 1/3 of its total. At this pace, it was likely to be completed in just a day or 2. However, when Liu Chun looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. The East Seashore was teeming with people, and compared to the previous day, the crowd had only grown. It was not just the demons and the Azura clan. Today, numerous members of the witch and human clans had also arrived to vie for the Slaughter Witch sword. To his astonishment, after the brutal scene from yesterday had circulated online, these individuals, witnessing their own might and ferocity, had not abandoned their desire to claim the sword. Instead, seeing Liu Chen's formidable sword, their ambition to snatch the treasure was ignited. How greedy! Liu Chun sighed with a wry smile. Do they not fear that they may claim the treasure but lose their lives in the process? He then took out a spirit fruit and consumed it, slowly replenishing his spiritual energy while observing the encroaching treasure seekers from the East Seashore. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a witch treasure flying shuttle propelled by malevolent energy, racing toward him. For members of the witch clan were seated atop, exuding an undeniable and powerful aura. One of them possessed strength equivalent to the immortal realm, while 2 others were at the celestial realm. And there was one who had yet to reach the earthly realm. Liu Chun was taken aback by the formidable assembly gathered to besiege him. Clearly, the one with the strength of the immortal realm and the 2 at the celestial realm were natives of the primordial era. The handsome young witch beside them was likely of the modern witch clan. These 3 primordial natives had been summoned by him, as currently, apart from Liu Chun, who stood at the pinnacle of the earthly realm, no one else had reached that level. Even the long-time second place, Xiahou was merely at the peak of the 9th stage, still a short distance from breaking into the earthly realm. Realizing that they had thought to enlist primordial natives to confront him, Liu Chun pondered briefly, but had no intention of retreating. In an instant, the flying shuttle had approached the island where he stood. The 4 towering witches, each over 2 meters tall, leapt down from the shuttle. The eldest among them, who possessed strength equivalent to the immortal realm, glanced at Liu Chun. His gaze lingered momentarily on the Slaughter Witch sword behind Liu Chun, his pupils constricting suddenly, and a fleeting expression of terror crossed his face. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "It seems Jiu Yu did not deceive me. This young demon indeed bears a sword of sinister nature. Just a mere glance, and I can sense its extraordinary threat to our witch clan." One of the middle-aged members of the witch tribe, possessing strength akin to that of the celestial realm, nodded in agreement, stating, "This sword is indeed extraordinary. Merely gazing upon it stirs my unease. The demon race is truly a band of shameless beings, audacious enough to attempt forging such a malevolent sword." Another witch of similar celestial prowess scoffed. "It appears that those petty demons are aware that crafting this cursed sword defies the heavens. They fear that their karma will adversely affect their fate. Hence their attempt to deceive the celestial order by enlisting the aid of this minor demon of mere earth immortal status. Today, we shall retrieve this wicked sword and present it to the Panga Divine Hall for judgment by our ancestral witches. The young witch beside them was none other than Liu Ruyan of the contemporary witch tribe. He smiled faintly at Liu Chen and remarked, "Brother, we both hail from Earth. I recognize you as the foremost figure of the demon race, and have witnessed your battle from yesterday. Frankly, it was indeed impressive. Your ascension to this level is commendable. I hold you in high regard and harbor no desire to be your adversary. Were you a member of the witch tribe? We might even share a drink together. However, I must insist that you surrender the witch-slaying sword." As you can see with that, Liu Ruyan planted a bright yellow array flag into the ground, and in an instant, a layer of ominous energy enveloped the island. The birds in the vicinity were startled, attempting to flee, only to collide forcefully with the aura and faint. Clearly, this was a formation designed to ensnare foes. After establishing this, Liu Ruyan gestured toward the three elder witches beside him, speaking earnestly. These elders possess strength equivalent to that of the celestial realm, with the grand elder being of the profound immortal level. I acknowledge your formidable power. You must have encountered numerous fortuitous events. Yet, you remain merely at the pinnacle of the earth immortal stage. Should you choose to oppose me today, you cannot escape the fate of death. Surrender the witch-slaying sword, and I can plead with the elders to spare your life. At the very least, you would retain your cultivation, would you not? Listening to the grandiloquent rhetoric, Liu Chen smiled calmly and replied, "I must commend your family's wealth. It is quite impressive that you can summon a profound immortal from the ancient lands. Surely, you have generously bestowed spiritual treasures upon these primitives, masterly." Upon hearing the witch call him Xuanhuang and recognizing that this contemporary, which was of the 8th tier, Liu Chen realized he was indeed the young master of the Li family from the celestial hierarchy. However, I would advise you to take your elders and family and depart now. I can spare your lives, Liu Chen said earnestly. Liu Ruyan's handsome visage twisted momentarily, yet he maintained a forced smile, remaining silent. "Xuanhuang, cease this idle chatter with the demon scum," exclaimed a hot-tempered witch of celestial strength. "Kill him at once. Did you not covet the 27 flying swords he possesses? This time, your commendable report will be rewarded. After you eliminate him, those swords will belong to you. I shall also recommend you to the esteemed ancestors of the Panga Shrine. Simply observe from the sidelines, and I shall procure his flying swords for you." Upon hearing the elder's decree, Liu Ruyan refrained from further comment, furrowing his brow as he silently retreated behind the crowd. The three formidable elders of the witch clan no longer concealed their power. Their entire beings radiated energy as dark purple divine patterns crept across their forms. Their already towering physiques grew even more imposing, muscles coiling like serpents, skin resembling indestructible adamantine. The three witches surged forth towards Liu Chen. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, a throng of onlookers gazed at the flying shuttle carrying the four members of the witch clan as it approached the island. Engaging in fervent speculation, have they truly summoned the local native powers of the primordial realm? Moreover, they're led by a formidable being of the profound immortal realm. What drives that modern witch to exhibit such valor? To which faction does he belong? Chapter 40. The Eastern Imperial Bell initiates suppression, devouring the Xianxian witch clan. Who else could it be? Presently, the only modern witch clan possessing such strength is undoubtedly Liu Ruyan, is it not? Who? The young master of the Li family from Daxiao, Liu Ruyan? Indeed, the prominent families are formidable, wealthy, and powerful. We cannot compete. This time, the foremost figure of the demon clan is likely doomed. It is said that the witch clan only cultivates the physical body and neglects the spiritual essence, lacking in intellect. Yet it appears there is one with a discerning mind. The various families allied under Xiahou upon witnessing Liu Ruyan arriving with the primitive natives, were filled with immense fury. What is the Li family thinking? Not only do they refrain from joining our offensive alliance, but they also invite the primitive natives of Xianxian strength to intervene. They are violating the established rules. As they spoke, the The representatives of the prominent families turned their gazes towards Xiahou Tian, seated at the head. Xiahou Patriarch, should we send someone to intervene now? Perhaps that demon youth will truly be killed by the primitive natives brought by Liu Ruyan. The slaughtering witch sword may indeed fall into their hands. Xiahou Tian remained silent. Today he had been stationed by the East Sea, directing the coalition of prominent families to launch wave after wave of assaults on Luchun. He realized that the besieging forces were ineffective, that cunning youth would swiftly retreat into the depths of the East Sea whenever the number of attackers increased. Moving rapidly to evade capture, targeting areas where powerful demons congregated, rendering them unable to locate or pursue him. Thus, they could only rely on gradually depleting his spiritual energy, hoping to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow once his energy was exhausted. There is no need to act just yet. Xiahou Tian waved his hand. Speaking in a deep tone, Li Jiuyo's involvement of the Witch Clan may not necessarily be a misfortune for us. A misfortune? The members of the prominent families nearby were taken aback. How could this possibly be a good thing? The Li family is clearly breaking the rules. Some representatives, understanding Xiahou's intent, began to explain. The patriarch of the Xiahou family is indeed correct. The sword wielder is quite cunning, and he will flee with an increase in numbers. It would be better to let those 3 powerful primitive witch tribes eliminate him. Once they seize the slaughtering witch sword, we can then surround and eliminate those primitive witch tribes ourselves. The Witch Clan does not cultivate spiritual essence and cannot master the art of wind manipulation. They cannot escape. At that time, we need only to exhaust them gradually with our numbers. Upon hearing this rationale, those nearby found it compelling. The sword wielder is swift. Yet, those witch tribes may not be able to flee as quickly. Although the primitive witch of Xianxian strength is somewhat formidable, they cannot escape, with our tens of thousands here. Surrounding them and gradually wearing them down will surely lead to their demise. The other family representatives nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman profits. Since that rascal, Li Jiuyo, has managed to enlist the assistance of the Xuanhuang level witch clan, let's allow them to deplete one another's strength in battle. Once their confrontation concludes, and the sword bearer lies dead, the slaughtering witch sword will fall into the hands of those few witches. Then we shall encircle and annihilate them, perhaps making our task even simpler. Indeed, the head of the Xiahou family is remarkably astute. Listening to the flattery from those beside him, Xiahou Tian felt little joy. His gaze, cold and penetrating, lingered on the distant island obscured by a formation, murmuring to himself, "Such a pity, I cannot personally slay that brat." On the island, Luchun observed 3 indigenous witches advancing towards him with weapons drawn. Rather than fleeing, they approached with the intent to engage. He too was eager to test the limits of his current combat prowess against the Xuanhuang level witches. A veil of misty water enveloped him. As the cloud water illusion was activated, instantly, the entire island was cloaked in this illusion, transforming into a world pulsating with desire. Within Li Jiuyo's vision, all around him were alluringly tall and slender women, clad in scant attire with skin as smooth as white jade, teasingly posing and provocatively beckoning. His innermost desires were inadvertently stirred, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict as his gaze became entranced by the enchanting figures. The reactions of the other 3 witches varied. The more hot-tempered celestial level, which fell into a daze, but soon began to resist fiercely. Another celestial elder, after a brief encounter with the illusion, managed to extricate himself swiftly. The elder of Xuanhuang level, however, remained entirely unaffected and was about to rouse the other 2 witches when, clang. A sound akin to metal striking metal resonated from his chest as a purple-black divine pattern glowed, and a sword the size of a willow leaf hovered before him. Indeed, the witch clan, renowned for their physical prowess rather than spiritual cultivation, lived up to their reputation. It was astonishing that they could withstand my life-bound flying sword. Lu Chun marveled slightly, and with a thought, sent forth 27 flying swords, each radiating azure and purple-gold auras, dividing into 4 waves directed at the 4 witches. Li Jiuyo met his demise in a state of exhilaration, a faint smile gracing his lips as the flying sword severed his throat, his body collapsing with a thud, his soul departing to the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind a scatter of magical artifacts. The celestial elder, struggling against the onslaught, managed to deflect the first sword with his formidable physique, though the divine patterns on his skin quickly dimmed. Yet, he was besieged by 4 flying swords, the clanging of metal ringing around him. In an instant, his flesh was reduced to a bloody pulp as he fell into a pool of his own blood. Another celestial witch, having escaped the illusion, wielded a crudely made broadsword. He found himself surrounded by 6 flying swords, desperately parrying their strikes with his weapon. But his body continued to accumulate fresh wounds, leaving him no time to spare. Yunxiao, my servant, the venerable elder of the Xianxian, a formidable arrow which wielding a bow, was engulfed by fury upon witnessing the demise of his 2 comrades. With a thunderous roar, he disregarded the peril of being besieged by a dozen flying swords and drew back his bowstring, aiming at Liu Ruyan. As the divine patterns on his arm shimmered with a powerful radiance, the energy coalesced at the arrow's tip. With a resounding blast, the arrow, imbued with lethal force, shot forth towards Liu Ruyan. In a flash, 5 flying swords surged towards the arrow, shattering the wooden projectile into splinters. Yet, the dark purple glow, carrying the arrow witch's deadly intent, continued its trajectory towards Liu Ruyan's chest. A piercing cry resonated as the 9 crows of flame enveloped him, intercepting the strike. Liu Ruyan, propelled backward by the force, smiled lightly, remarking to himself how fortunate he was to have a backup plan, nearly miscalculating the situation. I must not allow you to unleash another arrow. With a sickening sound, another member of the Celestial Witch clan fell into a pool of blood. You shall pay for this. You shall pay. The elder of the Witch clan bellowed, his aura surging once more, the dark divine patterns radiating even more brilliantly, his physique growing more imposing. With swift precision, he continuously knocked arrows, unleashing a barrage laden with the might of the Xianxian realm. Suppress him. Liu Ruyan's thoughts stirred, and a long-dormant ancient yellow bell within his dantian reverberated with a thunderous sound. A grand yellow aura emanated outward, accompanied by the subtle chime of the bell, suppressing the power of the Xianxian arrows, quelling the very essence of spiritual energy in the vicinity. What is this? The elder's pupils dilated in shock as he realized the divine patterns on his body were rapidly dimming, and his strength was swiftly waning. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flying sword sliced through his throat, and his colossal form crashed to the ground. What unfolds as the bodies of the devoured Witch clan lie before him? Liu Ruyan quietly activated the devouring of the demon emperor upon the elder's lifeless corpse. Chapter 41. Devouring the mysterious witch. Acquiring the 9 turns Yuan skill, Liu Ruyan stood before the corpse of the mysterious witch, silently invoking the devourer of the demon emperor. An ethereal shadow, brimming with overwhelming bloodlust, materialized behind him, opening its gaping maw to lunge at the corpse of the Witch clan. Devoured the mysterious, immortal strength of the Witch clan. Acquired 9 turns Yuan skill. Part 2. Acquired the archery technique of the arrow witch. Capable of hitting targets 100 paces away. 9 turns Yuan skill. A method of refining the physical body. Upon achieving mastery, one becomes impervious to blades and fire. What? The 9 turns Yuan skill. It truly is the 9 turns Yuan skill. Liu Ruyan disregarded the arrow witch's archery technique, focusing his attention solely on the 9 turns Yuan skill. Despite possessing the demon emperor's inheritance, he could not help but feel a sense of awe upon discovering the acquisition of this formidable technique. He was acutely aware of its immense power. The Witch clan, distinct from other races in the primordial realm, had proclaimed themselves the legitimate descendants of Pangu. They cultivated their physical form exclusively, neglecting the refinement of the primordial spirit, resulting in a corporeal strength that vastly surpassed that of other races. Their formidable physique was a product of the physical cultivation methods created by several ancestral witches, derived from the essence of Pangu's divine body. Liu Ruyan had been mentally prepared for the Witch clan's physical prowess. Yet he was still taken aback to learn that this Witch clan elder before him practiced the 9 turns Yuan skill. To articulate the might of the 9 turns Yuan skill, one must mention the renowned figure from the cataclysm of the Investiture of the gods, Yang Jian. He practiced a technique known as the 8-9 profound art. Despite merely possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, Yang Jian's physical strength could contend with that of a great Luo golden immortal, even surpassing many quasi-saint level experts in terms of corporeal might. He shone brilliantly during the Investiture of the gods. The predecessor of his 8-9 profound art is none other than the 9 turns Yuan skill of the witch clan. After the calamity of the witch and demon, the primordial heavenly venerable refined the 9 turns Yuan skill specifically for his third-generation disciple, Yang Jian. Thus, it is evident how extraordinarily potent the 9 turns Yuan skill, the ancestor of the 8-9 profound art, truly is. No wonder my flying sword could not inflict the slightest harm upon this witch's corporeal form. Liu Chen realized. It turns out he practices the 9 turns Yuan skill. Clearly, this witch elder brought by Li Jiuyou holds a significant position within the witch clan. As Liu Chen pondered these matters, he was left wondering about the techniques practiced by the other 2 witches. Once more, he employed the devourer of the demon emperor on the other 2 witches of celestial strength. Regrettably, he only acquired 2 derivative techniques of lesser caliber than the 9 turns Yuan skill. Liu Chen's thoughts deepened as he quietly began to cultivate the 9 turns Yuan skill. A powerful aura erupted from his body, coalescing into intricate, dark purple divine patterns that adorned his surface. The sound of crackling echoed as Liu Chen felt his limbs and bones undergoing transformation by the 9 turns Yuan skill. The already impressive strength of his golden crow physique surged exponentially, enhancing by over 100-fold. Liu Chen flexed his muscular arm and extended a finger, summoning a sunflower water flying sword to pierce the tip of his finger. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted as metal met metal. Indeed, the 9 transformations of the primordial essence. Liu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then shifted his gaze to the lifeless body of Li Jiuyou. From the corpse, he retrieved a storage pouch, and the treasures within astonished him greatly. Among them lay a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, 2 low-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, and approximately a dozen various magical artifacts. Additionally, there were over 50,000 spiritual stones, radiating with vibrant spiritual energy. Truly, as the young master of the Li family in Great Xia, Liu Chen mused, wealth indeed breeds confidence. He examined the treasures within the storage pouch briefly and found them lacking in efficacy. Thus he promptly fed them all to the Eastern Emperor Bell for restoration. Eastern Emperor Bell restoration level, 1371. A few more mid-grade spiritual treasures should allow him to unlock yet another skill, Liu Chen thought with satisfaction. With a flicker of solar true fire, he incinerated the 4 devoured corpses and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a banner not far away. The formation flag was set up by Li Jiuyou immediately upon his arrival, designed to isolate a small space, preventing entry from the outside and making it difficult for those within to escape. Its effective range encompassed the celestial immortal realm and below. As long as there were sufficient spiritual stones to supply the formation, it would persist indefinitely. It was indeed a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Liu Chen remarked with a hint of astonishment at the small formation flag, as a bold idea emerged in his mind. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, where the alliances of several prominent families resided, Li Jiuyou had actually enlisted the aid of the Wu clan, whose strength reached the level of the profound immortal. The sword-bearer was undoubtedly doomed. Alas, he could not slay this man personally. He wondered what his true visage was like. What significance lay in knowing his appearance? He had already been rendered useless. The top position on the Heavenly Tao ranking would ultimately belong to the head of the Xia family. Indeed. Ha ha. This illustrates the principle that those who walk the righteous path receive abundant assistance, while those who stray are met with little support. Opposing our esteemed families and the head of the Xia family was, after all, a grave error. The representatives of the several families conversed, the atmosphere jubilant, frequently casting glances towards Xiahou Tian with evident flattery. Since yesterday, when Xiahou Tian issued a notice for an alliance to the prominent families, not all responded affirmatively. Some eagerly accepted, while others declined politely. Nevertheless, despite this, Xiahou Tian still managed to gather an impressive force of 500,000. He paid no heed to the sycophantic praises of those around him. Having been groomed from a young age as the heir of the Xiahou family, he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Looking toward the distant island shrouded in mist from the formation, he coldly snorted to withstand an assault from the Wu clan, who possessed profound immortal strength for so long. Clearly, I underestimated his power. However, after today, his tone shifted to one of confidence. The demon clan at the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao ranking will cease to exist. I estimate the battle on the island is nearing its conclusion. Prepare to ambush the members of the Wu clan on the other side of the Eastern Sea, where the polar bear group was located. What now? Transformed into the Azura clan, Ma Huatang, exuding an aura of spiritual energy, was surrounded by his subordinates as he gazed at the hurriedly approaching secretary. Chairman, everything has been arranged, the female secretary reported earnestly, resembling many of her peers who, during the cataclysmic arrival of the primordial era, had transformed into flower spirits. We have expended over 100 magical artifacts and recruited more than 80 formidable natives of the primordial realm, the majority of whom possess the strength of earth immortals, along with 4 who have reached the level of celestial immortals. They are right behind, ready to heed your command. Excellent. Ma Huatang nodded with satisfaction. You have performed admirably. I shall ensure you receive a performance bonus upon our return. His avaricious gaze then shifted to the mist-shrouded island upon the sea as he confidently proclaimed, once the battle on the island concludes, we shall send those primordial natives forth to wreak havoc. That slaughter witch sword and the 27 lethal flying swords will undoubtedly belong to my Arctic bear group. Chapter 42. Collection complete. Task fulfilled on the shores of the East Sea. The crowd was filled with anticipation, each person straining their necks towards the mist-shrouded island, eager for what was to come. Suddenly, the great formation upon the island collapsed with a resounding boom, igniting a wave of excitement among the masses. It was over. It was finally over. The formidable shamanic beings were about to emerge. Preparations were underway to confront them. The slaughtering sword of the shamans must remain on this East Sea shore. Then, the onlookers beheld a brilliant arc of purple-golden light shooting forth from the island, racing towards the shore at an astonishing speed. What? Has Li Jiuyo switched to a new flying shuttle? This artifact is remarkable. Its speed is unparalleled. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, someone recognized the arc of light and gasped in shock. No, this is not merely a flying shuttle. This is the teleportation technique of the sword bearer. It is not the shamanic beings who emerge, but the sword bearer himself. He is alive. Xiahou Tian squinted at Liu Chen, who was hurtling towards the shore, drawing a sharp breath. How is it possible that he survived? He has managed to escape the grasp of the shamanic beings at the level of Xianxian. No one responded to him. All eyes were captivated by Liu Chen's figure, oblivious to Xiahou Tian's words. However, Xiahou Tian remained unfazed. As long as the slaughtering sword remained here, it mattered not whether the sword-bearer charged towards the shore out of desperation or fury. He would surely meet his demise today. Suspended in midair, Liu Chen cast a formation flag towards the crowd below. Boom! A blurred curtain of water cascaded down, enveloping the thousands beneath. Alas, I am ensnared by the formation. Why can I not escape? The terrified crowd, shrouded by the formation, scattered in panic, desperately attempting to flee this enigmatic area. But to no avail. Those outside the formation were frantically assaulting it, seeking to break through, for they had realized that the sword-bearer had entered within. Life is a series of encirclements. Those inside the formation yearn to break free, while those outside wish to infiltrate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the center of the formation, Liu Chen commanded 27 swords, suffused with boundless lethal force, radiating outward from him, reaping one greedy soul after another. The wails of the fallen echoed, but soon, silence descended upon the scene. All had perished. Restless spirits 4567, restless spirits 2346, as streams of vengeful spirits transformed into ethereal light. They merged into the slaughtering sword. Liu Ruyan glanced at the rapidly rising collection progress of vengeful spirits within the sword, smiling to himself. This method of encircling and reaping is indeed swift. I estimate that by the end of the day, I shall have gathered 100,000 vengeful spirits. The reason the king of Liu Ruyan chose to conceal himself upon the sea, harvesting vengeful spirits bit by bit, was due to his fear of being besieged. He lacked the time to restore his spiritual power, unable to maintain his endurance, and at risk of being slain. However, with the array flag gifted by Liu Ruyan and the formidable physique bestowed by the 9 transformation essence, he no longer faced the peril of being besieged and depleting his spiritual energy. As long as there were spirit stones, the array flag could be sustained indefinitely. And within Liu Ruyan's storage pouch lay 50,000 spirit stones, sufficient to maintain it for a day. The formidable physique granted by the 9 transformation essence allowed Liu Ruyan to stand firm even under siege, regaining his spiritual energy by consuming spirit fruits. Charge in. The slaughtering witch sword is within. Whoever enters first shall have the opportunity to obtain the slaughtering witch sword. Outside the array, the assailants, driven by frenzy, relentlessly attacked the formation, yearning to breach its defenses. Suddenly, the array's restrictions vanished, revealing the sword-bearer standing alone at its center. The surrounding crowd paused momentarily before surging in en masse. Boom! The array was reactivated, trapping thousands inside. Shortly thereafter, the formation disappeared again, only to be reactivated once the number of intruders was adequate. Disappear. Activate. Disappear. Thus, Liu Ruyan repeated this dual process, swiftly accumulating the progress of the vengeful spirits within the slaughtering witch sword to 3/4. Meanwhile, the throng outside the array showed no signs of abating in their madness, for they all believed that if they persisted a little longer, there might come a moment when they could rush in, coinciding with the sword-bearer's depletion of spiritual energy, resulting in the sword's fall. The alliances of several prominent families, including Xiaotian and the scheming Ma Huatan, shared this conviction. The slaughter by the Eastern Sea continued throughout the day. Vengeful Spirit 6743, Vengeful Spirit 3456, Vengeful Spirit 2784. Current Vengeful Spirits in Slaughtering Witch Sword. 1, 133, 0001, 000. 000. Liu Ruyan glanced at the progress of the vengeful spirits collected by the slaughtering witch sword and exhaled deeply, pleasantly surprised by the accumulation, which exceeded his expectations in speed. After vanquishing the remaining demon clan within the array, he retrieved a spirit fruit from his pocket, swallowing it eagerly to restore his spiritual energy, preparing to stow away the array flag and return to the demon court to report his task. He lifted his gaze towards the western sky, sensing an extraordinarily powerful aura rapidly approaching him. This is bad. This power is at least at the level of a great witch. Liu Ruyan's thoughts darkened as he took out the communication jade seal given by Bai Zhe, shattering it without hesitation. In the demon court, within the side hall of the Demon Emperor's palace. Today marked the 27th time you have checked that communication jade seal. The tone of Emperor Jun was laced with amusement from behind the screen. Bai Zhe's expression turned slightly awkward as he diverted his gaze from the jade seal at his waist. Do you lack confidence in that, Liu Ruyan? Emperor Jun inquired nonchalantly. Bai Zhe's face revealed a hint of bitterness. The slaughtering witch sword concerns the survival of our demon clan. Liu Ruyan is merely at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. How can I possibly rest easy? Di Jun appeared remarkably at ease as he remarked, if all else fails, I shall venture into the abyssal blood sea and beseech the river of Hades for the release of the annihilation blade. Gathering 100,000 vengeful spirits would merely take a moment. If it comes to that, for the survival of our demon race, I would willingly bear the burden of 100,000 karmic debts alone. Bai Zhe understood that this was the demon emperor's way of comforting himself and let out a bitter smile. Your Majesty, there is no need to console me in this manner. The karmic burden of 100,000 vengeful spirits is indeed immense, entangling one with unparalleled causality. Even the 3 pure ones would not dare to shoulder such a weight lightly. As our sovereign, how can you speak so lightly of it? Bai Zhe then glanced at the jade seal at his waist, and sighed with a tinge of bitterness. What remains uncertain is how many vengeful spirits Liu Ruyan can gather for the Slaughter Witch Sword. Di Jun chuckled heartily. How many do you believe he could collect? Bai Zhe pondered earnestly before suggesting a relatively conservative estimate, at most 100,000. Within that limit, he is certain to shatter the communication jade seal to contact me. Oh, Di Jun responded with a light laugh, recalling the scene of Liu Ruyan at the entrance of the demon court, charming his little jade rabbit. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth. I suspect that lad possesses a knack for persuasion and keen intellect. He might very well gather as many as 150,000 vengeful spirits. As they conversed, the jade seal of Bai Zhe's waist suddenly emitted a brilliant light. He shook his head in resignation and sighed. I did not anticipate that he would seek my assistance so soon. With that, he bid farewell to Di Jun, his form flickering before vanishing from the Demon Emperor's palace. Chapter 43. Deflecting the attack of Xingtian, astonishing everyone on the shores of the East Sea amidst the banners. A formidable aura surged forth. Surely, a master of at least the great witch caliber was approaching. Liu Ruyan gazed towards the horizon, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. I hope the demon saint Bai Zhe receives my message and arrives swiftly. Without hesitation, he swept his sleeve towards the ground, gathering the fallen treasures and spirit stones of the modern human race into his possession. To his astonishment, he discovered several powerful spiritual treasures intertwined within the collection. Regardless of the impending peril, he thought, even if death awaits, he would rather perish as a glutton. Alas, it was truly unfortunate. Liu Ruyan estimated that this pile of spiritual artifacts could restore at least 70 to 80% of the East Emperor's power, granting him a formidable skill beyond measure. With a thunderous roar, a towering figure materialized on the horizon, descending like a shooting star, heading straight for Liu Chen's position. The newcomer was a great witch that all modern humans recognized with utter familiarity, Xingtian, who would later become infamous for his indomitable spirit, wielding his weapon with great renown. Even in death, with his eyes eternally fixated on the heavens, Xingtian radiated an overwhelming malevolence, unrestrained, while beside him stood Liu Ruyan, who had just revived from the depths of Yunxiao. Upon his resurrection, Liu Ruyan hurried back to the Zhuli tribe to inform the elders of the tragic demise of their leader. Risking the ire of the ancestral witches, he ventured into the ancestral tribe to relay this grave news to the great witches. Although the ancestral witches were preoccupied with the battle against the East Emperor Tai, they cautiously heeded Liu Ruyan's report and dispatched the great witch Xingtian to accompany him to the shores of the East Sea. Is that Xingtian? The great witch Xingtian has truly arrived? Ha ha! The heavens are observing. That despicable sword-bearer shall not escape death this time. While I may not have the opportunity to obtain the witch-slaying sword, witnessing the demise of the illustrious figure ranked first on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard would suffice as a fulfillment of my desires. The imposing presence of great witch Xingtian bore down heavily upon Liu Ruyan, his gaze lingering on the sword embedded in Liu Chen's back for an extended moment. Drawing in a sharp breath, the demon race truly is a collection of scoundrels. To contend with my witch tribe, they resorted to such despicable means, forging this wicked sword imbued with the essence of the heavens. To evade karmic retribution, they even had you, an untainted youth, gather vengeful spirits. No wonder our powerful witches could not foresee this. Having said that, he turned to Liu Ruyan and spoke slowly. You, a young member of the witch tribe, have performed admirably in relaying this intelligence, and have acted with commendable acumen. Once I return with this witch-slaying sword, I shall certainly recommend you to several esteemed ancestral witches for their generous rewards. A slight smile graced Liu Ruyan's lips, although he had just perished once. His hard-earned 8th-tier cultivation had been utterly reset. Being recommended to the ancestral witches was a stroke of fortune not to be overlooked. He respectfully clasped his fists and declared, "Let us set aside discussions of merit and demerit. If I can save my witch clan from peril, I would willingly shatter my own form." With a slight smile gracing his lips, Xingtian expressed growing satisfaction towards Liu Ruyan beside him. Then his gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Liu Ruyan. You, a mere junior of the demon clan, must surrender the witch-slaughtering sword voluntarily. And perhaps I shall grant you a complete corpse." His voice resonated powerfully, penetrating the air and leaving the gathered onlookers by the eastern sea in a dizzying state. As though seated upon needles, Liu Ruyan stood defiantly, unwavering in the face of the immense pressure emanating from the Grand Witch, appearing calm while his heart was in turmoil. "Where are you, Baizhe? Can you not be a bit more reliable? It has been far too long. Although the demon court lies a vast distance away, you are one of the 10 demon saints, a being of the Luo golden immortal caliber. This is none other than the formidable Grand Witch Xuanhuang, the pinnacle of the Witch clan. If you do not arrive soon, I will be compelled to resort to the Eastern Imperial Bell and ultimately retreat with the witch-slaughtering sword to foreign lands." Arrogance. Naturally, Xuanhuang interpreted Liu Chen's demeanor as provocation. With a thunderous roar, he brandished the blood-soaked bronze spear in his hand. A massive spear shadow descended from the heavens, wielding an unstoppable force aimed directly at Liu Chen. "What the?" The onlookers at the Eastern Sea gasped in astonishment. Is this the combat prowess of Grand Witch Xuanhuang? Indeed, the strength of the beings from the primordial continent is extraordinary. Wouldn't this strike leave one bruised and battered? Surely even a Luo immortal could not withstand such an attack. To perish under this assault would be a fitting end for any wielder of the sword. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 crows fire shield materialized around Liu Chen, enveloped by 9 divine birds of purple flame, resembling neither phoenixes nor crows, forming a formidable barrier to ward off the spear shadow. Clang, clang, clang. The spear shadow relentlessly pounded against Liu Chen's form, as if his survival ensured an endless barrage of attacks. An urgent ringing resonated from the vicinity of Liu Chen, as the 9 crows fire shield rapidly dimmed and then surged once more. 9 crows fire shield achieves great success. 9 crows fire shield enters the threshold. 9 crows fire shield reaches the inner sanctum. 3 messages flash swiftly across Liu Chen's mind. Is this truly possible? He mused, astonished. Engaging with an adversary far superior in strength, the proficiency of his skills would ascend rapidly. Ah, yet Baizhe, you unreliable rascal. Where are you? As Liu Chen struggled to withstand the onslaught of Grand Witch Xuanhuang, with a resounding clang, the 9 crows fire shield shattered entirely, reduced to mere dust, never to reappear. Suddenly, the purple witch clan sigils manifested upon Liu Chen's surface, as the recently acquired 9 transformations primordial skill activated autonomously, enveloping him in protection and forming a counter against the spear shadow. As the myriad of information regarding the 9 transformations of Xuanhuang swiftly emerged in Liu Chen's mind, he found himself unable to divert his attention. Within his Qi Si and Dantian, the dark yellow Eastern Imperial Bell trembled incessantly, yearning to break free and protect its master. It must not emerge. If you truly do, I shall find myself utterly lost in the world of the Honghuang, with the great saints scouring the realm for me. Liu Chen desperately suppressed the Eastern Imperial Bell within him, while the relentless assault from Xuanhuang outside bore down upon him. Baizhe, you scoundrel, hurry up. Liu Chen roared within, clinging to his resistance until the final moment. Suspended in midair, Xuanhuang observed the scene with a hint of suppressed astonishment. I never imagined this little demon possessed such formidable roots. Despite not reaching the celestial immortal realm, it manages to endure for such an extended period against my minimal effort. Though he claimed it was but a fraction of his strength, in truth, Xuanhuang had not even exerted a fraction of his power. One might ponder, when faced with an ant on the ground, would one truly deliver a punch? Most would merely crush it with a finger, and Xuanhuang approached the situation in much the same manner. Yet, unexpectedly, this ant had withstood his pressure, an outcome that left him astounded. Onlookers along the shores of the Eastern Sea were equally dumbfounded by the unfolding spectacle. This was the assault of the great shaman Xuanhuang, if memory serves correctly. His prowess during the War of the Witches and the Revenants was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The wielder of the sword had astonishing tenacity, managing to endure for such a duration against Xuanhuang's onslaught. It seemed his fortuitous encounters in the Honghuang were indeed extraordinary. explaining why he stood so prominently on the heavenly Tao rankings, leaving the second-place contender, Xiahou Tian, devoid of hope. Protected by remnants of several prominent families, Xiahou Tian gazed upon this scene, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Chapter 44. The admiration of Xing Tian, Bailey's intervention as Xiahou beheld the scene before him. A tumultuous array of emotions surged within him, encompassing both astonishment and envy. How could the sword-bearer withstand the onslaught of the Grand, which Xing Tian, for such an extended duration? Was the prestige of the heavenly Tao rankings truly so formidable? At this moment, he finally comprehended the full extent of the sword-bearer's power. Had he survived, the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao rankings would undoubtedly have remained his domain. I, Xiahou, shall forever dwell in his shadow. However, such a prospect is now rendered impossible. Confronted by the might of Xing Tian, he finds himself with no escape, neither from the heavens nor the earth. The position of the heavenly Tao rankings champion will henceforth belong to me, Xiahou, albeit this triumph may lack the glory one would hope for. In a few days, the rewards from the heavenly Tao rankings will be distributed. I wonder what treasures await. Contemplating these thoughts, a twinge of regret stirred within Xiahou. What a pity it is that such a talent did not become a member of my Xiahou clan. Had I summoned him to join before our conflict arose. With such a formidable general, my family's strength in this primordial realm would likely have completely overshadowed the other prominent clans of the Great Xia. Alas, had I only discovered him sooner. In a remote corner of the Arctic Bear Group's territory, Mahuading was shielded by a cadre of remnants from the recent battle. As he gazed at the distant spectacle, astonishment at the sword-bearer's prowess mingled with a profound sense of regret. The multitude of indigenous experts he had expended vast sums to recruit had nearly all perished within the sword-bearer's formation. Yet, he felt no sorrow, for to him, money was merely a sequence of digits. It was merely regrettable that with the emergence of the Grand, which Xing Tian, the fate of the slaughter-witch sword was now irrevocably sealed. On the distant shores of the Eastern Sea, Murong Jianjia stood beneath a grand tree, her already alluring figure, enhanced by the bewitching traits of the Rakshasa race, rendered this modern-day goddess of the people even more breathtaking. As she savored the fragrant spiritual fruit, a sigh of regret escaped her lips. What a pity that he is destined to perish today. I fear I shall never have the chance to marry him. Yet, on the flip side, his strength is indeed formidable, managing to endure Xing Tian's attacks for so long. Father, you were right. Our Murong clan was wise not to engage in the contest for the slaughter-witch sword, lest we meet the same fate as that wretched Xiahou. Nearby, Murong Bo, having transformed into a goat demon, chuckled as he stroked his pristine white beard. I've always advised you to think critically, but it no longer matters. With the emergence of the Grand, which Xing Tian, the dispute over the slaughter-witch sword has reached a definitive conclusion. Xing Tian gazed at the dark purple, which patterns emerging on Liu Chen's body, astonished. I never anticipated that within such a brief period, you would clandestinely master the 9 transformations of my witch clan. It seems your talent is truly extraordinary. If you were to grow stronger, you would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to my clan. Thus, you cannot be allowed to remain. As his words echoed, Xing Tian brandished his bronze spear, charging towards Liu Chen with an overwhelming intent to kill. Just as Liu Chen was about to summon the Eastern Emperor clock for a desperate fight, a thunderous crash signaled the arrival of a teleportation array, from which emerged a figure clad in flowing white robes. Baisha. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xing Tian scoffed. Your filthy demon clan truly employs despicable tactics, secretly forging such a malevolent sword. Today, before the myriad clans of the Primordial World, you dare to show your face. Bai Zhe smiled slightly, retorting, You, a great witch of the witch clan, attacking a mere earth immortal of my demon clan. Do you really think your clan is any more honorable? Enough of this idle chatter. Xing Tian was riled by Bai Zhe's remarks. Let us settle this with a battle. Swinging his bronze spear, he advanced in the void towards Bai Zhe. Wait, Lord Bai Zhe. Liu Chen observed the immense aura radiating from Xing Tian and then glanced at Bai Zhe's slender form, feeling a twinge of concern. Do you think we can escape today? Although Bai Zhe was one of the top 10 demon saints with the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, Liu Chen understood that he was more of a strategist than a warrior, engaging in combat against the formidable which Xing Tian might not end favorably. Bai Zhe regarded Liu Chen with appreciation, chuckling lightly. If you can withstand his attack for this long, why shouldn't I be able to? With a wave of his hand, thousands of spirit stones flew from his sleeves, surrounding Xing Tian. These stones were inscribed with formations, their spiritual energy intertwining, and a binding array was swiftly established. What a brilliant tactic! Liu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Don't get your hopes up. It won't hold him for long, Bai Zhe replied, lifting Liu Chen by the neck as though he were a chick, and with a stomp, a magical array materialized beneath them. In an instant, they vanished. Damn it! Shameless! The combative Xing Tian broke free from the array, cursing at Bai Zhe's retreating figure. The demon clan truly is a pack of filthy scoundrels, resorting to such underhanded tactics when they can't best me. As he raged, Xing Tian noticed that Bai Zhe had already taken Liu Chen far away, leaving him filled with frustration. Just then, he caught sight of a crowd of onlookers along the eastern seashore, among whom were several demons. This is bad. They're coming for us. This thought raced through the minds of everyone gathered at the eastern seashore as they witnessed the murderous glint in Xing Tian's eyes. Run! Run! A throng of onlookers, including members from several influential families, raced desperately towards the depths of the Xuanhuang continent. It was only after this day that the individuals who traversed from the modern era truly comprehended the perils of the Xuanhuang world. On Mount Buzhou, within the realm of the demon court and the imperial palace of the demon king, Emperor Jun, adorned in a resplendent yellow royal robe, gazed towards the eastern sky, his expression etched with concern. To be candid, although he held a rather unfavorable opinion of Liu Chen, the cunning little demon who had deceived his beloved rabbit, he nonetheless acknowledged the latter's formidable prowess. Yet, it was disheartening that such a powerful entity, tasked with gathering vengeful spirits for the slaughter which soared, could only endure for a fleeting moment. The completion of the sword's forging appeared to be an endeavor that lay far beyond reach for the demon race. Without that sword, could they truly eradicate the witch clan? Emperor Jun let out a slight sigh, only to shake his head in resignation. Perhaps I ought to make a journey to the blood sea of the underworld and borrow the Yuan Tu abyss from that old rogue. Ming He. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Emperor Jun suddenly spotted a streak of white light soaring across the horizon, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 45. Did Di Jun burn bridges after crossing? Before long, a white arc of light swept into the palace of the demon emperor. Bai Zhe, for the first time in months, beheld his majesty not concealed behind the screen. Momentarily stunned, he forcefully suppressed the urge to probe into the monarch's thoughts and bowed respectfully to the demon emperor Di Jun, explaining, when I arrived, Liu Chen was under attack by the great witch Xing Tian. Xing Tian? Di Jun responded, taken aback for a moment. His gaze shifted to Liu Chen, who appeared unscathed, with neither limbs missing nor injuries evident. As the ruler of the demon court, he was well aware of Xing Tian's formidable prowess. It was astonishing that this peak earth immortal, a mere little demon, had survived an encounter with such a formidable foe. One could not help but wonder if it was luck or mere fortune. However, noticing the intact witch-slaying sword strapped to Liu Chen's back, he felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed Bai Zhe had arrived just in time, preventing Xing Tian from striking, thus facilitating Liu Chen's timely rescue. This is His Majesty the Demon Emperor, Bai Zhe introduced Liu Chen. Greetings, Your Majesty, Liu Chen said, respectfully clasping his fists before Di Jun. He was indeed familiar with the illustrious demon emperor Di Jun. In his previous life, he had briefly aligned himself with the demon court to acquire cultivation resources. Although he had little direct interaction with the upper echelons of the court, he had encountered all the prominent demon leaders, including Donghuang Tai Yi, during the grand battle. Honestly, his impression of the demon emperor was quite favorable. After all, a monarch who could perish alongside foreign foes in wartime had proven his mettle. Of course, as a member of the demon race, Liu Chen held a generally positive view of most high-ranking officials within the demon court. At the very least, brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi both born of the Sun Star, had not resorted to treachery for the sake of power, unlike the brothers who, during the Fengshen period, conspired against one another. It was indeed a far cry from the three brothers who, currently in Kunlun Mountain, upheld camaraderie, yet later aided outsiders in plotting against Tong Tian. Regrettably, the calamity between the witch and demon races foretold mutual destruction, as dictated by the laws of heaven. "You have worked hard," Dijun said to Liu Ruyan with sincere appreciation. "At the very least, you have risked your life for our demon race. Even if there are no merits, there is still toil. Hence, I can grant you half of the promised reward. What would you like as your reward?" Dijun presumed that Liu Ruyan had not completed his task. "Half the reward?" Liu Ruyan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Is this how you repay a friend? How can one burn bridges after crossing? You speak so grandly. I have toiled tirelessly for days, scheming for the witch-slaying sword task, traversing from the mountains of Buzhou to the Eastern Sea with mere broken flying swords, not blinking an eye. And now you tell me the reward is only half. Is this how one treats others, or rather, demons?" Liu Ruyan was infuriated, his previous fondness for the demon court dissipating in an instant. Bai Zhe, noticing Liu Chen's silence, subtly inclined his head and reminded him, "Your Majesty is benevolent. Although you have not completed the task of the slaughter which soared His Majesty, recognizing your merits, is still willing to grant you half of the reward. Speak boldly. What do you desire? Have I not completed the task of the slaughter which soared?" Liu Ruyan turned to glance at the sword on his back, its resentment nearly spilling over. Suddenly enlightened, he realized, "Oh, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. You do not intend to burn bridges, but merely believe I have not fulfilled the task." Liu Ruyan removed the slaughter which soared from his back and placed it between the two demons. They stared at the overwhelming resentment emanating from the sword, momentarily stunned. Bai Zhe, Dijun, such intense resentment? How many spirits must have been collected? At least 500,000 resentful souls must dwell within this sword. Bai Zhe estimated a relatively conservative figure and swiftly directed his divine sense towards the slaughter which soared. His pupils widened in shock as he gasped. So many resentful souls? To have collected this many in such a short time? Di Yuni, Shenxing Bai Shish peculiar expression, approached to lend his own divine sense, and he too was rendered momentarily speechless. Though he had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm, collecting 1,000,000 resentful souls was merely a flick of the wrist for him. Yet, Liu Ruyan was still only in the earth immortal realm, entangled with the witch clan S. Xing Tian, and in such a brief span of time, he amassed over 1,000,000 resentful souls. How on earth had he accomplished this? Both Dijun and Bai Zhe found themselves puzzled, ultimately deciding to refrain from pondering further. At the very least, it indicated that the forging of the slaughter which soared was complete. "It seems I have underestimated you." Bai Zhe regarded Liu Ruyan with a look of admiration. "I too was mistaken," Dijun admitted sincerely, laughing heartily. "I wondered why you appeared so incredulous when I previously bestowed rewards upon you. That was my error. Given the circumstances, I shall honor the promised rewards of the Jia Mu Huang, Zhong Li, and the Taiyin Yugui Hua, as well as allow you to claim an additional spiritual treasure from the Demon Court's armory." Seeing the reactions of Bai Zhe and Dijun, Liu Ruyan felt immensely satisfied. The prospect of receiving another spiritual treasure brought him even greater joy. Suddenly recalling the exquisite Tian whom Mask Bai Zhe had previously given him, he was inspired with a new idea. "Your Majesty," Liu Ruyan said earnestly, bowing deeply, "I shall forego claiming the spiritual treasure from the armory. When I accepted the task of the slaughter which soared, Lord Bai Zhe provided me with a mask that allows for transformation. Might I exchange this mask for your Majesty's reward?" Bai Zhe, "How could you? My Tianhu mask is a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, capable of concealing the presence of those beneath the quasi-saint realm, its efficacy nearly rivaling that of an innate treasure. Your Majesty's rewards, at best, would be of mid-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. Are you attempting to swindle me? Do you not care for your own reputation?" Bai Zhe's expression turned bitter as he prepared to refuse. Emperor Dijun chuckled and nodded. "Since it is merely a transformative spiritual treasure, it cannot be of great significance. I shall unilaterally accept this on behalf of Bays." He then turned his gaze toward Baze, only to find his expression somewhat peculiar. However, he dismissed it. After all, he lacked the extraordinary talents and divine abilities that Baze possessed. Baze opened his mouth, intending to decline, but sensing Dijuan's exceptionally good mood, he realized that as a subordinate, it would be unwise to refuse at such a moment, showing a lack of insight. Therefore, he forced a smile onto his face. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Liu Ruyan said, slightly bowing to the demon Emperor Dijuan, and then, with a calculated gesture, he expressed gratitude to Baze as well. In truth, Liu Ruyan deliberately mentioned his desire for the Tianhu mask in front of Dijuan, while intentionally obfuscating its value, aiming to lead Dijuan to believe it was merely an ordinary mask, thus readily acquiescing to his request. As the strategist of the demon clan, Baze was undoubtedly astute and would not dare to defy his superior at this juncture. Hence, acquiring the mask became a natural outcome. In the Panga Temple on the Xuanhuang continent, a grave situation unfolded. The Grand Shaman Xingtian rushed into the Panga Temple in haste. Chapter 46. The Scolding of the Fire Sorcerer Zhu Rong and the Generous Reward from the Demon Emperor Jun Great Ancestor Wuzhu. A grave matter has arisen. A grave matter has arisen. Xingtian hastily left Li Jiuyu outside the Panga Temple and rushed inside. "Xingtian, what has caused you such alarm?" The eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestor of space and speed, Di Jiang, occupied the highest seat in the Panga Temple. He frowned as he observed Xingtian's hurried entrance. Di Jiang was quite perturbed at this moment. Currently, the conflict between the witch and demon clans had escalated to a point of mutual destruction, with both sides suffering significant casualties. Not long ago, the 10th prince of the demon clan was slain by the great witch, Da-Yi, using the sun-shooting divine bow. Meanwhile, the situation for the witch clan was even more dire. The great witch, Kwa Fu, perished at the hands of the 10 golden crows, and after avenging Kwa Fu by shooting down the sun, he was subsequently suppressed by the demon clan on the Tying Star. Even more unfortunate was the fate of Ho Tu, one of the 12 ancestral witches, who, under dubious circumstances, was deceived by some shameless man and transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation during this critical juncture of the witch-demon war. Although after her transformation, Ancestor Ho Tu garnered immense merit from guiding the reincarnation of myriad beings, thus enhancing her power, she remained eternally confined within the 6 paths of reincarnation and could no longer assist the witch clan. With the absence of Sister Ho Tu, the 12 heavenly god slaughter array of the witch clan became riddled with flaws, significantly diminishing its potency. Now, witnessing the second-rate great witch Xingtian rushing in with such urgency, how could Di Jiang not feel vexed? Xingtian, seated next to Di Jiang, was urged impatiently by the fire ancestor Zhu Rong. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Why the hesitation? Given the critical nature of the witch-demon war, the once vibrant Panga Temple was now nearly deserted. Most of the other ancestral witches had departed for the battlefield to confront the demon army led by the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Only the eldest brother Di Jiang and the fire god Zhu Rong remained to guard the witch clan stronghold. Upon sensing Zhu Rong's impatience, Xingtian dared not delay any further and promptly recounted the events concerning the slaughtering witch sword at the Eastern Sea. The slaughtering witch sword? Di Jiang's tone suddenly became grave. "Are you certain of what you speak?" "What I have stated is absolutely true," Xingtian vividly described. "The wicked sword forged by the demon clan emanates an aura of resentment. With a spine as its blade, its malevolence palpable. Although the sword is not yet fully forged, a mere glance left me feeling as though I had fallen into an ice cavern. I could not bear to look a second time. Furthermore, I discovered that the sword spirit within is particularly aimed at our lineage of the Panga Father God, seemingly born solely to eradicate our witch clan. This is outrageous." The fire god Zhu Rong erupted with fury. "How dare that shameless demon clan forge such a wicked sword? Does the heavenly Tao remain indifferent, without delivering punishment?" Xingtian hastily explained. "It is precisely because the slaughter of living beings to gather resentment is so heinous that those scoundrels among the demon clan sought the aid of an aberrant demon." "Aberrant demon?" Di Jiang pondered thoughtfully. although he had remained secluded in his abode of late. He had nevertheless heard whispers of the emergence of peculiar races on the Xuanhuang continent. These races, shielded by the laws of the heavenly Tao, were untouched by the constraints of cause and effect. Many had arisen from the shaman tribe, yet Di Jiang had not paid them much heed. Now, however, it appeared that the demon race had swiftly begun to exploit these unusual beings. Perhaps we shamans could also seek assistance from this group of extraordinary shamans. With a resounding thud, Zhu Rong's hair ignited in fierce flames, signifying his profound anger. The demon race's forging of such a sinister sword is clearly aimed at our shaman tribe. Xingtian, why did you not seize that sword at the time? Upon hearing Zhu Rong's reproach, Xingtian felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him. How could he admit that, as a great shaman, he had been thwarted by a mere lowly demon in the realm of earth immortals? The mere thought of it would be a blow to his dignity, and speaking it aloud might provoke the already irate Zhu Rong to accuse him of dereliction of duty. I did intend to seize the sword, Xingtian hastily explained, but I was impeded by the white Zhe demon saint of the demon court, which allowed them to escape. Umph. Zhu Rong shot a fierce glare at Xingtian before turning to his elder brother Di Jiang. Brother, we can wait no longer. We must immediately assault the demon court to thwart the completion of this wicked sword. Otherwise, our shaman tribe will surely face calamity. Di Jiang, seated at the head of the assembly, contemplated for a considerable time before addressing Xingtian. Convey my decree to the ancestral shamans of each tribe. They must immediately rally shaman soldiers and dispatch them to the battlefield against the demons. Additionally, let the tribes welcome the extraordinary shamans into our ranks. Also, summon Qiyu. With the departure of Hutu, the 12 ancestral shamans had formed a diminished 12 capitals of heaven's divine array, significantly reducing its potency. He intended to have the great shaman Qiyu enter the Panga blood pool to enhance his strength and fill the void left by Hutu. Understood. Xingtian bowed respectfully before departing. Outside the Panga shrine, Liu awaited patiently for the great shaman Xingtian, oblivious to the events unfolding within. Not long ago, by the shores of the Eastern Sea, the great shaman Xingtian had promised to recommend him to several ancestral shamans. Despite suffering a devastating loss when the sword-bearer had slain him, causing his hard-earned 8th-tier cultivation to plummet to 0, Liu believed that if he could establish connections with the ancestral shamans, his loss would not be in vain and might even yield great rewards. Yet, he wondered if the rough-hewn Xingtian would keep his word. As Liu pondered anxiously, he saw the great shaman Xingtian emerge and hurriedly approached. My lord, what did the ancestral shamans say? He sought to remind Xingtian of their prior commitment. Xingtian cast a sidelong glance at Liu. His mood soured due to the earlier incident with Bai Zhe and Zhu Rong's subsequent questioning. What the ancestral shamans decide is of no concern to a mere little shaman like you. Having spoken, he departed without a backward glance, leaving Liu in a state of bewilderment, his face etched with bitterness. Not only had his cultivation been reduced to naught, but now the opportunity to be recommended to the ancestor, which was also dashed. In the realm of Buzhou Mountain, within the demon court, Liu Chen hummed a light tune as he exited the gates of the demon emperor's palace. At present, he was immensely wealthy, rivaling even the treasures of prominent figures among the great Luo golden immortals, whose collections likely paled in comparison to his own. Not long ago, his benefactor, Emperor Jun, upon witnessing the completion of the collection of vengeful spirits within the slaughter which soared, was filled with elation. He promptly settled the promised reward for Liu Chen, an exquisite Huangzhong Li imbued with the essence of the wood element, along with the Li Hua Fusang flower containing the quintessence of the red fire. Furthermore, he graciously bestowed upon Liu Chen the title of Vanguard Commander, liberating him from the daily training regimen that the other demon soldiers were subjected to on Buzhou Mountain. Whenever the demon race required his prowess in the impending war, they would reach out to him. Moreover, Emperor Jun expressed his admiration for Liu Chen, granting him a Demon Emperor's decree, allowing him unrestricted access to the demon court without the need for prior announcement. It seemed that the Witch Clan had also received word of the slaughter which soared and was poised to take action. Soon, The cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon races would commence, and Liu Ruyan recognized the urgency of enhancing his spirit cultivation to ensure his survival in the forthcoming conflict. As he gathered his thoughts, Liu Ruyan contemplated his next course of action. First, he would seize the golden elemental spirit object, and then proceed to Wuzhuang Guan to fulfill the task assigned by Zhen Yuanzi, thereby obtaining the Wutu ginseng fruit. Chapter 47, Encountering the Bunny-Eared Little Girl Again. Dijun's scheme acquiring the earthly ginseng fruit proved to be somewhat challenging for my past self. However, according to the strategies shared online by a certain expert from my previous life, it should be a trivial endeavor. As Liu Ruyan pondered deeply, he prepared to journey to Kunlun Mountain in search of the Supreme Old Lord. Wait, Kunlun Mountain? Suddenly, Liu Ruyan halted in his tracks, realizing that the War of the Witches and the Lich had yet to conclude, and Kunlun Mountain was virtually inaccessible to us modern-day traversers. Thus, the strategy from my previous life regarding the 5 elements needlepine seems to be inapplicable now. With a bitter expression, Liu Ruyan reflected on how his cultivation had advanced too rapidly in this life. During this period of the Primordial Era, the strategy for acquiring the 5 elements needlepine was still unfeasible. Therefore, he would have to seek an alternative gold-based spiritual object. Rubbing his temples, Liu Ruyan recalled the various methods of obtaining ultimate spiritual treasures that had been discussed by experts online in his previous life, particularly those applicable to his current stage. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Of course, the renowned falling treasure coins are indeed a type of gold-based spiritual object. How could I have overlooked that? He carefully recalled. Moreover, the falling treasure coins have yet to fall into the hands of that ungrateful little man, Ran Deng. They are still in the possession of the scattered immortals, Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. There is still time to retrieve the falling treasure coins from Wui Mountain. As Liu Ruyan contemplated these matters, he arrived at the juncture between the Yao Court and Mount Buzhou. Hey, please wait a moment. A melodious young girl's voice rang out from behind him. You've come again. You must be here to find me. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the girl's voice, Liu Ruyan recognized her and hoped it was not related to the matter of deceiving her regarding the Taoist laurel. Inwardly, he whispered a prayer and awkwardly turned around to greet her. Your Highness, long time no see. The newcomer was none other than the Yao Princess, who had previously requested Liu Ruyan to slay the ancestral witch and had been outsmarted by him regarding the Taoist laurel. The not-so-bright young lady, dressed in a gown of moon-white silk, the Yao Princess scrutinized Liu Ruyan, holding a small embroidered pouch, and inquired with puzzlement. Why did you come out from the Yao Emperor's palace? Where did you go up? I've been waiting for you at the entrance of the Yao Court. Why didn't I see you arrive? It was Lord Zhe who brought me up, Liu Ruyan explained. If there is nothing else, Your Highness, I shall take my leave as I have urgent matters to attend to. Liu Ruyan wished to make a hasty exit, for after having deceived her regarding the Taoist laurel, there were many ears around. Should someone with ill intent overhear that he had audaciously tricked the Yao Prince, his standing in the Yao Court would be utterly ruined. Wait, I've been specifically waiting for you, the Yao Princess declared. Specifically waiting for me? Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of unease. You said you would kill the ancestral witch to avenge me, didn't you? The Yao Princess gazed at Liu Ruyan earnestly. So, is this matter? Liu Ruyan thought, his expression unflinching. The ancestral, which is indeed a rare being, and I have yet to find one. I can only assist you in slaying it when I next encounter it. Liu Ruyan initially anticipated that the princess of the demon race might become incensed. Yet to his surprise, she expressed a hint of remorse and apologized. I am sorry. My mother has informed me that the ancestral, which is the most fearsome entity within the witch clan. I realize now that I placed you in a difficult position by asking you to kill it, and I should not have burdened you. The demon princess, with a reproachful expression, presented a pouch filled with incense. Upon glancing at it, Liu Ruyan discovered that it was brimming with lunar laurel seeds, radiating a gentle aura of spiritual energy, and among them were a few of exceptional quality, unmistakably produced by the mother tree. This is all the lunar laurel I have. The demon princess said earnestly, if you desire it, take it. I hope you can swiftly enhance your strength, if possible. I would appreciate your assistance in avenging me in the future. Liu Ruyan regarded the substantial pouch of lunar laurel seeds, which contained potent essences of the sunflower water. If taken outside, it would undoubtedly attract competition rivaling that for the witch-slaying sword. Even for his own use, this pouch could elevate the rank of his innate flying sword to that of a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, significantly boosting his combat power. Were others present, Liu Ruyan would have gladly deceived her several more times. However, at this moment, he felt disinclined to accept. "I am sorry, but I no longer require these," he said, pushing the pouch back towards her. The naive lunar rabbit was still too innocent, unaware of her own name, and yet she offered such a lavish gift. Yet, it would not be long before a great battle would ensue between the witch and demon clans. The high-ranking members of the demon court, including this very princess's uncles and cousins, would inevitably perish, and the demon court would fall, plundered by the myriad clans taking advantage of the chaos. The fate awaiting the demon princess before him was unimaginable. Liu Ruyan truly felt no courage to continue deceiving her. "The Ancestral, which is not only terrifying," he explained earnestly to the demon princess, "but they are also immensely powerful. To be frank, you asked me to kill the Ancestral witch. Perhaps you will never witness that moment in your lifetime. Even I may not be able to fulfill that task in the future. There is a significant chance that the entire demon court will be overrun by the witch clan, and you too may meet your end at their hands. Thus, I must decline your request. The lunar laurel seeds you previously offered shall be considered a debt I owe you. In due time, I will repay you with spiritual items of equivalent value that I find." A fleeting moment of contemplation crossed the innocent visage of the demon princess. Yet she did not retract the embroidered pouch. "Why do you share this with me? You could easily continue to deceive me, and I would willingly give you these lunar laurels. You do not wish to deceive me. You must be a good demon, for my mother says that those who do not deceive me are good demons." A good demon? Liu Ruyan mused inwardly, a wry smile crossing his thoughts, as he felt that he had little connection to such a term. To speak candidly, all that he is currently engaged in, including his affiliation with the demon court, is merely a pursuit of opportunities. He harbors no desire to entangle himself with the consequences of actions, whether good or ill. He comprehends that the calamity of the Wu and Yao, as a profoundly significant tribulation within the primordial realm, renders his insignificant existence inconsequential in effecting any change. Perhaps, following the impending apotheosis tribulation, there may arise a chance for him to partake once he has developed further. "I am not a benevolent demon," Liu Ruyan asserted, shaking his head in denial. "I am merely striving for what I desire and seizing the opportunities within my grasp." Seizing the moment while the princess of the demon realm was momentarily distracted, Liu Ruyan continued, "I must forewarn your highness. The Wu clan is an exceedingly formidable race. In the future, it is conceivable that the demon race may face annihilation at their hands. In this vast primordial world, those who can avenge your ancestors against the primordial witches are few and far between. Thus, I implore you, princess, to dedicate yourself to cultivation, enhance your strength, and prepare accordingly." In all honesty, the demon race has been rather amicable towards Liu Ruyan, from the demon prince who bestowed upon him the essence of the Golden Crow, to the minor officials at the conscription office beneath Mount Buzhou, and even to the revered sage Bai Zhe and the demon Emperor Jun. Most members of the demon court he encountered treated him with kindness. Hence, he felt compelled to offer a somewhat ambiguous warning within the confines of the heavenly Tao. After Liu Ruyan concluded his words, he turned and departed from the demon court, leaving the demon princess standing alone, lost in thought. Could the demon court truly face obliteration at the hands of the Wu clan? A glimmer of moisture welled in her eyes as she struggled to accept such a devastating possibility. She wished to inquire further of Liu Ruyan regarding the Wu clan and the primordial realm, for since her birth on the Tyne Star, no one had imparted such knowledge to her. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she found that Liu Ruyan's figure had long since vanished. Could the demon court also meet its demise? Murmured a figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe of the demon emperor from a shadowy corner, eyes wide with horror. Chapter 48. Seizing the golden treasure in a dim corner, the demon emperor Di Jun gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Liu Ruyan. His pupils were filled with disbelief. Had anyone else uttered such words to him, he might have dismissed them with a laugh or perhaps erupted in fury, imprisoning the perpetrator in the celestial dungeons for spreading rumors that could disturb the demon court. Yet Liu Chen, a being capable of gathering 1,000,000 vengeful spirits in a remarkably short span and emerging unscathed from the assault of the great witch Xingtian, compelled him to question the veracity of such claims. I have calculated the fate of the demon race through the river diagram and the Lo Shu countless times. Dijun murmured, yet the outcomes have always remained elusive. Why does a mere utterance from Liu Chen bring such clarity to my thoughts? It became evident to him that these otherworldly visitors were far from ordinary. He contemplated that he would soon need to find another reason to summon Liu Chen to the demon court, to discern if he possessed any profound insights regarding the protracted war between witches and demons. As these thoughts lingered, Dijun recalled that not long ago, Liu Chen had refrained from misleading his naive daughter, the Moon Laurel. His previous dissatisfaction with Liu Chen's character faded away, and he approached his still-dazed daughter with a smile. "Yu Chen, come here, I have something to discuss with you." Meanwhile, Liu Chen, having donned the heavenly fox mask to alter his appearance, departed from Mount Buzhou and sought out a remote area. There, he fed the vast array of spiritual treasures he had collected by the Eastern Sea to the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Eastern Sovereign Bell, Restoration 001. Eastern Sovereign Bell, Restoration 002. Current Eastern Sovereign Bell Restoration, 1834. I had anticipated that these spiritual treasures would at least achieve a 10% restoration. Yet to my surprise, the restoration rate reached an impressive 18%. It seems that as the restoration of the Eastern Sovereign Bell increases, the requirements for spiritual treasures also escalate. Liu Chen chuckled in resignation, reflecting, however, the swiftness of seizing treasures is undeniable. It is no wonder that those wicked cultivators prefer to rob others rather than earn their gains through the righteous path. It is far more expedient. With a thought, Liu Chen checked the new ability granted by the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Eastern Sovereign Bell skill, Swift Escape. Swift Escape allows entry into the Eastern Sovereign Bell, enabling one to break through the constraints of formations and pressures for rapid long-distance escape. Applicable for beings below the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuanxian. Swift Escape, a life-saving skill, and it is effective for those below the sage level. How extraordinary! Truly, the Eastern Sovereign Bell is remarkable. Liu Chen was engulfed in ecstasy, exclaiming inwardly, "Mother will no longer need to worry about me being pursued by that second-rate thug Xingtian with an escape skill that transcends the sage realm." Does this not imply that in future confrontations during the grand battle of witches and demons, amidst the chaotic clash of the highest quasi-sage realm, I would possess a chance for survival? I could retreat unscathed. After calming his excitement, Liu Chen set off towards Wui Mountain. Liu Chen, sporting an unremarkable visage, arrived atop Wui Mountain. As a manifestation of the primordial myth, Wui Mountain bears considerable distinction from its counterpart in the realm of contemporary Daxia. Towering trees pierce the heavens, lush vegetation glistens with vitality, and white cranes glide gracefully through the mountains, enveloped in an aura of ethereal charm and fragrant mist. Yet, at this moment, throngs of modern-day travelers, including various clans such as the Demon, Shaman, and Azura, traverse the mountain, searching intently. Liu Chen is acutely aware that these individuals likely recognize that the coveted Luobao gold coin lies in the possession of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, and they are undoubtedly drawn to this legendary treasure, renowned in the annals of future celestial records. However, Liu Chen also understands that these seekers possess little chance of success. Both Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, as solitary cultivators, currently wield strength at least on par with true immortals. Furthermore, with the Luobao gold coin, an extraordinary treasure capable of vanquishing superior innate spiritual artifacts, their combat prowess is significantly enhanced. The small Karami, still lacking in earth immortal status, stand no chance against them. Liu Chen ascended Wui Mountain, diligently searching within this spiritually rich landscape. Regrettably, after scouring the vast terrain for quite some time, he failed to catch a glimpse of the fabled misfortunes of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. This predicament led Liu Chun into deep contemplation. At this juncture, the two solitary cultivators should still be within Wui Mountain. It is improbable that they have departed. Yet, what could be the reason for their absence? In his previous life, no deity had ever published strategies online regarding the acquisition of the Luobao gold coin. Indeed, it was never obtained by any divine being in that era, as the artifact itself was far too extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Liu Chun recalled that in the myth of the Investiture of the gods, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were not only meddlesome, but also greedy for spiritual treasures. When Zhao Gongming pursued Ran Deng, they had seized the opportunity to utilize the Luobao gold coin to escape with Zhao Gongming's artifact. Could I perhaps orchestrate a scheme akin to entrapment? Upon this realization, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He promptly exited Wui Mountain, transformed his appearance, and returned discreetly, seeking a concealed vantage point. There, he placed the array flags acquired from Li Jiuyou upon the ground and carefully examined the celestial fox mask he had retrieved. Not long after his scrutiny began, two solitary cultivators, one stout and one slender, suddenly emerged from the wilderness, approaching with cheerful expressions. "Pray tell, from whence do you hail?" inquired the portly cultivator, his eyes narrowing in delight as they fixated on the celestial fox mask in Liu Chen's grasp. "It appears that you have acquired a remarkable treasure," remarked the tall, gaunt cultivator, casting a covetous gaze upon the mask. "What are your intentions?" Liu Chun retorted sharply, concealing the celestial fox mask within his cloak and regarding the two with caution. "Friend, we merely found your possession intriguing," the stout Qiao Bao replied with a grin. "We wish to borrow it for a closer look." The two began to inch forward. "What do you want?" Liu Chun shouted, stepping back cautiously. "Approach any closer, and I shall not be courteous." In an instant, a flying sword, imbued with the essence of the Kuei-sui, shot forth from behind him. Chapter 49. The success of fishing for evidence and the threat of the lantern. "I have warned you," Liu Chun exclaimed in a state of alarm. "Yet you remain obstinate. I shall not hold back any longer." With a swift motion, the Kuei-sui flying sword shot forth from behind Liu Chun, aiming directly at the pudgy Liu's cultivator. "Qiao Bao." "Ha!" Qiao Bao chuckled lightly. "So it is merely a minor demon of the earth immortal realm. To possess a mask of spiritual treasure quality is quite the fortuitous circumstance." He lightly waved his sleeve, intending to deflect the flying sword. With a sharp sound, the sleeve was sliced open by the Kuei-sui flying sword, and blood dripped from Qiao Bao's wounded arm. "How can this be? A mere earth immortal demon has managed to injure me." Qiao Bao sino sai dramatigas. Upon noticing the humming and glinting Kuei-sui flying sword suspended in midair, his face transformed into one of astonishment. "So it is you, this sword, that is the source of trouble." Beside him, the tall and lean loose cultivator, Xiao Sheng, shared a look of surprise. "This sword possesses an exceptionally high rank, rivaling that of a low-grade spiritual treasure. It contains an exceptionally pure essence of water. It seems we have encountered quite the prize, my brother." Qiao Bao, unabashedly releasing his earth immortal pressure, grinned wickedly at Liu Chun. "Friend, today our brotherhood is in good spirits. If you allow us a glimpse of your precious treasures, we shall grant you safe passage. Otherwise, you know what fate awaits you." Although he spoke in persuasion, the implication of threat was unmistakable. The pressure from both cultivators bore down upon Liu Chun. "Ah, merely earth immortal? That makes things easier." Liu Chun retorted with a cold smile, adopting a stance of defiance. "Huh, not a chance. If you desire my treasures, come and take them yourself. Refusing to drink the wine offered, you shall only taste the punishment." Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng dropped all pretense. As rogue cultivators without a master, they had relied on deception and trickery to reach their current status, devoid of any sense of honor or shame. They lunged at Liu Chun with unbridled aggression. With a flurry of motion, Liu Chun unleashed the remaining 26 flying swords, launching them at the two loose cultivators. "Another treasure," Qiao Bao exclaimed. Witnessing the array of quality flying swords rising from behind Liu Chun, his expression one of astonishment. "It seems we have struck gold this time." Who would have thought that such a minor demon of the earth immortal realm would possess so many treasures? Xiao Sheng nodded with a grin, cautioning Chao Bao. Let us not waste time. This earth immortal demon possesses an abundance of treasures. His origins may be far from simple. We must eliminate him with all our might and seize the treasures before we find ourselves in deeper troubles. Exchanging a resolute glance, the two nodded in agreement and summoned a golden copper coin, round on the outside yet square on the inside, adorned with floral and insect engravings and sprouting wings. Finally, the moment had arrived. Upon catching sight of the copper coin imbued with the power of merit, Liu Chen instantly recognized it as the coveted falling treasure coin he had been seeking. This extraordinary artifact possessed the capability to dislodge any treasure below the grade of supreme, innate spiritual treasures from the primordial wilderness, provided that enough merit was accumulated. During the cataclysm of the Fengshan, Zhao Gongming pursued the lantern Taoist to Wui Mountain, where the foolish duo of Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao, driven by greed, utilized the falling treasure coin to dislodge Zhao Gongming's 24 sea calming pearls, thus rescuing the lantern. In a fit of rage, Zhao Gongming retaliated by slaying Xiao Sheng. Regrettably, the ungrateful lantern not only failed to express gratitude, but also seized the falling treasure coin from the two brothers and sent Chao Bao into the 10 absolute formation as mere cannon fodder. Ultimately, during the Fengshan, the two unfortunate souls, Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao, were deliberately sealed under the command of their adversary, Zhao Gongming, exemplifying the epitome of ingratitude. Fall! The cries of Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao resonated in unison, as the falling treasure coin emanated a potent force of attraction, forcibly drawing away the celestial fox mask from Liu Chen. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Chao Bao lowered his gaze to inspect the celestial fox mask, nodding in satisfaction. However, this was not right. Xiao Sheng's countenance darkened as he observed the 27 personal flying swords suspended in midair. Why had the falling treasure coin not claimed his swords? The essence of a personal weapon lay in its intrinsic connection to its master, being a manifestation of Liu Chen's own essence. Thus, it would naturally resist the coin's allure. Moreover, the falling treasure coin possessed the unique characteristic of not seizing weapons. Suddenly, a deep and resonant bell tolled, accompanied by a mystical yellowish light radiating outward, along with a formidable and oppressive force of suppression. Be suppressed. Upon witnessing the falling treasure coin, Liu Chen had no desire to engage further with the two fools, and without hesitation, unleashed the pressure of the Eastern Imperial Bell. What is happening? Why is my cultivation rapidly diminishing? Chao Bao exclaimed in terror. Not just you. My cultivation is also plummeting. Xiao Sheng echoed, his face etched with astonishment. With a swift motion, the 27 flying swords shot forth, effortlessly severing the heads of the two scattered cultivators, whose powers had been suppressed to the earthly immortal realm. Liu Chen let out a long breath of turbid air and hurried to the corpses, hastily collecting the spoils, eager to depart from the scene. The falling treasure coin, a pivotal artifact in the Fengshan catastrophe, now in his possession, signified an indirect alteration of the trajectory of the future calamity. As a time traveler, Liu Chen was acutely aware that the laws of the heavenly Tao would never allow him to alter the course of such a great calamity without intervening. There had once been a prominent figure within the top 100 of the heavenly Tao rankings who, prior to the onset of the Fengshan calamity, discovered the egg of the golden-winged Great Peng and rallied a host of powerful experts and artifacts in an attempt to seize the Peng's legacy before its birth, only to be annihilated by Kong Xian, who happened to pass by. The ease with which he had acquired the falling treasure coin left Liu Chen feeling profoundly uneasy, just as he contemplated placing the falling treasure coin within the confines of the Eastern Imperial Bell space. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the heavens, rushing towards Liu Chen. Timo. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Liu Chen cursed inwardly, realizing too late that evasion was futile. A middle-aged Taoist, clad in a Taoist robe and possessing a somewhat lecherous demeanor, stood suspended in midair, coldly observing Liu Chen below, along with the Luo Bao money in his grasp. Liu Chen instantly recognized this figure as none other than the future master of the Luo Bao money, the vice head of the Chan sect, Ren Deng Taoist. At this critical juncture of the calamity of the necromancers, the leader of the Chan sect, Yuan Shi Tianzun, had specifically warned his disciples that during such a great tribulation, they should not carelessly descend the mountain or leave their meditation platforms. They were to remain secluded, avoiding the calamity's influence to prevent entanglement in its karmic repercussions. Rendang Taoist had adhered to this counsel. However, not long ago, while in deep meditation at his spiritual abode, Lingjiu Palace, he felt an unsettling disturbance in his heart and body. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated that he was drawn to Wui Mountain, sensing a significant opportunity awaited him. After much deliberation, he disregarded his master's teachings and made his way to Wui Mountain. "You ignorant little demon," Rendang admonished. Chapter 50. The Eastern Imperial Bell reasserts its power. Seizing the ginseng fruit, you audacious little demon, Rendang admonished. How dare you covet the fallen treasure coin? This precious artifact is destined for me. Surrender it immediately and return to the safe path, and I may spare your life. As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure of his status as a pinnacle Luo Yunxiao was unleashed, mercilessly bearing down upon Liu Chen. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Liu Chen's face. It was no surprise that this past Buddha, who sought to align with the Western teachings during the calamity of the gods in later times, already bore the aura of the saints, Guo Ti and Jane, even before officially becoming a disciple of the Western sect. Had this been earlier, Liu Chen might have felt a twinge of apprehension at Randing's words. However, having unlocked the third ability of the Eastern Imperial Bell, he felt no fear whatsoever. He merely sought an opportunity to flee. How do you justify your claim to this coin? Liu Chen fixed his gaze upon Randing. I came to Wui Mountain for leisure, only to be targeted by these two ill-intentioned, loose cultivators who sought to seize my treasures. Thus, I was compelled to eliminate them. Little did I expect that after dispatching those two, a supposed enlightened being would appear only to echo their sentiments. Randing, a prominent figure within the renowned Chan sect and its vice leader, initially intended to intimidate Liu Chen with the might of a Luo Yunxiao, compelling him to relinquish the fallen treasure coin. After all, as the vice leader of the Chan sect, it would not reflect well on the sect's reputation to seize an item from a mere earth immortal demon. To his astonishment, this diminutive earth immortal proved to be quite resolute. Randing felt a twinge of shock as Liu Chen likened him to the murderous loose cultivators, causing his expression to falter. With a disdainful huff, he retorted, "You little demon, how sharp-tongued you are? I initially intended to show leniency, recognizing the challenges you've faced in your cultivation. But now, you dare to tarnish my character. It appears I cannot spare you after all." With that, he prepared to strike. Realizing he was in the presence of the illustrious Randing, Liu Chen quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition, adopting an expression of regret. "In that case, I shall return this treasured artifact to you, esteemed elder. I hope you will not hold my minor transgressions against me. Please accept it." With a swift flick of his wrist, he tossed the resplendent object into the air. Upon hearing this, Randing breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his guard, casually catching the item Liu Chen had thrown. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely a piece of low-quality, celestial gold. "You audacious scoundrel," Randing bellowed in fury. "You have deceived me. It seems I can no longer show you mercy." Turning to confront Liu Chen, he found only emptiness where the young man had once stood. Enveloped by an enigmatic and resplendent yellow glow, it soared rapidly toward the horizon. Attempting to flee, Randang sneered. "A mere creature of the earth immortal realm dares to escape from the grasp of a Luo golden immortal? Such delusions are laughable." With a wave of his sleeve, he sought to employ the restrictive measures of the Luo golden immortal to intercept that yellow radiance. Boom! The yellow glow astonishingly shattered the restraints he had established and fled into the void. How could this be? Shock filled Randang's eyes as he pondered how such a trivial being could break free from the confines of his Luo golden immortal cultivation. Could that treasure of great value possess such power? Regret washed over him. He lamented not having acted swiftly to detain Liu Chen, thus losing a precious artifact in vain. As he gazed in the direction Liu Chen had departed, He resolutely etched the appearance of that small monster in his memory, vowing silently, "You dare to seize my opportunity. I, Randang, shall pursue you to the ends of the earth from this day forth." At the foot of Mount Wuzhuang in the West Nyohazhou, after escaping from Randang, Liu Chen immediately sought a secluded corner of the primordial wilderness to pause, stowing away the Eastern Emperor Bell. He donned a celestial fox mask to alter his appearance and employed his innate divine ability, transforming into a golden crow and gradually soaring toward the West Nyohazhou. Though the Eastern Emperor Bell was swifter, its significance warranted cautious handling. It would not do to flaunt such a crucial treasure, lest one invite calamity. Little Celestial, I have long admired the great master Xuanhuang. I have journeyed countless miles to seek apprenticeship under his esteemed guidance. I hope you will relay my request. Little Celestial, I come from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, while my ailing mother is on the brink of death. Hearing that the ginseng fruit within the temple can cure all ailments, I have traveled a great distance to seek one, hoping you will understand my filial piety upon arriving outside Wuzhuang Temple. Liu Chen exclaimed in surprise. There were both demon and human clans, as well as Asuras and witches, all kneeling outside the temple in fervent devotion, continuously uttering flattering words. Some sought to enter the temple to learn from the master, while others implored for ginseng fruits. The two adept disciples of Wuzhuang Temple, Xuanhuang and Mingwei, merely peeked through a crack in the door, snorted disdainfully, and promptly closed it, uninterested in engaging with the crowd. Indeed, it was a display of diverse talents. Observing the postures of those outside, Liu Chen couldn't help but scoff. It was evident these were modern individuals who had traversed into this realm, hoping to cling to the coattails of Master Xuanhuang through their knowledge of primordial lore. Yet, as a fellow traveler, Liu Chen understood all too well that such flattery and obsequiousness were utterly futile. Seeking sympathy from Master Xuanhuang through sycophancy or self-deprecation would yield no results. The elderly gentleman within possesses a remarkable character, profoundly disdainful of sycophantic flattery, and instead, he cherishes the camaraderie of those who, irrespective of status, seek genuine connection. In a previous life, the first individual to receive hospitality from the five was not truly a prominent figure, but rather a minor character of lowly stature. He shared his experiences online, harboring the intention of visiting the five to relish its scenery and seek solace. He intentionally avoided the crowds, gravitating towards the rear mountains of the temple, where he unexpectedly encountered two youthful celestial attendants drawing water, failing to recognize their true identities. In an unfortunate turn of events, he found himself embroiled in a verbal altercation with these eloquent young attendants. Subsequently, an elder, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, emerged to offer an apology and extended an invitation for him to enter the temple. Furthermore, he was entrusted with a task to investigate the cause of Hong Yun's demise and was generously rewarded in advance with a Wutu ginseng fruit. It was only later that this fortunate individual realized that his hosts were none other than the illustrious Xuanhuang Daxian, drawing upon his memories from a past existence. Liu Chen skillfully navigated away from the throngs, meandering towards the rear mountains, where he soon beheld a pair of young Taoist disciples fetching water from the stream amidst the hills. Chapter 51. Provoking Xuanhuang and Mingwei. Contacting Zenyuanzi, Liu Chen meandered leisurely to the back mountain of Wanshou Mountain, and before long, he indeed spotted two young Taoist boys fetching water there. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Xuanhuang and Mingwei, the two little Taoist boys he had encountered not long ago outside the gates of Wuzhuang Temple. What a coincidence! It was as if they were fixed for fresh NPCs, Liu Chen mused. He stepped forward and saluted the two boys, who were busy with their wooden buckets. Esteemed friends, may I inquire if there is a Chesmao Mountain in the vicinity? I wonder how one might reach it. Chesmao Mountain was a peak near Wanshou Mountain, and Liu Chen had meticulously planned his journey before arriving. The two young Taoist boys glanced up at Liu Chen, rolled their eyes, and chose to ignore him. Recently, for reasons unknown, a surge of demons and monsters had appeared near Wuzhuang Temple. There were creatures from various clans, including the demon race, the Asura clan, and the witch tribe, gathering in a chaotic assembly. Outside the temple, there were all manner of raucous antics, with individuals clamoring to apprentice under Master Xuanhuang or seeking a spirit fruit. This had become exceedingly tiresome for the two boys. They had reported to their master, Xuanhuang, multiple times, but he merely waved his hand dismissively, instructing them not to bother with such matters. Consequently, the boys had diligently followed their master's orders, ignoring the unruly beings that crossed their paths. Thus, upon encountering this demon who was merely asking for directions, they naturally chose to disregard him. Goodness, they are rather aloof, Liu Chen thought to himself. He couldn't fathom how some fortunate soul in his past life had managed to engage in a verbal spar with them. Truly a remarkable individual. Therefore, Liu Chen resolved to showcase his own talents and provoke a response, hoping to draw out the great Xuanhuang. Observing the attire of the two boys, he remarked with feigned indignation, "You two appear to be practitioners from the nearby temple. Although our paths of cultivation may differ, we are ultimately all nurtured by the same heavens and earth, and thus should aid one another. Why must I, when simply inquiring for directions, be met with such disdain? Such rudeness is unbecoming of cultivators. I shall summon your master and see what kind of person has raised two such obsequious and arrogant individuals. Pray tell, what manner of way do you follow?" Though Xuanhuang and Mingwei appear to be quite young, they had actually lived for countless years. However, having long resided within the protective confines of Xuanhuang Temple under the tutelage of the esteemed Xuanhuang, they remained blissfully unaware of the malice that lurked in human hearts. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in a quarrel with the Monkey King previously. With Liu Chen's provocation, the boys momentarily forgot their master's prior admonitions. The more impulsive Mingwei could no longer contain herself. With a thud, she dropped her water bucket, rolled up her sleeves, and was ready to confront Liu Chen. "From whence do you hail, little demon, that you dare speak such audacious words and insult my master here?" With a surge of anger, Mingwei was about to confront Liu Chen. However, the more composed Xuanhuang quickly intervened, grasping his junior brother's arm. "Junior brother, have you forgotten our master's admonitions? These foreign beings are all of peculiar origins, detached from causality, and exceptionally unique. We must avoid any conflict with them and act as though we have not heard anything. Otherwise, if our master learns that you have acted out, he will not let you off easily." Upon hearing his senior brother's counsel, the furious Mingwei began to temper his rage. Recalling their master's prior warnings, he refrained from advancing further. Instead, he picked up a fallen wooden bucket and coldly huffed at Liu Chen, stating, "I have pressing matters today, so I shall spare you this time, demon. Should I hear you slandering my sect again, rest assured I will not show you mercy." Xuanhuang also cast a cold glance at Liu Chen as a warning, then lifted the wooden bucket and nudged his junior brother back towards the Xuanhuang Temple. To Liu Chen's surprise, they remained remarkably composed. In his memory, Xuanhuang and Mingwei were reminiscent of the characters from Journey to the West. Over the matter of the ginseng fruit, had fiercely rebuked the Monkey King, provoking him into a rage. He had assumed that these two disciples would possess similarly impulsive natures. Yet, despite his provocation, they did not take the bait. Thus, Liu Chen chose to continue his taunts, sneering, "What is the matter? Afraid to summon your master? I am keen to know what sort of person could raise two such impudent individuals. It seems your master is not a sage of great renown." Upon hearing Liu Chen demean their master, Xuanhuang, the two disciples, who had already begun to turn back with the wooden bucket, lost their composure. Even the usually steady Xuanhuang could no longer maintain his calm, glaring at Liu Chen with fury. "You demon, my brother, and I have shown you forbearance time and again. Yet you remain unrepentant, daring to insult my master. I fear that uttering my master's name might frighten you to death." With a thud, Mingwei dropped the wooden bucket again, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge at Liu Chen. Observing their reactions, Liu Chen found it amusing. He thought to himself that since he was already at odds with his two disciples, it was only fitting that their master should intervene. Indeed, as if on cue, a voice of calm authority reached Liu Chen's ears. Following the sound, he turned to see an elderly Taoist descending the lush, green mountain path. With white hair and beard, adorned in a lotus crown, draped in feathered garments, and wielding a whisk, the old man approached with a tranquil demeanor, as though gliding effortlessly across the ground. Liu Chun immediately recognized him as Zhen Yuanzi, the celestial sage of Xuanhuang Temple, whom the various demons and spirits had sought to meet but could never approach. At the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, infinitely approaching the status of a sage and a figure who shares a fraternal bond with the three pure ones, Liu Chun remained unfazed upon encountering such a formidable being. Pretending not to recognize his identity, he coldly remarked, "You, old Taoist, are the master of these two impudent disciples?" Zhen Yunzi nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, I am the master of these two disciples. I heard you mention that I have taught them poorly, and I am quite eager to hear your thoughts on where my teachings have faltered." With merely a thought, the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi deduced the origins of the before him, whose connections were ambiguous, akin to the myriad of demons and spirits that frequented the entrance of Xuanhuang Temple. What struck him as peculiar was that those beings at the entrance of Xuanhuang Temple would prostrate themselves in hopes of pleasing his two disciples, beseeching the opportunity to enter the temple. In stark contrast, the imposing before him not only failed to recognize his two disciples, but nearly engaged them in conflict. Thus, he descended from the temple to investigate further. Upon hearing the inquiry from the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, Liu Chun felt a profound sense of relief in his heart. Now that he had connected with this esteemed figure, the matter of the ginseng fruit was effectively halfway accomplished, and the subsequent developments promised to be quite favorable. Chapter 52. A single remark earns praise from Zhen Yuanzi, while Qin Feng and Ming Yue are stunned. As a time traveler, Liu Chun possesses a thorough understanding of Zhen Yuan Daxin's character. Much like Hong Yun, the foremost good-natured figure of the primordial era, he values loyalty and despises flattery, preferring to forge connections with like-minded companions. Thus, Liu Chun cast a sidelong glance at Zhen Yuan Daxian, his expression one of disdain as he remarked, "You old Taoist may don an appearance of celestial elegance, yet the path you cultivate is disappointingly narrow, hardly befitting one of your stature." Upon hearing Liu Chen's words, rather than taking offense, Zhen Yuan Daxian felt a surge of intrigue. He had initially believed that the demonic being before him was merely provoking a conflict to draw him out, anticipating that he would then seek to ingratiate himself and join his Xuanhuang Temple. To his surprise, the very first utterance from Liu Chun was remarkably audacious. As a peer of the three purities, Zhen Yuan Daxian would never concede that his path was flawed, nor would he regard a mere heavenly immortal-level demon as capable of articulating profound insights regarding the great principles of the universe. Qin Feng and Ming Yue, upon hearing Liu Chen's boldness in daring to critique their venerable master, felt a mix of indignation and amusement. "You little demon, what do you know of the great principles?" Ming Yue exclaimed, her laughter tinged with anger. "To audaciously question my master's teachings is sheer folly." Little Xiao Tong Qin Feng also scoffed derisively. "You, who are so ignorant, dare to speak with such arrogance. Do you even comprehend who my master is?" Zhen Yuanzi gently shook his head, interrupting Qin Feng and Ming Yue's admonishments. With a smile, he turned his attention to Liu Chun. "Pray tell, what is it that you find erroneous in the path I cultivate? Where is it lacking?" He was genuinely curious to hear Liu Chen's perspective as an outsider, eager to discover what unique insights he might offer regarding the grand principles of the universe. Liu Chun cleared his throat softly, fully aware that he lacked any profound understanding of the great principles. However, he did comprehend Zhen Yuanzi's heart and character, and that, he believed, was sufficient. Thus, Liu Chun, with a serious demeanor, began to narrate. In ancient times, the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. The light and pure transformed into the heavens, while the heavy and turbid became the earth, giving rise to this vast primordial land. Here, myriad beings and all things flourish and thrive. From this perspective, the myriad clans of heaven and earth are akin to siblings born of the same mother. In the pursuit of enlightenment, we are all brothers and sisters. How can one rank others based on status, lineage, or the duration of their cultivation? The essence of cultivation should reside in the harmony among all creatures, fostering mutual support and companionship. Therefore, all beings of heaven and earth are my elder brothers and sisters, and only through harmonious coexistence can we avoid the calamities that arise from conflict? This, indeed, is the invincible righteous path. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qing Feng and Mingyue exchanged a disdainful glance, scoffing at his sentiments. In contrast, the expression on Xuanhuang Caudron's face froze. He gazed intently at Lu Chen, and as he listened to his discourse, his thoughts drifted to a departed friend, Hong Yun. When Xuanhuang first encountered Hong Yun, he was struck by the latter's integrity and unparalleled loyalty, treating all beings of the primordial world with kindness. Their mutual respect blossomed into a profound friendship, leading them to attend lectures by Hong Jun in the Yunxiao Palace and journey through the vast wilderness together. Unexpectedly, that friend, known for his benevolence, fell victim to treachery. This left Xuanhuang heartbroken, as he sought to uncover the villain responsible for Hong Yun's demise, yet he found no leads over the millennia. Today, in this grim, primordial realm, before him stood a creature of another world, capable of articulating such profound and reflective words reminiscent of his late friend. The idea that all beings are siblings, supporting one another, embodies the invincible path of the world. How marvelous! Truly splendid. Xuanhuang's esteem for Lu Chen grew, and he felt a flicker of joy. After Hong Yun's death, he traversed the primordial land, witnessing nothing but petty squabbles, and had not encountered anyone with a heart as pure as his dear friend. Yet unexpectedly, here beneath his Wuzhuang temple, he found this unforeseen gem. Indeed, it was a discovery after extensive searching. I merely approached you two young ones as a fellow cultivator to inquire about directions, yet I was met with disdain from both sides. I ask you, venerable Taoist, is this not impolite? Is this not a transgression against the path of the Tao? Lu Chen, of course, did not possess any unique insights regarding the Grand Tao. He merely tailored his words to suit Xuanhuang. Had he encountered Bei's or Dijuan, his discourse would have been entirely different. Thus, he played the role to perfection. Observing Xuanhuang's expression, Lu Chen realized he had succeeded. In light of this, I must confess my embarrassment. Xuanhuang chuckled, stroking his beard. Qing Feng and Mingyue, upon hearing their master's words, were taken aback. Was it not so? What is this Grand Tao? What of brothers and sisters? This demon clan speaks nonsense, uttering absurdities. Master, how can you believe such things? Unexpectedly, the subsequent actions of the master left both individuals utterly bewildered. Xuanhuang laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, I have found your discourse on the Tao to be quite intriguing. Coincidentally, my two disciples have inadvertently offended you. How about this? You accompany me back to my abode for tea and philosophical discussion, as a gesture of my apology to you. What say you?" Upon hearing such a venerable figure address him as a fellow Taoist, Lu Chen could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure, responding with evident reluctance. "Originally, I intended to explore the scenic beauty of this area. However, since you are so magnanimous and have extended such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept." Xuanhuang laughed heartily and enthusiastically led Lu Chen towards the direction of Wuzhuang. The two young acolytes, Qing Feng and Mingyue, stood frozen in place, unable to recover from their astonishment at their master's jubilant demeanor. Could it be? Had the master truly been swayed by the ramblings of that demon tribe member? The two brothers exchanged glances, their faces laden with profound confusion. Could it be that the words of that demon, who had not yet reached the realm of celestial beings, held a depth of profound and esoteric truths? Lu Chen, elated, followed closely behind Xuanhuang, making his way toward Wuzhuang. Numerous modern individuals stationed at the periphery, desperately seeking to become disciples, immediately recognized the Taoist with an ethereal presence as the esteemed Xuanhuang Daxian. Upon seeing Lu Chen beside him, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. How had he managed to connect with Xuanhuang Daxian? Chapter 53. The image of the leader of the heavenly Tao rankings is exposed, and Xianghou Tian is bewildered. The countdown to return is at 10. Why does it always falter at critical moments, lacking endurance? Lu Chen wore a look of helplessness as his vision blurred, revealing once more the scene within his bedroom. He turned over in bed, listening to the growing bustle of voices from the outside world. After a quick wash and a modest breakfast, he opened his laptop. The real-time rankings of the Heavenly Tao rankings greeted his eyes, once again presenting the information. It seemed that the authorities had come to fully comprehend the significance of the Primordial World, as they consistently updated the Heavenly Tao rankings across major websites. Notably, they included some helpful hints regarding the Primordial World in a conspicuous position below. Unlike previous instances, this time the rankings had been completely refreshed. By simply entering a name in the search bar, one could readily find the corresponding individual's level in the Primordial World, offering much convenience. Clearly, this was a direct intervention from the officials, aimed at ensuring the safety of modern individuals. Regrettably, the top position remained an enigmatic question mark. It could be said that nearly everyone in Great Xia, from the elderly to the newly walking toddlers, was curious about the identity of the individual occupying the top spot in the Heavenly Tao rankings. Liu Chen casually glanced through the top 100 names, only to discover that a significant reshuffling had occurred. Except for the leaders of several prominent families whose ranks remained unchanged, most others have been replaced by unfamiliar names. Liu Chen was not surprised. He understood that this outcome was a direct result of the massacre he had carried out by the East Sea. It had been stated that seizing the witch-slaying sword was exceedingly perilous. Liu Chen murmured in resignation, hoping that this would serve as a lesson for them. Unfortunately, he had failed to eliminate the scourge that was Xuanhuang Cauldron. A glance at the second position revealed that Xuanhuang Cauldron, a figure with a poor reputation in his previous life, still occupied the glaring second position, an eyesore indeed. He then searched for the names of Liu Ruyan and Song Yang, those two nefarious individuals, and, as he had anticipated, they had not discreetly concealed their information. However, Liu Chen was somewhat taken aback to find that their levels were not the anticipated 0, but rather close to the first tier. How strange. Not long ago at the EC, he had just killed them, and their cultivation should have reset to 0. Yet within such a short span, they were nearing the first tier. This was not in line with the characters of those two. Liu Chen could not help but mutter to himself. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, Liu Ruyan and Song Yang had been lethargic in their pursuit of cultivation, barely reaching the Earth immortal realm through their parasitic reliance on him. To his astonishment, in this lifetime, they had remarkably tapped into their potential. Understanding the enhancement of one's cultivation is beneficial. Liu Chen's lips curled slightly. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. At that moment, I shall allow you both to experience profound despair. Liu Chen had no intention of hindering their ascension. The memory of being ambushed by the two in his past life lingered vividly, and the animosity within him showed no sign of waning. To eradicate these two wretched individuals would merely grant them an easy release. What Liu Chen yearned for was to kindle a flicker of hope within them, only to plunge them into an abyss of unending despair when that hope reached its zenith. Only then could he exact vengeance for the treachery and betrayal he faced in his previous existence. The thought crossed Liu Chen's mind that perhaps he should eliminate them once, igniting within them a sense of competitiveness. He closed the Heavenly Tao leaderboard and opened the Douyan application. Shocking. The mysterious leader of the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, known as the Butcher, slaughters millions on the shores of the East Sea. Terrifying. The first fiend of the demon race ruthlessly kills hundreds of thousands. This god of slaughter is among us. Several prominent families jointly issue a bounty of 10 million for the first fiend of the Heavenly Tao leaderboard. I speak on behalf of the first on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard. This massacre in the EC is entirely their own doing. Disagree? Come forth and debate. What filled Liu Chen's vision were a series of trending topics, all in red, with a plethora of posts below, nearly all containing the phrase EC massacre. The usual frivolous news about entertainment stars performing had vanished without a trace. Among the trending posts, some vehemently condemned Liu Chen for his inhumane actions during the massacre at the East Sea, while many others supported him, asserting that those who were not greedy would not have faced such a calamity. They had merely brought suffering upon themselves. A myriad of opinions ignited fervent discussions. However, Liu Chen remained indifferent, for he had noticed another crucial piece of information. Just in, the great battle between the witch and the demon clans is about to commence, and the high-ranking officials of both factions have begun large-scale recruitment of soldiers. Almost forgotten, Liu Ruyan realized that he had accelerated the course of the witch-demon war. A brief glance at the post revealed that recent discoveries indicated the upper echelons of the witch and demon clans had started to enlist soldiers en masse, dispatching them to the front lines of the battlefield. It dawned on Liu Ruyan that, in his previous life, this large-scale recruitment had not occurred until nearly 2 months later. The mission to slay the witches had been executed with such brutality that it had delayed the process significantly. However, due to his proactive arrangements in this life, it had been accomplished in merely a few days, thus hastening the great battle between the two clans. With the great battle approaching sooner than anticipated, it seemed that some pivotal opportunities were also arriving ahead of schedule. I must expedite my plans. Liu Ruyan recognized that the witch-demon war would be one of the most brutal conflicts preceding the arrival of the primordial chaos, and it was also among the battles that would yield the most opportunities. Without mentioning the aftermath of the Great War and the precious blood of the Golden Crow and Ancestor witches generated by the high-ranking members of the two clans, as well as the exquisite magical artifacts, one can certainly assert that Liu Ruyan has his sights set on the 5-color divine stones produced during Nuwa's efforts to mend the heavens, which possess the potential to nurture the spirit-bright stone monkey. Moreover, the high-quality spiritual treasures that emerge from the minor skirmishes are also objects of Liu Ruyan's desire, presenting a remarkable opportunity to restore the Eastern Imperial Bell. Liu Ruyan collected his thoughts and logged into the account of Xuanhuang by Xuanhuang, preparing to disclose some insights regarding the necessary precautions for those participating in the conflict between the witch and demon clans. In the capital city, at the Xiao residence, Xuanhuang held a tablet, his expression rife with skepticism as he scrutinized the image on the screen, an illustration crafted by a professional sketch artist based on eyewitness accounts from the demon race's conscription office, depicting the individual ranked first on the heavenly Tao leaderboard of the demon clan. Xuanhuang's face was a canvas of disbelief as he questioned, "Are you certain this yellow-haired individual is indeed the top figure on the heavenly Tao leaderboard?" Chapter 54. Murong Jinjia. Is this my husband? Ahem. The assistant beside him coughed lightly to mask his own inner embarrassment. To be honest, when the professional sketch artist presented this portrait to him, he too was filled with disbelief. By the shores of the East Sea, a man capable of slaying gods and Buddhas, how could his true appearance be so disheveled, frivolous, and brash? Deep down, the assistant believed that such a formidable figure, while not necessarily resembling the dashing heroes of cinema, at the very least, should not exude such a vulgar aura. Could it truly be that a man capable of repeatedly thwarting the illustrious Xiao family, one of the top families of the Great Xia, could appear so utterly unremarkable? Nevertheless, the assistant forced himself to comply and brought the portrait to Xuanhuang for his report. Ahem, I am not entirely certain. The assistant coughed gently and said respectfully, "However, the image provided by the sketch artist is indeed like this. I have confirmed it repeatedly with several witnesses. And although there are some discrepancies in the details of the portrait, those individuals are unequivocal that it was precisely this person at the demon recruitment station." Xuanhuang furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixated on the screen, displaying the portrait of the unrefined yet insufferably cocky young man. While Xuanhuang was exceptionally discerning regarding the appearance of his romantic interests, he was certain that he did not judge solely by looks in other respects. After all, as the head of a top family in the Great Xia, he prided himself on valuing merit and talent above all else. He truly looked so. Xuanhuang's words caught in his throat, and for a long moment he could not utter them. He did not wish to acknowledge that the man who had repeatedly rejected him in the wilderness could possess such an off-putting appearance. His thoughts echoed those of his assistant. Even if this person did not possess the striking handsomeness of a protagonist from a popular narrative, surely he should not be so lamentably unattractive. Xuanhuang began to doubt himself, but with a heavy sigh, he continually reminded himself not to judge by appearances. He raised his gaze towards the assistant. "Let it be so. Please submit this photograph to the database for professional comparison. How long do you think it will take to locate this individual?" The assistant stared at the photograph for 2 seconds, contemplated, and replied, "Given that this portrait was created based on witness descriptions, there will undoubtedly be many discrepancies in the details compared to the actual person. If we input it into the Great Xia information database for comparison, along with error correction and investigation, it will take at least half a month, and potentially 2 to 3 months, to accurately identify this person. Xiao Tianyang reclined on the sofa, holding a tablet, and coldly remarked while browsing the latest revelations from Xuanhuang Cauldron. This incident concerning the slaughtering which sword has significantly diminished the prestige of our Xiahou family among the prominent clans of the Great Xia. You must locate this individual for me. I intend to personally break his legs. The assistant let out a slight sigh of relief, as this matter seemed to reach a temporary resolution. With this photograph in hand, the technicians employed by the Xiahou family should soon be able to identify the person, sparing him the daily risk of being berated for his reports. Xiahou Tian rubbed his temples, weariness etched across his face, and stated, "Let the matter of the slaughtering which sword rest for now. We shall discuss it further once this person is found. Moving forward, our focus in the Honghuang realm should shift to the impending battle between the Wu and the Lich, in a magic city within the Murong family. My dear, guess what treasure I have discovered for you." Murong Bo, the head of the Murong family, entered the living room with a broad smile. At that moment, his daughter, Murong Jinjia, was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, perusing the new round of disclosures from the influential Xuanhuang Cauldron. She leaned lazily against the couch, her fitted white short-sleeved shirt accentuating her alluring figure, while her light blue denim shorts showcased her long, graceful legs, exuding an enchanting yet spirited demeanor. Despite her previous unsuccessful attempt to recruit Xuanhuang Cauldron by sacrificing her appearance, Murong Jinjia remained unfazed, for no family had successfully attracted the mysterious figure behind the account. Each day, upon returning, he would share the latest Xuanhuang news online. During this period, the Xuanhuang Cauldron account had become the most followed account in all of Great Xia, even surpassing a certain official account at one point. The first thing everyone did upon returning from Xuanhuang was to eagerly await the next round of revelations from the influential Xuanhuang Cauldron, anxious not to miss any significant news. "What is the matter, Dad? You seem particularly cheerful," Murong Jinjia said, her gaze still fixed on the tablet as she pouted. "Did you find me another stepmother?" The banter between the father and daughter was always unconventional. Murong Bo had long grown accustomed to his daughter's audacious demeanor. Pretending to be stern, he chastised, "If your mother hears you, I certainly want to hear the end of it." He then broke into a hearty laugh, saying, "I have found the suitor you have been yearning for." "What?" Murong Jinjia exclaimed in surprise. "You actually found the top of the heavenly Tao rankings." Knowing her father cared for her deeply, she felt assured that he would not let her remain a solitary figure forever. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang from the sofa, darting to her father's side, snatching the tablet from his hands and eagerly gazing at the screen. Then, she beheld that lecherous visage fixated on a head of golden hair. The excitement that once illuminated her face gradually solidified, slowly transforming into indifference, and ultimately into a grimace. "Is this my husband?" "This is your husband." Murong Jinxia felt an urgent need to cleanse her eyes. "No, father," Murong Jinxia protested, shaking her tiny fist. "You should refrain from aimlessly browsing online. How could this possibly be the son-in-law your daughter has longed for?" Observing his daughter's dismay, Murong Bo, in a rather unseemly manner, took delight in her embarrassment. "How have I been aimlessly browsing online? This is the portrait of the leader of the Tao ranking that Xiahou Tian has diligently sought after in recent days. Surely, it cannot be mistaken. If it were a fake, it would be tenfold the loss. The Xiahou family is indeed the foremost clan in the Magic City, and ranks prominently among the powers of the Great Xia. Although these families may have minor frictions, they are invariably entwined in complex relationships. How could the Xiahou family's recent maneuvers escape the notice of the head of the Murong family? Upon learning that Xiahou Tian had located the portrait of the Tao ranking leader, Murong Bo was exceedingly curious and immediately had a copy procured. To his astonishment, upon viewing it, he was taken aback. This was truly beyond his expectations. Chapter 55. A warm welcome at Wuzhuang Temple. Murong Bo found the situation to be utterly unexpected. Not long ago, the audacious killer by the Eastern Sea now appeared so out of sorts in reality. Driven by a mischievous curiosity, he promptly took a photograph and sought out the daughter of the woman who incessantly chattered about marrying the foremost figure on the heavenly Tao leaderboard. Naturally, he did not intend to be so trivial as to merely show his daughter a photograph. His primary objective was to recalibrate the Murong family's influence and explore its development within the primordial realm. Observing his daughter lounging on the sofa with an expression of profound disillusionment, Murong Bo stifled a laugh and inquired, "You have seen the latest post by Xuanhuang Cauldron, have you not?" Murong Jinjia, still engulfed in the disarray of her idol's persona, nodded vacantly. "Yes, I have." "What of it?" Murong Bo replied earnestly. "The recent incident involving the witch-slaying sword has inflicted severe casualties upon the major families of the Great Xia, with the exception of our Murong family, who managed to remain uninvolved, thus preserving our integrity. However, this matter has reached its conclusion, and what lies ahead is the grand battle between the witches and the demons, which, as per Xuanhuang Cauldron's account, is fraught with peril and will undoubtedly yield countless opportunities." Murong Jinjia, puzzled, asked, "So what should our Murong family do? Should we continue to observe from the sidelines?" Murong Bo sighed in frustration. "I have told you repeatedly to engage your mind. Given the multitude of opportunities presented in this grand battle, and considering the other families are currently weakened, it is imperative that we seize the moment and participate to gain an advantage." With a sense of resignation, Murong Bo expressed, "I have a premonition that this grand battle will be the very catalyst for our Murong family's ascendance." Liu Chen, having finished editing the post, pressed send. The primary focus of this post revolved around the impending grand battle, elucidating methods for joining the opposing factions while also revealing some inconsequential opportunities. At the conclusion, it underscored the dangers of this calamity, advising those who wish to avoid it to seek refuge in certain areas of the primordial realm to evade disaster. As before, the moment the post was published, it swiftly ascended the trending topics. The discussions and likes in the comments section surged at an astonishing rate. The purpose of this post, aside from laying the groundwork for a substantial acquisition of spiritual treasures, also served to alert the populace to exercise caution in avoiding danger. Liu Chun vividly recalled that in his previous life, during this grand battle, both the witch and demon factions offered lavish rewards to entice modern individuals to support their causes. Various magical artifacts and treasures were dispensed almost without cost, resulting in a dramatic increase in the quantity of such items held by modern individuals. At present, apart from the golden beast, known as the Eastern Imperial Bell, Liu Chen also possesses a life-bound flying sword, which similarly demands countless spiritual materials. He is unwilling to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, Liu Chen's vision flickered, and he found himself once again before the gates of Wanzhou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. At this moment, he was being warmly invited inside by the venerable Xuanhuang. In the distance, a multitude of modern demons and spirits had gathered outside the temple, seeking to become disciples or procure ginseng fruits. Upon the appearance of the celestial Xuanhuang, the throng of modern demons surged forward with enthusiasm. "Great Master Xuanyuan, I wish to be your disciple. I implore you, accept me as your student. I would gladly serve you like an ox or a horse." Another cried, "Master, I am but a humble creature with no desires, yet my ailing mother is in dire straits. I only hope you might grant me a ginseng spirit fruit." Yet another exclaimed, "Master, I am a prodigy of divination, and I foresee that a calamity shall befall the ginseng fruit in your temple after a millennium. Please allow me to enter and elaborate." A cacophony of voices rose outside Wuzhuang Temple. These modern demons, imbued with human souls, were acutely aware of the immense power Xuanhuang wielded. They understood that allying with him could lead to their own ascendancy. Thus, various schemes and deceptions were employed in their fervent attempts to gain his favor. Xuanhuang furrowed his brow, finding their clamoring to be a mere nuisance. With a gentle wave of his hand, he swept the throng of demons back down the mountain, rendering their ascent impossible. "You are Xuanhuang?" Liu Chan feigned mild astonishment before his expression returned to neutrality. "Do not be disrespectful," Ming Yue, seizing the opportunity to retaliate, admonished. My master is the ancestor of the earth immortals, a peer of the three pure ones. How dare you address him so familiarly? Xuanhuang, smiling, raised his hand to halt Mingyue's rebuke, turning his gaze towards Liu Ruyan. I am indeed the master of Wuzhuang Temple, Xuanhuang. Pray tell, have you heard of my name? Of course, I am well aware of your esteemed title. Liu Ruyan responded, maintaining an air of composure. Xuanhuang nodded inwardly, increasingly pleased with Liu Ruyan's demeanor. Typically, lesser demons of the earth immortal realm would be overwhelmed with fear and reverence upon hearing his name, bowing deeply in trepidation. Yet this young demon only displayed fleeting astonishment before regaining his composure, exhibiting a remarkable poise akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a storm. Xuanhuang felt assured that he had chosen a worthy companion. He warmly led Liu Ruyan into Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, those still clamoring for discipleship and ginseng fruits at the foot of the mountain gazed in bewilderment at this scene, utterly perplexed. Aren't they friends? I have shown such reverence, kneeling and bowing with great fervor, yet Xuanhuang pays me no mind? Why does he greet that young man with such warmth when he displayed such a lackluster attitude? Under the guidance of Xuanhuang, Liu Ruyan gracefully entered the illustrious Wuzhuangwen, eventually arriving at the serene courtyard where the ginseng fruit trees thrived. The ginseng fruit, known in full as the Wutu ginseng fruit, is one of the 10 preeminent innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. Formed from the flesh and blood of the great Tao demon god, fused with the first essence of Wutu. This earth attribute spiritual root is said to grant an extension of 480 years merely by inhalation, and a mere taste could bestow an additional 48,000 years of life. The ginseng fruit trees in the courtyard flourished vibrantly, exuding a rich aura of earth attribute spiritual energy. The branches hung heavy with fruits, gleaming like jade, resembling the cherubic faces of children yet to reach maturity, utterly enchanting. Liu Ruyan found himself swallowing hard at the sight. With the gentle breeze and the luminous moon, Xuanhuang prepared tea, leading Liu Ruyan to a small stone table beneath the ginseng fruit tree, where he spoke softly. Shortly thereafter, Qingfeng and Mingyue arrived, serving tea with grace. Liu Ruyan forced himself to avert his gaze from the ginseng fruit tree, taking a delicate sip of tea. Instantly, his senses sharpened, and he felt a heavenly essence enveloping him. A profound surge of spiritual energy coursed through his entire being, cleansing his meridians and revitalizing his essence. It was evident that this tea, too, was a remarkable innate spiritual root. Truly, the progenitor of the earth immortals possesses great wealth and generosity, offering guests nothing less than spiritual roots. Chapter 56. The arrival of the earthly ginseng fruit and the commencement of alchemy, the ancestor of the earth immortals, is indeed affluent, providing tea made from spiritual roots to entertain guests. Liu Ruyan silently lamented in his heart. Xuanhuang took a gentle sip of tea and then, with a beaming smile, turned to Liu Ruyan, inquiring, "How shall I address you, fellow Taoist?" "Liu, simply Liu Ruyan," he replied. "Liu Ruyan, a splendid name," Xuanhuang complimented. "I must say, I found your discourse on the Tao to be exceptionally profound. I wonder where you acquired such insights. Was it from your master? What is your master's name?" "Indeed, it is a grand doctrine that I have crafted specifically for you," Liu Ruyan chuckled lightly. "There is no teacher. I merely stumbled upon these truths through my observations of the world and my own reflections. Nothing worth sharing with outsiders." It was unexpected that Liu Ruyan, so young, possessed such a unique understanding of the Tao. Xuanhuang mused that this young man must be akin to his friend, Hong Yun, a person of innate kindness and purity. Delighted by their harmonious exchange, Xuanhuang felt he had indeed chosen a worthy friend. As their conversation unfolded, Liu Ruyan, having lived 2 lives and possessing profound knowledge of the primordial world, navigated the dialogue flawlessly. In the distance, the 2 young disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue, observed the scene, their expressions betraying a sense of astonishment. Despite their disbelief, they recognized the necessity of addressing the 2 elder immortals with respect. As they witnessed their master, Xuanhuang, engaging with Liu Ruyan, sometimes animated, other times bursting into laughter, Their excitement was palpable. "Truly, our master has not erred in his judgment," Qing Feng remarked with admiration, gazing at Liu Chen, who conversed so effortlessly with Zhen Yuanzi. This Liu Chen, indeed, is a person who has unraveled the mysteries of the Tao. Mingyu, we must cultivate a good relationship with Liu Chen. It will surely benefit our own pursuits of the Tao. Mingyu nodded earnestly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It is remarkable that Liu Chen, so young, can engage in such profound discourse with our master. I regret my earlier lack of discernment. On another note, Zhen Yunzi suddenly spoke with a hint of nostalgia. I once had a dear friend, much like you, who possessed a heart of gold and a pure spirit. If he were here, I believe he and you would undoubtedly become friends. Liu Chen thought to himself, the famed Hong Yun, the most benevolent soul of the primordial realm. Indeed, Hong Yun, having transcended into the first blush of twilight, was known for his generous nature. When he had once secured a mat amidst the throngs of the 3,000 mortal guests at the Yunxiao Palace, he selflessly offered it to the later arrivals. Zhuan Ti and Jieyin, and even encouraged Kuan Peng, who had also claimed a mat, to do the same for his fellow disciples. Alas, it was precisely because of this act, such a kind-hearted individual, ultimately feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards his benefactor, was incited by the suggestion of Kuan Peng to take action against him, leading to his untimely demise. "Oh!" Liu Chen gently uttered a sound of surprise, gazing at Zhen Yuanzi with delight. "Pray tell, who is this person you speak of? A character of such caliber, if I cannot forge a friendship, it would indeed be my lament." Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned somber as he began to recount the tale of his late friend, the venerable Hong Yun, to Liu Chen, ultimately lamenting, "Alas, my friend Hong Yun was ultimately betrayed by treacherous individuals." Liu Chen, equally filled with regret, remarked, "Good men seldom live long. Calamities befall them for a millennium. What a wretched world this is. Do you know who is responsible for the death of our friend Hong Yun? When I achieve the great Tao, I shall surely avenge him." Zhan Yunzi slowly shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "It is not so simple. When my friend Hong Yun was betrayed, the miscreants obscured the heavenly secrets, and now I am left in ignorance." Suddenly, Zhen Yunzi's eyes lit up as he gazed at Liu Chen, "As you hail from another realm, shielded from the heavenly laws of causality, you may not be affected by these secrets. Perhaps you could assist me in uncovering information about our friend Hong Yun." Liu Chen, filled with righteous indignation, nodded. "Fear not. The high virtues of our friend Hong Yun inspire me deeply. One day, when I attain the great Tao, I shall vindicate him." Zhan Yunzi nodded with a smile, though his expression soon shifted back to one of bitterness. "This bond you share, my dear friend, I shall gladly accept on behalf of Hong Yun. However, your current cultivation is rather modest. Uncovering the true culprit may be a distant hope." Upon hearing this, Liu Chen sighed heavily. Zhen Yuanzi observed Liu Chen's expression and silently nodded in understanding when he suddenly noticed the ginseng fruit tree behind him, his eyes gleaming with newfound brightness. "How about this? The ginseng fruit in my possession is a primordial spiritual root, imbued with the essence of innate earth. If you assist me in gathering information, I shall bestow upon you a ginseng fruit that can cleanse your meridians and refine your essence. I hope you can soon help me identify the villain who harmed Hong Yun. What say you?" At long last, the trap was set. I awaited precisely this proposition. Liu Chen, with a righteous demeanor, waved his hand. "How could this be? My search for the murderer of Hong Yun is devoid of any selfish intent. I merely aspire to honor his character. It would be inappropriate to accept such a gift." After Liu Chen spoke, two young attendants, Qing Feng and Ming Wei, swiftly brought forth a golden hammer and deftly knocked a delightful ginseng fruit from the tree, presenting it before the two. Liu Chen gazed at the fragrant, spiritually potent ginseng fruit, swallowing hard as he repeatedly waved his hands. No. Zhen Yuanzi's actions resembled a relative during the new year, almost shoving the ginseng fruit into Liu Chen's pocket. Ultimately, Liu Chen begrudgingly accepted the ginseng fruit, and, after a brief exchange, he took his leave. Zhen Yuanzi, accompanied by the two celestial children Qing Feng and Ming Yue, bid a heartfelt farewell to Liu Ruyan at the entrance of Xuanhuang Temple, their expressions laden with poignant reluctance. This scene left the myriad of demons and spirits beneath Xuanhuang Temple in a state of astonished disbelief. Heavenly Path Mandate. You have accepted Zhen Yuanzi's earthly ginseng fruit and are required to investigate the cause of the death of Ancestor Hongyan. Mandate deadline. Before achieving the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, failure to ascertain the cause of death will prevent ascension. Indeed, the Heavenly Path does not bestow significant opportunities without a price. Liu Ruyan, well accustomed to this, found the task ahead to be rather straightforward. The demise of Ancestor Hongyan had been orchestrated by the demon master Xuanhuang and the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, stemming from the earlier dispute over the Pulwan at the Yunxiao Palace, as well as the theft of a trace of primordial essence from Hongyan. However, Liu Ruyan understood that to fulfill this task, he must at least wait until the conclusion of the war of gods and demons, particularly after Xuanhuang's defection from the demon court. Upon departing from Wanshou Mountain, Liu Ruyan immediately employed the Golden Crow transformation to traverse to a secluded corner of the Hongwang realm, preparing to refine the 5 elements spiritual body. Chapter 57. Perhaps he can enlighten me. Liu Ruyan was preparing to refine a supreme 5 elements spirit body to ascend to the celestial immortal realm. After departing from Wanshou Mountain, he traversed the vast wilderness for an extended period, finally discovering a secluded valley, high in elevation and dense with forests, where neither humans nor demons tread. After multiple searches and confirming that no formidable demons were watching, he carved out a simple cave within a sheer cliff, setting up a rudimentary formation around it to obscure his presence. He then procured a massive stone to seal the cave entrance after entering. Liu Ruyan spread the array flags he had seized from Li Jiuyou around him. With that completed, he finally entered the ethereal realm of the Eastern Imperial Bell. At this moment, Liu Ruyan possessed an impressive collection, rivaling even some great Luo golden immortals, though he remained exceedingly cautious. Within the expansive aura realm, which was akin to the size of 10 football fields, lay a central plot of spiritual farmland teeming with spiritual plants. Despite his lack of care, the verdant growth flourished, with several spiritual plants bearing vibrant red fruits that emanated a delightful fragrance, tantalizing the senses. In one corner, a pile of spirit stones, totaling over 10,000, primarily pilfered from the unfortunate Xiaosheng and Qiaobao, lay untouched. However, another corner presented a chaotic and ominous scene, where the intensely potent 5 elements spirit qi clashed and contended with one another. This turmoil stemmed from 5 exceptional 5 elements spiritual items suspended in the air, each belonging to the pinnacle of the wilderness. 2 flowers, 2 spiritual fruits, and a coin were at the center of this strife. The Lihua Fusang flower, imbued with the essence of true solar fire. The Taiyin Yuegue flower, containing the primordial essence of water. The Huangzhong Li, exuding the innate energy of wood. And the Wutu ginseng fruit, reminiscent of a child not yet fully formed, alongside a circular coin with square edges, adorned with twin wings, known as the Luobao golden coin. The 5 elements aura they radiated was tumultuous and unyielding, showcasing their formidable nature. What a powerful emanation of the 5 elements! Liu Ruyan marveled inwardly, transforming into his true form of the 3-legged golden crow, with swirling patterns of purple gold flames enveloping him. He activated the 9 revolutions primordial art within him, emanating protective runes as he soared toward the chaotic realm of the spiritual items. Cultivating spirits was an essential journey for earth immortals aspiring to ascend to the celestial immortal realm. One must find spiritual items that resonate with their own elemental attributes, refining them as the foundation for their ascendance. There are no strict quality requirements for these spirit items. Any spiritual essence would suffice. However, the more powerful the spirit item, the greater the benefits upon ascension. This was why Liu Ruyan, who could have easily found any fire attribute spirit item to ascend, painstakingly sought out these 5 supreme spiritual treasures of the wilderness. Additionally, as a practitioner of the Demon Emperor's legacy, Liu Ruyan originally possessed the fire attribute of the 3-legged golden crow, But after consuming several demon kings of differing attributes, he naturally acquired the other 4 elemental qualities. The first to be refined is you. Liu Chen's divine consciousness swept toward the Li Hua Fusong flower, its fiery crimson hue and petals imbued with golden divine patterns. Excitedly soaring toward Liu Chen's dantian, the essence of pure red fire within instantly spread out, forming a blazing inferno that scorched and refined every inch of Liu Chen's skin. This essence of red fire surged into Liu Chen's body, swiftly coursing through his limbs and meridians, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling as though he had plunged into a sea of flames, the fire searing every part of his being. Even with his golden crow physique, possessing the true essence of solar fire, and protected by the 9 transformations Xuanhuang, he was still tormented relentlessly by this essence of red fire. Yet he did not falter, for he understood that this innate essence was purging his impurities and refining his very core. After circulating through hundreds of cycles within his body, the essence of red fire finally converged at his heart. With a resounding roar, an exceptionally pure aura of red fire emanated from Liu Chen's body, domineeringly spreading outward. Nearby, several spiritual plants in the vicinity wilted under the scorching influence of this red fire aura. The red fire divine patterns on the surface of the 3-legged golden crow shimmered brilliantly, suppressing the witch patterns beneath. This sensation was indeed excruciating. Liu Chen couldn't help but murmur, then turned his gaze to the golden copper coin. Fire conquers metal. Next, refining you should alleviate some of this suffering. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the winged golden coin flew autonomously toward Liu Chen's dantian. Like the sharp essence of metal, it swiftly traversed through Liu Chen's meridians, refining him. However, due to the previous suppression from the red fire aura, the process of refining this essence of metal was considerably less painful. After circulating through over 100 cycles, the essence of metal ultimately settled in his lungs. Much more comfortable now. Following the cyclical relationships of the 5 elements, Liu Chen proceeded to refine the remaining 3 spiritual artifacts. In the realm of the demon court, beneath the Fusong tree on the Sun Star, a tremendous surge of blood-red resentment erupted from the sword-forging platform, mingled with a cacophony akin to the wails of countless spirits, utterly terrifying. It is done, Your Majesty. The Witch Slayer sword is complete. The swordsmith exclaimed with delight. In the Demon Emperor's palace, 2 powerful auras, one red and one white, simultaneously swept toward the Fusong tree. Emperor Dijuan gazed at the newly forged Witch Slayer sword, his face betraying his excitement. Our demon clan is finally saved. Beside him, the sage Bai Zhe smiled and clasped his fists. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This great battle, our demon clan will ultimately turn the tide. Destiny favors us. I shall now send the sword to the front lines of the Witch Demon battlefield to assist Eastern Emperor in decisively defeating the Witch clan. Dijuan contemplated the Witch Slayer sword, and upon hearing Bai Zhe's willingness to undertake the task, he pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Sending the sword is not difficult. Rather, let Liu Chen deliver the Witch Slayer's sword to my younger brother. It would be fortuitous to send him to the front lines as well. Perhaps it will yield a different outcome in the battle. The holy demon of Bays cast a glance at Emperor Jun, and almost instinctively, his innate divine powers were activated. He chuckled softly. Your Majesty wishes to meet Liu Chen? Is there a matter that requires his insights? Alas, had it not been agreed to refrain from prying into my innermost thoughts? Emperor Jun internally sighed in resignation, refraining from denial, and with a melancholic expression, he remarked, concerning the impending war between the witch and demon clans, I have previously deduced its myriad possibilities through the He-Tu and Luo Shu countless times. Yet the outcome remains as elusive as ever. The last time I fortuitously overheard Liu Chen's unique perspectives on this conflict, I found them remarkably profound. I believe that, perhaps as an outsider from another realm, he possesses a distinct and detached viewpoint that could shed light on this tumultuous battle. Inviting him to the demon court may not be unwarranted. It would also serve as an exemplary case for those foreign demons, illustrating that as long as they serve our demon clan, the demon court shall undoubtedly reward them generously. Baze chuckled lightly. Chapter 58. The completion of the 5 elemental spirits of the extreme path. Baze chuckled lightly and remarked, Your Majesty, even at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, coupled with the divine treasures of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, you are unable to deduce the outcome of this impending battle. While I harbor no contempt for Liu Chun, he remains merely at the earth immortal level. Although, given time, this youth may indeed attain enlightenment. It is rather inconceivable that he could glean insights into a situation that even your Majesty cannot decipher. Dijun shook his head with a smile and replied, In this war between the Wu and the Yao, the entanglement of fate is intricate. As we, the demon court, stand amidst it, our elevated position may grant us a broad perspective, yet we remain susceptible to unseen aspects, easily becoming lost in our own understanding. Liu Chun, as an outsider from another realm, has achieved remarkable strength in such a brief time. His insights may enlighten me. Baze pondered for a moment. He did not underestimate Liu Chun, but he instinctively believed that if the demon emperor himself, utilizing the He-Tu and Luo Shu, could not discern the outcome, it was unfathomable that Liu Chun, at his current level, could comprehend the complexities of this chaotic battle. However, observing Dijun's expression, which suggested he valued Liu Chen's opinion greatly, Baze nodded and said, Since your Majesty harbors such doubts, I shall summon Liu Chun for a consultation. With that, the sage Baze produced a jade seal for communication, channeling his powers to summon Liu Chun. Dijun nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the nearby vengeful Slaughter Wu sword, a look of wistfulness crossing his visage. He faintly recalled how, not long ago, Liu Chun had earnestly spoken to his somewhat naive daughter at the gates of the demon court. This battle, with both the Wu and Yao clans evenly matched, seemed destined for mutual destruction, ultimately leading to a situation where one would benefit at the expense of the other. Yet, upon hearing Liu Chen's words, Dijun felt a thunderous shock, instinctively dismissing them as folly, only to subsequently experience a profound clarity. Was mutual destruction indeed unavoidable? Dijun gazed intently at the distant Slaughter Wu sword, softly murmuring, I refuse to believe. Nearby, Baze, engaged with the jade seal, observed the emperor's melancholic expression and solemnly whispered, I hope he can indeed provide you with clarity. Within the ethereal realm of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from Liu Chun, enveloping him in a vibrant tapestry of red, gold, green, and yellow. He was in the process of refining the final spiritual artifact, the Kuei Water Lunar Laurel. The chilling essence of the Kuei water clashed violently with the fiery essence within his heart upon entering his dantian, creating a tumultuous struggle. The fierce energies battled within him, causing Liu Chun to stifle a groan of agony. He swiftly summoned the earthy, metallic, and would energies from his other 3 organs to suppress the icy essence of the Kuei water. In the profound depths of the 5 elements' spiritual essence, a fierce struggle ensued, intertwining and contending with one another. At last, with a tremendous roar, this quintessence reached a state of equilibrium within a certain cycle, where none could prevail over the other, and they simultaneously merged into their corresponding organs. I have achieved it. I have become. The divine patterns and hues of red, gold, yellow, green, and blue instantaneously adorned the surface of my body, suppressing the shamanic markings. A resounding cry echoed within the spirit realm, as a magnificent, ethereal bird, cloaked in a halo of vibrant colors and bearing an indescribable lineage, unfurled its grand wings. The avian form swiftly morphed, transforming into that of a mature man. Spiritual cultivation complete, acquiring the supreme 5 elements spiritual body, current realm, celestial immortal, 0th level, as the first modern demon to ascend to the realm of celestial immortal, receiving the celestial reward. Is this the pinnacle of the 5 elements spiritual body? Liu Chun found himself devoid of interest in the celestial rewards bestowed upon him, instead casting his gaze upon his own condition. The 5 paramount spiritual artifacts of the primordial era floated serenely within his dantian. forming an enigmatic 5 elements array that supplied this corporeal vessel with pure and potent elemental energy. Liu Ruyan sensed that he had undergone a complete transformation. His physique was now a stark contrast to his former self. Previously, cultivation required serene meditation to be accomplished, but now, merely through movement and breath. The acupoints throughout his body operated autonomously, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding air, leading to an unbidden and gradual elevation of his cultivation. Moreover, Liu Ruyan felt that the power of his casual strikes had magnified hundreds of times compared to before. This was, indeed, a natural progression in his past life. When he ascended to the realm of celestial immortal, the spiritual artifact utilized for cultivation was merely a mid-tier water attribute spiritual root. Yet it had nonetheless secured him a position within the top 10,000 of the celestial rankings. In this lifetime, however, he possessed 5 primordial top-tier spiritual artifacts, each capable of producing a leader in the celestial rankings, and with remarkable steadiness. The combined might of these 5 artifacts was not simply a case of 1 + 1 exceeding 2. It was akin to acquiring the strength of dozens of celestial bodies. With a hum, Liu Ruyan raised his hand, and 27 flying swords simultaneously emerged, resonating and hovering behind him. Unlike before, the original 18 swords, evolved from the lunar water sword, had now been replaced by the elemental energies of the 5 elements. Each set of flying swords possessed distinct effects. The blazing, magma-like innate red fire sword contained the overwhelming power of the sun's fiery essence. The bone-chilling innate water sword, when unleashed, froze the air as if it were the bitter chill of early spring. The razor-sharp innate metal sword emitted a formidable killing intent, rivaling the full force of a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. The vibrant innate wood sword could unleash toxic energies while simultaneously providing healing. The heavy and ancient innate earth sword struck with the force of a mountain, imposing and immensely powerful. In the future, every sword of destiny forged by Liu Ruyan shall inherently embody the effects of the primordial 5 elements. With a swift gesture, Liu Ruyan extended his finger and uttered a command, causing a metal sword of Gongjin to slice through his fingertip, leaving a barely perceptible wound from which crimson blood of 5 hues flowed forth in an instant. Yet almost immediately, the essence of Jia Mu contained within his liver surged forth, and the injury at the tip of his finger miraculously healed itself. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Liu Ruyan marveled slightly. Could this be the essence of the Supreme Tao's 5 elemental spirit body? Having stowed away the 27 swords, Liu Ruyan began to examine the rewards for ascending to the celestial immortal realm bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Reward, a strand of Heavenly Tao Fortune. Current Heavenly Tao Fortune, 2 strands. Once again, it is the fortune of the Heavenly Tao? Liu Ruyan pondered briefly. It was not that he disdained the fortune of the Heavenly Tao, but rather that this enigmatic essence bore an abstract nature, lacking the tangible gifts of magical treasures or spiritual artifacts with evident potency. Nevertheless, despite its abstractness, Liu Ruyan would not underestimate such a phenomenon. The fortune of the Heavenly Tao is akin to a luck value in a game. Having an abundance of it might lead to serendipitous encounters with primordial treasures on his journeys. While lost in thought, the jade seal at Liu Ruyan's waist suddenly radiated light. Is Bai Zhe searching for me? Chapter 59. A comprehensive evolution of skills. Bai Zhe seeks me? What could he possibly want at this moment? Liu Ruyan glanced at the communication jade seal at his waist, a sense of perplexity enveloping him. This matter can wait. I shall first examine the alterations in my personal attributes following the refinement of the extreme Tao 5 elements spiritual body. Liu Ruyan opened his attribute panel. Name, Liu Ruyan, Realm, Celestial Immortal Realm, 0th level 0. Race, Extreme Tao 5 elements Golden Crow. Inheritance, Demon Emperor's Legacy, Colorful. Treasure, Eastern Emperor's Bell Fragment, Isue, Array Flag. Extreme Tao 5 elements Flying Sword, Heavenly Fox Mask. Racial skills, Techniques Devour of the Demon Emperor, Crimson Sun True Fire, 9 Crows Leaving Fire Shield. 9 Transformations Primordial Skill, innate refinement technique, disguise technique, Kuei water illusion, Kuei water escape, Wutu escape, crimson fire domain, transcendence of 3000. Heavenly punishment, the revenge of the demon prince, cause of Hong Yun's death, heavenly rewards, favor of the demon race, 2 threads of heavenly fortune. Such considerable changes. Liu Chen briefly scanned his attribute panel, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. I never anticipated that after refining the extreme Tao, 5 elements, spiritual body, my race would evolve from the original 3-legged golden crow to the more formidable extreme Tao, 5 elements, golden crow. Upon examining his skill bar, Liu Chen was astonished to discover that the skills he previously possessed had undergone upgrades following the refinement. For instance, the original Solar True Fire has now ascended to the status of Crimson Sun True Fire, significantly enhancing its power. Likewise, the illusion of Cloud Water, acquired from the Cloud Scale Snake King, has transformed into the more potent Kuei Water illusion. Moreover, the treasure acquisition ability of the Falling Treasure Gold Coin has become one of Liu Chen's innate skills. As long as he possesses merit, he can seize the treasures of his opponents. However, due to his current insufficient merit, he can only seize items from opponents whose realm is beneath his own. At present, he cannot emulate the feats depicted in the original Fengshen, where the lower-tiered Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao effortlessly claimed the 24 sea calming pearls from the peak de Luo Golden Immortal Zhao Gongming. Only when Liu Chen amasses enough merit will he be able to claim the treasures of formidable adversaries. This limitation feels somewhat impractical, Liu Chen mused, shaking his head slightly. If I can only seize treasures from those weaker than myself, I could simply take them by force. Ultimately, Liu Chen's gaze settled upon the 2 new skills bestowed upon him upon ascending to the celestial immortal realm. Crimson Fire Domain emits the Crimson Sun True Fire outward, creating a fire attribute domain. Within this domain, all targets will suffer indiscriminate burning from the Crimson Sun True Fire, while fire attribute attacks of a lower grade than the Crimson Sun True Fire will be suppressed. This Crimson Fire domain is truly remarkable. Liu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Crimson Fire domain is akin to a vast fire armor that automatically inflicts continuous burning damage on surrounding targets. In the future, as I enhance my cultivation, I need not take action. I merely need to charge into groups of adversaries and lie in wait to harvest my cultivation. When Liu Chen once seized the blood of the Golden Crow in the Eastern Sea, he was impeded by the domain surrounding the deceased Golden Crow Prince. Fortunately, he had preemptively acquired the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Indeed, within the realm of Crimson Fire, the most formidable attribute is undoubtedly the one that states, fire attribute attacks below the level of the true fire of the Red Sun will be suppressed. The true fire of the Red Sun is a refined essence, a fusion of the sun's true fire with the quintessence of the other 4 supreme spiritual entities, nearly equivalent to the apex flames of the primordial era. This implies that upon the activation of the Crimson Fire domain, one shall be immune to fire attribute attacks. Feather transformation of 3000. What is this? Liu Chen's gaze shifted to the newly acquired skill, feather transformation of 3000. One can extract a feather to transform it into a principal avatar, possessing half the combat strength and half the skill potency of the principal body. The current number of avatars that can be simultaneously manifested, 3. This is akin to a shadow clone technique. No, it is in fact an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique. Liu Chen could not help but be engulfed in ecstatic joy. With the feather transformation of 3000, his future journeys across the primordial lands would be considerably more secure. In the face of peril or uncertain realms, he could first create a feather avatar to scout ahead, dispatching it to ascertain dangers before sending another avatar to seize treasures, while he himself could remain in the shadows to reap the rewards. How delightful that would be! Moreover, it is crucial to note that the skill feather transformation of 3000 does not merely allow the manifestation of 3 avatars. As the proficiency of this skill increases, the number of avatars that can be conjured will double. In time, the entirety of the primordial realm will be populated by my avatars, scouring the lands for treasures, while I merely bide my time in my lair awaiting the fruits of victory. The mere thought of it ignites excitement within me. Liu Chen collected his thoughts and retrieved the spiritual stones he had previously gathered from Shaosheng and Chaobao, commencing the refinement of his next batch of life-bound flying swords, preparing to elevate his power to its zenith. He inscribed the spiritual stone patterns and arranged the life-bound artifact refining formation with seamless precision. In a short while, most of the spiritual stones were expended, and before Liu Chen hovered 9 brand-new ultimate 5-element flying swords, forming a sword array alongside the previous 27 swords. The rapid consumption of spiritual stones made Liu Chen exhale a heavy sigh, as his physique strengthened and the quality of the swords he refined improved. The spiritual stones required for their crafting would also increase. It seems that in the future, I must engage more in benevolent acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Liu Chen maneuvered the flying swords to erase all traces within the cave before hastening towards the Demon Emperor's palace. In the Demon Court, under the sacred Fusang tree on the Sun Star. Your Majesty, Lord Bai, have you summoned me? Liu Chen approached the sword-forging platform, slightly bowing to the 2 figures. After attaining the ultimate 5-element body, returning to the Fusang tree beneath the Sun Star, he no longer felt the discomfort of being scorched by the essence of crimson fire as he had during his first visit. Instead, remaining here accelerated the speed at which his body's acupoints absorbed spiritual energy. Liu Chen's gaze swept across the distant floating Witch Slayer sword. With the completion of the Witch Slayer sword, Liu Chen felt a subtle sigh within. This indicated that the great battle between the witches and the demons was imminent, and it appeared that he must hasten the pace of his power enhancement. The Demon Emperor, clad in a bright yellow robe, and the Demon Saint Bai Zhe, dressed in white, turned to him. Have you ascended to the celestial immortal realm? The 2 individuals sensed the vigorous aura emanating from Liu Chen, momentarily taken aback. Yet Bai Zhe was the first to inquire. Indeed, Liu Chen replied respectfully. Upon completing the task of slaying the witch, I immediately began cultivating my spirit. Quite impressive, Bai Zhe remarked, examining the energy within Liu Chen, and could not help but quietly marvel at the formidable foundation of his spirit cultivation. Beside them, the Demon Emperor Di Jun regarded Liu Chen with admiration, nodding in approval and offering the highest praise. Although both I and my royal brother Tai were born with the innate strength of Tai golden immortals on the Sun Star, and have never experienced the realm of heavenly immortals, I can affirm that your foundation as a heavenly immortal is undoubtedly the most stable and powerful I have ever encountered. Should I possess the same cultivation level in the heavenly immortal realm, I would still fall short of your prowess. Upon hearing the Demon Emperor Di Jun's appraisal, Bai Zhe felt a surge of astonishment within. Chapter 60. Bargaining with Emperor Di Jun. The astonishment of Baize upon hearing the evaluation from the Demon Emperor Di Jun. Baize felt an inner astonishment. Could it be that Liu Chen's celestial realm possesses such formidable strength? Although Baize himself is a notable primordial species, as a great Luo golden immortal, could only sense the improvement in Liu Chen's aura after his cultivation, yet he could not fathom the underlying reasons. It was the first time he encountered an emperor who would belittle himself to elevate another. This made him regard Liu Chen with a newfound respect. However, it was merely a stroke of luck. Liu Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant as he clasped his fists in greeting. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck! The Demon Emperor Di Jun laughed heartily, then pointed towards the distant sword-crafting platform where the butcher sword lay. He spoke plainly. The primary reason for summoning you here is to have you deliver the butcher sword to the front lines and to serve as the vanguard commander of the Demon Court, assisting my royal brother in combating the Witch Clan's army. The war between the Witch and Demon tribes has reached a critical state, and the front lines are in dire need of manpower. Most of the newly recruited demon soldiers have already been dispatched to the front. As the vanguard commander, you too cannot be exempt. Liu Chen had not anticipated that his summons was for this matter. Delivering the butcher sword to the front lines was not particularly arduous. It was merely a swift application of the rainbow transformation technique. However, he sensed a deeper significance in this task. The fact that such a crucial item as the butcher sword was entrusted to him alone, rather than being sent by another, indicated that Emperor Di Jun had subconsciously categorized him as an important figure within the Demon Court. Noticing Liu Chen's hesitation, Dijuan spoke in a gentle tone. If you deem the front lines too perilous, you may choose to remain in the demon court and offer your counsel to me. It is indeed a privilege to have connections, allowing one to evade military service. Liu Chen internally scoffed, yet he thought, who said I do not wish to go to the battlefield of the witch and demon war? I am indeed preparing to head to the front lines. Indeed, Liu Chen's next destination was the battlefield of the witch and demon conflict. This war represented an unparalleled opportunity for seizing cultivation resources. To phrase it in gaming terms, it was akin to a grand war dungeon, with exceedingly generous rewards. Resources, spiritual treasures, and magical artifacts were nearly abundant everywhere. In his previous life, after the witch and demon clans began large-scale conscription of modern individuals, those who participated in this war saw their rankings on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard soar at a rocket-like pace. Moreover, to entice foreign demons to join their ranks, the weapon factories and military commissions of both clans were operating at full capacity, tirelessly forging various magical treasures and rewarding those who excelled. Following this battle, nearly half of the modern individuals who descended into the Primordial World possessed low-grade defensive armor. Furthermore, this conflict significantly reduced the previously exorbitant prices of magical artifacts. In a past life, Liu Chen succumbed to the irresistible allure of abundant resources and, during the latter stages of the great battle against the Lich, allied himself with the demon forces. No, your majesty, Liu Chen resolutely shook his head, his gaze unwavering. The rise and fall of our demon court is a shared responsibility among all demons. As a member of the demon race and the vanguard commander of the court, it is my duty to devote myself wholeheartedly to the future of our kind, even to the point of death. How could I remain within the court at such a critical juncture, merely watching as my comrades risk their lives? I cannot do that. The rise and fall of our demon court is a shared responsibility, the demon Emperor Dijuan repeated, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he regarded Liu Chen. How splendid it is that you possess such awareness. With a son like you in our ranks, how can we fear for our future? His satisfaction with Liu Chen grew immensely in that moment. Beside them, Baizhe scrutinized Liu Chen's eyes. Although he could not penetrate the depths of Liu Chen's thoughts, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered, suggesting that Liu Chen harbored a hint of guilt within. However, your majesty, Liu Chen continued, upon reaching the front lines, I have one condition. The demon emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A condition? Speak, and if it is reasonable, I shall surely accommodate it. After a brief contemplation, Liu Chen earnestly stated, I prefer to operate independently, so I hope that upon arriving at the front lines, I will not be required to lead troops in a battle. Of course, I will fulfill my duties as the vanguard commander and gather intelligence as mandated. It was absurd, although the great battle against the Lich did not last long. It was chaotic and devastating, with both sides suffering immense casualties. Many modern individuals met their first reincarnation on that battlefield. Liu Chen certainly did not wish to become mere cannon fodder. He yearned to navigate the battlefield alone, harvesting his own cultivation without hindrance. Baizhe frowned slightly upon hearing Liu Chen's words. Ignoring the commands of the main forces to fight solo, such behavior was fundamentally at odds with battlefield protocol. How could the emperor possibly acquiesce to such an absurd request? I agree to your terms, the demon emperor Dijuan replied with a smile, nodding. You desire to avoid the burden of others, do you not? Fear not. I shall compose a letter to my younger brother stationed at the front lines. There, you need only heed his commands. No other demon sage shall issue orders to you. As the demon emperor, Dijuan understood the intricacies of military governance, having endured storms and trials since the establishment of the demon court. Yet, he chose to honor Liu Chen's request, primarily because Liu Chen's journey thus far had been astonishing and defied logic. To impose conventional military structure upon such an extraordinary demon would only stifle his potential. Conversely, granting him ample freedom could yield even more remarkable outcomes. Thank you, your majesty, Liu Chen said, bowing slightly to the demon emperor Dijuan. I shall proceed to deliver the sword. Do not hurry. I have a question to pose to you, Emperor Dijuan chuckled. What do you foresee as the outcome of this war between the witches and the liches? What fate awaits the witch clan? What the demon clan? What will become of my demon court? And what of my own destiny? Needless to say, they shall all meet their demise. The leadership of both the witch and demon clans will be obliterated. The demon court will be annihilated, retreating into the vast mountains, while the ancestors of the witch clan will perish in battle, seeking refuge with the solitary sage, Hutu. Internally, Liu Chen scoffed, yet respectfully clasped his fists and replied, "In this war between the witches and the liches, our demon court has spared no effort. As the sovereign of the demon court, your majesty has exerted yourself tirelessly. Moreover, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor has personally led many demon saints and powerful practitioners to the front lines. With such dedication, our demon clan is destined to triumph in this battle, and the demon court shall flourish exceedingly in the vast wilderness." Listening to Liu Chen's grandiloquent rhetoric, Emperor Dejuan felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed inwardly, realizing that it would take the involvement of that girl, Yuchan, to elicit the truth from him. Chapter 61. The deceptive message of Emperor Jun. It appears that only that foolish girl, Yuchan, could coax a semblance of truth from Liu Chen. Emperor Jun mused silently. As Liu Chen regarded the two demons, Emperor Jun and Bai Zhe, with their subtly persuasive demeanor, he had long since become aware of the underlying tensions. To casually alter the course of the great catastrophe, or to prematurely divulge the outcome of the tribulation to those destined to face, it was an affront the heavenly Tao would never permit. For instance, when Liu Chen had previously seized the falling treasure money from Shaosheng and Chaobao, the appearance of the Lantern Master, who should have been impossible to summon, at Wuyi Mountain was a clandestine correction enacted by the heavenly Tao. Had he not possessed the Eastern Imperial Bell, capable of transcending such constraints, he might have already been reduced to a mere wisp of a soul. Liu Chen was acutely aware that had Emperor Jun inquired about the outcome of the battle between the Wu and the Yao, and he had responded with unvarnished honesty, it was entirely plausible that the Fusang tree overhead would have dropped a branch akin to the formidable Fan Tianyin, crushing him, or worse. A bolt of heavenly lightning could have struck him down. Such a fate was not to be trifled with. He could not divulge anything. He resolved, with utmost urgency, to extricate himself from this den of potential peril. With a slight bow, Liu Chen addressed Emperor Jun, "Your Majesty, the situation on the battlefield between the Wu and the Yao is dire, and the slaughtering witch sword must be delivered to alter the tide of battle. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave and ensure its prompt delivery." Fearful that Emperor Jun might pose another question that could cost him dearly, Liu Chen hastily sought refuge in his rationale. Aware that his inquiry would yield naught but silence from the cunning little fox, Emperor Jun nodded in agreement. "You are correct. The battlefield's dynamics shift rapidly, and the slaughtering witch sword is of utmost necessity. Be swift in your departure." Liu Chen nodded and strode toward the sword-forging platform beneath the roots of the Fusang tree. At that moment, the platform was ablaze with fierce flames, and the completed slaughtering witch sword hovered above the inferno. The fire was sourced from the very essence of the Fusang wood, the primordial red fire of heaven and earth. However, despite the seemingly overwhelming heat of the innate red fire, a peculiar aversion emanated from the flames closest to the slaughtering witch sword, as if they dared not approach. Upon ascending the forging platform, Liu Chen was immediately enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. Yet this sensation was swiftly dispelled by the flicker of red fire essence nestled within his heart. What an imposing sword the slaughtering witch sword is. Had I not refined my extreme Tao, 5 elements, spiritual body, I might have been frozen merely by its touch. Liu Chen lamented inwardly as he grasped the obsidian hilt. It felt icy to the touch, and a resonating hum. An exceedingly domineering and malevolent psychic energy emanated from the blade, swiftly penetrating the depths of Liu Chen's soul, far surpassing the potency of the resentment he had previously collected. This malevolent force seemed intent on claiming Liu Chen's body for itself, threatening to reduce him to a mere automaton. Alas, I forgot to affix the sword-sealing talisman to the slaughtering witch sword. Bai Zhe's expression changed dramatically. He had initially intended to personally deliver the sword, for with his formidable primordial spirit strength as a great Luo golden immortal, resisting the overwhelming resentment contained within the sword of extermination would have been a trivial matter. However, he had overlooked the fact that Liu Ruyan was merely in the celestial immortal realm, his primordial spirit exceedingly weak, and thus incapable of withstanding the full force of the sword of extermination's corruption. Just as Baizhe was about to step forward to rescue Liu Ruyan, he was halted by the demon emperor, Dijun. "Do not rush. Observe him," Dijun said, gesturing toward Liu Ruyan, who stood not far off, with a smile. Within Liu Ruyan's 5 viscera, the essences of crimson fire, earth, and wood erupted simultaneously, dispelling the sword's corruption. In an instant, Liu Ruyan regained his composure, shouldered the sword of extermination, and slightly bowed to Dijun and Baizhe. "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now." Dijun nodded approvingly. Baizhe, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. Here was a celestial immortal, yet his primordial spirit was nearly on par with that of a great Luo golden immortal. Dijun, observing Liu Ruyan's retreating figure, remarked with a smile, "I have always maintained that this lad is extraordinary, possessing remarkable potential." With that, he concealed his aura and began to depart. Let us follow him and see what insights he might have regarding the outcome of this war of demons and witches. Coming to his senses, Baizhe likewise concealed his form and matched Dijun's pace. As Liu Ruyan departed from the Sunstar, he soared toward the direction of Mount Buzhou, simultaneously contemplating his strategies upon reaching the battlefield of the war of demons and witches. Once he arrived, he anticipated a swift enhancement of his cultivation. In his past life, he had only joined the demon clan during the later stages of this war, witnessing the upper echelons of both clans perish in droves, while the saints seized the opportunities and treasures left behind, leaving the battlefield strewn with myriad spiritual artifacts, all fervently sought after by the myriad races. At that time, he had been powerless to intervene due to his meager strength, merely a bystander as others claimed the spoils. In this lifetime, however, he was determined not to follow the same path. Moreover, based on the recollections from his previous life regarding the locations of several precious treasures, combined with the legacy of the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Imperial Bell, Liu Ruyan felt confident in his ability to contend for those great opportunities before other formidable beings intervened. Lost in thought, Liu Ruyan arrived at the junction between the Demon Court and Mount Buzhou, where he caught sight of a small rabbit-eared girl stealthily hiding in the corner by the gate. "HM, surely she isn't here to ambush me again," Liu Ruyan thought with exasperation. He had no desire to entangle himself further with this Na'vi princess of the demon clan. After all, acquiring a mere ordinary laurel from her had required him to confront an ancestral witch. Such a significant karmic debt was burdensome. With the sword of extermination slung across his back, Liu Ruyan hummed a tune, pretending not to notice the demon princess, and prepared to stride past her. However, upon spotting him, the white-haired little girl's eyes sparkled, and she rushed toward him. With no choice but to feign having just noticed her, Liu Ruyan exclaimed, "Ah, Princess, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Are you waiting for someone? I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from further discourse. Farewell, Your Highness." To my surprise, the petite girl with white hair abruptly stood before Liu Ruyan, her large, ruby-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Liu Ruyan shook his head. "Your Highness, you would do well to abandon that notion. It is utterly impossible for me to escort you down Mount Buzhou." He then added, half in threat and half in intimidation, "With Your Highness's presence here, do you not fear the wrath of the Demon Emperor?" The not-so-bright princess of the demon race was momentarily bewildered by Liu Ruyan's rapid-fire words, nearly forgetting the task assigned to her by her father. Upon hearing Liu Ruyan mention her father's potential ire, her small face instantly tightened with anxiety, recalling that her father had always forbidden her from leaving Taoist Star. Should he be angered, she would inevitably face confinement. However, with a quick shift in her thoughts, she realized that she had come bearing her father's imperial decree. Hastily shaking her head, she spoke softly, "Please, do not depart. This time I am not asking you to take me down Mount Buzhou." Chapter 62. Your Majesty, I come to assist you. Concealed in the shadows. The Emperor Jun and Bai Zhe observed Liu Chen's playful and cunning manipulation of Yuchan with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Oh, my foolish girl. Emperor Jun sighed, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. Bai Zhe, standing nearby, offered a faint smile in response. Her Highness possesses a naturally innocent disposition, unacquainted with the ways of the world. It is indeed wise of your Majesty to keep her away from the Tying Star. On the other side, Liu Chun, feeling a sense of regret for not being able to grasp the situation, inquired, "Might I ask what brings your Highness to seek me?" He had previously established that the ancestor witches were far too formidable for him to confront, and the great witches were similarly powerful, making them insurmountable for him at this moment. As for the witch soldiers, he might manage to contend with them. Listening to Liu Chen's nonsensical ramblings, Yu Chan's thoughts drifted back to her father's earlier request for her to subtly inquire about the outcome of the witch-demon war. She contemplated her phrasing, still uncertain of her father's meaning behind subtle inquiry. However, after her father had clarified that it entailed keeping Liu Chun unaware that the question originated with him, she quickly grasped that subtle inquiry equated to deception. Yet, she had not yet devised a plan for such deceit. Reflecting on these matters, Yuchan shook her head at Liu Chun, her large eyes blinking gently as she spoke in a tender tone. I do not wish for you to slay the ancestor witches or the great witches. I merely seek to understand the true outcome of the witch-demon war that you mentioned previously. Never having lied before and unable to fathom how to conduct a subtle inquiry, she chose to be forthright and directly posed her question to Liu Chun. In the corner, Emperor Jun was taken aback, thinking, my foolish daughter. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe could only offer a resigned smile. Liu Chun is a cautious individual. His earlier mention of the outcome of the witch-demon war to Princess Yuchan was purely coincidental. Now that she has broached the topic herself, it is unlikely she will elicit any valuable information. On the other hand, upon hearing Yuchan's question, Liu Chun was instantly reminded of the similar query posed to him by Emperor Jun earlier on the Sun Star. What a coincidence that both father and daughter would inquire about this on the same day. Perhaps there were other foreign demons still oblivious to the heavenly rules, who had previously attempted to disseminate the outcome of the witch-demon war beneath the Wuzhou mountain, only to be eradicated by the heavenly will. Consequently, the demon Emperor Jun had caught wind of this and sought clarification from him, desiring a definitive answer. Regrettably, he cannot speak candidly. Of course, he would not recklessly seek demise merely for the sake of idle chatter. However, given the considerable benefits he had received from the demon race, from the blood of the demon prince, Jin Wu, to the treasures of Jia Mu Huangzhong Li, the Tying Moon Laurel, and the Fusong Wood, he could subtly provide hints without contravening the heavenly rules, as he was not a principal target of this calamity. Should the demon race comprehend this and manage to avert some misfortunes, it would be splendid. If they failed to understand, then it would be their due consequence. Liu Chun pondered for a moment and stated earnestly, the two clans of the witch and the undead have harbored deep-seated grievances over the struggle for dominion over the heavens for ages. This war between the witches and the undead is protracted and shows no signs of a swift resolution. Our demon clan, despite possessing formidable powers such as Emperor Jun and other mighty beings, faces equally powerful adversaries like the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. After a careful analysis of the current strengths preserved by both factions, it is evident that their powers are relatively balanced. Even though our demon clan now wields the slaughtering witch sword, confronting the 12 heavenly gods, great formation of the witch clan renders any significant change to the precarious situation unlikely. I view the outcome of this war through a veil of uncertainty, shrouded in ambiguity. Presently, it is nearly impossible for both clans to extricate themselves unscathed from this conflict. However, should our demon clan act prudently and seek alternative paths, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Liu Chun felt he had hinted quite clearly. If he were any more direct, the ominous thunder brewing in the sky would surely strike him down. Thus, he left behind the still-dazed, white-haired little girl, decisively taking his leave with the slaughtering witch sword. Listening to Liu Chen's convoluted words, the white-haired Zhaoyukin pondered deeply but still failed to grasp their meaning. In the distance, Emperor Jun and Bai Zhe, who had been eavesdropping, exchanged grave expressions upon hearing Liu Chen's discourse. Bai Zhe murmured, "It appears that Liu Chen possesses a profound understanding of our demon clan, even being acutely aware of our formidable powers and the divine artifacts we each possess, indicating he has conducted thorough research on us." Emperor Jun shook his head. "It is more than that. Liu Chen not only comprehends our clan exceptionally well, but is also intimately familiar with the strengths of the Witch clan and the prowess of the major ancestors. He possesses information that even I am unaware of. It seems Liu Chen is far from ordinary." Bai Zhe nodded from Liu Chen's words. He likely shares the same insights as other foreign demons regarding the ultimate outcome of this war. However, due to certain unspoken constraints, he cannot disclose it to us. We might be able to glean some hints from his recent statements. Emperor Jun also nodded, recognizing that Liu Chen's insinuation was clear. Winning the war would be arduous for the demon clan, yet the Witch clan might find victory equally elusive. Though he could not accept Liu Chen's conclusion, he had to concede that Liu Chen's reasoning was profoundly sound, devoid of any bias, compelling Emperor Jun to believe in its validity. Bai Zhe was also persuaded by Liu Chen, softly murmuring the final words of Liu Chen. "Perhaps we of the demon clan should truly prepare for what lies ahead." Di Jun nodded silently, using his hand as a quill, and discreetly penned a confidential letter, employing secret methods to convey it to his brother Tai Yi on the front lines. On the battlefield of the Witch and demon clans, a scorched earth stretched for miles, soaked in blood. Countless soldiers from both the Witch and demon factions clashed violently, their roars mingling with anguished cries, echoing throughout the expanse of the battlefield. However, the ferocity of the conflict in the skies was even more intense, as colossal and fearsome Ancestral, which phantoms besieged a golden crow of immense size, ablaze with a fierce, crimson golden flame. Divine patterns surged, spells took flight, and the collision of techniques unleashed waves that sent tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides into the cycle of reincarnation. In the surrounding realms, several other battlefields raged with equal ferocity. The entire battlefield below had been fragmented into countless smaller arenas, each hosting different demon kings and shamans of the Witch clan engaged in fierce combat. Indeed, the Witch-Demon War was extraordinarily intense. Liu Chen, who had just arrived with the witch-slaying sword on his back, felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the fierce battle in the sky. Observing that Donghuang Tai Yi was being besieged by multiple ancestral witches, he immediately brandished the witch-slaying sword and declared, "Your Majesty Donghuang, I come to aid you." Chapter 63, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. This little demon is quite interesting, transforming into his true form, the Golden Crow. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was engaged in a fierce battle against several ancestral witches amidst the vast sky. Surrounding him was an ancient bell, intricately inscribed with floral and insect motifs, emitting a deep, resonant clang that suppressed the surrounding space and time while gradually diminishing the Witch clan's sacred patterns etched upon the ancestral witches. The ancestral witch of water, Gong, in alliance with the ancestral witches of rain and ice, Xianming, incessantly drew upon the elemental forces of water from the heavens and earth, aiming to wear down the exceptionally pure, solar, true fire emanating from Tai Yi. Additionally, two other ancestral witches, Shabi and Xiangliang, joined the fray, collectively besieging Tai Yi. As the sacred patterns surged and the void trembled, this battle, emblematic of the pinnacle of quasi-saint realms, unleashed powerful shockwaves with each clash of spells, scorching chaos and rending the very fabric of space. Just as the struggle reached a stalemate, Tai Yi suddenly heard a thunderous shout from the battlefield below, "Your Majesty, I come to assist you." Moments later, he sensed an ominous sword hurtling towards him. Recognizing it as the witch-slaying sword, crafted at the behest of his elder brother, Emperor Jun, specifically designed to subdue the physical forms of the ancestral witches, Tai Yi swiftly resumed his human form, donning resplendent golden armor. He summoned the Eastern Imperial Bell to deflect Gong's strike while grasping the incoming sword. "Beware, that is the witch-slaying sword. The demon clan has completed its crafting." Gong was the first to discern the weapon in Tai Yi's grasp, detecting its malevolent aura targeted at their Witch clan. The The Witch clan, priding themselves as the rightful descendants of Pangu, held no reverence for heaven and earth, only honoring their progenitor, Pangu, and focusing solely on physical prowess, neglecting the spiritual essence, which was exceedingly frail, verging on non-existent. Forged from the quintessence of 5 metals and infused with 1,000,000 vengeful souls, the witch-slaying sword was designed to counter the witch's weak spiritual essence. Upon merely glimpsing the sword, Gong felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Instantly recognizing it as the very weapon spoken of by his elder brother, Emperor Jiang, that the demon clan had been forging, he immediately roared a warning to the surrounding ancestral witches and began to retreat. Upon hearing Gong's alarm, Xianming did not hesitate to flee, opting to evade the impending danger. Yet it was too late. The witch-slaying sword was upon them in an instant. With a swift thrust, the blade sliced through the hardened arm adorned with sacred patterns, effortlessly cleaving through the formidable form of the Ancestral, which, leaving a gory wound in its wake. Ah! Xianming cried out in anguish, clutching his injured arm as he hastily retreated. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches comprehended that their once prized physical forms were utterly insignificant before the witch-slaying sword, and they too turned to flee. A mournful horn echoed from the rear of the witch army, signaling that their commander was ordering a retreat. Despite having dominated the battlefield with their robust physiques, the witch army, upon hearing the retreat signal from their main camp, was compelled to withdraw. In that instant, the demon army, previously in retreat, seized control of the battlefield and commenced their counterattack. On the edge of the battlefield, Liu Ruyan observed the shifting dynamics of the conflict with a sense of indifference. As one well-versed in the ancient mythos, he understood that such minor advantages were ultimately inconsequential, unable to alter the inevitable outcome of mutual destruction between the witch and demon clans. The adage, "Beneath the saints, all are but ants," rang true in this instance. He withdrew his gaze from the recently concluded celestial clash above and took in the devastation below, where the remnants of the battle had claimed the lives of numerous lesser beings from the two factions. Liu Ruyan had not come to this battlefield to partake in a feudal war. Rather, he sought to harness the chaos of the conflict to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Additionally, he aimed to seize several significant opportunities, guided by the memories of his past life. Among these was the coveted blood of the great witch, a requirement for the revenge of the demon prince. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, modern individuals had documented the timeline of this monumental battle, chronicling the locations and approximate times of the deaths of key figures, including the demise of the demon empress Shi He and the fall of the sovereign Fu Shi. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the ancestral which blood scattered after the deaths of several great witches were meticulously recorded. Liu Ruyan distinctly remembered that shortly thereafter, a great witch named Zhou Liang from the witch clan would fall in the Bronze Gorge battlefield, leaving behind a drop of great witch blood. With this knowledge, he swiftly made his way towards the approximate location of the Bronze Gorge. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Xuanhuang Cauldron, wielding the slaughtering witch sword, exhaled a sigh of relief after repelling a host of ancestral witches. His gaze fell upon the edge of the battlefield below, where he had just bestowed a sword upon a young demon. Xuanhuang Cauldron paused in surprise, sensing a tremor in his companion artifact, the Xuanhuang Bell, as he regarded the young, celestial demon. What could this mean? Why did the Xuanhuang Bell seem to resonate so closely with that young demon? It should not be. The bell had accompanied him since birth on the solar star and had never been in anyone else's possession. As he pondered this mystery and contemplated descending to investigate the young demon further, a sudden, melodious cry interrupted his thoughts. An ethereal, crimson golden crow circled around Xuanhuang Cauldron for a moment before transforming into a golden missive that landed in his hand. This was a unique communication method of the Crow clan. His imperial brother has sent a message, Xuanhuang Cauldron murmured, unfolding the golden letter and scanning its contents with keen interest. Has there finally been progress regarding the demon emperor's inheritance? His brow relaxed slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted, only to furrow once more as he read the final line. In times of uncertainty, consult Liu Ruyan. Xuanhuang Cauldron He cast his gaze downward to the young demon swiftly advancing on the battlefield. Liu Chun, he knew all too well who that was. In recent days, my elder brother, Emperor Jun, has confided in me regarding all matters pertaining to the forging of the Slaughter Witch sword. Among these revelations was the unexpected arrival of numerous foreign entities among the various clans of the primordial continent. I was already aware of this, particularly as of late, many strange demon soldiers have come, weeping and clamoring to meet me, claiming they have foreseen the ultimate outcome of the impending battle between witches and demons, and wish to convey their insights to me in person within the central military tent. Initially, the Eastern Emperor Tai took this matter seriously and personally summoned several of these foreign demons. However, just as they were about to speak, they suddenly perished, leaving him utterly perplexed. Concurrently, my elder brother Emperor Jun also mentioned a certain little demon named Liu Chun, in an extraordinarily brief period, assisted the demon clan in gathering 1,000,000 grievances to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. To be honest, when Eastern Emperor Tai first heard this news, he regarded it with disdain, for on the battlefield of witches and demons, he could merely stretch his limbs and potentially turn countless lives into grievances. Yet, upon learning that Liu Chun had not yet reached the realm of Earth Immortals, he immediately found the individual somewhat intriguing. With a contemplative demeanor, Eastern Emperor Tai gathered his thoughts, incinerated the confidential missive, and murmured, "My elder brother seems to place considerable importance on this little demon. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon him for an audience." Chapter 64. The Battlefield Cleanup. The reappearance of the 12 heavenly gods and fiends formation. Contemplating these matters, the Eastern Emperor Tai swiftly returned to the central military tent below. Summoning the messenger demon soldiers, "Go, summon Liu Chun to see me." The messenger demon soldier appeared bewildered. Who was this Liu Chun? A newly risen demon king that he had never heard of before? He immediately inquired with trepidation, "Your Majesty, under which demon saint does this Liu Chun serve?" Realizing the messenger's confusion, Eastern Emperor Tai released his divine sense to scan the entire battlefield of witches and demons, locating Liu Chen's position. Upon observing Liu Chen's actions, his brow furrowed in sudden disapproval. It turned out that the recently ascended little demon, who had just reached the celestial immortal realm, was stealthily rummaging through the corpses on the battlefield that had only recently concluded in combat. Without a shred of consideration, he collected spirit stones and magical artifacts from the fallen, indiscriminately stuffing these items into his storage pouch, reveling in his greed. Eastern Emperor Tai's expression stiffened. His impression of Liu Chun plummeted to a new low. However, he soon noticed another aspect of Liu Chen's behavior that eased his countenance somewhat. It appeared that Liu Chun was not entirely indiscriminate in his scavenging. Upon encountering the bodies of his fallen demon comrades, he refrained from taking anything from them and even took the time to arrange their remains with care, exhibiting some understanding of demon nature. A slight smile curved the corners of Eastern Emperor Tai's lips. He then flicked his finger, sending forth a wisp of spiritual energy towards the messenger demon soldier, instructing, "Follow this trace of my divine sense and bring that demon back." "No, wait," he corrected himself. "Invite him to join us." "Yes." The messenger demon bowed respectfully and promptly departed. At this moment, on the battlefield of witches and demons, Liu Chun was merrily engaged in the cleanup, making his way towards the direction of the Bronze Gorge. With his enhanced treasure hunting skills, he was akin to carrying a treasure radar, his divine sense detecting spirit items and stones within a 10-mile radius, vividly presenting them in his mind. In just a short span of half a day, he had amassed a storage pouch filled with spirit items nearly the size of a room. Although the quality of these spirit items was not exceptionally high, they were sufficient to facilitate several repairs to the Eastern Imperial Bell within him. Moreover, they could potentially be refined into 3 or 4 of his own flying swords. While Liu Chun joyfully continued his battlefield cleanup, a demon soldier clad in resplendent armor, evidently a personal guard of significant figure, suddenly approached him, bowing and clasping his fists. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Liu Chun? You know me?" Liu Chun was taken aback. After all, he had only just arrived at this battlefield and had not yet reached a level of notoriety. "His Majesty the Eastern Emperor requests your presence," The messenger demon said respectfully, "Please accompany me to the central military tent for a discussion. Your Majesty, the East Emperor." Liu Chen nearly uttered the true name of the other party. "What brings His Majesty the East Emperor to summon me to the central military tent?" Liu Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Having participated in the great battle against the Lich in his past life, he was acutely aware of the significance of the central military tent, which in contemporary terms could be likened to the command headquarters of a nation's army. In his previous life, only a select few great demon kings, as well as the sage demons Xuanhuang and Fushi, had the opportunity to enter. He never anticipated that in this lifetime, he would also have a chance to step inside. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Liu Chen followed the demon soldiers as they sped towards the central military tent. Within the military command tent of the Wu clan, a sense of outrage filled the air. Damn it! The Slaughter Wu sword has actually been forged by those shameless scoundrels of the demon clan. What use is it to lament now? These filthy creatures of the demon clan have truly gone to the extent of gathering 1,000,000 vengeful spirits to forge this wicked blade against my Wu clan. Are they not afraid of the retribution of the heavenly Tao? Retribution? How many lives have been lost in this great war? What is there to fear from the heavenly Tao? I say we should directly assault Mount Buzhou and dismantle the demon court. Otherwise, Xianming would not have been injured. Gong, you speak lightly of the earth's collapse. Shebi sure, what did you say? If it weren't for your hindrance, that East Emperor scoundrel would have long since perished. Do you wish to battle me? At this moment, the appearance of the Slaughter Wu sword on the battlefield had escalated the already tense atmosphere among the major ancestral witches into a cacophony of disputes. Enough. Let us cease this bickering, interrupted the spring ancestral witch Xuanhuang, waving his hand and casting an annoyed glance at the water ancestral witch Gong. Previously, their elder brother, Emperor Jiang, had anticipated that both Gong and Zhurong possessed fiery tempers, and given the existing tensions between the two ancestral witches, their simultaneous presence on the front lines could easily lead to uncontrollable circumstances. Hence, he had specifically taken Zhurong to remain in the Panga Temple. Yet now, Gong had once again found himself in conflict with Shebi Sure. Seeing that the ancestral witches had finally quieted down, Xuanhuang let out a sigh of relief and assumed the role of mediator. The Slaughter Wu sword has indeed been forged by the demon court. This is an undeniable fact. No matter how much we argue, it will be of no avail. In fact, we could be picked off one by those shameless scoundrels of the demon court. If we wish to triumph over the demon court and establish our Wu clan as the protagonists of this primordial land, we must set aside our disputes. From a corner, the ancestral with Zhu Jiu coldly interjected, "You speak so lightly of it. That Slaughter Wu sword is specifically designed to target our very beings. Even if we set aside our differences, we will still be powerless against Tai wielding the Slaughter Wu sword." Another ancestral shaman, Yunxiao, nodded in agreement, stating that if the Earth Mother had not been bewitched, venturing to the Yin Mountains to transform into the trifling cycle of reincarnation, and if our 12 ancestral shamans could unite to invoke the 12 heavenly deities' great formation to summon the primordial god Pangu, then not only would the Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the slaughtering shaman sword, be no match for us, but even those insidious saints scheming behind the scenes would find themselves outmatched by our witch clan. Yunxiao's words struck a chord with several of the great shamans, reigniting the previously subdued discussions within the grand tent. The spring ancestral shaman, Xuanhuang, felt overwhelmed, realizing how challenging it was to lead this group, and comprehended the difficulties that their elder brother, Dijiang, often faced. Enough! Xuanhuang exclaimed, raising his hand to interrupt the clamor. Our elder brother has already selected a powerful shaman, Qiyu, from the various tribes to enter the Panga blood pool to enhance his bloodline power. Soon, our witch clan shall once again manifest the might of the 12 heavenly deities' great formation, and the primordial god Pangu will reappear upon the vast wilderness. Upon hearing this, the ancestral shamans finally ceased their disputes. In the demon clan's central tent, Liu Chen, accompanied by the demon soldiers, entered the grand tent. Chapter 65. The Eastern Emperor Tai continuously digs holes. Liu Chen is bewildered. Liu Chen felt no concern that the Eastern Emperor Tai might discover the presence of the Eastern Bell within him, a relic he shared with his counterpart. After all, this phenomenon was a mere glitch born from the fusion of two worlds. The laws of the heavenly Tao stipulate that all modern beings are exempt from causal repercussions. Even a sage, regardless of their enlightenment, would struggle to uncover this secret as long as Liu Chen refrained from recklessly flaunting the Eastern Bell. He had merely agreed with Emperor Jun to serve as a minor vanguard on the battlefield. He had not anticipated being summoned to the central military tent. It seemed that maintaining a certain distance in relationships was prudent. Liu Chen mused with a touch of resignation as he lifted the door curtain and stepped into the tent. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the dignified figure at the head of the table, a striking middle-aged man clad in golden armor, wearing a crown. It was none other than the Eastern Emperor Tai, whom Liu Chen had previously witnessed single-handedly confronting the likes of Gong Gong and several ancestral witches in the celestial realm. Beside him sat a formidable being of the demon race, adorned with what appeared to be either dragon or serpent scales, along with a middle-aged man in golden feathered armor, whose expression was dark and forbidding. These were the esteemed figures of Xuanhuang Fushi and the demon master Xuanping. Liu Chen recognized these two prominent demon leaders at a glance. Additionally, a number of high-ranking demon generals and saints occupied seats further down the table. As Liu Chen surveyed the assembly of formidable beings, they in turn scrutinized him with keen interest. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Why had a mere fledgling in the celestial realm been summoned directly by His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, who had even paused military discussions for his arrival? To gain entry to such a gathering, one typically needed to be a top-tier demon saint or a general renowned for their valor on the battlefield. The presence of an obscure newcomer sparked understandable intrigue among the attendees. Meeting their collective gaze without trepidation, Liu Chen stepped forward and respectfully bowed, declaring, "I, Liu Chen, pay my respects to Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor." The resplendent Eastern Emperor Tai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Liu Chen as he introduced him to the assembly. "This is Liu Chen." It was he who delivered the slaughtering which soared under dire circumstances today, and he also undertook the final task of gathering 1,000,000 vengeful spirits. He is undoubtedly the most gifted among the younger generation of our demon race, deserving of our utmost respect and recognition. The weight of such praise nearly overwhelmed Liu Chen, as the demon elites around him regarded him with newfound intensity, some nodding in acknowledgement, others maintaining stoic expressions, while a few hid their disdain behind veils of indifference. In future discussions regarding military strategies and analyses, it was declared that Liu Chen would be included, with the Eastern Emperor Tai insisting upon his participation in council. It appeared that Emperor Jun valued Liu Chen far more than Tai initially perceived, for beyond Liu Chen's solid foundation and commanding presence, it was unclear what qualities so greatly endeared him to the emperor. Dong Huang Tai also wished to ascertain the true weight of Liu Chen. However, upon the announcement of this arrangement, the assembly of demon saints and leaders below became immediately agitated. "Your Majesty, matters of the battlefield are of utmost gravity. How can he be permitted to participate?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, while Liu Chen's assistance in forging the slaughter which soared is acknowledged and deserves separate commendation, the affairs of the battlefield pertain to the survival of our demon race. How can he remain here? Liu Chen's origins are shrouded in mystery, his identity unknown. He may very well be a spy sent by the witch clan. We implore Your Majesty to reconsider." The demon masters Xuanping and Xuanhuang Fushi exchanged puzzled glances, turning their attention to Dong Huang Tai. Liu Chen, undeterred by the scorn of the surrounding assembly, was not particularly inclined to partake in the deliberations surrounding the witch-demon war. Ultimately, the outcome would be the same. Both clans would suffer immensely, with the upper echelons decimated as fate decreed. The natural order would not permit alterations, lest the upcoming calamities require rehearsal. To intervene would surely invite his demise. He neither wished to change the course of events, nor could he. He merely sought to find a favorable position on the battlefield to cultivate his strength, fulfill the dying wishes of the demon prince, and in due time seize several coveted artifacts. "Enough," Dong Huang Tai declared with a cold snort. "This is my decree. Those who support it may speak, while those who oppose shall remain silent. His demeanor radiated authority, unmistakably dominating the discourse. It was evident that this formidable leader of the demon race was not one to be trifled with, unlike the amiable demon Emperor Jun. I have expressed my reluctance to assume this role, yet you insist I do. Liu Chen lamented inwardly, yearning for the influential demon lord to intercede on his behalf, so he might extricate himself and swiftly venture to the battlefield to enhance his cultivation. Yet with Dong Huang Taiyi's pronouncement, the high-ranking demons had no further objections to voice and bowed their heads in tacit acceptance of the decision. Dong Huang Taiyi continued. It was precisely Liu Chen's timely delivery of the slaughter witch sword that altered the recent misfortunes of our demon army. Now, let us discuss our next course of action. The war council commenced in earnest, and the assembly of demon saints and leaders promptly set aside the minor incident involving Liu Chen, focusing instead on strategies for offensive and defensive maneuvers in the forthcoming conflict. They deliberated on how to capitalize on the momentum gained from the slaughter witch sword and which battlefronts should be prioritized for breakthroughs. Liu Chen, positioned nearby, maintained a keen awareness of his surroundings, wisely refraining from interjecting, effectively playing the role of an invisible presence. It was not long before a voice shattered the tranquility of Liu Chen's contemplative state. Liu Chen, what do you suggest our demon army should do next? It was Dong Huang Taiyi addressing him, and all eyes in the military tent turned to him. Not again, Liu Chen thought, feeling exasperated. Does my contribution, or lack thereof, truly influence the outcome of the witch-demon war? Even if I were to propose suggestions capable of altering the course of battle, the cunning Tao would undoubtedly intervene to rectify them. Beneath the sages, all are but mere insects. Regardless of how extensively we deliberate or how meticulously we devise strategies, it ultimately amounts to little more than changing positions or shifting graves. Liu Chen inwardly cursed, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts to navigate this reporting opportunity. Yet, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. After all, while the outcome remains unchanged, the journey can differ. If I could present some useful strategies in this grand conflict, ones that would not significantly sway the final result, perhaps I could earn favor among the high-ranking members of the demon clan. In the climactic battle, this might allow me to seize their opportunities more effectively. Thus, it would not be a complete betrayal of the demon clan's trust. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Chen briefly recalled the trajectory of the impending war from his past life, preparing to put on a show. Chapter 66. A single remark stunned everyone in the tent. Ji Ming was dumbfounded, now that the slaughter witch sword has emerged on the battlefield against the Lich. It is inevitable that the witch clan will summon the 12 heavenly divine array to confront Dong Huang Taiyi, the wielder of the slaughter witch sword. Following this, the demon army will be thoroughly defeated, retreating in disarray to the foot of Mount Buzhou, where they will utilize the Hanyuan Hiluo Great Formation and the Zhoutian Star Array to fortify their defenses in the demon court. In the ensuing chaos, the high-ranking leaders will perish in battle, while the beleaguered Ancestral witch Gong Gong will shatter the heavenly pillar of Mount Buzhou. Liu Chen briefly recollected these events in his mind before clearing his throat and carefully choosing his words. These are merely my humble opinions and do not represent the ultimate outcome. I invite you all to consider them. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the demon race, who had never held Liu Chen in high regard, exchanged awkward glances. However, noticing that His Majesty Dong Huang Taiyi was listening intently, they dared not interrupt. I believe, Liu Chen began slowly, that although our demon court has recently forged the slaughter witch sword, a formidable weapon capable of catching the witch clan off guard, the witches will undoubtedly prepare for it henceforth, potentially with the 12 heavenly divine array. Therefore, it is prudent for our demon army to adopt a defensive strategy. All of you should remain vigilant on the battlefield, and should any signs of danger arise, retreat immediately. This was Liu Chen's most cautious suggestion, considering the imminent arrival of the great witch Qiyu, who would replace the ancestral witch Tu, having emerged from the Pango blood pool. The ancestral witches Dijiang and Zhu Rong, remaining with their clans, would also join the fray, forming the 12 heavenly divine array. The demon court would suffer significant casualties in this conflict, necessitating a careful allocation of personnel when establishing the Zhou star array. Yet, the moment Liu Chen's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the military tent. Are you serious? The demon generals and saints wore bewildered expressions, staring at one another in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. It was worth noting that the demon race had only just reversed the tide of battle thanks to the slaughter which soared. Previously, they had been relentlessly defeated due to the overwhelming physical prowess of the witch clan. After finally achieving victory, with spirits soaring high, Liu Chun suggested a retreat. Who would agree to that? Was this truly his strategy? The Ancestral, which too had already transcended into reincarnation. How could the witch clan possibly employ the complete 12 heavenly divine array again? The demon master Xuanhuang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Chun. The strategy of crafting the slaughter which soared to counter the witch clan had originated from him, Xuanhuang. Now, but the tide had shifted in their favor thanks to his strategy, and as he was basking in his moment of glory, this little demon audaciously dared to oppose him. Xuanhuang was, of course, unwilling to accept such insolence. In a remarkably brief period, you have gathered 1,000,000 vengeful spirits for the slaying which soared. Xuanhuang sneered, saying, I had anticipated you to be a cunning little demon, yet you appear to be as timid as a mouse. I am genuinely curious how you managed to assist the slaying which soared in collecting these spirits. Surely, you are not of the mouse demon lineage? How dare you accuse me of being timid as a mouse? During the war against the liches, you were the first to flee. Liu Chun thought to himself, utterly speechless. However, he chose not to stoop to the level of these scoundrels. Recognizing that whether they listened or not, there would be no loss on their part, he maintained a composed demeanor, gazing at the esteemed Dong Huang Tai. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. To be honest, upon first hearing Liu Chen's defensive strategy, he found it somewhat absurd. Nonetheless, Liu Chen's accomplishments have been detailed by his elder brother, Emperor Jun. Although acquiring 1,000,000 vengeful spirits would be a mere flick of the fingers for a being of Dong Huang Tai's caliber, Liu Chen's swift completion of the task at his level was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, Emperor Jun was not a fool. He would not casually mention seeking counsel from Liu Chun in a letter simply out of favoritism for a young demon. The assembly of demon nobles and generals turned their attention to Dong Huang Tai, awaiting his judgment in silence. Shi Huang Fushi maintained a calm expression, while the demon master Xuanhuang smirked slightly, directing his gaze toward Dong Huang Tai. After a moment of reflection, Dong Huang Tai looked up and said, Liu Chen's reasoning is not without merit. The slaying witch sword, being a formidable weapon, has already appeared on the battlefield, and the witch clan may well be preparing for it. Therefore, in this upcoming war, we must not underestimate the enemy or act recklessly. Our strategy must focus on defense. Should anything seem amiss, we shall retreat immediately. The assembly of demon generals and nobles nodded in unison. We shall comply. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang cast a scornful glance at Liu Chun. Recognizing that Dong Huang Tai's statement was a diplomatic compromise, subtly disregarding Liu Chen's counsel, Liu Chen remained unfazed. He merely felt a tinge of regret that the cunning Xuanhuang would not perish in the final battle. However, considering that he would need to extract evidence against the ancient ancestor Han Yun from him to report back to Zhen Yuanzi, he quickly dismissed the thought. After this brief interlude, discussions regarding the impending conflict resumed within the military tent. Soon after, a deep, resonant horn sounded, causing everyone in the tent to look up simultaneously. Their expressions grave. The witch clan had commenced their counteroffensive. Dong Huang Tai declared coldly, all demon generals and commanders, return to your respective battlefields immediately to confront the witch clan's onslaught. Understood. The entire assembly of demons clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the military tent. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, the demon sage, Jaimin, was intercepted by the Eastern Emperor Tai just as he was about to exit his command tent. Pointing towards Liu Chun, Tai declared, I have assigned Liu Chun to your command. After all, he is of a celestial immortal realm. In the forthcoming battles, it is imperative that you safeguard him. The witch demon battlefield was fraught with peril, and since Liu Chun had been dispatched to Jaimin by his brother, Emperor Dejuan, any misstep resulting in his demise on the battlefield would reflect poorly on Jaimin. Fortunately, the demon sage Jaimin possessed a kind-hearted disposition, making him a suitable protector for Liu Chun. Clad in black armor, Jaimin nodded earnestly. Liu Chun returned the gesture with a slight nod. Accompanying Jaimin out of the Grand Army tent, they soared southward, arriving at a war-torn battleground, drenched in blood. The dangers of the witch demon battlefield were immense, with the witch tribe notorious for their brutality. With gravity in his voice, Jaimin earnestly advised Liu Chun, "You must remain within 100 paces of me at all times, for it is only then that I can ensure your safety." Liu Chun bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude. Truth be told, he felt a sense of relief. He had initially intended to navigate the battlefield in search of opportunities to enhance his cultivation. However, with the formidable Jaimin of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm acting as his guardian, his safety was considerably assured. He planned to seize the moment when that great witch would fall in the Bronze Gorge and then discreetly slip away. Suddenly, the blaring sound of the charge horn echoed through the air. A myriad of divine inscriptions and spells illuminated the sky as the battle commenced, with thousands of witch soldiers surging towards the battlefield where Jaimin stood. Transforming into a colossal figure akin to a mountain, Jaimin charged into the fray. As the melee ensued, he intended to glance at Liu Chun. However, upon sweeping his gaze across the battlefield, he found himself momentarily frozen. Chapter 67. Indeed, my imperial brother did not misjudge. The demon sage, Jimeng, initially possessed a somewhat frenzied disposition toward battle. As soon as the conflict commenced and he spotted the enemy, he impulsively charged into the fray, engaging fiercely with the forces of the Wu clan, entirely forgetting the entrusted mission bestowed upon him by the Eastern Emperor. By the time he recalled Liu Chun, the battle had already raged on for quite some time. Alarmed, he hurriedly turned back, scanning the battlefield for Liu Chen's figure, fervently praying for his survival. Otherwise, he would truly have to face the Eastern Emperor with a sense of guilt. Then, from several dozen miles away, he beheld a breathtaking spectacle. Clad in the standard armor of the demon army, Liu Chun stood at the center of a small protective unit of demon commanders, unleashing an extraordinarily domineering fire attribute domain, wielding 36 remarkably extraordinary flying swords. Amidst the ranks of the Wu clan, he moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition, reaping the lives of Wu soldiers with ease. The Wu clan, renowned for their physical prowess rather than spiritual cultivation, generally possessed greater overall combat strength than the demon forces. Thus, on the battlefield between the Wu and the demons, the latter often found themselves subjugated. However, in Liu Chen's localized skirmish, the situation was starkly reversed. He led a small contingent of demons directly into the fray, carving through the enemy lines. Jimeng was utterly astonished. Is this really my comrade? Is this power truly that of a celestial being? He mused. What need have I to offer protection? As one of the 10 demon sages of the demon court, Jimeng was fundamentally different from beings like the Eastern Emperor Tai and Xuanhuang, who were born at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. He had painstakingly ascended through countless years of cultivation, starting from humble beginnings, and thus understood precisely the level of combat prowess expected at the celestial realm. To be frank, on this hellish battlefield between the Wu and the demons, the celestial realm was merely on par with an ordinary commander, a mere tier above the demon soldiers, rendering it insignificant. Countless celestial beings perished with every fleeting moment on this field. Was Liu Chun genuinely a celestial being? Jimeng found himself bewildered. He was certain that his own strength at that stage could not compare with Liu Chen's. Such exceptional talent was no wonder that he garnered the esteemed attention of both the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun. With a heart filled with admiration, Jimeng observed Liu Chun, feeling the weight of pressure lift from him. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring Liu Chen's situation, ready to rush to his aid at the first sign of a formidable Wu warrior targeting him. In the heavens above, the Eastern Emperor Tai, the demon master Xuanhuang, and the sage Fuxi stood proudly against the backdrop of the sky. As the highest combatants of the demon forces on this battlefield, they seldom intervened, for they were tasked with countering the highest powers of the Wu clan, preventing them from launching surprise attacks against the mid-tier strength of the demons. Yet, as the battle continued to unfold, the ancestral warriors of the Wu clan remained inactive in their rear encampments, affording the three demons a brief respite. In unison, they turned their gazes downward, scrutinizing a particular figure on the battlefield. The Eastern Emperor Tai observed Liu Chen, nodding silently in his heart. The prowess of Liu Chen's flying swords was somewhat beyond his expectations. His flame domain was formidable, capable of inflicting harm upon the Wujuan despite only being at the celestial immortal realm. What kind of lineage had Liu Chen inherited, and how did it compare to my Jinwu clan? Witnessing Liu Chen command 36 supreme elemental flying swords with such finesse, reaping the lives of the Wujuan, Tai's previous doubts were swiftly dispelled. No wonder my elder brother holds Liu Chen in such high regard. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Given sufficient time, this youth will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force within our demon court. As these thoughts swirled in Tai's mind, he recalled the rather conservative suggestion Liu Chen had previously made in the military tent. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, an immediate retreat was advisable. Initially, Tai had been skeptical of this counsel, for he had just acquired the slaughtering Wujian and achieved significant victories. The demon army was brimming with fighting spirit and eager to pursue the remnants of the enemy. In truth, all the demon saints and generals present in the tent shared this sentiment. However, now that Liu Chen had demonstrated such remarkable capabilities, Tai found himself inclined to consider that perhaps Liu Chen's words held some merit after all. Beside him, the Xuanhuang Fushi watched Liu Chen's figure below, unable to suppress a smile of admiration. This young man, merely at the celestial immortal realm, displays such formidable combat prowess. On the battlefield, he exhibits a perfect balance of retreat and advance, neither clinging to battle nor hesitating to seize opportunities for decisive strikes. His calm demeanor is a stark contrast to others who have joined the demon army. I am increasingly curious as to how Emperor Jun discovered such a promising talent. Eastern Emperor Tai nodded in agreement, smiling. Meanwhile, the demon master Xuanhuang wore a face of disdain to mask his true sentiments. Frankly, he held a certain aversion towards the young Liu Chen. After all, the arguments he presented in the military tent had somewhat undermined Xuanhuang's own stature. The strategy for forging the slaughtering Wujian had been proposed by him, Xuanhuang, and he played a pivotal role in the demon army's turnaround. Yet, upon Liu Chen's arrival, it felt as if his established advantages were being challenged. Xuanhuang was decidedly displeased. Nevertheless, as he observed Liu Chen deftly navigating the battlefield, Xuanhuang could not help but concede that the youth was indeed remarkable. At the celestial immortal realm, he managed to adeptly counter numerous enemy assaults and even break through the enemy ranks. Were Xuanhuang to find himself in a similar position and realm, he would undoubtedly fall short of Liu Chen's accomplishments. Today, the battlefield seems somewhat amiss. Dong Huang Tai gazes at the military tents behind the Wu tribe's forces and gently cautions. The ancestors of Wu are a notoriously belligerent and brutal lot. Typically, when the conflict reaches this stage, they would be unable to restrain themselves and would eagerly engage us in battle. However, their unusual restraint today, with not a sound from their ranks, is indeed troubling. Liu Chen's words hold merit. We must proceed with utmost caution. Should we sense any anomaly, we ought to retreat immediately. The disdainful demon master Xuanhuang smirks and replies, Tai, you remain overly cautious. The ancestors of Wu are exercising such restraint undoubtedly due to the previous day's battle, where the slaughter Wu sword displayed its might and diminished their morale, rendering them reluctant to confront us today. Xuanhuang and Dijun, both originally peers among the 3,000 guests of Yunxiao, have had a less than amicable relationship ever since he was lured into the demon court by the unprincipled Jinwu brothers. No, that is not the reason. Xuanhuang Fushi interjects, furrowing his brow and shaking his head slightly. If their hesitance stems from the slaughter Wu sword's impact upon their spirit, they will be avoiding battle altogether. Yet today, they have chosen to initiate conflict, indicating they are likely concocting some scheme. Dong Huang Tai nods in agreement, acknowledging Fu Shi's perspective. If they indeed fear the slaughter Wu sword, they would not engage us today. Their decision to do so suggests they possess some form of assurance. We must remain vigilant and be prepared to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Chapter 68. The Emergence of Pangu's Illusion. Dong Huang Tai heeds the advice on the battlefield below. The long-awaited notifications of cultivation enhancement echoed incessantly in Liu Chen's ears. This time, as he seized the opportunity to cultivate, Liu Chen was no longer constrained. He unleashed his full power, activating the True Sun Fire Domain while deftly manipulating 36 supreme 5-element flying swords, continuously harvesting cultivation energy. These 36 flying swords, each belonging to a different sword formation due to their distinct attributes, emitted diverse auras, some icy as frost, others blazing like the sun, and some heavy as mountains. They fanned out behind Liu Chen like a peacock displaying its plumage, carving luminous arcs that reaped the lives of all which tribe members caught within their path. The scene was drenched in brutality, yet possessed an exquisite beauty, creating a small vacuum around Liu Chen. After reaching the celestial immortal realm, the requirements for advancement had significantly increased, consequently slowing the rate of cultivation. As Liu Chen maneuvered the flying swords, he reflected privately that, compared to his previous life, the current speed of cultivation could indeed be described as rapid. Should his cultivation continue to ascend at this pace, reaching the next realm would merely take a few dozen Earth days. Liu Chen calculated in his mind, striving to elevate his realm before the grand battle, thus substantially enhancing his chances of seizing several fortuitous opportunities. A notification resonated in his ears. True Sun Fire Domain. Entry level. This sound pulled Liu Chen back from his thoughts, and he then noticed a considerable number of demon leaders gathering around him. In the chaos of battle, where blades showed no mercy, every moment was fraught with life and death peril. Thus, the surviving demon army unconsciously clustered around Liu Chen. After all, it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade. Having a powerful ally not only increased survival odds, but also improved their ability to vanquish foes. The surrounding demon leaders, brimming with battle fervor, firmly protected Liu Chen at the center, providing him with a sense of security. My friend, the lethality of your flying swords is truly remarkable. It is exhilarating to fight alongside you. Indeed, it is a thrill. I initially thought that your kind were merely low-tier demons, but I did not expect you to be such a formidable expert. Brother Crow, just focus on wielding your sword. I, Old Bull, will guard your back. Let us break through this witch army formation. What do you go by, brother? Once we achieve victory in this war, shall we fish together in the East Sea? I have a daughter. Just be careful not to plant your flag on yourself. Liu Chen silently scoffed at the last remark while simultaneously directing the movements of the surrounding demon leaders, skillfully navigating through the witch army as his cultivation surged at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energies surged towards the heavens, as several ancestral shaman figures collided with the lofty presence of the Eastern Emperor Tai, along with Fuxi and Xuanhuang, the esteemed leaders of the demon race. Tai, if you possess the prowess, do not rely on the shaman-slaying sword. Let us engage in a fair contest. One of the ancestral shamans revealed his immense true form, charging towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. The other ancestral shamans, emerging from their military encampments, unabashedly unleashed their formidable auras, each targeting Xuanhuang and Fuxi. A chilling laugh echoed from the heavens as the Eastern Emperor Tai remarked, his voice resonant and thunderous, reverberating through the battlefield below, where countless shaman soldiers were instantly shaken, their orifices bleeding profusely. If I refrain from using the shaman-slaying sword, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? The trio of Tai, along with the two demons, immediately engaged in battle, each either invoking their artifacts or transforming into their true forms to confront the advancing ancestral shamans. In an instant, a cacophony of overwhelming divine patterns and forbidden techniques clashed in the sky. The heavens roared, and the void shattered. The waves of shock generated by the collision of spells and divine patterns descended indiscriminately to the ground, transforming the area into a crimson sea, echoing with endless wails of despair. The entire battlefield stretched across millions of miles, from the celestial heights to the depths of the underworld, enveloped in chaos. Indeed, beneath the saints, all are but ants, lamented Liu Ruyan, who was harvesting his cultivation amidst a smaller skirmish. As he beheld this grand battle in the sky, he could not help but reflect that in this primordial world, without achieving sainthood, one could not escape a dire fate. It became evident that, regardless of the circumstances, he must not halt his pursuit of enlightenment. This scene above silently solidified Liu Chen's resolve to attain the path of sainthood. Suddenly, from behind a shaman army, several more powerful auras erupted. 6 unmistakably ancestral shaman energies, alongside a robust presence of a great shaman, surged towards the intensely contested battlefield. Today, I shall witness the might of the 12 capital heavenly god formation, Liu Chen murmured as he gazed skyward. The combined presence of the 11 great ancestral shamans and an immensely powerful shaman clearly indicated the commencement of the formation of the 12 capital heavenly god array. I hope the higher-ups of the demon race heed my counsel, Liu Chen mused softly, to spare a few lives, ensuring my own safety in the forthcoming grand conflict. With that, Liu Chen turned his focus away from the celestial battle, continuing to wield his sword and relentlessly cultivate his power. A deep roar resonated from the heavens, as the 11 ancestral shamans and the great shaman encircled the Eastern Emperor Tai, Fuxi, and Xuanhuang in the center. The shamanic divine patterns on their bodies swiftly intertwined, rapidly forming a grand array that enveloped the battlefield. Indeed, Liu Chen's predictions were validated. With the earlier warning, the Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the shaman-slaying sword while engaged in fierce combat, was struck with alarm as he discerned the intentions of the ancestral shamans. They were poised to establish the 12 capital heavenly god array. Retreat. This formation is extraordinary. Do not linger in battle. Seizing the moment before the grand formation is fully realized, let us break free. Lead the army in retreat. The Eastern Emperor Tai calmly issued the command. Fuxi decisively followed suit, retreating swiftly alongside the Eastern Emperor Tai. The demon master Xuanhuang, initially reluctant to yield, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, witnessing his 2 steadfast brothers hastily vacating the battlefield, he inwardly cursed and began his own withdrawal. Suddenly, a colossal, ethereal visage of Pangu gradually emerged in the firmament. Chapter 69. Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the Eastern Emperor? The towering and majestic figure of Pangu loomed at the heart of the 12 capital celestial array, radiating an awe-inspiring aura that suppressed the battlefield. Beneath the brilliant illumination of the Pangu divine patterns, the witch soldiers in the battle below felt their own witch patterns shimmer with renewed brilliance, their energies swelling and spirits soaring. This manifestation of Pangu was no ordinary sight, as Xuanhuang Fuxi furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, the Eastern Emperor Tai also wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that, in the absence of the ancestral witch Hutu, the 12 capital celestial array could still summon such a formidable Pangu figure. Let us test the witch-slaying sword. Although the demonic master Xuanhuang sensed the immense power of the Pangu figure, he was reluctant to concede that this array, composed of a great witch standing in for the ancestral witch, could withstand the might of his crafted sword. Very well, I shall give a try. The Eastern Emperor Tai nodded, slightly raising his hand to summon the Eastern Imperial Bell to shield himself while simultaneously unleashing the witch-slaying sword against the Pangu figure. With a thunderous roar, the sword, empowered by the peak of quasi-saint energy, unleashed its full might, a torrent of blood-red malevolence surging forth like a tsunami, crashing toward the Pangu figure. As the witch-slaying sword struck the Pangu figure, the resplendent divine patterns rippled, successfully deflecting the blow. The imposing Pangu figure retaliated, its massive hand imbued with the essence of creation, striking at the Eastern Emperor. Liu Chen's prediction proved accurate. The witch-slaying sword was indeed of little consequence. The Eastern Emperor Tai was struck with astonishment, his true fire flaring as he activated the Eastern Imperial Bell to fend off the Pangu figure's assault while retreating hastily. I refuse to believe this. The demonic master Xuanhuang, his face twisted in rage, seized the witch-slaying sword to strike at the Pangu figure. With a resounding thud, the sword's edge enveloped in boundless resentment, was immediately suppressed by the divine patterns of Pangu, failing to breach its defenses. Instead, the demonic master Xuanhuang found himself in a perilous predicament. Fuxi waved his hand to establish a formation, temporarily halting Pangu's onslaught and rescuing Xuanhuang. Liu Chen was indeed correct. The witch clan had a considerable advantage. The Eastern Emperor Tai murmured, "Even a substitute great which can wield the power of the 12 capital celestial array to such an extent. It seems the advantage recently gained by the witch-slaying sword is about to vanish." As Fuxi set up the formation to impede the Pangu figure's advance, he swiftly retreated. At this moment, the morale of the witch clan is high, and we cannot withstand this Pangu figure's assault for long. We should avoid its wrath for now, devise a strategy, and seek a turning point before proceeding further. Let us sound the retreat. Upon hearing Fuxi's counsel, which coincided with Liu Chen's earlier suggestions, the demonic master Xuanhuang felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but ultimately allowed reason to triumph over emotion, nodding in agreement. At present, we must withdraw to minimize our losses. Though the Eastern Emperor Tai felt a lingering reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Sound the retreat." A mournful horn echoed from the rear of the demon army, resonating across the vast expanse of the necromancer battlefield. The demon soldiers, amidst the fervor of battle, were momentarily bewildered by the order. Even the mid-ranking demon generals found themselves perplexed. Was the retreat being ordered so soon? The battle had scarcely commenced. Would they truly abandon the territories they had only just reclaimed? Yet, military orders are absolute, and without hesitation, the demon army began to relinquish their positions and swiftly retreat. Experience 0. 5. Experience 0. 7. Experience 1. 2. Red Sun Domain. Minor achievement. Transformation of 3000. Minor achievement. Current capable of creating 9 avatars. Rank 1. Current realm. Celestial Immortal Stage 3. 10. At last, I have ascended to the 3rd tier. With a deep exhale, Liu Chen released a cloud of murky breath. Hearing the mournful horn from the rear, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the sacred patterns surged ominously in the battlefield of the quasi-saint. Were they truly retreating so soon? Liu Chen murmured softly. It seems my prior warning had an effect. If I recall correctly, the battle was originally destined for Xuanhuang Fuxi's demise. Afterward, his primordial spirit would be gathered by his sister, Niuhua, and arranged to reincarnate during the era of the 3 sovereigns, becoming another Fuxi to guide humanity's resurgence. Unexpectedly, my words have granted him a reprieve. However, fate has its course, and the heavenly Tao will not spare him. Liu Chen slowly retracted the 36 flying swords, preparing for withdrawal. Was a retreat ordered so swiftly? What was the Eastern Emperor plotting? I, the old bull, am yet to satiate my thirst for battle. Brother Liu, do not rush away. Let us engage in further skirmishes. The demon leaders and centurions gathered around Liu Chen expressed their disappointment. To speak candidly, since the onset of the war between the necromancers and demons, the demons, due to their physical disadvantages, had often found themselves on the losing side. For years, they had been relentlessly pursued and beaten by the necromancer forces. Yet today, encountering Liu Chen, a commander of formidable strength, they had witnessed him navigate through the enemy ranks, causing chaos and destruction, much to the delight of his fellow commanders. Military orders are paramount, Liu Chen stated coldly. The Eastern Emperor has commanded a retreat, indicating a dire situation. We must leave at once. With that, he decisively began to soar towards the rear. The surrounding demons had initially hoped to slay a few more necromancers, but with Liu Chen, their steadfast leader, departing, they too had no choice but to retreat. Without Liu Chen, they would merely be left to endure the blows on this battlefield of necromancers and demons. Brother Liu, the demon saint, Jaimin, transformed into a figure clad in armor, swiftly approached Liu Chen, surveying him with an expression of unabashed admiration. With a tone of reverence, he addressed Liu Chen, stating, "His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, has issued a decree for retreat. You are summoned to the central military tent. Please follow me promptly." Liu Chen nodded, bidding farewell to the group of demon soldiers who had accompanied him through the battlefield, saying, "We shall meet again." He then followed the demon Saint Jaimin as they hastily made their way to the rear. The demon leaders left behind stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene before them. Did Jaimin just refer to him as little brother Liu? The esteemed Jaimin, a person of such high stature, had addressed him with such familiarity? Why was Jaimin showing him such deference? Who exactly was he? Am I mistaken? Did I truly see that correctly? Indeed, you are not mistaken, for I witnessed it too. The demon leaders, awakening from their reverie, realized that the very young commander who had led them through life and death situations and pierced through the enemy ranks was deserving of such respect from Jaimin. He was undoubtedly a figure of immense significance within their demon clan, a fact they had been blissfully unaware of until now. Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor? Chapter 70. The humble consultations of the demonic elders, Liu Chen followed Ji Meng and swiftly retreated from the battlefield, soon arriving at the central military tent situated behind the ranks of the demon army. As he lifted the curtain, he found a multitude of demon generals and saints gathered within, the higher echelons of the demon forces. Compared to before, many of them now appeared somewhat disheveled, their bodies marred with injuries and their armor in tatters. The atmosphere in the tent was one of somber gravity, with serious expressions adorning the faces of the demon saints and generals. Upon witnessing the curtain being drawn aside, the assembled demons raised their heads to see Liu Chen entering behind Ji Meng, their eyes instantly brightening. Some demon generals even exhaled in relief, as if Liu Chen's survival was a most welcome piece of news. "Greetings, Your Majesty Dong Huang and esteemed lords." Liu Chen entered the tent, slightly bowing and clasping his fists in respect. Dong Huang Tai nodded subtly, casting a glance over Liu Chen from head to toe, and silently sighed in relief. Fushi also offered a slight nod, returning Liu Chen's greeting with a smile. The demon master Xuanhuang shot a sidelong glance at Liu Chen, letting out a disdainful huff. Surrounding demon saints and generals either returned the gesture with clasped fists or nodded in acknowledgement. Aside from the recently fallen Nine-Dragon Demon General and the gravely injured Xuanhuang Demon Commander, Dong Huang Tai spoke up. "Most have arrived. Let us commence." He then recounted the circumstances encountered in the firmament, which aligned closely with Liu Chen's memories from his previous life. The Witch clan had, after the transformation of Hutu into reincarnation, found a powerful great witch to assume her position, thereby reconstituting the 12 capital heavenly gods formation and summoning forth the formidable phantom of the Panga demon god. Even the slaughter witch sword proved ineffective against them. The assembly of demon saints and generals had, during their recent skirmish, glimpsed a fragment of the celestial battle and recognized the emergence of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. However, upon hearing Dong Huang Tai declare that even the newly acquired slaughter witch sword could not contend with the ancestral witches, a sense of desolation washed over them. Unconsciously, all eyes turned towards one direction, settling on Liu Chen, who stood behind the demon Saint Ji Meng. Liu Chen's earlier predictions had proven accurate. As Dong Huang Tai surveyed the room, it became evident that the developments of this conflict were indeed as he had foreseen. The Witch clan had found means to counter the slaughter witch sword. Therefore, I wish for everyone to speak freely and deliberate on how to confront the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Though Dong Huang Tai encouraged open discourse, his gaze ultimately lingered on Liu Chen. Not only Dong Huang, but even Xuanhuang, with a face of disdain, discreetly directed his attention towards Liu Chen. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm at a loss as well." Liu Chen felt somewhat helpless. "You esteemed elders of the demon clan and the formidable ancestral witches are the protagonists of this calamity, destined for demise. The heavenly path demands your end. Not even Jesus can save you. And I say this not out of malice." Liu Chen subtly expressed his discontent internally. Yet upon noticing the gaze of everyone, be they deities or demons, fixed upon him, he felt compelled to utter something. He cleared his throat and began, "Indeed, as I previously predicted, the Witch clan has deployed the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. The primordial demon summoned by this formation harbors a trace of the profound essence of creation. Given the current strength of our demon race, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront it. Our best course of action is to momentarily withdraw from the fray and seek a formation capable of countering the might of the 12 capital heavenly God-slaughter formation. This may provide us with a viable strategy. With these words, Liu Chen raised his gaze towards the lofty figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. In the original trajectory of the Xuanhuang mythos, after the Witch clan had invoked the 12 capital heavenly God-slaughter formation, the demon army faced successive defeats, ultimately retreating to the demon court thanks to the Hunyuan Hulua formation and the Zhoutian Star Do formation, which barely withstood the onslaught of the Witch clan. However, subsequent clashes among the three formations led to cataclysmic devastation, resulting in the deaths of high-ranking demons, including Fuxi, the wife of Emperor Jun, Shiha, and Emperor Jun himself. In a desperate bid, Eastern Emperor Tai detonated the essence of the Golden Crow, obliterating the remaining ancestral witches, while Gong collided with Mount Buzhou. Thus, the battle between the witches and demons concluded with both sides suffering great losses, marking a temporary cessation of the witch-demon catastrophe. The remaining demons retreated to the vast mountains of the southern Jianbu continent, while a fraction of the witch clans sought refuge with Hutu, with the rest concealing themselves. It was the dawn of the rise of humanity. In truth, Liu Chen harbored a more direct approach in mind for this stage of development. He believed that Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, the two leaders of the demon race, should begin preparations for their eventual demise, disbanding the demon court and allowing several demon saints to lead the remnants of their kin into the vast mountains for recuperation. They would await the rise of the little golden crow, who would later be known as Liu Ya, to seize the opportunity to rejuvenate the demon race. Following that, Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun could engage in a decisive battle with the ancestral witches, thereby concluding the witch-demon catastrophe while preserving the greatest strength of the demon court. However, Liu Chen understood that voicing these thoughts would likely provoke the wrath of everyone present, so he shifted the burden of the question to Eastern Emperor Tai. Is there a formation that can match the 12 capital heavenly God-slaughter formation? Eastern Emperor Tai pondered for a moment, then turned to his two trusted brothers, Fuxi and Xuanhuang. The three exchanged glances, their minds already aligned on a target. It seemed that the only solution was to summon their elder brother to set up the Hunyuan Hulua formation and the Zhoutian Star Do formation. Unexpectedly, this approach was rather promising. Liu Chen nodded in agreement. If we combine the Hunyuan Hulua formation with the Zhoutian Star Do formation, it may indeed work. The other demon generals and commanders present, upon hearing Liu Chen's affirmation, felt a slight sense of relief wash over them. Then I shall send word to my royal brother to inform him of this matter. The Eastern Emperor Tai spoke softly. Next, before my brother brings the primordial Luo great formation, if the Wu clan were to initiate hostilities, our demon army should avoid confrontation if possible. If it becomes unavoidable, we must retreat. The power of the 12 capital celestial demon formation is not something you can withstand. Understood. The high-ranking members of the demon clan in the military tent responded in unison in hushed tones. Subsequently, they discussed a few other relatively less significant matters, with the Eastern Emperor Tai seeking Liu Chen's opinion on each before making arrangements. This caused some displeasure in the heart of Xuanhuang, who bore the title of Demon Master. As he silently muttered, "One might think you are the Demon Master, Liu Chen." Soon after, a number of demon saints and demon commanders, along with Xuanhuang and Fuxi, exited the central military tent. Liu Chen also bowed and took his leave, but just as he was about to step out, he was called back by the Eastern Emperor Tai. "Your Majesty, is there something else?" Liu Chen inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Indeed, there is a matter that requires your insight," the Eastern Emperor Tai replied with a smile. Chapter 71. A Conversation with Liu Chen. Dong Huang Tai. Comes to understand, is there something you wish for me to clarify? Liu Chen inquired, turning his head in confusion. Before he could discern Dong Huang Tai's expression, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Countdown to return, 10, 9. In a blink, Liu Chen opened his eyes once more, his vision returning to the familiar setting of his grand villa's bed. Curse it! Why must I always return at critical moments? Liu Chen sighed, rolling out of bed to wash up. The duration of this primordial descent felt far too fleeting. He He longed for the complete arrival of the primal realm so he could truly engage in grand endeavors. After a swift morning routine and a modest breakfast, Liu Ruyan cradled his notebook and made his way to the study. Outside, the chaos of the Primordial World's initial descent had dissipated the previous days. Each return was immediately followed by the frantic wails of ambulance sirens, but now it was markedly calmer. As Liu Ruyan powered on his computer, he was greeted by the familiar pop-up of the Heavenly Tao leaderboard. A casual glance revealed a surprising discovery. Aside from his own celestial realm, which remained comfortably at the pinnacle, all the top 10 rankings had successfully ascended to the Earth celestial realm. Furthermore, the first 10,000 had achieved a 7th stage of cultivation. My presence has undoubtedly accelerated the cultivation pace of others compared to my previous life, Liu Ruyan murmured. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation, for even the second-ranked on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, Yunxiao, remained at the nascent stage of the Earth's celestial realm, specifically at 12 of the first tier. Indeed, the former second rank, Xuanhuang, had suffered significant losses due to the incident involving the slaughter which soared, leading to Yunxiao now occupying that esteemed position. Upon entering the Earth celestial realm, the requisite cultivation levels had increased, thus noticeably slowing the advancement of these individuals. Speaking of which, the first settlement of the Heavenly Tao leaderboard was imminent, Liu Ruyan suddenly recalled. He pondered the nature of the forthcoming rewards. After a moment of reflection, he realized that in his previous life, there had been scant information on this subject. He promptly reined in his thoughts and, adhering to his routine, opened several current event threads, casually browsing through the accounts of others' revelations regarding primordial events to ascertain the authentic progression of the primordial world. I possess a collection of low-grade mystical artifacts for sale, available for offline transactions, with the highest bidder securing the purchase. I also have a batch of spiritual fruits capable of refining essence and marrow, available solely for spirit stones, which can be inspected and traded beneath Mount Buzhou. What catches the eye are predominantly such messages. Just as in my previous life, following the onset of the Great War against the Lich, the number of low-grade spiritual items in the possession of modern individuals has indeed proliferated. Liu Ruyan murmured softly, recalling that in my former existence, once the quantity of spiritual items in modern hands reached a certain threshold, the trading function of the Heavenly Tao interface would activate. It seems that it will not be long before, supported by the account of Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng, I can swiftly become the largest purveyor of spiritual items in the Xuanhuang world. The restoration speed of the Eastern Imperial Bell and the refining pace of my innate flying sword would surely enhance their quality. Liu Ruyan closed these posts and once again opened Douyang, logging into the Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng account. The incessant chime of notification sounds rang out as the background private messages remained in a state of overwhelming activity. There were those identifying themselves as students, lacking funds but eager for tidbits of Xuanhuang lore, alluring women sending tantalizing photographs, wishing to engage in offline discussions about Xuanhuang, and several prominent families consistently posting lucrative recruitment offers. A kaleidoscope of messages flashed before him, yet Liu Ruyan merely glanced at them without paying much heed, returning to the task of editing this issue's post to uphold the account's credibility among the public. After sending out the edited post, Liu Ruyan scrolled through news articles for a while, savoring a rare day of leisure before awaiting the arrival of Xuanhuang once more. Countdown to Xuanhuang's arrival. Time. This time, I should be able to acquire a drop of the Great Witch's blood. Completing the revenge for the little golden crow, Liu Ruyan murmured as he reclined on his bed. Suddenly, his vision shifted, and he found himself once again within the main tent of the demon clan. He beheld the Eastern Emperor Tai, who still held his hand aloft. "Is there anything further troubling your majesty?" Liu Ruyan inquired. The Eastern Emperor Tai regarded Liu Ruyan with a profound gaze before casually waving his hand, casting a formation around the tent that would shield against eavesdropping. Witnessing his cautious demeanor heightened Liu Ruyan's intrigue. The Eastern Emperor Tai then smiled and remarked, "I understand that your previous suggestion of using the Hunyuan Halua formation and the Zhou Tian Starry Dais to counter the 12 capital celestial demon formation was not your true intention. Rather, it was a compromise born of concern. Now that the other great demons have departed, You may articulate your genuine thoughts. Ah, I did not anticipate that you would perceive this, Liu Chen responded, contemplating as he regarded the Eastern Emperor Tai earnestly. Even if I were to divulge my true strategy, would your majesty genuinely assure its acceptance? The Eastern Emperor Tai nodded slightly. Your prior predictions regarding the Witch clan's conflict were remarkably accurate. Should you possess further insightful strategies, I would naturally be inclined to listen. Do you obey, even if I command you to perish? Liu Chen scoffed silently within, then mentally composed himself and, clearing his throat, remarked, Your Majesty's conjecture is indeed correct. Previously, with numerous formidable demons present, I harbored certain reservations. Given that Your Majesty has articulated the matter so plainly, any further concealment on my part would appear excessively pretentious. In my humble opinion, even if Emperor Jun were to arrive with the grand formations of the Zhoutian Star Array and the Huanyuan Luo Array, facing the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation of the Witch clan would inevitably result in grievous losses. The conflict between the Witch and Demon clans has persisted for millions of years. Their enmity has escalated to a point of no return. The possibility of a victor is utterly non-existent. It seems to me that the only path for the demon race lies beyond this impending cataclysm. Beyond this impending cataclysm? Xuanhuang Tai adopted a demeanor of earnest inquiry. So, who shall prevail in this great battle? Am I to take your words so explicitly? Do you wish for my demise? Liu Chen felt a surge of frustration internally, refraining from a direct response, and mimicking the wise masters from television dramas. He remarked, When the clam and the snipe contend, ultimately, it is another who reaps the benefits. Another who reaps the benefits? Xuanhuang Tai scrutinized Liu Chen intently. Are you implying that this battle could incite the Azura clan from the blood sea of the underworld? Liu Chen dared not continue, fervently praying within. I did not say that. It was all conjectured by Xuanhuang Tai himself. Divine will, if you must strike, strike him, spare me. Chapter 72. Seizing the blood of the great, which yet, the Azura clan, inherently flawed. How could this be possible? Xuanhuang Tai shook his head, lost in thought. In his eyes, among the several prominent races of the vast wilderness, only the Azura clan, created by the ancestor of the Nether River, possessed any noteworthy attributes. The others were merely insignificant. However, how could the Azura clan, with its intrinsic shortcomings, surpass the Witch and Demon clans to become the protagonists of this realm? With a sense of bewilderment, Xuanhuang Tai turned his gaze towards Liu Chen, only to find him shaking his head in silence, which deepened his perplexity. If not the Azura clan, then which race could it be? At this moment, Liu Chen dared not utter another word, opting instead to divert the conversation. Your Majesty might consider extending your perspective further into the future. He could almost hear the ominous rumblings of thunder brewing in the skies beyond the central army tent, and he sensed that should he utter another word, he would be struck down by the heavenly Tao in front of Xuanhuang Tai. A flash of insight struck Xuanhuang Tai's mind. Could it be the human race? Boom! In the skies beyond the army tent, a thunderclap resonated, infused with the might of the heavenly Tao, yet it ultimately did not descend. The demon soldiers outside, witnessing this celestial anomaly, could not help but express their astonishment. Noticing the commotion outside, Xuanhuang Tai furrowed his brow, recalling the peculiar beings who had sought to convey something to him not long ago. He quickly realized that the heavenly Tao was concealing its secrets. Resolutely abandoning this line of inquiry, he rephrased his question. How should our demon race position itself in this great conflict? Liu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief internally. Xuanhuang Tai had shown some wisdom by not pursuing the perilous topic further. He nodded and replied, The enmity between the Witch and Demon clans has escalated to a point of irreconcilable conflict. The only path forward for the demon race is to relinquish all that currently binds us, extricate ourselves from this war, and place our hopes in the next generation of demons, for therein lies a glimmer of hope. With that, Liu Chen bid farewell to Xuanhuang Tai and exited the central army tent, preparing to venture to the Bronze Gorge to seize the great witch's blood. To relinquish all that we have. Xuanhuang Tai mused softly within the tent, instinctively feeling that Liu Chen's proposition was somewhat absurd and laughable. He had not anticipated that Liu Chen's ultimate strategy would be of such nature. No wonder he had refrained from voicing his true thoughts in front of so many great demons. What difference would it make from surrender? Had Liu Chen articulated his ideas earlier, the assembly of demon sages would undoubtedly have torn him to shreds. Yet, as Dongwang Tai reflected on this, he could not help but find some merit in Liu Chen's words. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had persisted for millions of years, rooted in an unending cycle of vengeance. For the witch-demon war to reach a conclusion, one side would have to perish. However, such an outcome would inevitably entail severe losses for the surviving faction as well. Ultimately, it seems inevitable that both sides will suffer great losses. Is it truly the fate of my demon clan, as Liu Chen has foretold? The Eastern Emperor Tai murmured, reflecting on his life as a formidable leader. He and his elder brother, Emperor Jun, emerged from the Sun Star, rising from obscurity, gathering a multitude of great demons to establish the demon court, vanquishing the celestial court of the Eastern King, thus securing the demon clan's esteemed position in the vast wilderness. However, at some point, friction arose between the witch and demon clans, escalating to a point of no return. Contemplating these matters, Eastern Emperor Tai suddenly sensed an underlying disturbance. It appeared as though an unseen hand was driving the demon court and the witch clan toward mutual destruction. Realizing this, he recalled the treacherous plot of his 10 nephews who lured and killed Quafu, followed by the great witch, and he's shooting down several young golden crows. All of this seemed too coincidental, yet deeply unsettling. A chill crept through Eastern Emperor Tai's heart as he gazed upon the chaotic heavens above. Perhaps he should indeed heed Liu Chen's advice and entrust the future of our demon clan to the next generation. He murmured to himself, a notion firmly taking root in his mind. Emerging from the central military tent, Liu Chen looked skyward, feeling that the atmosphere was unusually ominous. The sky remained overcast, with a dark cloud persistently trailing him, seemingly brewing a formidable thunderstorm. Damn it, could the heavenly Tao truly be preparing to strike me down? If so, let it be swift. No more prolonged suspense. It's quite distressing. Liu Chen cursed inwardly, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he hastened toward the direction of the Bronze Gorge. Although the great battle on the witch-demon battlefield had concluded, numerous smaller skirmishes persisted along the borders where the two clans met. Among them was the Bronze Gorge, vividly etched in Liu Chen's memory from a document posted online by a well-meaning individual detailing the witch-demon war, which recorded the demise of a great witch in that very location. Indeed, after a short while, Liu Chen, employing the Golden Crow transformation, arrived at the site of the Bronze Gorge. The expansive canyon, stretching for hundreds of miles, echoed with the sounds of battle as fierce clashes unfolded. Soldiers from both the witch and demon clans charged at one another, the ground littered with bloodied corpses. In the heart of the battlefield, a towering figure clad in black armor, presumably a bull demon general, wielded a gleaming steel blade, engaged in combat with a powerful witch covered in witch runes. The clang of the steel blade striking the witch reverberated across the battlefield. Both sides unleashed their full might, their energies resonating at the Tai golden immortal level, unabashedly revealing their cultivation and realms as they clashed. The battle between the two factions has reached its final phase. Although the demon general exudes a formidable presence, it is evident that he is merely clinging to his last breath in this conflict. The great shaman, seemingly in a position of advantage, is also hanging by a thread, desperately holding on. Within a 10-mile radius of the battlefield, not a single minor demon or shaman soldier remains unscathed, having fallen victim to the residual shockwaves of their fierce struggle. Liu Chen recalls from the biography of his previous life that in the Battle of Bronze Gorge, both sides ultimately perished from exhaustion. Xuanhuang, I come to assist you. As Liu Chen observes the great shaman teetering on the brink of collapse, he harnesses the strength of his supreme 5 elements spiritual body, coupled with the defensive capabilities of a 9 Crows fire shield, enabling him to withstand the opponent's onslaught. With a resounding shout, he commands 36 5 elements flying swords to surge forward. The clanging of metal echoes continuously, as they relentlessly assault the body of the great shaman. Boom! Chapter 73. Slaying the Great Witch. Emperor Jun arrives at the front line with the last vestiges of strength hanging by a thread. The Great Witch sensed Liu Chen's impending attack. Turning his head, he discovered that it was merely a small Karami of the celestial realm vexing him. Enraged, he slammed his colossal palms down upon Liu Chen with a tremendous force. Liu Chen swiftly evaded, vanishing from sight as he activated the Earth Escape technique, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The ground erupted in a shower of debris, leaving behind a massive pit over 100 meters deep. This was the might of a Great Witch at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The Tai Golden Immortal Demon General, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Great Witch, felt a surge of joy upon seeing a fellow kin come to his aid. Yet, upon sensing the aura emanating from Liu Chen, who was merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, panic surged within him. Little brother, if you can lend a hand to this old bull, I would be most grateful. However, this accursed Great Witch possesses strength comparable to that of a Tai Golden Immortal, and you, at the celestial realm, are no match for him. You must flee. Be cautious, lest his palm crush you, and I would feel deeply remorseful for your demise. If you truly wish to assist, head southeast for 1,000 miles. The great General Qing Yo station there is my brother. Hurry and go. By the time your good brother arrives, the flowers will have wilted. Liu Chen thought silently, unwavering as he unsheathed his sword. 36 flying swords surged forth like bees returning to their hive, launching an assault against the imposing Great Witch, whose body was cloaked in witch runes and exuded an overwhelming aura. Forged from 5 supreme primordial spiritual materials, Liu Chen's innate flying swords had significantly enhanced their lethality. The clang of metal echoed as his swords struck the Great Witch, producing sparks reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge. Comparing this Great Witch's prowess to that of the formidable Xingtian he had encountered by the Eastern Sea, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Nevertheless, the Great Witch still retained considerable strength relative to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, rendering the celestial realm Liu Chen a challenging adversary. Had it not been for his inheritance from the Demon Emperor and the enhancement from the 5 primordial spiritual materials, the Great Witch, in his state of dwindling life force, might have withstood even the slightest scratch from Liu Chen's swords. The Great Witch, thoroughly enraged by Liu Chen's relentless assault, roared in fury. A creature of his stature could once extinguish Liu Chen with a mere breath, and the attacks of the celestial realm should have been utterly incapable of harming his formidable physique. Yet this celestial realm demon was proving to be no ordinary foe, as the flying swords managed to breach his defenses and inflict damage. Realizing that if he did not swiftly eliminate this bothersome pest, he could very well be worn down to nothing. With a thunderous roar, the Great Witch's dim witch runes flared to life, and the once fading colossal avatar behind him suddenly regained its brilliance. Was he igniting the very essence of his witch lineage? It appeared he was prepared to fight to the death. Liu Chen, taken aback, hastily retreated. With a sudden flash, the great shaman appeared before Liu Chen, his fist imbued with the primal power of the witch clan, crashing down upon Liu Chen's fragile form. This is not good. The Ox Demon General, witnessing this dire situation, felt a chill of dread wash over him. Despite the great shaman's waning strength, the force behind his fiery punch, fueled by the essence of his being, was potent enough to rival half of his prime. A mere minor demon of the celestial realm stood no chance of withstanding such a blow. Bang! Unable to evade, Liu Chen felt a resounding thud reverberate around him. The 9 Crows fire shield activated instantaneously, enveloping his body, while the radiant sun domain unfolded around him, and the 9 Turns primordial technique activated quietly, inscribing protective runes upon his skin. Simultaneously, a strand of pure earth essence surged forth, forming a luminous yellow aura to shield him. As the great shaman's attack descended, the 9 Crows fire shield flickered but ultimately failed to breach Liu Chen's defenses, leaving him unscathed. You actually blocked it. Though teetering on the brink of madness, the great shaman uttered these incredulous words. Bravo, little brother. The Ox Demon General, momentarily stunned by Liu Chen's resilience, transformed into his true form, a massive bull-like figure, charging forth with a tremor that shook the earth. "Allow me to assist you." Liu Chen retreated swiftly, covering several hundred meters, astonished at the terrifying level of his physical defenses without the aid of the Eastern Imperial Bell. The primordial five elements body truly possessed an unparalleled might. The experience of withstanding the great shaman's strike this time was entirely different from the last encounter by the Eastern Sea when it had deflected the great shaman Xing Tian's blow. Xing Tian's previous attack had been more of a playful jest, lacking any real force, as he was merely up against a minor demon of the earthly realm. Liu Chen's ability to withstand it had relied heavily on luck. However, facing this great shaman of the Tai golden immortal level, who was launching a desperate counterattack before his demise, was an entirely different scenario. Each punch was a genuine life-or-death struggle. Not even a typical golden immortal could survive such a blow. Yet, Liu Chen had indeed withstood it, showcasing the overwhelming prowess of the primordial five elements body. Breathing heavily, Liu Chen retrieved a spirit fruit and bit into it, replenishing his nearly depleted spiritual energy. He then remotely controlled 36 of his life-bound flying swords, launching an assault against the great shaman, gradually wearing him down. "Little brother, you still possess the strength to attack." The Ox Demon General, engaged with the great shaman, was taken aback with delight. Not foolish, he swiftly coordinated with Liu Chen, alternating between offense and defense, engaging the great shaman directly while allowing Liu Chen to strike from the rear. Clang, clang, clang. Among the 36 flying swords, only the most lethal, the metal sword of Gung, and the somewhat lesser fire sword of the Radiant Sun, proved effective. Liu Chen decisively recalled the remaining swords, focusing all his energy on the Gung and Radiant Sun swords for their assault. As time ticked by, after a considerable duration, the immense figure behind the great shaman finally dissipated, and the witch runes upon his body faded into obscurity. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the great witch collapsed, life extinguished. Indeed, the great witch was formidable, and Liu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. The defeat was akin to vanquishing a being of Tai golden immortal caliber from the witch clan. Cultivation 500, rank 5, current realm. Heavenly immortal stage 8-2. The first indigenous being of Tai golden immortal strength from the primordial era has been slain. Modern individuals now possess commensurate power. The speed of Tao integration has accelerated. The fusion of the two realms has been reduced by 15 Earth days, facilitating the merging of the two realms, receiving Tao rewards. In the rear of the demon army, within the central command tent, a streak of crimson gold light, accompanied by a white light, swiftly descended. Dressed in a resplendent yellow robe, the demon Emperor Dijun, alongside the ethereal figure in a white robe, the demon Sage Baizhe, gradually approached the central command tent. A host of guard demons simultaneously bowed, watching as His Majesty the Demon Emperor and Lord Baizhe entered the tent. Chapter 74. The Acknowledgement of the Eastern Sovereign, Elevation of the Fusion Level Brother. You have arrived. The Eastern Sovereign Tai, engrossed in examining the intelligence from the battlefield of the witch and demon, suddenly looked up to see his elder brother, Emperor Jun. Despite the fact that among their kin, aside from the already ascended and detached Enhua, the highest combat prowess rested solely with him, the Eastern Sovereign Tai. He treated his brother with utmost respect, devoid of any arrogance. Emperor Jun, in turn, felt complete trust in his younger brother, showing no signs of the worldly concerns about power struggles or sibling rivalry. These two brothers exemplified the ideal of brotherly friendship and respect within the vast wilderness. Upon receiving the news of the reactivation of the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation, Emperor Jun nodded slightly. I have entrusted the matters of the demon court to Shiha and hastened here immediately. The demon sage, Baze, offered a slight bow in greeting to the Eastern Sovereign Tai. You have worked hard during this period, Emperor Jun remarked with a smile. How has Liu Ken fared? Very well, replied the Eastern Sovereign Tai, striving to maintain a neutral tone, though a smile betrayed his pride. Very well. Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such high praise for Liu Ken from his brother. Though their relationship was harmonious, he was acutely aware of Tai's pride. If Liu Ken had only received lukewarm praise, it would have indicated that Tai was merely being courteous. However, for Tai to express that Liu Ken was very well suggested that he had earned a significant level of recognition from his brother. Liu Ken was discovered by Baze among those peculiar demons, and Emperor Jun chuckled as he turned to introduce Baze. As the wise advisor of the demon clan and Emperor Jun's close aide, Baze's opinions were sought in nearly all matters, always by the emperor's side. Hearing the Eastern sovereign Tai's commendation, Baze couldn't help but smile knowingly, though he restrained the urge to use his innate divine abilities at that moment. He could sense the genuine acknowledgement from His Majesty, the Eastern sovereign, towards Liu Ken. That being said, Liu Ken has already conveyed the outcome of this grand battle to you. Emperor Jun turned once more to the Eastern sovereign Tai. Indeed, the Eastern sovereign Tai's expression darkened momentarily. This group of peculiar demons seems to be aware of certain profound secrets of the wilderness, though the heavenly Tao forbids them from revealing such truths. Nevertheless, I have gathered a rough understanding from Liu Chen's fragmented words. At this juncture, the typically proud Eastern sovereign paused, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. The ultimate outcome is one of mutual destruction, serving merely as a garment for others. Tai, alongside his imperial brother Dijuan, emerged from the Sun Star, painstakingly establishing the demon court step by step. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, he found himself in a regrettable predicament. His unwillingness to accept this fate bore no fruit. The true mastermind behind their tribulations, one who orchestrated the strife between the witch and demon clans, was an entity not to be trifled with. Xuanhuang, Tai lifted his gaze. Peering through the window of the military tent towards the chaotic heavens, he felt a profound sense of discontent. Lamenting the fate of the demon court he had built with his brother, which had led to such a dismal conclusion. Had it been several millennia earlier, with his fiery temperament, upon learning of such an outcome, he might have stormed the Yunxiao palace alongside his brother, fighting through chaos with defiance, refusing to succumb to despair. Yet now, I know you cannot accept such a result, sighed the demon Emperor Dijuan. It is difficult for me to accept as well. However, after much contemplation over this period, I have nearly forgotten the origins of the conflict between our two clans. Yet, as the strife continues, it is only we who suffer. Had my sons not perished, and had the great witch Quafu still been alive, there might have been a chance to mend this rift. But now, the only resolution for the witch and demon clans is a relentless cycle of destruction. Dijuan hesitated, a few words caught in his throat, unspoken. Could it be that my brother has also surmised the truth? Xuanhuang Tai murmured. When Liu Ken had elucidated matters to Bai Zhe and me, we had discerned the underlying connections. Dijuan nodded slightly. A flicker of hatred ignited in Xuanhuang Tai's eyes. It seems that even the Hanyuan Halua Great Formation and the Zhou Tian Star Array can only slightly withstand the 12 Capital Heavenly God Formation. Since he desires to witness our clan's downfall, let us, as Liu Ken suggested, present a performance for him to behold. After a myriad of trials, I cannot believe the demon clan will never rise again. It must be so, Dijuan sighed. However, I have another matter to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the astute Bai Zhe instinctively turned and exited the military tent. Yet, just before leaving the confines of the tent's protective barrier, he faintly overheard Dijuan uttering something about the demon emperor's legacy that required his attention. Bai Zhe prudently swallowed those words. In the Bronze Gorge, as the great witch's body slowly fell, Liu Ken was enveloped by a series of celestial decrees resounding in his ears. He consciously muted the notification of his realm's ascension, for it was evident that he had already reached the high tier of the celestial immortal realm. It would not be long before he attained the pinnacle of this stage. As the first modern individual to vanquish a native of the primordial realm possessing the strength of a Tai golden immortal, you have expedited the convergence of two worlds. Consequently, you have been bestowed with a fragment of the heavenly Tao's fortune. Current heavenly Tao fortune, 3 fragments. Another fragment of heavenly Tao fortune? Liu Chen nodded slightly. Although the concept of heavenly Tao fortune is rather abstract and often seems trivial, Liu Chen dared not underestimate its significance. Approaching the realm of the conceptual deity is akin to becoming a true god. Such enhancements to fortune and blessings may appear unremarkable, yet they can prove invaluable at critical junctures. For instance, when he seized the essence of the Golden Crow, the favor of the demon clan had alleviated a considerable predicament. Otherwise, the Eastern Imperial Bell would have likely been exposed immediately. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao's laws continued to resonate in Liu Chen's ears. Simultaneously, due to the deepening integration of the primordial realm, the trading function of the heavenly Tao panel has been activated. The degree of fusion between the physical forms of the primordial world and the modern world has increased by 10. The trading function of the heavenly Tao has been initiated ahead of schedule. Liu Chen was momentarily astonished, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, he had just slain a being equivalent to a Tai golden immortal from the primordial realm, making the accelerated fusion entirely logical. However, this physical fusion is Chapter 75, concerning the myths of other nations and the fusion of the great sorcerer's blood. Yet, what exactly is this fusion of corporeal forms? Liu Chen murmured in confusion. As his thoughts stirred, an explanation from the heavenly Tao immediately materialized in his mind. Fusion of the primordial body and modern body. 10. The strength, speed, and capabilities possessed by the host body in the primordial world will be returned to the corporeal form in the modern world at a degree of 10. This degree of corporeal fusion applies to all modern human beings residing within the territory of the Great Xia civilization. The power of the primordial body can indeed be returned to the modern corporeal form. Liu Chen's heart surged with joy. The arrival of the primordial world in his past life had transpired strictly according to the rules of the heavenly Tao, without any deviation or delay. Thus he was unaware of this aspect. It is worth noting that he had always felt constrained in the modern world due to his frail original body, which compelled him to maintain a relatively enigmatic presence. He had been forced to conceal his name from the heavenly Tao leaderboard, and when creating the account of Primordial Sage, he had to painstakingly utilize the dark web and various IP redirects, fearful that someone might discover his identity in the real world and expose him. However, now that the corporeal forms of the primordial world and the modern world could merge, this concern was alleviated. Although the degree of fusion was a mere 10%, Liu Chen's corporeal form in the primordial world, albeit only at the celestial immortal realm, could be regarded as a unique existence among modern humans. Even when compared to some ordinary native primordial beings at the profound immortal level, he could hold his own without falling behind. Such corporeal strength, though only at 10%, would not elevate him to a point where he could claim to abstain from beef in the real world. Yet it certainly conferred upon him an exceptionally high-end status. Wait, my body in the modern world has strengthened. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a spark of illumination ignited within Liu Chen. Does this mean that the artifacts within the forbidden zones of the real world, which I previously had no chance of obtaining, would now be accessible to me upon my return? With this realization, Liu Chen was practically overwhelmed with elation. It is crucial to acknowledge that the entirety of Blue Star does not consist solely of the Great Xia. As the Great Xia and several surrounding affiliated civilizations underwent the fusion with the myths of the primordial world, other nations also integrated with their respective mythological civilizations. This process is akin to different gaming regions. The territories of the Great Xia and its surrounding affiliated civilizations entered the realm of primordial mythology. In contrast, many nations, such as those in Northern Europe, found themselves within the Nordic mythological region, dominated by the pantheon of Thor and Odin, while nations like Greece entered the Olympic mythological realm. Currently, the inhabitants of Blue Star from other nations are engaged in battles within the myths they have inherited. In the subsequent world, these various mythological regions will further amalgamate. In the realm of the Great Xia, due to the recent anomaly experienced by Liu Chen, an improbable event unfolded where he prematurely vanquished a mythic native of Tai golden immortal caliber. This unprecedented act led to an increased integration within the Xuanhuang region, enhancing the physical constitution of all individuals in the Huaxia territories. Upon his rebirth, Liu Chen, recalling the most formidable artifact of the Great Xia from his previous life, realized that the only legendary item attainable by a mere mortal was the damaged yet dormant Eastern Emperor Bell. This realization ignited his determination to journey to Xuanhuang Mountain. However, his memories also revealed the existence of several other powerful artifacts. Yet, these artifacts resided within perilous, restricted areas, leaving him with the physique of an ordinary man, devoid of the opportunity to seize them. Thus, he did not consider them. For instance, he was aware of the precise location of the 8-chi Qiong Jade, a treasure of the affiliated civilization of Great Xia, as well as the divine spear known as Thunder, wielded by the god king Zeus, currently ensconced within a restriction on Mount Olympus in the modern world. Ah, the god king spear and the 8-chi Qiong Jade, I am coming. Liu Chun fervently suppressed his excitement, yearning to return to the realm of reality. Young brother, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. The bull demon general, appearing as a robust and genial man, approached Liu Chun and respectfully bowed. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Should you ever require assistance within our demon court, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will repay you with utmost dedication. Liu Chun nodded slightly and returned the gesture. The bull demon general scrutinized Liu Chun curiously, his brow furrowed. Young brother, why do you appear so unfamiliar? I have a clear recollection of the notable figures within our demon court. It is improbable for someone of your celestial realm to possess such audacity and prowess without recognition. Yet, I have never encountered you before. Are you new? How shall I address you? I am Liu Chun, he replied softly. Liu Chun? The bull demon general's eyes widened in astonishment, a hint of peculiarity in his expression. So, you are Liu Chun. How intriguing. Have you heard of my name, General Bull? The general remained silent, continuing to examine Liu Chun with renewed intensity. No wonder your combat prowess is so exceptional. If it is indeed you, that explains everything. However, you bear little resemblance to His Majesty, do you not? Liu Chun was taken aback by the general's seemingly nonsensical remarks. Why should I resemble His Majesty? Which Majesty do you refer to? The Eastern Emperor Tai or Emperor Jun? Is my name truly well known within our demon court? Have you heard of it before? Liu Chun inquired. The news resonated with a thunderous impact. General Niu, chuckling heartily, waved his hand, intending to conclude the discussion as it pertained to the privacy of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. Not long ago, a celestial being named Liu Chun had led a multitude of demon leaders on a small battlefield, piercing through the ranks of the witch clan with devastating force, claiming the lives of millions. Some even claimed tens of millions, a staggering number indeed. This event had already spread like wildfire among the demon generals. Even more astonishing was the fact that this legendary figure, Liu Chun, commanded profound respect from individuals of great stature, such as Lord Ji-Meng. It is noteworthy that Lord Ji-Meng is one of the 10 esteemed demon saints of the demon court, a figure of unparalleled prominence. For a minor demon to earn the deference of such an eminent person is an extraordinary feat. Aside from the few princes of the Golden Crow, it is hard to conceive of another. However, those princes have long since fallen victim to the witch clan. Thus, the only other possibility for a minor demon of comparable status would be to possess an equally significant background. Consequently, the rumor that Liu Chun is the illegitimate son of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, began to circulate among the lower echelons of the demon court. If it weren't for the young prince, young brother stepping in, General Niu chuckled, I fear this old bull would meet his end here. As he spoke, he gestured toward the distant corpse of a great witch. Chapter 76. The great array of Hunyuan Hiluo and the celestial constellation formation, the bull demon, general, gestured towards the distant corpse of the great shaman. The essence of the blood transformed after the death of a shaman tribe is indeed a rare treasure. Little brother, you have saved me. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so I shall bestow upon you this drop of great shaman's blood. At that moment, although the imposing and colossal corpse exuded no signs of life, the shamanic patterns adorning its surface continued to emit a force that confined the surroundings. With a resolute shout, the bull demon summoned the great shaman's corpse before him, utilizing his own spiritual energy to extract the precious blood. Moments later, this impervious body began to wither rapidly, drained of its energy, reducing to a mere shell. A fist-sized droplet of great shaman's blood shimmering with radiant shamanic patterns, hovered in the palm of the bull demon general. "Here, take it," he said generously, presenting the great shaman's blood. "Do not stand on ceremony with me." "I had no intention of being formal," Liu Chen replied, accepting the offering with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He promptly sat cross-legged and began the process of refining the blood on the spot. To complete the revenge of the prince of the demon clan, all that was required was to refine this essence. The bull demon general chuckled softly, assisting Liu Chen in navigating the formation while gradually tending to his own wounds. At this moment, the battle within the Bronze Gorge was nearing its conclusion. The shamanic forces, leaderless due to the fall of their chief shaman, quickly descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the demon soldiers launched a counterattack, driving the shamanic warriors out of the gorge. As Liu Chen grasped the shamanic blood, he could distinctly sense the formidable and tyrannical power contained within it. The moment it made contact with his skin, this force surged into his acupoints, coursing through his veins in a tumultuous dance, as if seeking to claim this mere celestial body as its own. However, soon enough, 5 extraordinarily pure strands of elemental spiritual energy emerged within Liu Chen's internal organs, swiftly suppressing the essence of the great shaman's blood within his acupoints. His limbs and bones began to rapidly absorb this primal energy. Successfully refined a drop of great shaman's blood, completing the revenge of the prince of the demon clan. Heavenly Tao's punishment lifted. A melodious voice resonated in Liu Chen's ears. Finally, this troublesome predicament has been resolved. Liu Chen exhaled a long breath, internally sighing. Now, only the task concerning the cause of Hongyun's death remains. Yet this task hinges on the pivotal figures of the demon master Xuanhuang and the ancestor of the underworld river, and it can only be completed after the conclusion of the shaman-demon war. As the essence of the great shaman's blood was absorbed into Liu Chen's being, the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong he had previously learned by the Eastern Sea began to operate autonomously within him. His limbs and meridians underwent a profound transformation, elevated to new heights through the synergistic refining of the domineering great shaman's blood and the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. A low hum resonated as the resplendent, which markings emerged upon Liu Chen's skin, appearing more pronounced and formidable than ever before. It was evident that he felt his physique had been amplified several times, now possessing a defensive capability rivaling that of a grand witch. "Remarkable indeed, young lord," murmured the bull demon general, seated cross-legged nearby to recuperate. "To have fully refined a drop of pure grand witch's blood so swiftly, such speed is indeed beyond my own capabilities." He silently added that the prowess of the 3-legged golden crow was certainly not something mere mortals like them could compare to. Liu Chen sat in tranquil meditation, awaiting the complete absorption of this primordial power. Suddenly, a deep, resonant horn sounded from the direction of the witch army. "Curse those wretched witches! They are about to launch another assault," the bull demon exclaimed furiously, having finished his healing. They managed to restore the 12 capital heavenly god array. Just as he spoke, a longer horn blast echoed from the demon army's direction. The bull demon general immediately focused, straining to listen intently. This time, the horn's call was notably extended, clearly conveying a military order to the demon troops on the battlefield. Liu Chen, unable to comprehend, remained seated, continuing to absorb the essence. "The Emperor Jun has arrived at the front lines," exclaimed the bull demon general, his voice a mixture of astonishment and joy. "He intends to employ the Hunyuan Hulua formation alongside the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. The 12 capital heavenly god array of the witch clan is truly finished this time." Liu Chen slightly opened his eyes, surprised by the rapid arrival of Emperor Jun at the front. It seemed that the protracted conflict between the witches and demons, which had endured for eons and claimed countless lives, was nearing its conclusion. The 2 clans appeared to be on the brink of obliteration. "Let's return," Liu Chen proclaimed to the bull demon general. "We must establish the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, harnessing the power of our demon kin to channel the celestial energies. I believe we shall soon hear the horn signaling our retreat." Indeed, as soon as Liu Chen's words fell, the horn from the rear of the demon army sounded once more. The bull demon general perked up his ears, and after a moment of attentive listening, he exclaimed in delight, "You were right, young lord. Your foresight is commendable." His gaze towards Liu Chun brimmed with admiration, and a thought solidified in his mind. This young lord was indeed the illegitimate son of the Eastern Emperor, possessing an uncanny ability to foresee events. "Retreat, retreat," commanded the bull demon general, gathering the remnants of his troops and leading Liu Chun back to their encampment. Shortly thereafter, they continued their march. In the direction where the army of Lich is stationed, 12 formidable presences soared into the sky in an instant. 11 ancestral witches of the Witch clan, accompanied by Grand Witch, promptly summoned the essence of their kin, orchestrating the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation in the celestial expanse. The vigorous primordial power of Pangu coalesced in the atmosphere, and a colossal hand materialized at the center of the formation. The potent phantom of Pangu gradually emerged, exuding an unparalleled aura as it moved deliberately towards the army of the demon clan, clearing a path for the witch forces below. In the opposing direction where the demon army was encamped, a spiritually vibrant artifact resembling both a tome and a tortoise shell, adorned with floral and insect motifs, surged from the military tents into the heavens. This was the Emperor of Demons' exquisite companion treasure, He Tu and Luo Shu. It radiated immense spiritual energy, mingling with several other artifacts in the vicinity. Another grand formation of primordial origin, the Xuanhuang Luo formation, unfurled in the sky, obstructing the advance of the Pangu phantom. In an instant, from the direction of the demon army's tents, hundreds of powerful figures ascended into the sky in succession. Among them, the mightiest demon experts each deployed their own treasures, collaborating with numerous demon saints and commanders to harness the celestial power of the stars. The magnificent Zhou Tian star formation enveloped the battlefield of the witch and demon conflict. Chapter 77. Entering the heart of the Zhou Tian star array and beginning to comprehend the formation, the Zhou Tian star array was initially designed with the sun star and the moon star serving as the primary energy sources at its core, drawing upon the might of myriad demon generals and billions of demon soldiers, each wielding celestial banners to channel the power of the stars above. However, as the array had now departed from the confines of the demon court, it was temporarily reliant on the primordial essence of the Eastern Emperor Tai, coupled with the strength of the Eastern Emperor Bell and the spiritual energy of the Xuanhuang, to serve as its core energy source. With a thunderous roar, the returning demon generals and several great demon saints, each holding celestial banners of various sizes, unleashed a vibrant spiritual force to coalesce at the core of the formation, transforming into radiant pillars of light that soared into the heavens. They gradually drew forth the celestial power from the Zhou Tian stars above, channeling it into the battlefield of the witch and demon war, thus amplifying the array's capacity to counteract the malevolent energy of the 12 capital heavenly gods array. The demon emperor Dejuan similarly summoned the accompanying spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, joining forces with the demon master Xuanpeng to form the great array of the primordial river and Luo, which could transform the vast sea into mulberry fields and turn great rivers into deserts. This formidable array spanned the battlefield of the witch and demon conflict. On the side of the witch army, 11 ancestral witches alongside a mighty which acted as the core, drawing upon the malevolent energy of countless witches to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, manifesting as 12 ominous pillars of dark light that propelled the ethereal projection of the Pangu demon god forward. The 12 capital heavenly gods array, the primordial river and Luo array, and the Zhou Tian star array, 3 grand arrays of the primordial world, unfurled across the boundless battlefield. In that moment, the spiritual energy of this realm became intensely chaotic. Malevolent energy, stellar power, and Luo spiritual energy surged violently through every inch of this space. At this juncture, the battlefield truly embodied the essence of the cataclysm of the primordial world. Countless demon soldiers and witch warriors, merely traversing the field or charging forth, would, in an instant of carelessness, be crushed into a sanguinary pulp by a surge of potent, malevolent energy or spiritual force, leading to their untimely demise, often without even a cry of anguish. The entire battlefield was steeped in an atmosphere of lethal intent, with countless lives extinguished with each fleeting moment. Indeed, the saying beneath the sage, "All are but ants," rang profoundly true. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but reflect deeply as he was escorted by the formidable bull demon general, swiftly traversing the battlefield towards the rear. It was during this perilous journey that he truly grasped the weight of the adage regarding a single misstep leading to eternal regret. Countless demon soldiers and generals had once stood beside him, yet in the blink of an eye, one miscalculation could lead to them being indiscriminately crushed in a blood and mud by an unexpected surge of spiritual power or malevolence. When departing from the Bronze Gorge, the bull demon general had rallied approximately 100,000 demon soldiers, yet now fewer than several hundred remained. The fallen were not slain by the witch army, but were instead obliterated by the onslaught of sudden, malevolent energy. The perilous nature of this conflict was unmistakable. At this moment, I have come to understand the role of celestial fate, Liu Ruyan mused quietly, witnessing a demon soldier beside him being erased by a sudden surge of malevolent energy. A deep, oppressive malevolence surged forth from shadowy corner, potent enough to obliterate even the mightiest of celestial beings, charging straight towards Liu Ruyan's position. Panic ensued. "We are doomed." The countenance of the nearby ox demon general shifted dramatically as he prepared to shield Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, too, felt the gravity of the situation, his mind racing as he contemplated unleashing the Eastern Emperor Bell within him to counter this lethal strike. In the heavens above, the Eastern Emperor Tai orchestrated the grand celestial formation at its core. His thoughts stirred inexplicably. A fleeting glance revealed a familiar figure on the battlefield below, perilously close to being annihilated by the overwhelming malevolence. "So you are here." With a swift motion of his sleeve, Eastern Emperor Tai unleashed a force of stellar energy, shattering the dark aura. "Come here," he commanded, and in the midst of manipulating the formation, he summoned Liu Ruyan from thousands of miles away with a gentle pull of the stellar power. Indeed, the providence of the celestial order proved formidable. Liu Ruyan initially believed it was the divine will aiding him when suddenly he found himself uncontrollably soaring over the vast battlefield, piercing through the outer barriers of the grand formation, bypassing the demon saints within, and entering the very heart of the stellar energy-infused array. Am I truly standing at the center of the grand celestial formation? Liu Ruyan marveled in astonishment and delight, observing his surroundings. At this moment, the strikingly handsome Eastern Emperor Tai stood protectively behind him, skillfully maneuvering the entire formation in conjunction with the Xuanhuang Cauldron array to thwart the onslaught of Pangu's ethereal shadow. This was Liu Chen's inaugural visit to this realm. One could argue that aside from him, no modern soul had ever set foot here. In his previous life, he had only briefly served as a substitute, controlling a small star banner on the periphery of the grand celestial formation during the climactic finale of the battle between the Wu and the Lich. Now, in this life, he had fortuitously arrived at the very center of the formation. This was not merely a rare occurrence. It was an opportunity laden with immeasurable potential. It is essential to note that in his past life, any individual who had directly observed the three supreme formations of the Wu and Lich tribes had, to varying extents, enhanced their understanding of the formations post-battle. Hence, Liu Ruyan aspired to elevate his status within the demon court, aiming to secure a pivotal role in both formations. This would not only facilitate his strategic acquisition of several significant artifacts, but also enhance his comprehension of the formations. You are observing the evolution of the Grand Celestial Formation up close. Understanding of the Grand Celestial Formation 1. Current level of comprehension. What? Liu Ruyan was both astonished and elated. This I have directly grasped 1% of the Grand Celestial Formation. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he toiled tirelessly for the demon race, and by the end of the Great War, he had only achieved a 5% understanding of the Grand Celestial Formation. Yet in this life, he had attained 1% comprehension in mere moments. Now, the Emperor's elder brother has arrived at the front lines. Dong Wang Tai, without turning back, inquired, What do you believe will become of this great battle? How? Will it not end with all perishing? Liu Chen, who was meticulously observing the operation of the Zhoutian star array, was caught off guard by the question, nearly blurting out his response. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly replied, "If my memory serves me correctly, the focal point of the Zhoutian star array should originally be the sun star and the moon star. The primal forces of these two celestial bodies have now been supplanted by your majesty and Lord Fushi's powers, which, I fear, will significantly diminish its potency. Without the sun star and the moon star, the Zhoutian star array may only temporarily impede the advance of the 12 capital heavenly fiends array, resulting in minimal impact on the outcome. In truth, even with the powers of the sun star and the moon star included, it would still be unable to halt the 12 capital heavenly fiends battle," Liu Chen silently added in his heart. Upon hearing Liu Chen's rather disheartening remarks, Dongwang Tai, who was manipulating the array, felt no anger. Instead, he was filled with profound admiration. Chapter 78. Comprehending the grand array of celestial bodies, fusion of physical form, and activation of the transaction panel. In the heart of Dongwang Tai, his astonishment towards Liu Chen deepened. Liu Chen's profound understanding of the supreme formations of the Wu and Yao clans was indeed as advanced as his elder brother, Emperor Jun, had claimed. It appeared that he had underestimated Liu Chen's capabilities. As the current master of the grand array of celestial bodies, Dongwang Tai was acutely aware of the circumstances prevailing on the battlefield between the two clans. To outsiders, it might seem that the emergence of the Yao clan's grand array and Emperor Jun's primordial Luo array had successfully impeded the advance of the Wu army, thus stabilizing the situation in the battlefield. However, in reality, both the primordial Luo array and the grand array of celestial bodies were barely holding up. Once the spiritual energy of Yao saints or numerous generals was exhausted, it would signal the moment when the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array, a formidable formation condensed from the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, would reveal its might. At that point, the entire Yao army would be in disarray. The fact that Liu Chen, a mere celestial being, could perceive this layer of complexity genuinely astonished Dongwang Tai. Nevertheless, even with such foresight, Dongwang Tai remained undaunted. In recent days, he and his elder brother, Emperor Jun, had discerned the Yao clan's next course of action based on the subtle hints previously provided by Liu Chen. "You are still merely a celestial being," Dongwang Tai remarked. "Your influence on the entire formation is minimal. It would be more beneficial to seize this opportune moment to closely observe the evolution of our two grand formations, which will serve you immensely. I do not expect you to fully comprehend both formations in such a short time. However, if you can grasp even a fraction of their intricacies, it could aid our Yao clan in regaining our strength in the future." Liu Chen nodded slightly, not intending to recklessly engage in battle with his current strength as a celestial being. Dongwang Tai's suggestion aligned perfectly with his own intentions, prompting him to focus intently on the trajectory of the vast primordial array beneath him. The dense, almost tangible power of the stars flowed gently around Liu Chen, following the laws of celestial movement, continuously supplying the array with an inexhaustible stream of stellar energy, gradually eroding the boundless malevolent aura of the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array located miles away on the battlefield. As Liu Chen observed, his body became still, and his eyes gradually grew distant, unknowingly succumbing to a state of deep immersion. You observed closely the evolution of the celestial star formation, gaining a 2 increase in comprehension of the formation. As you delved deeper into its evolution, you entered a state of enlightenment, further enhancing your understanding by 4. You discerned the operational patterns of the celestial bodies, committing them to memory, which granted you an additional 5 comprehension. Your overall grasp of the celestial star formation has now reached an impressive 43. During the recent tumultuous days of battle, Liu Chen remained sheltered under the protection of the Eastern Emperor Tai, positioned at the heart of the celestial star formation. He meticulously studied the evolution and operational patterns of this extraordinary formation, witnessing a remarkable enhancement in his understanding, which soared to an astonishing 43 in a short span. He contemplated that when the next calamity descends upon the primordial realm, it would coincide with the moment when the demon army retreats to Mount Buzhou, leading to a decisive confrontation between the witch and demon clans, where the upper echelons of both factions would suffer grievous losses. With a faint sigh, Liu Ruyan lifted his gaze towards the chaos beyond the heavens, feeling the insignificance of his power amidst this impending catastrophe, one whose outcome he was aware of yet could not alter. He resolved within himself to hasten the enhancement of his strength before the impending and monumental calamity of the divine sealing descends, vowing not to become an ant that could be easily extinguished by the heavenly Tao. Return countdown time 8. The familiar sound of the heavenly Tao notification echoed in his ears, as Liu Ruyan stood silently within the celestial star formation, awaiting his return. The Eastern Emperor Tai, unexpectedly and almost instinctively, turned to glance at Liu Ruyan, revealing a smile laden with profound meaning. In a fleeting moment, Liu Ruyan's vision blurred, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in the familiar setting of his bedroom. This time, he did not immediately rise to wash up as was his custom. Instead, with a mere thought, a transparent, heavenly Tao panel materialized before him, displaying all the information pertaining to his corporeal form in the Primordial World. At the bottom of the panel, the words Physical Fusion 10 were inscribed. Liu Ruyan was elated to discover that he had indeed summoned the heavenly Tao panel. He pondered what would transpire if he attempted to fuse 10 of his physical form from the celestial realm into his current body. With another thought, he initiated the fusion process. Beginning 10 physical fusion, resonated the sound of the heavenly Tao notification. Suddenly, a tingling sensation surged through Liu Ruyan's limbs and bones, as a powerful spiritual energy surged within his modern, frail body, crashing and swirling like the sound of popping beans. This energy coursed through his weakened form, cleansing his marrow and refining his apertures, infusing them with spiritual power. Buzz! Liu Ruyan instantaneously perceived a remarkable enhancement in his awareness, amplifying thousands of times. The entirety of the city lay enveloped within the scope of his perception. From the minute scurrying of ants in the city's corners to the soaring aircraft traversing the vast expanse of the sky above, all were within his grasp. Among them, several presences emerged within this city, powerful yet still thousands of times weaker than himself. His body brimmed with boundless energy. Was it merely 10% of the power of the heavenly immortal realm? Liu Ruyan lowered his gaze and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! A radiant, resplendent flame, more luminous and scorching than all illumination devices in existence, ignited at his fingertips. The true fire of the scarlet sun emerged in this modern world, bereft of spiritual energy. Liu Ruyan sensed that had he not mastered the force of the flame, this diminutive flicker could have reduced his home to ashes. Gazing at the flame upon his fingertip, a smile gradually spread across his face. The legendary artifacts that had surfaced online in previous lives, ensconced within restricted zones, might indeed be within my reach. Liu Ruyan then accessed the Heavenly Tao interface, deftly navigating to another panel, the Heavenly Tao trading panel. Create your Heavenly Tao trading account ID. The voice of the Heavenly Tao's principles resonated in Liu Ruyan's ears. The trading panel resembled a shop in an online game. Yet this establishment connected all modern transgressors and included a trading chat feature. Thus, it was necessary to create an account first. Establish ID. Xuanhuang Cauldron, Liu Ruyan declared. Xuanhuang Cauldron ID is already taken. Please choose another name. I knew it. Chapter 79. The commencement of mass acquisition of spiritual artifacts. I had anticipated that this ID would inevitably be claimed by some bored netizen. With a sigh of resignation, Liu Ruyan added the letters AAA before the words. Heavenly Tao Trading Account. AAA is being created. Heavenly Tao Trading Account. AAA. Creation complete. Heavenly Tao Trading Account is binding with the body of the Primordial World. Account binding successful. It succeeded. Liu Ruyan promptly opened the Heavenly Tao trading system, revealing a panel reminiscent of an official game store. It displayed some of his basic information. Account ID, AAA, Account Spirit Stone Balance, 103421. Current number of transactions, 0. So, it turns out I have accumulated such a wealth of spirit stones on the battlefield these days. During his time in the Lich battlefield, Liu Ruyan not only seized cultivation resources, but also scavenged the spirit stones and artifacts that fell on the battlefield. He had carelessly tossed them into the Eastern Emperor clock space and had not counted them. To his surprise, in such a short time, he had amassed over 100,000 spirit stones, not counting the artifacts he had already fed to the Eastern Emperor clock. Indeed, profiting from war is a swift path to wealth. No wonder a certain eagle nation enjoys stirring up trouble for no reason. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He then closed the heavenly Tao trading panel, opened his computer, and prepared to draft a post to solicit spiritual artifacts from the wider populace. Several news pop-ups appeared, and Liu Ruyan casually glanced at them, discovering that discussions regarding the premature integration of the primordial physique within the Great Xia civilization had erupted online. After all, Blue Star was not solely inhabited by the Great Xia. There were several other nations. In recent days, they too had integrated into the myths of their respective civilizations and were waging battles in their mythological realms. However, Liu Ruyan's exploitation of a glitch to eliminate the Great, which early allowed the citizens of the Great Xia civilization to integrate their physiques ahead of time, effectively granting all Great Xia citizens a leap towards ascension before the rest of the world. Many foreign friends, upon learning this news, were incensed, hastily climbing the digital ladders to enter the Great Xia National online platform to voice their protests. What the heck? This is unfair. Why do the detestable Great Xia people get to integrate with mythological physiques ahead of time? Oh my god, look at what you have done. Why have only the Great Xia people become superhumans? Have you forsaken your devout citizens? What the heck? This so-called early integration of the Great Xia with mythological physiques is merely the divine choosing our universe's premier nation, the Great Han, allowing us to integrate ahead of time, while the Great Xia people merely bask in our glory. Upon seeing these posts, Liu Ruyan was not surprised, for he understood that the nations entering the Primordial World were not limited to the Great Xia alone. Several other vassal states belonging to the Great Xia civilization, such as the Han and Jiaoji, had also integrated into the primordial civilization. Liu Ruyan was acutely aware that the mythological realms of various civilizations in the later generations would interact with the game zones, much like in his previous life. At the moment of his demise, there had been reports of passages connecting the Xuanhuang World with ancient Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the celestial realms of Takamagara. He paid no heed to such information and promptly opened Douyin, logging into his Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng account to begin composing a revealing post. Greetings, dear netizens. I am Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng. This post is primarily about the heavenly Tao trading panel and the fusion of physical forms. My team and I have unraveled the operational patterns of these two systems. Simultaneously, I wish to procure a substantial quantity of spiritual items through this trading panel. My trading system ID is AAA Xuanhuang by Xiaosheng. Attached is a valuation chart for spiritual items. As Liu Ruyan struck the final line of text and hit send, his post was instantly propelled to the trending list by the eager fans awaiting before their screens. Upon returning to reality, I encountered information regarding the heavenly Tao trading system and the fusion of physical forms, but I hesitated to act recklessly, waiting for the esteemed by Xiaosheng to elucidate. So that's what it meant. I knew the great by Xiaosheng Wu Ti let me down. Is by Xiaosheng looking to acquire spiritual items in bulk? I have several unused spiritual items in my storage bag. I wonder if they might be of use to you. Bro, you've provided so much valuable information before. I have a few spiritual items I'm willing to sell at a discount. Why is there AAA before the account ID? Does it hold some special significance? Liu Ruyan casually glanced over these responses, quite pleased with the netizens' replies. It appeared that the credibility he had built by freely sharing information online was quite high. Yet, he pondered how they would react if they discovered that the infamous EC Slayer was none other than himself. A slight smirk played on Liu Ruyan's lips as he logged out of his account, fully aware that he had succeeded. When he next opened the heavenly Tao trading panel, thousands of trade requests had already appeared. This method was indeed far more efficient than scavenging item by item in the Xuanhuang world. The power of the masses was truly formidable. Liu Chen sighed softly and closed the trading panel. After a brief freshening up, he stepped outside, donned the celestial fox mask, and his form transformed into a crimson streak, racing towards the direction of Takamagara, as recalled in his memories. In the capital city, at the Xiahou residence. Ah, how delightful! Xiahou Tian reclined on the sofa, exhaling a long breath after completing the fusion of physical forms as revealed by Hong Huang by Xiaosheng. He immediately felt an infinite elevation in his body, which had suffered from debilitation due to nights of revelry. Now, leveraging the exploitation of those under the Xiahou family, he had successfully ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals. Although still far behind the leading figure of the Tao ranking, the peak of the celestial realm. The Eastern Seas Slaughterer, this recent 10 fusion of physical prowess has nonetheless elevated his body to an unparalleled state. In recent days, the advisors under the command of the Xiahou family have come to a clear realization. The Necromancer battlefield represents a critical opportunity for the rise of modern individuals. Consequently, Xiahou Tian promptly ordered all members of the Xiahou family to enlist in the army of the Witch Clan. This decision has allowed the Xiahou family to amass countless spirit stones and spiritual artifacts on the battlefield, albeit at the cost of significant casualties among their ranks. However, to Xiahou Tian, this was of little consequence. In his view, those who joined the Xiahou family were merely his dogs. He then held up his tablet, gazing intently at the final line of the latest post from the esteemed Hong Huang by Xiaosheng, and inquired of his assistant, "Does the addition of the letters AAA before this account ID hold any special significance?" Chapter 80. Journey to the Basin Kingdom to seize the national treasure. The impeccably dressed assistant, upon hearing the master's inquiry, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the phrase AAA for a moment. An answer began to form in his mind, yet he furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I fear it may simply be a name he chose at random." No, Xiahou Tian countered, gazing intently at the final line on the tablet. He delved into an earnest analysis. It cannot be a mere coincidence that he selected this ID. I have meticulously reviewed every post made by and discovered that each piece of information he shares is verifiable within the realm, without exception. The individual behind the account is exceedingly cautious and would not act frivolously regarding their account ID. Why not name it BBB or CCC? Xiahou Tian lifted a glass filled with red wine from the table and gently swirled it, speaking with confidence. The choice of this ID must hold significance. Hiss! The assistant, absorbing the master's coherent analysis, began to see the merit in his reasoning. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the 3 capital letters AAA, and nodded in agreement. It is highly plausible. AAA could represent a special code akin to Morse, intended to convey a specific message or denote a particular identity. For instance, like FBL, which refers to the Federal Bureau of Investigation of the Eagle Nation, this AAA may also symbolize a certain identity or profession related to. Xiahou Tian's eyes sparkled with revelation as he took a delicate sip of red wine, exclaiming with excitement, "Your line of thought is indeed astute. Let us pursue this reasoning and search for similar account IDs on the Heavenly Tao trading panel, such as AAA, BBB, or accounts containing letters. We are sure to uncover clues regarding this." The assistant nodded in affirmation and promptly turned to execute the plan. "Afthor, Xiaotian Shuklat, wielded. You pride yourself on being cautious, yet I wonder how this cunning rabbit will elude my grasp this time." Liu Chen, employing the Golden Crow transformation divine ability, soared swiftly towards the Basin Chicken Kingdom. Although his physical integration was only at 10%, his speed still surpassed that of all modern transportation. Thus, within mere minutes, he traversed from the southern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, crossing the Eastern Sea, and arrived at the Fuji Mountain of the Basin Chicken. Much of the time wasted during his journey was due to his excessive speed, leading to occasional misdirection. At the moment when it descended upon the Great Xia Kingdom, the other nations of Blue Star were also experiencing the advent of their own mythologies, with numerous renowned mountains and rivers undergoing monumental transformations, becoming realms that are difficult for human bodies to explore. The origins of these prohibited lands primarily stem from the influence of a certain powerful spiritual artifact. Take, for instance, Mount Fuji, revered in the legends of the Foot Basin Chicken people, which has been profoundly affected by the legendary national treasure, the 8-span jeweled yoke. At this moment, Liu Ruyan hovers above Mount Fuji. This funnel-shaped dormant volcano has undergone a remarkable transformation. The mountain range has risen dramatically, towering several times higher than before, enveloped by a vast foggy formation. Beneath Mount Fuji, numerous inhabitants of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation have sensed the anomalies and are eager to explore. Their attire resembles that of the onmyoji or ninjas depicted in cinematic works, as they stand before the formation surrounding Mount Fuji, employing ninjutsu or summoning spirits to probe its depths. Liu Ruyan understands that the divine mythological civilization of Takamagura, a subsidiary of the Great Xia's primordial civilization, has infused its people with enhanced vitality through their integration with the entire primordial civilization. Thus, these individuals have likely discerned the powerful spiritual artifact concealed within Mount Fuji and aspire to seize it. Who is that person suspended in the sky? At this moment, the Foot Basin Chicken people at the foot of the mountain have also noticed Liu Ruyan, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. What does he seek? His attire does not resemble that of our great river people. Could he be from the Great Xia? Absolutely not. The treasures within this mountain are our national artifact. This Great Xia individual intends to claim our national treasure. We cannot allow him to succeed. A cacophony of voices erupted from below, and Liu Ruyan caught only the gist of their words, bemused. Your national treasure? You can only gaze upon it, and cannot touch it. Do you believe he will acquiesce to your demands? Whoever seizes it shall claim it. With that, Liu Ruyan transformed into a streak of light and darted towards the fog-laden formation below. The onmyoji and summoned spirits sensed Liu Ruyan's movement, drawing swords or inscribing talismans, employing every means at their disposal to thwart him. Stand azida. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly. Anyone who dares take another step forward shall face dire consequences. If all goes as anticipated, Liu Ruyan, having assimilated 10% of the celestial body and embodying the extreme path of the 5 elements Golden Crow, can now be considered the most formidable single carbon-based entity on the entire blue star. Although he does not possess the same penchant for reckless abandon as Azu, he certainly does not intend to coddle the Foot Basin Chicken individuals before him. Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's admonition, the Foot Basin Chicken people were momentarily stunned, with several retreating silently behind their companions. A few, undeterred by the warning, shouted defiantly, brandishing their swords and summoning spirits as they charged forward. Go! Liu Ruyan scoffed, and dozens of flying swords materialized behind him, racing towards those who obstructed his path. With merely 10% of his primordial physique capabilities, and despite the 90% reduction of all his supernatural powers and physical strength, Liu Ruyan remained an insurmountable force that the insignificant beings from the Chicken Basin could not withstand. In but an instant, the throng of individuals surged forth, only to collapse amidst a pool of blood. How ruthless is this man from the Great Xia? My heavens! He is a notorious god of slaughter from the Eastern Sea. I have seen that video on the Great Xia National website. Indeed, he is the merciless god of slaughter. Among the remaining individuals from the Chicken Basin, some recognized his identity through Liu Ruyan's formidable methods and turned to flee, no longer daring to utter a single word. They could only watch from a distance as Liu Ruyan approached their sacred mountain, their faces etched with resentment, akin to impotent husbands. Liu Ruyan had no time for trivialities. Having acquired the divine artifact from Mount Fuji, he needed to make his way to Olympus. He strode toward Mount Fuji. A powerful, invisible barrier obstructed Liu Ruyan at the mountain's base. The tyrannical essence of blazing sun fire erupted from Liu Ruyan's sword, surging forth towards the barrier of the Grand Formation. With a resounding crash, the intangible shield surrounding the entire formation shattered into fine dust. Liu Ruyan stepped into the enshrouding mist. Chapter 81. In the grand tradition of our Great Xia, there is an ancient adage: to seize the Tiansong Yunjian. Liu Ruyan strode confidently into the mist, unperturbed by the prospect of failure. After all, he was no longer the youth who had once claimed the Xuanhuang Bell. He now possessed the formidable physique of the extreme Tao, 5 elements spirit body, complemented by the partial abilities of the innate treasure, the Xuanhuang Bell. Exploring a forbidden realm in a post-magical era was indeed well within his capabilities. As Liu Ruyan ventured deeper, the scenery before him transformed. It was not the barren, snow-capped visage of Mount Fuji he recalled, but rather a paradise replete with melodious birdsong, fragrant blossoms, and the gentle sound of flowing springs. A mirage. I have entered a realm of illusion. Realizing his predicament, Liu Ruyan extended his senses, only to find them abruptly suppressed, rendering the true nature of this illusion impenetrable. Intriguing. It appears this illusion is quite formidable, Liu Ruyan mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, this also suggested that the more powerful the illusion, the higher the caliber of treasures concealed within. With a resounding thud, Liu Ruyan summoned the Xuanhuang Bell to hover above his head, shielding himself as he began his ascent. After a considerable time, he glanced upward toward the mountain's peak, only to realize something was amiss. Despite his steady pace and unwavering direction toward the summit, it felt as if he were merely treading water, the distance to the peak unchanged. Merely walking would not suffice to escape this illusion, Liu Ruyan contemplated. With a sudden thought, he plunged into the Xuanhuang Bell, utilizing its unique ability to shatter the suppressive formations as he charged toward the summit. With a resonant boom, a dark yellow halo radiated from the surface of the Xuanhuang Bell, its overwhelming aura subduing the atmosphere of the entire illusion. Before Liu Ruyan's eyes, the illusion dissipated, revealing that he had emerged from the mirage, standing once again at the periphery of the foggy formation surrounding Mount Fuji. Have I emerged again? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Indeed, the Xuanhuang Bell had extricated him from the illusion, yet he had not uncovered the key to its mysteries. It seemed that the significant treasure within was no trivial matter. Although its quality was evidently inferior to the Xuanhuang Bell and could not suppress his incomplete innate treasure, it possessed a uniquely potent ability to fabricate illusions. A thought struck Liu Ruyan, and he devised a strategy. During the refinement of his extreme Tao, 5 elements spirit body, he had acquired the ability of the falling treasure gold coin, enabling him to utilize merit power to eliminate weapons such as swords and spears. The core of this illusion formation was evidently of a grade inferior to the Xuanhuang Bell, likely not reaching the level of a top-tier innate spirit treasure. Thus, the falling treasure ability should prove effective. With determination, Liu Ruyan pointed toward the illusionary formation and called out, "Fall!" A surge of metal elemental spiritual power shot forth, hurtling toward the misty formation. With a resounding thud, the fog before Liu Ruyan instantly dissipated, revealing a quaintly designed bronze mirror lying on the ground nearby. Baga. In the distance, the inhabitants of the Foot Basin Chicken Kingdom, who had yet to depart, caught sight of the bronze mirror and immediately erupted in excitement. This is the divine artifact of our great river nation, the 8-foot mirror. To their astonishment, the legendary 8-foot mirror had appeared here. They could not allow this Daxia individual to seize their national treasure. This was a matter of honor for our great river nation. Indeed, it was imperative that he be prevented from taking it. A throng of Foot Basin chicken people, witnessing the emergence of the 8-foot mirror, were uncertain whether their overwhelming sense of national pride was genuine or merely a manifestation of greed, and they began to shout fervently, each employing their own tactics to rush forward, completely disregarding Liu Ruyan's previous threat. The national artifact, the 8-foot mirror? It sounded intriguing. Liu Ruyan let out a cold snort. With a mere thought, 36 extreme Taoist flying swords soared forth, hovering before the clamorous crowd of Foot Basin chicken citizens, effectively barring their advance. There exists an ancient saying in our Daxia kingdom: a common man is innocent, yet possesses a precious object. A century ago, you imparted this lesson upon us. Now, I return it to you. With a resounding hum, a gung metal flying sword sliced through the air, slaying several of the Foot Basin chicken nation's Yin-Yang masters on the spot. Who dares to take another step forward? Such would be your fate. The previously indignant Foot Basin chicken citizens, filled with a sense of national honor, instantly reverted to the impotent husbands of the film. casting a resentful glance towards the distant 8-foot mirror, now too fearful to advance. Liu Ruyan stepped forward, retrieving the 8-foot mirror. As his thoughts scanned its properties and grade, they immediately materialized in his mind. Intricate prohibitive patterns adorned its surface, categorizing it between mid-grade to high-grade innate spiritual treasures in the primordial realm. Its functions resembled a low-tier version of the map of mountains and rivers, capable of concealing its owner's destiny and whereabouts while also generating a powerful illusion. Without potent means or treasures, it would be challenging to escape its grasp. What a remarkable find! Before the impotent husbands who stood behind him, Liu Ruyan stowed away their national treasure, the 8-foot mirror. Soon, the time for the great battle against the Lich would arrive, during which countless artifacts and potent essences would fall. This mirror, capable of concealing both movements and destiny, would prove invaluable at that moment. Liu Ruyan lifted his gaze towards the towering mountains before him. The treasure-seeking abilities of the treasure-hunting mouse indicated that there seemed to be 2 more treasures atop the mountain. Indeed, the national treasures of the Foot Basin Chicken Kingdom total 3. In addition to this 8-foot mirror, there exists a Tian Tsong Cloud Sword and an 8-foot Xiong Jade Pendant. Those 2 spiritual treasures must be the remaining national artifacts. It wouldn't be right to leave 1 or 2 behind. It was perfect to gather them all. As Liu Ruyan continued his ascent, he had flown halfway up the mountain when a sudden alert from his senses prompted his body to instinctively retreat several meters. A powerful and overwhelming sword aura surged forth, striking the ground where Liu Ruyan had once stood, creating a gaping chasm several meters deep. What an extraordinary display of sword energy! Liu Ruyan could not help but marvel. For in this era of decline on Blue Star, his own ultimate 5-element flying sword, even at full strength, could not achieve such a feat remarkably. What had just been unleashed was merely a strand of ordinary sword energy, yet it was so formidable. Without the aid of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, Liu Ruyan knew he would have had no chance of withstanding that sword aura relying solely on his physical prowess. As he gazed upward, Liu Ruyan noticed a small shrine atop a nearby hillside. Atop the shrine rested a sword of unpretentious design, emanating wisps of domineering sword energy that filled the entire space. Blocking Liu Ruyan's path, that could only be the Tian Tsong Yun sword, one of the 3 national treasures. Liu Ruyan summoned the Eastern Emperor's Bell, and with a resonant chime, the deep sound reverberated through the air, releasing waves of yellowish spiritual energy that suppressed the surrounding area. This protective aura encircled Liu Ruyan, allowing him to slowly traverse the domain ravaged by the sword energy as he made his way towards the shrine. Chapter 82. The Origin of Amaterasu. The Chicken Man breaches the Great Defense. Behold, the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Under the protection of the Eastern Emperor Bell, Liu Ruyan approached the divine altar. He unleashed the overwhelming suppressive power of this innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, subduing the formidable sword energy emitted by the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Gradually, he grasped the hilt and sheathed the sword. In an instant, the powerful sword energy that had dispersed around him swiftly returned to the sword. As Liu Ruyan's consciousness brushed against the Amaterasu Cloud Sword, he felt a peculiar sensation. How could this Amaterasu Cloud Sword merely be classified as a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure? That shouldn't be the case. The 8-foot realm consists of superior-grade, innate treasures. Logically, the Amaterasu Cloud Sword should be far more potent, possessing a higher grade. Pondering over this mystery, Liu Ruyan delved his spiritual sense into the sword sheath. His pupils suddenly constricted. Wait a moment. So that is it. To his astonishment, Liu Ruyan discovered that the Amaterasu Cloud Sword itself was not a treasure capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. However, within its sheath resided a precious strand of profound sword energy. By refining this strand of sword energy, one could attain the true essence of the sword, elevating one's mastery of the sword to its utmost pinnacle. Realizing this, Liu Ruyan carefully drew out the pure white strand of sword energy from the sheath. In an instant, the entire realm was inundated with a lethal sword aura. Were it not for the protective yellow and black radiance emanating from the Eastern Emperor Bell, he would have been reduced to mere blood and flesh. Truly, the sword energy of the Tao possesses a fierce temperament. With a resigned sigh, Liu Chen returned the Tao sword energy to the sheath, understanding that fully refining the strand of sword energy would require some time. He stowed the Amaterasu cloud sword, now imbued with the Tao sword energy, into his possession. There was no urgency in refining it. After all, in the primordial world, time was of little value. The ongoing battle between the witch and the demon was still underway, with the great array of the heavenly stars and the great array of the primordial river and Luo contending against the 12 capital heavenly gods array, which would take a while longer. Liu Chen still had to comprehend the great array of the heavenly stars and the great array of the primordial river and Luo, along with refining the Tao sword energy and the 8-foot mirror. He had many tasks ahead and no need to rush. For now, he wished to see what the supreme artifact of the Chicken Man Kingdom, the 8-foot jade hook, would be like. He had a premonition that it would undoubtedly surpass both the 8-foot mirror and the Tao sword energy in magnificence. Filled with anticipation, Liu Chen began his ascent to the mountain peak. Mount Fuji, a dormant volcano, bore a snowy summit with a concave shape at its center. Liu Chen cautiously ventured inside, holding the Eastern Imperial Bell overhead, occasionally glancing about, ever ready to retreat. The sword energy of the Amaterasu cloud sword had prepared him. Although his body could almost declare that he no longer consumed beef and Blue Star, there remained a considerable chance of encountering peril. Unexpectedly, Liu Chen proceeded with utmost caution, and as he approached the central southern peak of the mountain, he encountered no apparent dangers. How curious! Could it be that I have been overly cautious? With a heart full of trepidation, Liu Chen slowly advanced toward the mouth of the volcano. At that moment, a jade-green hook pendant, no larger than a finger, hovered in the air, radiating a spectrum of colors. Liu Chen was certain that this was the illustrious 8-chi Qiong hook, the foremost of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Jiaping Chicken Nation. Astonishingly, there was no danger. With a mix of relief and regret, Liu Chen approached the hook. Before reaching out to claim the 8-chi Qiong hook, he raised the Xuanhuang bell above his head, shielding himself while simultaneously employing a suppression skill to dominate the surrounding space, prepared to escape at a moment's notice. Yet, even as Liu Chen grasped the 8-chi Qiong hook in his hand, no unforeseen events transpired. It seemed he had indeed been overly concerned. While he felt a sense of relief, a pang of disappointment lingered. For the more powerful a divine treasure, the greater the pressure and danger it exuded. The complete lack of reaction from the 8-chi Qiong hook indicated it might merely be a mundane object. Liu Chen extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the 8-chi Qiong hook in his possession, and its purpose swiftly manifested within his mind. Could it truly be an ordinary item? As he delved deeper into his investigation, the information relayed by his spiritual perception momentarily dashed his hopes. Akin to the exquisite jade pan he possessed, it could absorb the spiritual energy of the world to nourish its owner's physical form, albeit to a greater extent. But was that all? Liu Chen continued to probe deeper with his spiritual awareness and suddenly uncovered something peculiar within. A source of Amaterasu? What was this? Was the Amaterasu a deity of the Jiaping Chicken Nation? Liu Chen was well versed in the myths of the primordial world, but his knowledge of other civilizations, such as the myths of the Jiaping Chicken Nation, the celestial realm, Norse mythology, and ancient Greek mythology, was merely superficial. He could recount the names of deities or significant events, yet he was utterly ignorant of finer details. He only knew that Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and Susanoo were the 3 principal deities of the Jiaping Chicken mythology, the creators of the Jiaping civilization, while all else remained a mystery. The term source of Amaterasu, taken literally, suggested something akin to the laws of the great Tao, undoubtedly a significant entity. He would keep it for now and await the opening of the passage between the primordial continent and the celestial realm to gain further understanding. In his past life, as the world of the primordial and other mythological civilizations evolved, passages would gradually connect. In modern times, people could traverse between these realms through such pathways. In the realm of high celestial mythology, considered a subsidiary civilization of primordial legends, it is said that their chief deity's principal adversary, the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi, was none other than the great sorcerer Kry. After being vanquished and losing a head, he shattered the barrier between two civilizations and fled into the domain of high celestial mythology, where he thrived in power and influence. Setting aside these thoughts, Liu Ruyan gathered his focus and resolved to acquire the divine artifact atop Mount Olympus before anything else. He secured the sacred 8-foot mirror into his possession and invoked the transformation of the Golden Crow, soaring westward with great haste. Beneath Mount Fuji, a group of individuals from the Foot Basin Nation witnessed Liu Ruyan pillaging their revered artifacts, absconding with them before nonchalantly departing, leaving their defenses utterly breached. Unbelievable! How outrageous! This person from the great Xia nation has gone too far, they exclaimed, outraged by his blatant disregard for martial ethics in seizing the national treasures of their illustrious riverine civilization. We must protest. Let us seek diplomatic avenues to voice our grievances. This despicable act must be exposed online, so that all of Blue Star may condemn their shameless behavior. When news of Liu Ruyan, the East Sea god of death, committing acts of murder and theft in the Foot Basin Nation broke, it stirred a tempest on the great Xia internet. Some expressed their satisfaction, proclaiming, "How gratifying! Haha, the heavens are watching. The East Sea god of death did well. I previously scorned his actions in the East Sea, but now I am fully converted. If I possessed such powers, I would certainly tread upon Kyoto to admire the cherry blossoms." I second that sentiment. To be fair, I believe his actions were rather extreme. Why didn't he eliminate that entire group beneath Mount Fuji? He left one or two behind. Conversely, dissenting voices emerged. Indeed, the top ranker of the celestial rankings is a true slayer, with a vile disposition. His reckless actions could easily tarnish our great Xia's international image. Such behavior is a blatant affront to the reputation of our people. He must be tracked down and dealt with. However, these posts were swiftly overshadowed by the fervent concerns of netizens, as the majority expressed their apprehensions. Chapter 83. The Invisibility Helmet of Hades? However, the majority expressed concern regarding the existence of this Eastern Sea god of death. Seizing the national artifact of the Foot Basin Chicken Kingdom seems trivial to me. My greater worry is his overwhelming combat prowess and its potential impact on global stability. Indeed, he represents a significant, uncontrollable variable. After all, he is the Eastern Sea god of death, with a precedent of slaughtering millions. What if he suddenly decides to abstain from beef? Oh, great god of death, please spare me. I have never spoken ill of you online. Do you aspire to rule the world, great god of death? With just a wave of your hand, I would gladly follow. Such expressions of concern have prompted many to reflect. These thoughts hold merit. After all, the entirety of the great Xia civilization has integrated 10% of the physique from the Primordial World, while this elusive figure, reigning supreme on the heavenly Tao leaderboard, has attained a terrifying pinnacle of celestial immortality, far surpassing other denizens of great Xia. In essence, this individual could be regarded as the strongest carbon-based life form on the entire blue planet, should he wish to dominate it. Such a feat is not beyond possibility. Instantly, a multitude of posts emerge, voicing apprehension over this matter. Liu Ruyan is en route to Mount Olympus, casually extracting his phone to peruse the trending news online, hoping to recall some information from his past life concerning these contemporary artifacts. In his previous existence, there had been no unexpected birth of a physique fused with the Primordial World. His primary focus had been on information regarding the myths of the Primordial era. International affairs felt distant and rarely drew his attention, unless an earth-shattering artifact emerged or a Forbidden Zone's restrictions were lifted, events that would provoke global astonishment. Presently, he remains entirely uninformed about the situation atop Mount Olympus. As he browses the news, Liu Ruyan inevitably encounters discussions concerning himself. Overthinking the situation, he chuckles wryly. I currently lack the strength to rule the earth, nor do I harbor any desire to do so. This is the truth. Had his physique from the Primordial World integrated completely, Liu Ruyan, with his celestial immortality, would indeed be able to traverse the blue planet with ease. However, with only a 10% integration, the potential for misstep remains. The first rule of prudence is to refrain from undertaking endeavors lacking complete certainty. Moreover, and most importantly, Liu Ruyan is not inclined to squander time on ventures where the effort does not correlate with the returns, according to his past life memories. As the mythological world descends upon the blue planet, its renowned mountains and rivers will undergo monumental transformations, unveiling countless artifacts and treasures. Instead of fretting, it would be more prudent to seize this invaluable window of opportunity, gathering the artifacts of various civilizations before the mythos fully manifests. Only then will he find the moment to truly showcase his abilities. At last, he has arrived. In a moment of profound contemplation, Liu Ruyan arrived beneath the majestic Olympus. To his astonishment, the transformed Olympus was indeed grandiose. Much like Mount Fuji, this hallowed mountain had undergone a monumental metamorphosis. However, unlike the petty and subordinate civilizations of the Chicken Basin, this sacred peak from ancient Greek mythology exhibited a far more significant transformation, its towering ridges resembling colossal pillars reaching skyward. From its base to its summit, the vista extended upwards, revealing hundreds of magnificent golden temples. The grandeur was unparalleled and shrouded in mystery. Most of these temples had crumbled into ruins, yet a select few still stood resolute, having withstood the test of time. Fortune smiled upon Liu Ruyan as he beheld the radiant scene of Olympus, realizing that it must conceal numerous divine artifacts. While Mount Fuji harbored merely 3 items of superior, innate spiritual treasure quality, the enigmatic allure of Olympus suggested it was replete with divine relics. Indeed, the profundity of the mythological civilization of the chief god transcended that of any subordinate civilization. Liu Ruyan descended to the foot of Olympus, his experience from exploring Mount Fuji granting him a newfound steadiness. He no longer dared to ascend the mountain recklessly. At the base of Olympus, countless Europeans had gathered. News of this sacred mountain's emergence had spread like wildfire across Europe, yet the distant Great Xia, with its own renowned mountains and rivers, had overshadowed this revelation. Oh my God, look who has arrived. Upon witnessing Liu Ruyan's descent, his distinctive attire led to immediate recognition of his identity. After all his exploits in the Chicken Basin, where he had seized 3 national treasures, had already become a sensational topic across the blue planet's internet. The Europeans at the foot of the mountain erupted in exclamations. What the hell? That damned demon has appeared at Olympus. It's over. The artifacts on Olympus will surely fall into his grasp. Indeed, the Great Xia people are nothing but a band of robbers, devoid of gentlemanly decorum. Yet, it seemed they had initially pilfered their national treasures. I still cannot fathom how the gods allowed the Great Xia to achieve bodily fusion in advance. This is utterly unfair. When the myths return, I shall beseech the deities in the temple to transform us, the noble Europeans, into superhumans. As the crowd's vitriol reached a crescendo, they caught sight of Liu Ruyan in the distance. Suddenly, they fell silent, covering their mouths, daunted into submission. Many wore obsequious smiles, unmistakably of French or Italian descent. After casting a warning glance at them, Liu Ruyan disregarded these mundane beings and strode directly toward Olympus. The group behind, witnessing Liu Ruyan's departure, immediately began to chatter. Fear not, our Olympus is no mere hill like that of the chicken-footed nation. Behold the formidable magical barrier at the mountain's base. That despicable man from the Great Xia surely cannot breach it. The artifacts within are destined for us. Wait, how'd he gain entry? Before the words could settle, Liu Ruyan, in full view of all, commanded the 5-element sword of extreme path to pierce through the barrier surrounding Olympus. Stepping boldly into the mountain, the assembly of Europeans stood dumbfounded, pounding their chests in despair, mirroring the helpless expressions of the previously derided inhabitants of the chicken-footed nation. With a resounding crash, as Liu Ruyan entered Olympus, a brilliant silver serpent of thunder, imbued with tremendous punitive force, descended upon him. Chapter 84. The Projection of Poseidon. A fortuitous encounter. With a resonant clang, the Eastern Imperial Bell emitted a melodious chime, releasing an ethereal golden light that enveloped the surroundings, dissipating the fierce echoes of thunder. Having learned from the past experience at Mount Fuji, Liu Chen had already drawn forth the Eastern Emperor Bell and held it aloft the moment he stepped into the Forbidden Zone. What a formidable force of thunder! Liu Chen mused. It was several times more potent than the sword aura of the Amatsu Mikoboshi. Clearly, the treasures within Olympus were anything but ordinary. However, I must exercise even greater caution. Excitement intertwined with apprehension, Liu Chen ascended the mountain gradually. Countless bolts of punitive thunder rained down from the heavens, striking towards him relentlessly. The Eastern Emperor Bell vibrated continuously, emanating a more robust golden aura that thwarted the oncoming thunderous assaults. The revived Olympus, from its base to its peak, boasted towering temples that stood in splendid array. Yet, most of these sanctuaries had long since collapsed, reduced to mere ruins. There is nothing here. This place is devoid of treasure. As Liu Chen climbed, he activated his treasure-finding skill, employing his mind's perception, subdued by the thunderous might, to explore the temples along his path. However, the majority of the sanctuaries were utterly barren. Wait, there is something within. At the midpoint of the ascent, Liu Chen paused before a temple that had suffered considerable ruin. Its architecture was distinctly different from the other temples he had encountered, exhibiting a grandeur that was unmistakable. It might be the sanctuary of a major deity, Liu Chen speculated. Upon closer inspection, the temple was predominantly hued in a deep black, imparting a sensation reminiscent of the underworld. The remnants of murals on the walls depicted numerous skulls and skeletal figures. A major deity's temple, imbued with an underworld aura and adorned with skulls, Liu Chen pondered for a moment, arriving at a tentative conclusion within the pantheon of Olympus. The deity that fit these characteristics must be Hades, the god of the underworld. Liu Chen projected his spiritual consciousness, seeking to probe the interior of the temple, only to discover an expanse of emptiness. The treasure-finding skill indicated that something lay within. It seemed he had no choice but to venture inside. Balancing the Eastern Emperor Bell atop his head, Liu Chen retrieved the 8-foot mirror, which had yet to be fully refined, and cautiously stepped into Hades' temple. Buzz! Before Liu Chen's eyes lay an abyss of nothingness, as though he were ensconced in an entirely blank realm, devoid of any visible features. Even extending his spiritual perception proved futile. Evidently, this was yet another artifact entwined with formations or illusions. Yet, Liu Chen felt no trepidation. Rather, he was invigorated. For the mightier the artifact, the more formidable the domain it manifested. Liu Chen activated his treasure-finding skill, gradually releasing his somewhat diminished spiritual perception and, guided by it, began to navigate through the void. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until he found it. As Liu Chen summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, he reached out with his hands to grasp the void before him. A hum resonated as a helmet of profound, ink-black, spiritual light materialized in his grasp. The helmet, with its archaic design, bore distinct traits of ancient European style, embellished with peculiar patterns that exuded an air of majesty. It was indeed a helmet. The moment Liu Chen laid eyes upon it, he associated its design with the decor of this temple, which likely belonged to Hades, the god of the underworld. This instantaneously reminded him of an extraordinary artifact from Olympus mythology, the Helm of Darkness, wielded by Hades himself. Let me ascertain your true nature, Liu Chen mused, releasing his spiritual awareness to sweep over the helmet in his hand. A grin of delight spread across his face. Fortune was indeed on his side, for it was unmistakably the Helm of Darkness. Its purpose was invisibility, ranking between high-grade, innate spiritual treasures and supreme-grade ones. It could render its wearer completely invisible before those of the quasi-saint level, and even saints could only perceive the faintest traces unless they focused intently or invoked powerful treasures. The Helm of Darkness was among the 3 divine artifacts of the Olympian pantheon, alongside Zeus' thunder spear and Poseidon's trident. In the past, Zeus and his brothers had commissioned the one-eyed giant to forge these formidable artifacts to overthrow their tyrannical father, Cronus. The helm would prove invaluable to Liu Chen in the tumultuous chaos of the impending battle against the ancient sorcerers and demons, aiding him in acquiring crucial spiritual treasures amidst the fray. Invisibility is truly a boon, Liu Ruyan sighed, recalling his childhood wish to possess the ability to become unseen, so he could sneak into the most beautiful shop run by the charming proprietress and pilfer her spicy snacks. With a silent vow, he stowed the helm of darkness away. The once void temple now revealed its dilapidated state. Liu Ruyan, bearing the weight of the Eastern Imperial Bell, braved the relentless torrent of thunderous energy as he continued his ascent up the majestic Olympus. Along the way, he discovered several other artifacts in smaller temples. Yet their quality paled in comparison to Hades' helmet, being merely ordinary low-grade postnatal treasures. Without a second glance, he fed these artifacts to the Eastern Imperial Bell, which restored a mere fraction of its integrity. This temple was likely that of the notorious Poseidon, the god of the sea. Liu Ruyan halted before a more grandiose structure. Clearly the main temple. He recognized it as Poseidon's sanctuary primarily due to its well-preserved state, unlike the others reduced to mere ruins. The walls were adorned with engravings depicting the imposing figure of the god wielding a trident, unmistakably recognizable as Poseidon. This sea god was infamous for his brutality and debauchery, suggesting that his temple would be far more perilous than the previous ones. Liu Ruyan muttered to himself, "I must exercise greater caution." With that, he donned the invisibility helmet and released the suppression of the Eastern Imperial Bell, slowly stepping inside. As he entered the temple, Liu Ruyan felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean, surrounded by a vast expanse of deep blue waters. A mournful and resonant horn echoed through the air. In the distance, countless fishmen armed with tridents, their expressions fierce, rode upon fearsome marine creatures such as sharks, advancing menacingly towards Liu Ruyan. Behind them loomed the imposing silhouette of a chief deity, clad in golden armor and wielding a trident, commanding the throngs of fishmen to attack Liu Ruyan. "Ah, I always suspected that Poseidon's temple was extraordinary. I never anticipated the manifestation of a deity." Liu Ruyan immediately activated the Eastern Imperial Bell, suppressing this miniature realm, while simultaneously summoning the 8-foot mirror. Instantly, the oceanic world transformed into a land replete with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the melodious chirping of birds. The power of the sea god Poseidon's projection was forcibly subdued. Fortunately, it was merely a projection of the chief deity, and with the suppressive force of the Eastern Imperial Bell, it now merely equated to a formidable terrain advantage. Defeating him would merely require some exertion. Liu Ruyan murmured to himself, "Yet, given such a powerful presence overseeing this realm, the treasures within this temple must be anything but ordinary. How fortunate I am." Chapter 85. The Authority of the Sea God, the Trident of Poseidon. Astonishingly, upon confronting the projection of Poseidon, the god of the sea, Liu Ruyan's initial reaction was not one of peril, but rather a realization that within this temple lay formidable relics of immense power. With a thunderous roar, a colossal sky-blue magical array descended